In a plain with nothing but bushes, Kim Suho, or rather, Lloyd Frontera, observes with his pets and his loyal servant a vast sea of money. Digging his shovel into the ground, Lloyd activates his ability, turning that vast plain into a cluster of future buildings. This is the story of a civil engineer who completely changed the medieval world. But before that, let's go back a few years. You have been randomly chosen by the Absolute Being as a candidate. From now on, you will be a character in the novel. Knights of Blood and Iron. This was the message Kim Suho received as soon as he opened his eyes. Instantly, he realizes he has ended up in the fantasy world of the novel he read the night before but is confused because he woke up on the ground. He gets up, freezing, his mouth paralyzed from sleeping on the road. The system mocks him, leaving him stressed and making Lloyd try to hit it. Regaining consciousness, he knows he has possessed someone from the novel, but the only person who sleeps on the street and lives in the rural area is the young Master Lloyd. His bodyguard, who is searching everywhere, finally finds him. He is none other than the protagonist of the novel, Javier Azrahan. The protagonist recognizes him immediately, as he looks exactly like the illustrations in the novel. In the novel, Javier's reputation as a swordsman spread throughout the continent, but initially, he is just an anonymous knight who works in the countryside. When the protagonist finds out he is the vagabond Lloyd, he becomes extremely irritated. Seeing this, Javier says he never called him a vagabond, but is glad he has self-awareness. Back at his family's mansion, Javier is warming the fireplace, asking if Lloyd really can't remember what happened. Apparently, he drank until he was completely drunk, destroyed the bar, managed to get back home on pure instinct, but ended up fainting on the way. The protagonist, freezing, observes the ground. Although it's warm, the environment is still very cold, as expected in a fantasy medieval world. Before leaving, Javier says he will report the bar incident to Lloyd's father and is questioned by the protagonist about his family's debts. He knows the whole story from the novel, having read it in one night in his apartment. He also knows Lloyd's family's fate. The Baron and Baroness were killed by scammers, and vagabond Lloyd died vomiting blood. The protagonist is furious at how Lloyd has been living until now. It's even worse than his past life in Korea. The next day, his mother asks if he really destroyed things at the bar last night, and asks him to apologize to the owner this time. The protagonist thinks the body owner should apologize since he didn't do anything, but still says he will apologize. His words truly scare them both. They never imagined he would apologize to anyone. In the city, a man working with Hay sees Lloyd and his guard walking through town, so scared of him that he hides behind the cart. In fact, this happens to everyone in town. Even children are instructed not to make eye contact with him. His mere presence disgusts the villagers, but this is something he already knows. He wonders why Javier is following him. Javier says the Lord asked him to prevent any accidents from happening again. In short, he's there to protect the villagers from Lloyd. The protagonist wonders if he should try to clean up his image first, but the more urgent matter is to make a lot of money to settle the family's debts so he can enjoy a good life. He checks the system for any hacks he can use, but only finds 2 useless abilities. Javier asks where Lloyd is going since they are already in front of the bar. The protagonist says he got distracted and didn't realize they had arrived, but Javier is still very suspicious of his actions and suspects he is lying. As the protagonist enters the bar, Javier thinks he's different from the night before, as if he's become someone else. Inside the bar, we see that Lloyd indeed caused a mess the night before. He apologizes, but it only puts the bar owner on high alert. Seeing that the bar owner is scared because he's speaking formally, he tries to be a bit more arrogant, but it seems his apology didn't work very well. Outside, Javier says it's normal for the bar owner not to accept his apologies, since he destroyed all his furniture and decorations that took so long to acquire. He says the bar owner will only be satisfied after receiving compensation, but the protagonist has several family debts to settle. Javier continues, saying the bar owner's mother's condition has worsened due to the winter cold, but this gives the protagonist a brilliant idea. As if a light bulb had finally lit up in his head, he remembers that there's no concept of heated stone slab floors here. If he could make one in this world, it would definitely sell well. This is something Lloyd could never do, but with Kim Suho's knowledge, it would be possible. In Korea, he studied civil engineering and even managed to build a house while in the army. Excited about the new idea, he tells Javier he'll go back to the bar, but as he's returning, he receives a notification from the system saying his real journey has begun, and now he had RP points to earn from people. At first, he doesn't quite understand what it means and imagines it must be similar to XP. However, unlike XP, he doesn't gain it by killing monsters but by improving his relationship with characters, so he takes the opportunity to test how it works on Javier. His impression level with him is at -30, finding this number very low. He tries to compliment him by saying he's handsome, but this only makes the impression even more unfavorable, now at -31. He decides to set this aside for now to avoid irritating him and proceeds to the bar. At the bar, Lloyd is trying to make a contract with the owner. The contract states that he will build something to pay for the cost of all the items he broke. The owner obviously becomes wary and suspicious of his actions, even using a mental barrier ability against the protagonist. Since his reputation is completely destroyed, he can't simply try to transform into someone else to redeem himself. Instead, he uses his reputation as a vagabond to make the bar owner sign the contract. Now with the contract in hand, Lloyd says it was an excellent choice to negotiate with him, while his bodyguard looks at him with suspicion of his actions. Outside in the bar's yard, he's measuring the site with a shovel. Javier asks if he's trying to establish a new pattern of misconduct, since he threatened the bar owner to sign the contract. The protagonist says he's judging him based on what he did in the past, but now things are different. He will make them smile in the end. He starts digging and thinks that the reason for their smiles will be the foundation of his future money. He begins digging a hole and flattening it, hitting it several times to make it smooth. Then he constructs the house structure using wood from the mansion's warehouse. A week later, the foundation of the house is almost ready. He just has to use the red clay by the river to create the exterior. However, he's not an inexhaustible machine. His body is still physically weak. Javier is truly impressed that he is keeping his part of the contract with the bar owner. Even though he's exhausted, the protagonist says he has no time to rest and continues his work. He prepares to cut the wood but is stopped by Javier, who takes the axe from his hand and asks what needs to be done. He tosses the wooden planks into the air and quickly cuts them into perfect shapes. The protagonist is impressed, giving him a thumbs up. This is expected from someone about to become a sword master, and he compares it to modern equipment. He boldly asks Javier to help him dig, which obviously annoys him since instead of thanking him, he's asking him to work more. But the protagonist convinces him, saying that if they finish quickly, he'll be able to satisfy his curiosity about what he's doing. With no other choice but to help him finish faster, Javier starts working with the protagonist, and shortly after, they complete the house. He questions him about the symbol on the plaque, but the protagonist says it's his logo. Then he calls him to check what kind of problem he caused, lighting the fireplace and calling the bar owner and his mother. Both seem to love the warm room. The old woman says she feels like her joints are loosening, while the bar owner wonders how he did it. The protagonist thinks it's normal for people in this world to be surprised by this. It's the power of the Andal floor technique, a Korean method for heating rooms. Javier is impressed, seeing that he really managed to make the two smile. Even though he still doubts Lloyd's intentions, it's undeniable that because of him, two people are happy. Javier's impressions of the protagonist increased by 2 points, earning him 36 RP points. The protagonist even jokes a bit with his bodyguard, saying he was probably thinking, how could trash like this think of that? Even though he spent a bit to build this house, it doesn't matter, as this model house will be the showcase of his new money source. A few days later, people were lining up to experience the sauna. Those coming out all sweaty only made those who hadn't entered yet more curious about it. The protagonist takes this opportunity to try to sell his idea. He created 2 different plans, Type A, which is a separate construction, and Type B, which remodels the existing house floor, also offering a 10% discount if they buy both constructions. While the protagonist is using his cunning to sell the contracts, his father appears, asking what he's doing. The protagonist becomes apprehensive when he sees him, and already in the mansion, they are having dinner facing each other at the table. It's not like he's avoiding him, but it would be problematic if he forbade him from working on the constructions. His father decides to listen to what he has to say and asks what he is plotting this time. He tries to act as Lloyd would and says that the only thing he did was build a heated room for the bar owner, although his father already knows about the contract he made with him and warns that lying and deceiving the population will not be tolerated. The protagonist says that's not what he's doing and asks to leave, but his father asks if he's worried about the family's situation. He continues to say not to worry, that he will overcome this situation immediately, and asks him not to stray from the right path. The protagonist remembers that in his past life, he also heard these words from his father. At the time, he thought everything was fine, but it was all a lie. As he leaves, he tells his father not to give up and to keep going strong. Those were the words he should have said to his father back then. While walking through the corridors thinking about the requests he received, 2 loan sharks pass by him without even greeting him. In the Baron's room, they say he has 5 days until the deadline, and if he continues not paying, they won't stand still. The protagonist, who was eavesdropping behind the door, thinks this is the perfect time to appear. He remembers receiving some RP when Javier's impression increased and found out he could use them to level up his skills. A sensor scans him completely, analyzing all the skills he possesses. The system says he's smarter than he seems, and the protagonist, angry, says it's obvious since he was a high-achieving scholarship student. The 2 skills he acquired based on his current knowledge were basic measurement and basic design. Even though he doesn't quite know what they mean, he buys both. Basic measurement is activated, and his eyes begin to glow green. As soon as he looks outside, he can calculate the land area simply with his eyes. The design skill creates a screen in front of him capable of drawing models quickly, much more useful than doing it on paper, for example. Even though the work will definitely become easier from now on, there's still a construction problem since he doesn't have enough manpower, and he thinks that having a backhoe or heavy machine would make things much easier. The system says it's possible to summon one, making the protagonist quite excited, but it costs 50 RP to summon a random fantasy species, and he only has one. Still, that's great since if fantasy species are as he imagines, they will probably be more useful than heavy machines. Back to the loan sharks. They are threatening the Baron that if he doesn't have enough money to pay, they might end up taking his wife and maid to be sold. However, at that moment, the protagonist arrives, asking if they have no manners just because they are loan sharks. They ask why a child is interfering in adult conversations, but before they ask him to leave, the protagonist asks for their invitation letter. In the kingdom's noble law, in Article 3, Section 6, it says that all nobles have the right to protect their rights and interests, and entering a noble's mansion without an invitation is equivalent to invasion. The loan sharks say they've never heard of this law, but he tells them to check it together and calls Javier. As soon as he enters the room, the protagonist orders to cut off the invader's arms. The loan sharks ask if he's crazy and if he plans to resolve this in court. Then he says that's why he told them to check together. He wants to see which side the court will take. Seeing Javier unsheath his sword, the two loan sharks get scared and flee, saying they will regret this. His father questions him scared, saying this won't help calm the situation, until Lloyd throws a bag of money on his table. He says that's the initial payment he received and that it's a considerable amount for this month. His father thinks he's extorting money from people, but Javier tells him not to worry since he's monitoring the young master to keep his promise. Seeing that Javier trusts his son, he allows himself to trust him this time. In the corridors, Javier asks how he knows about the law, as he always thought he was an ignorant person, but the protagonist, angry, replies that he found it around. In fact, he found it in the novel. After the couple's death, the loan sharks wanted to dig and take the bodies to sell. At that moment, Javier talks about the law and cuts off the heads of the two, knowing the novel's content is beneficial, but in any case, one message catches his attention now. He gains 60 RP as his father's trust increased. He goes to a secluded area away from people and activates the random spin. Several gears start floating in the air, forming a magic circle, but it's smaller than he imagined. From this circle, a small mouse comes out, falling to the ground. Seeing that tiny mouse, the protagonist thinks his summoning was a failure, making the poor mouse cry. It manages to communicate, saying that it's not a failure and can do many things. The protagonist asks what it can do, so it spits out a manual. Despite finding it grosses, the protagonist takes the drool-covered manual and discovers that besides being cute, they can have their constitution altered by feeding them sunflower seeds. Red seeds make them giant for 12 hours, while blue ones make them small. He asks if it can become as big as a human, since hamsters are good diggers. If it were human-sized, it would be really useful. When he feeds it, the hamster starts glowing and growing. It grows so much and so quickly that it ends up colliding with the protagonist, throwing him a bit away. The hamster, which could fit in his palm before, must now be over 10 meters tall. Besides, it has the digging ability, able to quickly dig through the ground. It can also harden the ground by rolling over it, and can store plenty of things in its mouth. The protagonist is happy because the heavy machinery problem is solved, but he can't just show up with these giant creatures since people might get suspicious. So, he will carry a book with him all the time and claim to be a summoning genius. The next day, Lloyd is instructing the workers with his slogans. He makes everyone repeat with him, "Safety first." The army of 30 people is clearly demotivated for work, even though they are still paid even if they don't work. The protagonist wonders why the Baron didn't fire them before, but this works better for him since there won't be additional labor costs. To try to motivate them, the protagonist gives a motivational speech, pointing at a handful of dirt, saying he spent the night digging it up and they should take it to the constructions. In reality, it was Podong who did it in 30 minutes. But even with a speech, they are still not motivated at all. He even thinks it's a normal reaction since people don't like to work. Then he is interrupted by the senior knight Nauman, who asks what he just ordered his troops to do. This man appearing there was something he expected. There are 3 knights living on this property: Newman, Bayern, and Javier. In the beginning of the novel, Bayern and Javier remained loyal until the property collapsed. But this man in front of him was the first to betray the Baron. Lloyd asks what he's doing, and he says he can't believe he's giving his soldiers dirty work, and as the head of the knights, he can't accept that. The protagonist says he got approval from the Lord, but he insists on talking about the past and that the protagonist must be using the soldiers for personal purposes. Lloyd asks if he wants a beating, and just with that, the guy gets quite stressed. He then makes the first move by throwing sand in his face. Everyone who sees that is shocked, while the guard asks if he really just tried to tarnish his reputation as a knight. The protagonist pretends he didn't hear what he said, then challenges him to a duel right away. Returning to the mansion, Javier asks if he has confidence in defeating Newman. His opponent has a man of heart, and is also known as a sword specialist, while the protagonist is just a wretch. How could he even think of winning against him? Javier gets irritated with Lloyd teasing him, almost cutting him with his sword. He tries to analyze his actions, but everything he is doing is very strange. After picking his nose, he asks Javier to teach him swordsmanship. Javier says he would never teach his swordsmanship to someone like him, as someone with bad character like him could use it against people around him. The protagonist knew he wouldn't teach his swordsmanship right away, so he proposes to cure his insomnia. Javier wonders how he knows that, as if he's answering him in his head. The protagonist says he read it in the novel. In the novel, the ranking of the knights is divided into 4 levels. Javier's level is expert swordsman, and he will soon rise to the highest level, master swordsman. And the reason he can't sleep is that his nerves are superhuman. He agrees to the contract with Lloyd, but he will only teach swordsmanship if he can make him sleep, and says that he has already tried several ways to cure his insomnia, from cognitive behavioral therapy, herbal remedies, aromatic therapy. Even after saying all that, in a few minutes, he was already sleeping like a baby, hugging his pillow. The method the protagonist used to make him sleep is the same as teachers do in the classroom. He talked so much that at some point he just fell asleep. Now that he has fulfilled his part of the deal, all his sword techniques will be his. The next day, Javier, now refreshed from having a good night's sleep, tells the protagonist to start training with 50 laps. And surprisingly, he starts running without complaining. He completes 1 lap and says he hates doing it, but by the 2nd lap, he totally changes and says he surely didn't expect him to do it without complaining. By the 3rd lap, he unmasks his plan, saying he would say something like, "You don't have talent for this," and ignore the training. While he's being totally annoying to Javier, he gains a skill that asks him to hit himself, but he tells the system to discard it. It would be a lie to say he's not tired, but this is nothing compared to his past life. He had no family and woke up alone every day. At work, he carried bricks up to the 4th floor of a building every day, and at night, he unloaded trucks. All this just to survive, hoping that one day it would get better. Compared to that pain and despair, this is nothing. Seeing that determination and sincerity, Javier decides to teach him his sword technique. In the mansion, Newman talks to the Baron. He is disappointed that his son dared to insult someone who has protected his family for so long. He had hoped that he was becoming more rational, but it seems he was mistaken. He says it's his duty not to cancel the duel, but asks him not to hurt him so much since he's still the heir to the estate. Newman says he accepts his request, but his true intentions are entirely different. He plans to kill him in the fight, and if the Baron complains, he will kill him and his wife and make it look like suicide, all as he had planned. 1 month later, the long-awaited battle begins. The Baron and the Baroness, with their servants, watch anxiously. Newman asks if the protagonist is prepared. He, carrying only a shovel, says he should be prepared to take a beating. Everyone watching the fight from outside wonders if he's really going to fight with a shovel. Javier says he personally asked the blacksmith to forge it. His father is deeply disappointed, thinking he's playing around with a serious situation. But Javier, who has been following what he's been doing for the past month, doubts that he's just fooling around. Early in the morning, he did the basic training without complaining. Then he went to the construction area to teach the residents about Andal, and then practiced swordsmanship until falling asleep at night. Someone who dedicated himself so much for a month couldn't be just fooling around. Javier is sure he's taking the fight seriously. The Baron initiates the duel between them, and the protagonist starts the combat with a pretty mediocre stance. Newman, who was already pissed off with him, is the first to attack but has his first attack defended. Both his father and Javier are impressed that he managed to defend an attack, and it wasn't just luck, since he continues to defend all the subsequent attacks. Javier is impressed with the extraordinary efficiency of his movements. It's like a sword technique evolved over many years. In fact, it's called modern combat, bayonet charge, something every Korean man learns in the army. Even using the shovel as a weapon wasn't random, since in addition to being able to use the shovel to defend himself, he can also use it to attack. For this combat, the protagonist came 100% prepared, first preparing the shovel, second, the basic sword technique, and finally, a tool synchronization ability for excavation. He managed to buy this ability thanks to Javier and his parents. Then Newman shows why he is a Baron's Knight. He starts accelerating the state of his own mana using his mana heart. He truly prepares to attack this time, advancing almost instantly towards the protagonist. Even Javier says it's impossible for an ordinary person to block an attack from someone who has a mana heart. That's if he were an ordinary person, of course. Even though he attacked with all his strength, aiming to kill, the protagonist manages to block the sword. Newman is confused, feeling as if his body had sunk. This was the 4th ability he prepared, Azrahan's core technique, the technique that made Javier the strongest man in the novel. He realizes that his attack's mana was absorbed, immediately pulling out his sword, but the protagonist takes advantage of this opening to land a blow on his face. The impact is so great that he sees one of his teeth flying, and then he is hit by another attack. Everyone around is shocked. Lloyd really managed to win. His father ends the duel, but this isn't enough to quench Lloyd's anger. He continues to beat him while he's on the ground. His father gets angry, telling him to stop trying to tarnish the knight's honor, as some of the soldiers try to stop him, saying that the duel is over. the other knight from the family remarks that he's out of control. Lloyd claims to have calmed down and asks the soldiers to release him, only to hit him again immediately afterward. Javier, who is observing more closely, notices that he's hitting only in places that would cause almost no wounds, and the calm expression on his face indicates that he already knew this would happen. 15 days before the duel, the protagonist came asking him to teach the mental technique Azrahan. This startles Javier, since this technique was created by him, and supposedly no one else should know it. He confirms if this technique can attract mana from the surroundings and convert it into one's own. Javier asks how he knows the technique, but the protagonist shamelessly lies, saying he talked about it in his sleep. Javier says he can't teach the technique because it's still incomplete, but the protagonist claims he can complete it. He explains that if he absorbs external mana and puts it in the mana heart, the mana heart will simply reject it and explode it out, as they don't mix. He should concentrate it separately, and then move it around the mana heart. Javier thinks this might really be possible and asks how he came up with it, but the protagonist continues to brazenly say he just imagined it would work. That day, Javier was able to complete the technique he had been worrying about for so long, and on the first try, he managed to create 3 circles. Lloyd says he doesn't want to create a mana heart. All he wants to learn is the absorption part. He just wants to absorb what he can touch. Since he had learned this ability, Javier thought he could defeat Newman, but he triumphantly won. His father again tells him to stop talking about his reputation as a knight, but he tells him to look under the tablecloth and then say if this man deserves to be called a knight. He finds several letters, and when he reads their contents, everything is there. From the property's situation to the Baron's likes and dislikes and instructions on how to forge fake documents. These letters contain everything he has shared so far. Newman wonders how he found them since he had hidden them inside the wall, but due to the novel, he already knew where they were and sent his hamster to fetch them. He sees that his father is completely shocked. In the novel, he was described as a kind man, but this protagonist doesn't know the words kind and friendly. He suggests a way to get rid of this man. He proposes throwing fierce rats on his head and then banishing him from the properties or reducing him to a normal knight and giving him a chance to think about his sins. People are confused about why he wants to throw rats at him, since a measly rat wouldn't be able to hurt Newman. Both his father and the people around think it's a sensible and generous suggestion, albeit understandably dangerous. His father agrees to the punishment and asks if Newman has any objections to it. He obviously doesn't, and thanks for their mercy. If you treat an evildoer well, will they really reflect on their sins and return the given mercy? Or will they become even more determined to manipulate and figure out how to take advantage of that kindness? The protagonist says it's great to see his final smile, gives a red sunflower seed for his pet to eat, and says there's no best method to ask for forgiveness. The rat thrown into the air grows to a colossal size, falling on top of Newman, probably killing him. With this, the rotten apple of his lands has just fallen. The next day, his hamster digs a path in the middle of the city. Javier asks what he's doing, and Lloyd replies that he's preparing the way to build a road. The engineering unit, previously shy and unwilling to work, has now become surprisingly efficient. He mentions that in ancient times there was a city called Rome, where people loved roads and even created a road system called the Appian Way. He wants to build something similar, a road that stretches from the Baron's house to the eastern coast. Javier questions again why he's building a road, but the protagonist tells him to just watch quietly and see the rising popularity of roads. However, everything seems very strange to Javier, so he asks where he suddenly learned to do all this. He asks if he's really his young master Lloyd. When the protagonist saw this guy's personality in the novel, he knew something like this could happen. He's the kind of person who would notice the change and immediately draw his sword. He starts using his Lloyd persona, claiming he studied without anyone knowing, and when questioned, since he only lived on alcohol, he says that Javier didn't watch him all day and couldn't know if he was studying or not. He asks how he explains the summoning, as it would be difficult for mages even with 20 years of experience. So the protagonist retorts by asking how he manages to use mana so well at 20 years old, and says that if he's a genius, why couldn't he be one too? Unable to refute his words, Javier just stays silent, so the protagonist seizes the moment to flee and get out of there as fast as possible. He goes to Knight Bayer and asks him to take care of everything while he's away. Javier says he'll accompany him, as it's his duty to watch over the young master, but the protagonist questions why he's stating something so obvious. Javier asks where they are going, and he replies that they are going to a distant place to collect unpaid debts. In a small, remote town in the Runia property, the scammer from Thorda Real Estate is very stressed because he lost a lot of money. His bodyguard says it's normal since he makes money by gambling, and also says that if he doesn't have enough money to pay him, he'll have to leave. The scammer gets scared, saying he can still pay and that he shouldn't go anywhere. He can make money by cheating others again, but since many people are looking for him, it's better to lay low for now. At that moment, the protagonist kicks the bar door open. The man asks what's wrong with him, but when the protagonist introduces himself as Lloyd Frontera, the guy is shocked as if seeing a ghost. The scammer immediately tells his bodyguard to run with him, and with just one leap, he jumps through the bar window. However, when he reaches the alley, a man is already waiting for him. Javier orders him to surrender the scammer and leave. If he refuses, he will be considered an accomplice. The bodyguard won't give up so easily, and as he prepares a spell, he asks if he even knows how to use a sword. The protagonist, observing the fight through the broken window, says that when Javier lost the Baron, he sought revenge and then fought this bodyguard, the first evil black mage he encountered. He had to fight against gravity power. At least that's how it is in the novel. The black mage then uses his gravity magic, directing it towards Javier. He manages to defend using his sword, but the magic expands and creates a gravitational field around him. The black mage then activates the gravity, causing him to break the ground with his feet. When Javier fought this guy in the novel, he was just an expert swordsman, but now this Javier has 3 mana circles and easily manages to cut the gravity magic. Seeing that it will be impossible to confront him directly, the black mage flees, saying that wasn't part of the contract. Javier asks if he knows what happens if he strikes a noble, intending to cut his legs, so he will crawl to the tribunal. However, at the last second, the scammer is saved by Lloyd, who steps in the middle of the attack and prevents it from landing. He shouts at Javier, saying he will be punished with death if he goes to the tribunal. Javier is shocked. Lloyd just showed kindness to another person. They tie up and lock the swindler in the room. Seeing him quite apprehensive, the protagonist tells him not to be so afraid since he won't kill him. After all, if he did, the people he owes money to would cause a mess. The swindler asks if the protagonist will forgive him, and Lloyd replies that he won't take it to the tribunal, but he expects compensation in money. But since he doesn't have money to pay, the protagonist has another way to forgive him. All he has to do is sign this contract, and that's it. The swindler asks what kind of contract it is. It's just an ordinary worker's contract, and he will be paid, of course, but 80% of his salary will go to repayments due to the high debt, to be paid after 520 years. This shocks both the swindler and Javier. It was obvious that he wasn't there just to sympathize and forgive. The protagonist thinks he'd never be crazy enough to kill a guy who owes him. He'll suck every drop of money he can for the rest of his life. The swindler asks how he can make such an unfair contract, but when the protagonist threatens to take it to the tribunal, he ends up signing the contract right away. Back in the cart on the way to town, we see the swindler still tied up. Javier mentions that due to this guy's money, they won't have to worry about interest for a few months. However, the protagonist corrects him, saying he'll use all that money to invest in labor costs since the 30 soldiers aren't enough. A few days later, we see the protagonist recruiting employees. The line is so long that it extends for several meters. He asks Javier if these people really hate him. He's sure they do, but due to selling the Diandal for a lower price and being firm in punishing the traitor, people have started to see him as trustworthy and capable. The man in front of him asks where to sign the contract but thanks him first since his son used to get very cold in winter. But thanks to him, he doesn't have to worry about that this year. The protagonist even feels ashamed, as he's only satisfying his greed. The man continues, saying he has relatives from another town who would like to buy the Andals. The protagonist expected this to happen, since he didn't build the Andal for nothing. Now he'll raise the price under the pretext of travel expenses and make all the money from them. Up in the mountains, Lloyd tells Javier that one day this mountain will be entirely bare because the Andal consumes a lot of resources. The trees here won't last long. That's why he's canceling the construction of the Appian Way. At the end of the road, there's a reserve of bituminous coal. They'll extract and sell it for a high price. If the Andal gains a high level of approval, other countries won't be able to resist. Of course, the people in their town will get a discount, but just a little. Lloyd asks if he finds this unfair, but he says if he doesn't do it, he won't be able to pay off the family's debts. Javier agrees with this, but mining there is impossible as it already collapsed once. Still, he says he can do it because he knows modern-era excavation technology. He will use the shield method. Javier has no idea what the shield method means but says he'll continue to observe this completely different young master. However, even the protagonist who read the novel doesn't know everything. In this world, there are hidden dangers, and within the cave are thousands of creatures just waiting to emerge. Lloyd clasps his hands and performs magic, casting it upward and summoning a high-level apartment. A huge building appears from the sky, falling behind him. At least that's what he would like to do, but the only magic he uses is on his finger to design faster. Tired because this project is taking too long, he thinks he would like to summon 100 undead workers who don't need a salary. Due to the incident with Newman, he gained 639 reputation points due to favorable impressions from people. He upgraded his basic design skills and basic measurement skills to intermediate level, gaining new functions. Arriving at the mine entrance, he reflects on how he's supposed to dig there. He activates his intermediate measurement skill and can scan up to 5 meters. With this ability, he can find the safest path, but the problem is how to unearth the entrance quickly. Humans will take too long and get tired easily, and Padong is sick of the road project. He sees no other choice but to randomly draw a new species. He activates the mini portal again, which makes quite a noise, and a mini snake comes out of it. Seeing this cute snake, It seems apparently useless on the outside, but he remembers that was the case with Padang too, and asks if it grows big with sunflower seeds. He asks her to demonstrate her skills, and weeks later, he sees that she is much more useful than he imagined. She can eat the earth in front of the shield equipment, then she digests the food, and at that moment, Javier prepares for the attacks. She excretes steel, and Javier is in charge of cutting them, which are then used to build the terrain's support structure. Javier questions why he's cutting the poop of a giant snake, but the protagonist doesn't care and orders everyone to move forward, pushing the iron shield. Even though he installed oxygen tubes, he still feels a bit dizzy, but if it weren't for them, he would have probably passed out inside. Seeing that he's starting to get tired, Javier tells him that he also needs to rest with the other workers, but the protagonist says he's the site manager and needs to oversee the operation and act responsibly. In Korea, the people in charge of the work were the kind of people who didn't even show up on site. He hated those people and promises never to be like them. So, he uses his ability and detects luminous coal ahead. He cheers everyone up, saying they're almost there, and thanks to Little Snake because thanks to her, they were able to do this 10 times faster. While the protagonist explains that after they reach the coal, they'll have to dismantle the shields and expand the space. They start hearing a noise coming from the ground. Alarmed, the protagonist uses his ability and sees a small hole that wasn't there before, and this hole begins to grow larger until a giant ant emerges from it. Javier immediately cuts its antennae, and Lloyd uses his shovel to crush its head. The sudden appearance of this monster surprised him since it's something that didn't appear in the novel. But this is not the time to relax because an ant never walks alone. Thousands of ants begin to appear, and the protagonist evacuates everyone outside, while Javier manages to hold several of them, cutting them into pieces. If there's an ant colony, there can be from 200 to 1,000 monsters there. Javier is running out of breath. He won't be able to hold them all, and the path they made is so well structured that it won't collapse unless they use dynamite. The situation seems very complicated, so Javier slaps Lloyd's face to snap him out of it and not panic. Who is thinking incessantly for a solution, comes up with another brilliant idea. He tells Javier that they will attack head-on and enter the ant tunnel, even though he thinks it's absurd. There must be some reason behind it, so they proceed. At the mansion, the Baron receives the news that monsters have invaded the mine and that his son and Javier stayed behind. He quickly puts on his armor set and tells them to go immediately to the mine. Meanwhile, Javier continues fighting the ants and asks how much more they have to face. The two are completely surrounded by the ants. The protagonist knows that Javier is reaching his limit. He uses his ability to locate methane gas somewhere underground, knowing that if they can find it, they can create a large-scale explosion to deal with the ants. He manages to locate it and starts digging to unearth the methane gas, with Javier protecting him. Things seem to be going well, but they both hear a very loud scream. The Ant Queen has decided to show up, and just by seeing her size, Javier says he can't face her. However, in this situation, he has no choice but to push beyond his limits, managing to defend against and counterattack the Queen's assault. While Javier fights her, the protagonist continues digging until he finally uncovers the gas. He tells Javier to get out of there as fast as possible and run to the entrance, while he grabs a still-burning torch. They run through the tunnel filled with dead ant bodies, and when they finally put enough distance, he throws the flaming torch towards the gas outlet. The Ant Queen tries to attack them but is hit by the massive explosion caused by the gas. Not only her, but all the ants in the cave are caught in the blast. Outside, people hear the noise and a great tremor from deep inside the cave. The Baron worries about his son and tries to enter the cave but is stopped by his bodyguard. Inside, the two survive the explosion, but Javier and the snake have fainted. To make matters worse, the entrance is blocked. Realizing they will soon run out of oxygen, the protagonist uses his ability to see through the wall. He sees no other option but to start digging. Javier, who managed to keep some consciousness, sees him working to get them out, and as a result, he builds a stronger bond with him. Seeing that he has nothing more to lose, he asks the system to enhance his abilities. The system reanalyzes the abilities he possesses, combining all these skills to create the core technique Azrahan. When the ability is created, he feels immense power coursing through his body. Even though he doesn't have a mana core, he can feel the mana circulating around his core. His mana increase went up to 120%, and now he has plenty of RP to spend, so he keeps increasing it until his technique reaches level 10. When it reaches level 10, it evolves, and he starts feeling 2 mana circles circulating around his heart. Now his mana increase is at 200%, and he also gains 2 new abilities, one that prevents fatigue for 10 minutes, and another that triples his mana for 20 minutes. He activates his fatigue-preventing ability, and begins digging tirelessly towards the exit. After digging deep into the excavation, he finally sees a hole indicating the way out, but he is still 5 meters away. He doesn't give up and keeps digging until he reaches 3 meters away, but his oxygen runs out, and he falls to his knees, exhausted. Then he activates his other ability, Power Extension, and continues to hold on firmly to the excavation. But its limit is 20 seconds, which is not enough time for him to reach the exit. Already feeling hopeless, he thinks that as the son of a noble in a remote area, he just wanted to live a quiet life. Unfortunately, he is about to die after exerting so much effort. When he was about to accept his fate, Padong appears, making a small hole. This small hole is enough for him to breathe and regain his strength. Even though he is tired, he still gets up, clinging to the hope that a peaceful life as a noble awaits him just ahead. Inside the cave, the Baron's group explores it, even the deep parts, in search of the two, until he sees his son carrying Javier on his back, who surpassed the limits of his own body, was able to create a third ability that allowed him to endure until there. Seeing that he has finally achieved his goal, the protagonist faints, being embraced by his father. The next day, people in the city talk about what happened. Those who thought Lloyd was just a spoiled brat are impressed by his determination and courage to stay there, fighting against the ants and rescuing all the workers. Back in his room, Lloyd sleeps under Javier's watchful eye. As soon as he opens his eyes, the system's message saying that people are impressed with his courage and heroism appears in front of him. He quickly becomes a hero and gains 500 RP for it, which makes him very happy, of course. The next day, the workers are even more motivated in mining, and when they see Lloyd arriving, everyone starts greeting him and thanking him for saving them. They now see him as the person who saved their lives and think he's different from other nobles. 2 weeks have passed since the incident, and even though nothing has happened, the protagonist still decides to prioritize safety and conduct sweeps around the mine. Javier asks why he's personally doing these dangerous things when he could just send one of the workers. But the protagonist calls him an idiot. He should be responsible for the dangerous tasks, so they won't say anything even if he spends a lot of money. They reach the end of the tunnel, and Javier tells them to go back. But the protagonist seems to have seen something with his ability. He starts digging to investigate, as there might be ant eggs that haven't hatched yet. But what he finds is something unexpected, an orc trapped along with several other animals, probably stored to be eaten later. Javier says he looks dangerous and intends to take care of him right away, but he's stopped by the protagonist. Lloyd asks if he's dead, but Javier says ants have a habit of only paralyzing what they're going to eat. The MC gives a wicked smile and says this is an incredible reward. Back at the mansion, the orc is already awake. His name is Hirosh, and he says he will never forget him as his savior. Hirosh, the son of the orc tribe leader, says he will do anything for Lloyd for being his savior. In fact, that was the exact reason he helped the Green One. Our prota asks for 120 orc workers to help at the mine, but his request is denied by the orc. As orcs are warriors, only other warriors can give them orders, and since young Lloyd is not a warrior, he couldn't give orders to the orcs even if they provided workers. In the orc tribe, it's necessary to bring the head of a monster ant when one becomes an adult. Hirosh made a mistake in the tunnel and ended up being paralyzed, but of course, our MC wouldn't let this opportunity pass so easily. Before anything else, he congratulates him for becoming an adult orc. Hirosh, crestfallen, says he couldn't catch a monster ant, so the protagonist says they caught the ant queen together, showing her head pinned to the wall. The Hulk says he doesn't remember catching such a big ant, but the liar says it was a truly surprising sight because when he entered the ant tunnel, the queen was trembling with fear. While Javier listens to his disgusting lie, the orc believes that they are both excellent warriors and that they together caught the queen. Lloyd mentions the 120 workers again, but this time the orc says he will recruit them. A week later, in the Steel Sand Tribe village, the protagonist, who had made a long trip there, finds out that the orc leader refuses his request. Shocked, he asks why. The orc chief says they need to hunt every day, and if they don't eat protein right after the hunt, they will lose muscle strength. Javier says these orcs are bodybuilding maniacs, so it will be impossible to convince them. The protagonist asks if there was a way to preserve the meat so they could go without hunting for more than 3 days, and he says he knows how to prevent the meat from spoiling even after several days. Let's go back a little in time to remember the moment they arrived in the village. The father and son, who hadn't seen each other for so many days, were extremely emotional to see each other again. They run to each other and give a tight hug. The impact of the hug alone was so strong that it caused a gust of wind to spread around. Lloyd says that if anyone had been between those two, they would have turned into mincemeat. Our mercenary thinks that if they can get 120 workers with these two, productivity will increase hundreds of times. But that wasn't the only thing that caught his attention. When Hirosh brought the Ant Queen's head as a celebration, the orcs were using massive gold objects for squats. Lloyd is shocked and wonders where they found those. It's as if they stole or took them from somewhere. Because of this, he makes a deal with the orc tribe leader to get both the labor force and the treasures. Javier is reading the contract and discovers that they will build a stone-cold storage warehouse. Not knowing what that means, he asks Lloyd. The royal family preserves food using ice magic. What they are going to do is similar, but they won't use magic. To make it, they will need a special stone called granite. It is a very resistant stone and will be difficult to extract. Normally, one would use dynamite to extract the stones, but right next to him is a human dynamo. From Javier's look, he already knows he will use him again. In one of the main episodes of the story, in the city of Namram, the entire population was trapped in a magic barrier, and within this city were thousands of refugees that Javier needed to save. At this moment, Javier was a sword master with 4 cores spinning around his mana heart. At this moment of despair, he unintentionally created a skill. The explosion from the collision was so strong that, aside from destroying the magic barrier, it became one of his main techniques. Lloyd explains this technique that he could use. Javier again asks how he knows about this, but the protagonist says he just thought of it at some point. Even though the real reason he taught him this technique was to use him, it would still be a great strength boost if he could execute it. Protecting the mana heart with 1 core and moving the other 3, he releases an explosion into the rock. It was so strong that it tore through all his clothes and even ruffled his hair. Angry, Javier asks if he knew that would happen, but Lloyd says he had no idea and apologizes. Anyway, the idea worked. Now it's his turn to work. Javier speaks of his knight's honor, and that now he's being used for construction, but the MC realizes that this is just his way of showing gratitude. After this, the construction proceeded rapidly. The granite Javier cut was carried by Padam. The orcs who were addicted to training started working on their own. Because of this help, they will be able to finish 5 times faster, and the last thing they will need is the ice and thermal insulation. Lloyd asks Javier where the people with the insulating material are. He replies that it's been exactly 3 weeks, and the group should have arrived by now. There are 2 possibilities. Either the soldiers are lazy, or there was an accident. The protagonist says they must check immediately. Javier stops him and says that if this is a mission, he should do it alone since he doesn't know what kind of accident happened. It could be dangerous. But Lloyd has explained this several times. He is in charge of construction and responsible for the workers' lives. Exploring further into the mountains, he ends up finding one of the gloves he had custom made to use when handling insulating materials. Javier warns that he senses a strange energy coming toward the canyon, an abnormal flow of mana but very faint. Thinking about it, he tries to remember if he saw something similar in any of the novel's episodes, but something leaves him completely terrified. He immediately says there's no time, and they need to walk quickly, as everyone might be dead. They venture further into the canyon, finding several clues from the missing group, until they reach Ruplan's dungeon. This was a place Javier had been looking for since the beginning of the novel, the hideout of a black mage named Ruplan. The protagonist is deeply irritated that someone dared to lay hands on his workers. Javier is the first to enter the cave, telling Lloyd to stay behind him. He ends up stepping into a trap but is narrowly saved by the protagonist. MC asks if he's sure he's a knight. He should have thought that there might be a trap inside. In fact, he already knew about the existence of this trap since in the novel, Javier fell into it and had to continue through the dungeon all battered. But Javier is the type of person who never falls for the same trick twice. Lloyd comments that earlier, he felt a normal mana flow and asks him to use that technique since magical traps are linked to mana. He would be able to sense any abnormalities. Javier manages to detect where the traps are located and begins to guide the way to the back of the cave. The swordsman thinks that even though his master always lies or insists on annoying things, this time it seems like he knows exactly what's going on. He can't sense any special mana or energy, and thinks it might be a type of very powerful mana, but he decides to ignore that and focus on rescuing the workers. Inside the cave, a black mage senses the presence of intruders since one of the traps was activated. They probably came to rescue the recently kidnapped people. However, the black mage has already finished the preparations he needed to make and approaches a large iron door. Opening it, the 5 missing workers are there. He grabs one of them by the hair and starts dragging him, throwing him into a magic circle of blood. This is the magic circle that connects to hell. Using a scythe bathed in blood for 100 days in a young human, he will execute his spell. Before he can hit him, the black mage hears a shout telling him to stop. At the entrance to the laboratory, he sees Lloyd and Javier ready to attack him. Surprised at how fast they got there since there were hundreds of traps in the cave, the mage automatically uses one of his spells. 2 iron doors close around them, trapping them in that small space. The protagonist already knows what's coming and holds his breath as a sleep-inducing gas starts to fill the area. Lloyd uses his ability that makes him tireless for 10 minutes, and starts digging quickly into the ground to make a tunnel. He doesn't need to worry about Javier since he is already immune to all medications to treat his insomnia, so sleeping pills don't work on him. Seeing Lloyd digging a hole under the door, he looks like a giant mole. Javier will keep that memory to tease him later. When the MC finishes digging the hole, he calls Xavier to finish it, preparing a magical explosion to surprise the black mage. The big explosion works, and the black mage is totally shocked to see that. Observing the protagonist emerge from the hole in a monstrous way, he decides to summon a creature to fight. A 2-headed monster comes out of the circle. Even though it's one of his failures, this monster is still very strong. Seeing this giant creature in front of him, Lloyd tries to tell Javier its weak point, but using the explosive wave, he manages to make a cut that tears the monster in half. Even the MC is impressed, since he didn't know he could use the explosion as a propeller to cut. This is a technique that doesn't even exist in the novel. Seeing the swordsman easily deal with his monster, the black mage goes into despair as he can't defeat them. The protagonist approaches him and asks how he intends to compensate for delaying the construction by 2 weeks due to the soldier's abduction. The black mage kneels, begging for forgiveness. In his mind, all he thinks about is surviving, but the protagonist doesn't care about the apology and asks about the compensation. With no alternatives, the black mage offers all his magical items. Lloyd is quite pleased that all the items will be his, while Javier rescues the soldiers. The MC asks what he was going to do with the kidnapped soldiers. The black mage was studying the resurrection of the dead, trying to bring back his deceased wife and son. He worked as a mage in the Lord's mansion, but one day the Lord tried to take them away from him, so the black mage planned to escape with his family. Lloyd interrupts his story right in the middle. He is not interested in hearing it at all. The protagonist asks if the black mage really thinks that bringing back his wife and daughter after killing hundreds of people will be good. Due to his selfish goal, he ruined several other happy families. He can only be judged as a serial killer after doing that. Lloyd says he will come back later to take the magical tools. While turning his back, he asks him never to hurt anyone again. The black mage is amazed by his kindness and thanks him several times for sparing his life. In the novel, Javier also forgives the black mage and forces him out of the laboratory. Repellent kills hundreds and transforms into something strange, becoming a demonic villain who fights Javier several times. Even knowing that he was beyond saving, Lloyd still turned his back because he knew from the beginning what he would try to do. Quickly, Javier finishes off the black mage who was ready to attack, removing his head from his body. Before becoming Lloyd, in his past life, he met a man who simply mistreated him for no reason. The supervisor acted like this every day, and the MC always apologized. Thinking that kindness begets kindness, he lowered his head, but precisely because of this, he chose him as an easy prey to be mistreated. One day his anger finally consumed him, and he couldn't stay calm anymore. That day the protagonist gave the beating that bastard deserved. While hitting him, all he could think was that he was screwed. But the result was completely different. The man started to fear him and avoid him. On that day, he realized that there are certain moments when violence needs to be stopped with violence. Villains must receive punishment equal to their crimes. Returning to the orc village, the protagonist notices that his men are very tired. Seeing that he could faint at any moment, Lloyd instructs him to hand over his backpack. The worker hesitates to comply, but Lloyd explains that if he faints, someone will have to carry both him and his backpack. In reality, the young master takes backpacks from all the workers, ties them together, and declares that if anyone complains from now on, they won't receive bonuses. Javier isn't sure if he's doing this just for the backpacks or for the soldiers as well, but the truth doesn't matter to them, since all the soldiers see Lloyd as a trustworthy leader they can follow. The system sends messages asking if he doesn't find this rewarding, but for the protagonist, his only reward is money, nothing more. Arriving at the orc village, the stone-cold storage is already complete. Inside, the young orc notes that it is indeed a bit colder than outside, but not enough to prevent the meat from spoiling. Lloyd says it's still not complete as they lack ice to cool the area. Hiroshi asks how he's going to get ice since their living area is very hot. With a smile, Lloyd says he'll get it one way or another, which makes the orc doubt him, thinking he brought a swindler to the village. However, the young Hulk decides to trust him, since his savior shouldn't be a bad person. When the orc leaves, Javier asks how he's going to make ice, but that's something even the protagonist doesn't know. Javier questions him signing the contract without a plan, but Lloyd explains that to be successful, you have to make the impossible happen. At night, the protagonist sits on rocks pondering how to make ice. First, he made molds and asked his pets to fill them with water, but he doesn't know how to turn it into ice. In this world, there are ice mages, but he doesn't know exactly how their magic works. He knows that magic is a way to control mana freely, a technique based on changing the arrangement of mana in the atmosphere. There are various types of different mana. If he can gather just one type and concentrate it, then he might have what is considered magic. Lloyd asks his pets to fill the giant ice cubes. Even though he can't use mana freely, he can do something similar. Placing his hand in the water and using the Azrahan core technique, he will try to draw only the warm mana and leave the cold in the water. In the first attempt, he does the opposite and pulls only the cold energy. Javier thought he was just being reckless, but apparently, the young master is finding his way proudly. A few days later, he actually succeeds. The orc chief and his son are shivering in the cooling room. What causes all this cold is a huge block of ice made from several smaller ones. Both of them are truly happy. Now they don't need to hunt every day or waste protein. Lloyd looks at Javier with a look that says, "This is the mind of an entrepreneur," and the swordsman agrees that he was indeed right. The orc lord says he is deeply indebted to Lloyd, who has now gained the 120 workers, mentions that he was merely following the contract. However, the chief states they don't take things for granted just because of a contract. Therefore, he and the entire Steel Sand tribe now declare Lloyd Frontera's family as blood brothers, and to celebrate, all the orcs strike the Arnold pose. All friends of the Frontera family will also be their friends, and all enemies will be considered enemies of the entire tribe. The protagonist, pleased, reciprocates by flexing his few muscles. After a week, when they arrived in the city, people's reaction was exactly what they expected. It's obvious they were scared to see 120 muscular orcs entering the city. Lloyd wonders if he should have made a formal announcement to calm the people. It seems even that wouldn't have worked, since even his parents, who knew the orcs were coming, were scared. Besides the points the protagonist gained from the orc village, the story of how he saved the workers from the dark mage also spread, leaving him with a total of 911 points. The Baron said he would look for wealthy merchants to buy the orcs' equipment. Now all that's left is to figure out how to use the dark mage's tools. While looking through a book, Lloyd finds something so surprising that he immediately rushes to the mine. There, he searches for the defaulter everywhere and tells him he has great news. The clause in the contract stating he would work for 520 years was a joke, since it makes no sense for someone to live that long. But now he won't have to worry about it, as he found a spell that can turn someone's body into a ghost and control it. This means he will be able to work for the next 520 years. The protagonist asks why he's the only happy one there and tells him to smile. The defaulter forces a smile, while shedding tears of despair. His actions were so cruel that the system says the King of Hell is enchanted by his personality. Returning to the mansion, there are things he needs to discuss personally with the Baron. He looks for him everywhere, but a maid says the Baron received a visit from loan sharks. At that moment, Lloyd's expression changes completely. He definitely has something planned for them. In the meeting room, the loan sharks are trying to convince the Baron to hand over the mine in exchange for paying only 10% of the initial debt. While he is silent, thinking about it, the protagonist knocks on the door asking to come in. This time, Lloyd arrives quite friendly to talk to them. They immediately show they have the contract, and that he won't be able to expel them from the house again. However, he continues with his act and humbly asks to make a suggestion. They refuse, but Lloyd keeps talking, leaving them quite irritated. Lloyd goes on and says that if he doesn't make suggestions, it will leave him a little irritated. At that moment, behind him, the young orc appears in fury, asking who made his brother irritated. The two loan sharks are terrified of the orc, but Lloyd tells him not to worry, as they will accept his suggestion. After the meeting, the two loan sharks run out of the mansion. Lloyd tells his father that he would like to make the debt disappear, but since that would be a crime, they must be content with this outcome. He also mentions that the extraction of bituminous coal is going very well. However, now they have another terrible problem to deal with. Orcs eat 10 times more than a normal person, and if they can't resolve this, they will end up with more debts. As he expected, the orcs are great miners. Some of them mine for over 24 hours without stopping and have to be forcibly removed by humans. Their productivity is 10 times better than he expected, and they also refuse to receive wages. Their payment is in food, but the cost of this food has increased so much that Lloyd considers raising taxes to meet this demand. However, continuously raising taxes would be theft, making the population dissatisfied and work less. The simple solution to this problem is for the population to earn more money, and for that, they will use the wasteland in the north of the village, turning a swamp into a farm. Obviously, this won't be easy. Even with knowledge from another world, the protagonist still struggles to create a perfect drainage system. After 21 days of effort and hard work, even Javier asks the Baron if he should stop Lloyd, as he's not sleeping or resting properly. But the chief says that he used to hate his son, as he was worthless. But now, seeing all his effort to achieve something, the only thing he can do is respect and not get in his way. When night fell, Lloyd finally managed to create a perfect drainage system. Now, tax money will flow like water. He lies on the ground extremely tired, but compared to the overtime and sleepless nights he used to endure, he can handle it. At this moment, a notification from the system appears in front of him, adding a new option to the design ability, allowing simulations using data obtained through measurement. Lloyd does a quick test, activating his ability on a distant mountain, and when he modifies the structure in an abnormal way, it breaks. He's angry that the system only mentioned this now, after a month of working like crazy. Arriving at the swamp, he starts the first phase of the wetland recovery project. The first step is to have his pets drink all the water from the land. The MC knows that just the two of them won't be able to do it, so he intends to use all his points to summon as many pets as possible. With his current number of RPs, he can summon 4 of them. The pets don't need to have special abilities. They just need to be big enough to drink all the water. The creature that comes out of the portal hits the protagonist's face due to its speed, and when it lands, Lloyd is surprised as it looks like a hippopotamus, an aquatic animal. The 3 pets celebrate by playing among themselves. The protagonist, now hopeful, asks him to show his instructions. Like all the others, Hippo spits out a card, and Lloyd, accustomed to this, picks up the card and reads it, discovering that it won't grow even if fed sunflower seeds. As Hippo doesn't grow like the others, it won't be suitable for this mission, so Lloyd decides to ignore it and summon another. His pets become irritated by his attitude and console their new friend. The protagonist tries to explain that he's not suitable for the job, but the pets go on strike, insisting he acknowledge their values. Lloyd decides to give it a chance and asks about its ability. The small hippo demonstrates the one gulp ability, which allows it to drink a lot of water in just one gulp, but it can only drink what its stomach can hold. Lloyd briefly thought this would be the best ability for the job, but is once again disappointed. Hippo decides to show what it can do and starts drinking water from the lake. The protagonist thinks he's hallucinating. As Hippo seems to be getting bigger, it begins to drink the entire lake, leaving Lloyd astonished by how much it has grown. In a few seconds, that immense swamp dries up. Hippo seems satisfied after drinking so much water, while the protagonist is completely shocked by how much he managed to drink in such a short time. The other two pets look at their master with a "I told you so" expression, while Lloyd asks the system if this is really random since he always gets the magical beasts he needs, but the system is vague and only says he's lucky. Hippo asks if it can keep drinking more. The reincarnated architect tells him to drink until he can't anymore, since the construction of the Matrix terrain will start tomorrow. The next day, the workers are amazed at Hippo's size. He's part of the first process, drinking the maximum amount of water and spitting it into the river, repeating this process several times until everything is dry. Then the workers remove the roots of the herbs and the rest of the plants in the soil. Using mana explosion, holes are made, and bamboo is placed while Padong compacts the soil to remove water from the deepest part of the ground. Hippo uses the bamboo as straws. Only after all this, using his simulation ability, they build a dam. With all these processes completed, they have just finished the first sector. Lloyd shouts that after they finish, they'll have a big celebration, cheering up all the workers. After a few days, even Javier is impressed that they turned that abandoned land into cultivated land, but he also wonders when a swordsman started working in construction so naturally. Lloyd arrives shouting his name. He asks Javier to spread seeds along the way to combat some insects. The great swordsman has been reduced to a farmer. Next time, he'll be sure to refuse these requests from the young master. At that moment, the Baron and Baroness arrive, seeing that wonderful scene, and everyone must be thinking the same thing they are. What they're witnessing is a miracle. The people of the village start to show respect for the protagonist, earning him even more RPs. Javier is also happy taking care of his plants, watering them as if they were his daughters. Lloyd says the only thing left to finish everything is the water wheel, a device to prevent the swamp from flooding again. They start to hear horse hooves approaching. An entire cavalry is heading towards them. Lloyd asks who those men are. Javier says that's Viscount Racona, who owns the northern part of the swamp. When they arrive, the protagonist identifies himself as responsible for the construction. One of the mounted subordinates says this is the Viscount's land, and they should leave immediately. The Mara's swamp is a place that hasn't been visited by anyone for hundreds of years. The northern part is land administered by Viscount Lacona, while the southern part is administered by the Frontera. However, they obviously claimed rights over the land out of nowhere, aiming to take this fertile land without any effort from the start. It makes sense for them to insist on handing over the land, since a part of the swamp is indeed their property. That much is clear until now. Lloyd asks the Viscount if he's really saying that his land was invaded. The man on horseback tries to speak but is interrupted by the protagonist, who says this conversation is among nobles. The man gets angry, while the farmers question the young master's actions. Lloyd introduces himself as the eldest son of the Frontera family. The Viscount comments that his behavior is indecent and asks to call Baron Frontera. The MC pretends not to have heard and scratches his ear. When questioned, he says the only thing he heard was the sound of a dung fly. The Viscount looks for the fly but is alerted by his guard that the young man is referring to him. Lloyd talks about the laws of the kingdom's lands. Law number 321, a special law about cultivating wasteland. If wasteland is abandoned for a long time, it's possible to establish ownership of the land. If left unattended for 100 years without residence or cultivation, it's considered land without an owner. To be recognized as property, the land must meet one of 4 requirements, and one of them is to have a harvest of at least one specific planting. At that moment, Javier remembers his conversation with Lloyd some time ago, where he mentioned that the seeds are to rid the land of pests. The protagonist congratulates the Viscount on witnessing the first harvest in the history of the Mares swamp. Realizing that he had already prepared himself, the Viscount feels deceived. Lloyd kindly gives the cabbage as a gift to him and orders the cavalry to leave his territory, or else they would be considered trespassers. Seeing them all leave disappointed, Javier asks if he received a prophecy that these people were coming. In reality, this isn't the first time the protagonist has dealt with people trying to take advantage of others' efforts. All the farmers are also satisfied and celebrate that the young master managed to protect their lands. However, he continues to maintain his mercenary pose, only thinking about money, and tells everyone to get back to work. Late at night, the protagonist sits watching the crops being hit by a huge storm. With summer ending, autumn brings rain. Even though he has used simulation hundreds of times, he shouldn't let his guard down and observe until the end. By morning, the rain has passed, and with it, the worry. Thanks to his great invention, that land didn't turn back into a swamp, and he even gained achievement points from the system. Now that the first thing is done, he will move on to the next step. Meanwhile, in Viscount Lacona's territory, he might be indignant with the situation. If they continue planting for 2 years, the land will officially be theirs. The swamp is the land where golden eggs will hatch. Even his stomach is hurting from having to give up his precious land. He can't let this fertile land slip from his hands and asks his executive to call the dye workshop supervisor. A few days later, Lloyd wakes up from his bed with a severe headache. Perhaps the long days without sleep have finally caught up. Even so, he can't just lie in bed, as there's much to do. The problem arises when even Javier wakes up strangely. He's also experiencing the same headache, making the protagonist realize that this isn't just a coincidence, but something intentionally done by someone. It wasn't just the two of them who were affected. The maid Emily, Mr. Alap, the boy in charge of the cows, and the cows themselves were all affected. In summary, this is affecting everyone in the village, humans and animals alike. The animals with better instincts refuse to drink water, leading the protagonist to believe that the water must be causing this. Lloyd's greatest weapon in this world is his knowledge, but after the incident with the ants, he realized that not everything is as it seems. Expecting the Viscount to take action, research was done on his territory, revealing that his main source of income is dye technology using the Ladona fruit. The problem is that this fruit can be toxic to humans. Due to his envy and greed, Racona, without a doubt, sabotaged the village's water. Inside the mansion, Baron Frontera is shocked by a proposal. The Viscount's subordinate demands half of the wetlands, promising they would stop dumping dye waste into the water. The protagonist's father calls it blackmail, but that's exactly what he planned to do. Even if taken to court, it will take at least 2 years for a verdict, and with all the legal fees and the cost of new clean water, it will be very expensive for him. At that moment, Lloyd enters the room, telling his father that their parasitic neighbors are tampering with the water. The door slams in the subordinate's face, who complains to the protagonist for insulting his master. With a look of anger, the protagonist remarks that he didn't know trash parasites could understand humans. Humiliated again, the knight cannot contain his anger, drawing his sword and challenging him to a duel. Shortly after, we see the same scene again, with Lloyd beating someone who has already surrendered. After the person cries and begs for mercy, Lloyd pretends to be satisfied, only to beat him again shortly afterward. The Baron warns his son that the duel is over, but his expressions show he's quite pleased with what he's doing. After being beaten, the subordinate returns to his master, who calls him trash for being beaten by the incompetent son of the Baron. However, upon reflection, the subordinate did a good job because the Frontera can only take the case to court, and they can use this public beating to delay the process by 3 or 4 years. At least, that's what the protagonist thinks the Viscount is planning. However, as a Frontera, he will resolve this using his own methods, rallying the population to defend their lands from greed. First, to solve the water problem, they build a reservoir using hippo to bring water from a local river before it becomes polluted, filling the reservoir. Javier says it's a good solution, but they'll have to do it every day without rest. Lloyd says it's only a temporary solution. The real plan is to build a water supply system. To do this, infrastructure will have to be built to bring water from Lake Kapua in the eastern mountains, which will be a massive undertaking in terms of work and costs. However, the protagonist knows exactly how they will recover what was spent, multiplied by 100. Months later, the Viscount is extremely anxious about something. The manager informs him that the eldest son of Baron Frontera is requesting an audience to help solve recent problems. Inside the room, Lloyd sarcastically remarks that he's doing very well and is there to help with his problems. The Viscount tries to play dumb, saying he has no problems, but Lloyd insists he could save his dye workshop from bankruptcy. At that moment, the Viscount understands that the crisis he's facing is the fault of young Frontera. But before he says anything, Lloyd explains that due to the waste he dumped in the river, they had to bring water from Lake Kapua. Workers had to dig a long path of land, laying pipes for the water to pass through. In the middle of the route, they came across a huge valley, and their only alternative was to build a Roman-style aqueduct. For this, Javier had to blast a lot of limestone, as it's a material used in construction. Some limestone rocks ended up accidentally in the river. Anxiously, the Viscount asks, "What the hell does this have to do with your paint workshop?" Lloyd explains that the water flowing to the workshop is full of limestone, which caused their clothes to be dyed brown. Racona says she will take them to court, and the protagonist says it will take at least 2 years, asking if anyone will remember their products during that time. Afraid of going bankrupt, the Viscount is totally shocked. Lloyd, having already satisfied him by dispelling his doubts, bids farewell. But as he's leaving, he's threatened by the Viscount, who says he'll make his life hell. Outside, Javier questions Lloyd's intentions. All he did was provoke him, but that man is truly dangerous due to his connections in the capital. The MC asks him to wait and see who has more to lose. A month later, the Viscount kneels to beg for help to save his paint workshop. With a tone of superiority, Lloyd asks if two of his prosperous connections said he couldn't win this case. Deeply regretful, the Viscount apologizes, but the protagonist isn't interested in pride or apologies. All he wants is for the Viscount to sign a contract. If he signs it, water will be supplied to his workshop in a week. Seeing the exorbitant amount he'll have to pay, he asks why someone would put a price on water. The protagonist finds it strange, as he was the one who taught him that water isn't free. Startled, the Viscount sees no alternative but to sign. Even his father is scared to receive such a large sum of money every month. With a cynical expression, he says the Viscount is a very generous man. Javier thinks that the Viscount started the battle, but now, the protagonist seems like the devil himself. That contract doesn't have a specific end date, which means he'll take everything from the Viscount until he dies. In fact, knowing Lloyd's personality, he'll be draining his money for generations. Like a demon king, Lloyd wouldn't let this slide with just a pat on the back. If he could exchange blood vessels for money, he'd rip them all out. The Count also has great news to share. He found a buyer for the Orc tribe's treasures. When the protagonist asks who bought them, he finds it really odd, as someone like him would easily be able to buy new pieces. His father doesn't know the details exactly, but it seems like he wants to build a statue in the sea. At that moment, we see Count Cremo looking out his window. On the horizon, something starts rising from the sea. A great monster emerges from the depths of the oceans. The Count looks at it angrily. The creature comes entirely out of the sea, ready to attack everything in its path. The next day, we return to the Frontera territory. Javier reported to the Baron that they would be leaving in a week, and, to minimize expenses, the young master requested about 10 men to accompany him. Taking care of a plant, he said that if that's what his son wants to do, then he should fulfill his request. Javier asked him not to worry since he would be monitoring him closely. The Baron mentioned that when the knight of Viscount Lacona came to blackmail him, he was terrified and actually considered giving up the lands. However, after seeing his son and the efforts of the people, he found courage. The Baron said he had always been an indecisive and incompetent lord, but Javier disagreed, saying he was the opposite, a welcoming and kind person, more so than any other noble. Despite appreciating his subordinate's words, he still couldn't say he was a good lord because of it. A leader should have firm principles and be willing to act, just like Lloyd. Javier knew that the only principle that guy had was money, but he was starting to doubt if that was so bad. The Baron stated that Javier's mission was no longer to monitor but to protect him since he was the heir to this land. Javier accepted his request, but even though Lloyd had miraculously revived the family's fortunes, he would never be able to like him. In the past, the Baron rescued him and asked what he would like to be when he grew up. Young Javier said he wanted to become a knight so he could protect him. Since he survived the winter alone, the Baron was sure he would become a great knight. On that day, he carved a wooden sword and gave it as a gift, but young Lloyd mocked him, asking how an orphan could become a knight, and broke the sword his father had carved. Javier returned to his room, taking off his coat while looking at the broken sword he had kept for so many years, sure that he could never like Lloyd. The MC started attending to his recurring client, joking that Javier couldn't live without him anymore. To help him sleep, Professor Miram began reciting the discharge compression method. Almost falling asleep, Javier was sure he should hate him, but it's as if he had transformed into a completely different person. It's hard to admit, but he had become a decent person. In the middle of the night, while both were in a deep sleep, an assassin invaded Lloyd's room and blamed everything on him. The assassin leaped from the window ready to stab him, but Javier quickly woke up and attacked the assassin, cutting his sword and leg. Due to the commotion, the protagonist woke up and saw Javier immobilizing the knight of Viscount Lacona. The next day, while monitoring the work, he reminded his employees of the company motto, safety first. Javier arrived, saying he handed the assassin over to the Viscount. He probably tried to target him because he was fired, as Lacona is paying a lot for the water. The protagonist said it made sense since he was a well-paid knight, but all he did was get beaten up by his brother. Realizing that his master already expected something like this to happen, Javier asked why he didn't take any precautionary measures. Lloyd was confused by his question, wondering why he should take precautions when Javier is his bodyguard. Thanks to him, the protagonist could move so freely. When you think about it, it should have been impossible for a 5-year-old boy who lost his village in a monster attack to survive the winter, but he did and even became a knight. Is there anyone more reliable than him to be his bodyguard? Hearing the sincere words of the protagonist, Javier slowly started to let go of his long-standing resentment. He hated himself for thinking it, but Lloyd really is a decent guy. Since they would have finished the pipe construction by tomorrow, they could finally prepare to go to Cremo to make a lot of money. On the way, the protagonist falls asleep on Javier's back, which angers Javier enough to elbow Lloyd in the face. Lloyd wakes up, asking if he really just got hit. The MC decides to get off and asks Javier to teach him horseback riding. Javier retorts that he is a knight, not a teacher. Lloyd says it's an order. Javier calls him repulsive, but the system continues with automatic translation, making the protagonist angry and telling him to shut up. Then he receives a truly useful notification. Rumors of his incredible construction work have spread, earning him even more fame points. Realizing that fame means money, the protagonist now sees a great future ahead. The journey there isn't short. Winter arrives while they're still on the road, so they only manage to reach Cremo in the middle of winter. The Baron there greets them. He had heard rumors about a talented builder, but never imagined he would look so young. However, he's not saying this to the protagonist but to Javier. Lloyd tries to interrupt, but the Count is determined to marry Javier to his daughter. Due to the interruption, the Count gets angry, asking how a mere servant dares to interrupt a noble's conversation, even making the system laugh at the MC's face. A while later, they manage to explain the situation. Lloyd is in deep depression, while Javier struggles not to laugh. To make matters worse, the Baron says it's Lloyd's fault for being born with the appearance of a servant. This man in front of him is the Lord of Cremo, the commercial city, and also an important character from the novel, helping Javier when he became a criminal. He wants to buy jewels to decorate a statue to be placed in the sea. However, his business is declining because some years ago, a monster appeared on the coast, the Giga Titan. Although it never attacked, it remains a source of fear. In fact, he had read about it in the novel. As people in this era lack ways to attack in the water, Cremo continued to decline until it entered a crisis. He thought Javier could help, but the work ended before a solution was found. The Count researched how to scare off this creature and found out it fears mermaids, as they are its natural predators. So, he wanted to build a large mermaid statue far out at sea but gave up on the idea because raising the seabed to build a statue obstructs boat passage. The protagonist sees this as an opportunity and says he will build the support for that statue. By combining a friction pile and a crate, it will be possible to raise a column to place the statue. With Javier, he goes by boat to where he wants to place the structure and dips his head into the cold water, activating his ability. The ocean floor is flat, making construction easier. However, he can't bear to stay submerged for long as the water starts freezing his face. Javier seems happy watching Lloyd shiver from the cold and apologizes, saying it's the first time seeing someone suffer that makes him so happy. Also, Javier is curious about how Lloyd will build something from the ocean floor to the surface. To do this, he'll need to use magic. Lloyd says the only magic he'll need is cement magic, but the question is how he creates cement in this world. Back on the deck, Javier sarcastically tells him not to look where he's going and fall, to which Lloyd responds that his sarcasm is reaching master swordsman level, calling him a master of irony. Looking back, a young blonde lady asks if he's Master Lloyd, and seeing the love letter in his hand, the protagonist blushes. Lloyd, however, is disappointed when the letter is delivered to Javier. He kind of expected it, but seeing the swordsman tuck away the love letter, as if nothing happened, fills Lloyd with rage, asking how he could look at the love letter and act like it was nothing. At that moment, Javier becomes startled, realizing that the protagonist has never received a love letter. He doesn't know what to say to console him, and wishes for him to stay strong. Consumed by hatred and envy, the MC tries to tell himself that he isn't feeling this way while working on the pillar project. The Count appears, saying he managed to gather most of the materials Javier had requested, except for volcanic ash. Ash is the main ingredient in Roman cement, and the advantages of making this cement are obvious since its structures have stood for over 2,000 years. To obtain ash, they would have to go to a volcano, but even the Count doesn't think they have that much time. The protagonist says he will find another way, giving up on making Roman cement and focusing on Portland cement. This was the cement that gave rise to modern cement. The MC knows roughly how to make it but not the specifics, so using his brain, he will experiment with all possible combinations and figure out how to make it. However, even after 129 samples, he still hasn't made a strong enough cement. Seeing his master exerting so much effort, his pets become sad, trying their best to get him out of the house a little. He shouts that he's busy but remembers a little dog he had in his past life. At that time, it was his only family. After its death, he regretted not playing more with it. Lloyd then hugs his pets and says they are more important than the research. While walking through the streets at night, Lloyd apologizes to them. Until now, he has only been giving orders as if they were machines, but if something happened to them, he would regret it deeply. Seeing his sincere feelings, the pet's relationship with the protagonist changes, and now they start to consider him part of the pack. Even the system congratulates him on one of their evolutions. The pets themselves ask for his sister Cobra to evolve. She starts to glow and float, gaining several new abilities. But the ability that catches Lloyd's attention the most is volcanic explosion. The next day, a huge explosion is seen from the mountains, and the people in the city are frightened by it. Even the Lord thinks it might be an enemy bombardment, but it turns out it was just the protagonist testing the new ability of his little snake. Using her ability, he analyzes that the ashes are indeed volcanic ashes. Excited, he tells Javier that this is an absolute gift, but due to the explosion, Javier isn't hearing anything. Thanks to Bangul, the cement problem is quickly resolved, wasting no time and moving on to the first step of the pillar construction. They built a massive diaper to collect the volcanic ashes, and when Bangul activates his ability, the diaper prevents the ashes from spreading. The entire population is impressed with Lloyd's ingenuity, especially the Baron, who will keep an eye on him and analyze his creations to make an impartial report to His Majesty the King. Once the ingredients for the cement are gathered, it's time for the second step. A large coffin to pour the cement into is made and placed in the sea, using Hippo to quickly remove all the water from the coffin. The third step is to cover the bottom of the coffin with wooden stakes to anchor it, obviously done by Javier since he is the strongest. He quickly finishes using all the stakes and asks when more will be brought, leaving the protagonist impressed that he hasn't complained so far. Reminded of his duty, Javier drops the hammer and walks away, but as usual, Lloyd uses emotional blackmail to make him come back to work. When the protagonist finishes the morning training, he uses Bangle's steel manure launcher to build the tower structure, finally pouring the long-awaited cement. Once the cement dries, they dismantle the wooden coffin, completing the first large artificial maritime platform. Lloyd explains to the Lord that they made it 50 centimeters higher than sea level to give the impression that the mermaid is floating. The Baron is still hesitant, and doesn't believe this foundation can support the weight of the statue. But if it does work, he won't be disappointed with the construction fee. At night, the statue is finally placed on the platform, a grand mermaid statue covered with sparkling jewels. To celebrate the achievement, a nobles' party is held on the ships. The protagonist, obliged to participate, feels uncomfortable in his outfit and asks Javier how he can stand wearing it. The Lord introduces Lloyd, saying it was this young man who made the statue a reality, and once again, the protagonist is ignored by people who mistake him for Javier. He knows he's smarter than most and prefers money transfers to compliments, but the look of sadness on Javier's face annoys him greatly. To completely crush his self-esteem, the Lord appears, saying it's because of his face. While the party is going on, a little distant from the ships, at the bottom of the sea, the Giga Titan observes the statue. Seeing that mermaid, his natural enemy, all he can think about is attacking her. He quickly approaches the ships, where the protagonist chats with other nobles, and Javier captivates all the women present with just his presence. He goes to the edge of the ship and drinks his wine peacefully, but he feels a slight tremor in his glass, causing him to look towards the sea. At that moment, the protagonist approaches, asking what he's doing. Javier thinks something is coming towards them, something fast and about the size of 2 ships, making the protagonist realize exactly what it is. He approaches the Lord and speaks quietly so only he can hear, that the Giga Titan is approaching and they must evacuate everyone. The Count calls his knight and asks if he feels anything strange in the sea, but he says no. Since he has reached the level of Sword Master, the Count trusts his senses, but the protagonist knows that Javier's senses are even sharper since he is the main character. The Lord continues, saying that the Giga Titan has never attacked them in all these years, but Lloyd says that now he has a reason to attack and looks at the large mermaid statue. At that moment, the Lord realizes what is about to happen and orders the anchors to be raised and the boat to be moved away from the statue immediately. Realizing that this will take too long, the protagonist asks Javier to take care of the anchors. Without hesitation, he jumps into the cold water while the protagonist throws Padang at the statue. Under the sea, Javier prepares an attack on the chains, using his mana to heat the blade. He cuts them easily, while Padang breaks the ropes that are attached to the statue. When Javier finishes cutting all the chains, he realizes that the Giga Titan is speeding up. Even though the ships are already loose, it is too late. The Giga Titan appears, knocking everything in its path. The protagonist and the others on the boat are thrown into the sea, while Padang dodges the monster's attack. Javier uses a mana explosion to quickly get out of the water, saving Lloyd from falling into the sea, while the statue is hurled into the city, destroying everything and almost hitting some people. The people thrown into the sea are in despair. The protagonist knows there won't be time to save everyone, but has a brilliant idea. He uses Hippo to drink the seawater and pull people along. Meanwhile, the Giga Titan emerges from the sea and heads to land to destroy the entire city. Javier tells his master that they should try to stop it, but the protagonist is already fleeing to the other side. Lloyd says that trying to stop something that big is foolishness. He will only die trying to do that. Many things are happening at the same time. The Lord orders his subordinates to rescue the men at sea by throwing ladders from the ships that have not yet sunk. Meanwhile, in the city, the gigantic Titan continues to destroy everything. Javier asks if Lloyd is really going to ignore the people who are in danger, but his only concern is to get the money. Lloyd says they didn't come there to fight a giant thing but to keep the peace. At that moment, Javier is disappointed with his master. He thought Lloyd was someone who always fought to protect others, but now he sees who he truly is. As a gentleman, he would never abandon people in distress. Lloyd tries to warn him that if he tries to fight that thing, he will die, but Javier doesn't listen to his orders and heads towards the monster. Using his blade board and mana blast, He quickly approaches the coast. The soldiers shoot cannonballs at the gigantic titan, but they are only reflected by his armor. The soldiers are scared as not even a scratch is made. The monster prepares an attack by opening its armor, and the wind power that comes out is so strong that it destroys the attack towers. The monster's real concern is not the soldiers but the supposed mermaid that it believes is still alive. Only its advance towards the statue destroys a large part of the city, causing fear and panic among the population. A man who fell on the ground is almost trampled by the gigantic titan, but Javier appears to save him. He attacks the monster directly, hitting one of its joints, but even using the mana blast, his attack is reflected, only making the titan angrier. Javier dodges its attack, but the monster takes advantage of him being in the air and fires a burst. Even trying to protect himself, he is hit directly. With just one attack, Javier is already quite injured. He knows it will be impossible to defeat this creature, but he is willing to sacrifice himself so that as many people as possible are saved. While Javier fights to save the population, the protagonist tries to escape on a table. It's not like he's an overpowered character or anything. Even if he spent all his RP, the only skills he has are related to construction. It's not that he's not sad about people being hurt and the city being destroyed, but he can't do anything. However, when the protagonist says these words, something clicks in his head. He realizes he must return immediately since the Lord hasn't paid the construction department's commission yet. While Lloyd advances quickly to the city, Javier fiercely fights the creature. Dodging its attack, he thinks that as monstrous as it is, it's still an animal. Its weak point is probably in the eye. However, even using the mana blast and attacking the eye directly, nothing happens to the monster. With nothing else to do, Javier is attacked by one of its antennas, but Hippo appears just in time to save him, releasing all the water and returning to the protagonist's head. Lloyd is extremely angry because the giant lobster dared to interfere with his cash flow. Javier takes advantage of the opening his master created to attack the monster, but once again the attack is only repelled by the armor. He becomes scared since he can't get through this thing. At first, he thought he could win, but now he knows it's impossible. However, even though the situation is unfavorable, he remains calm since his master has returned. There is a possibility of victory. 2 minutes earlier, the protagonist was using the podong to move through the city, observing from afar as he tries to find a weak spot using his ability to understand what it's made of. Its armor is 1 meter thick, a mix of dentina and quintina, molecularly a triple honeycomb structure tightly intertwined. When Javier attacks, all the impact energy is transferred to his horn, releasing it into the air. Inside the creature, there is a sac for its hydraulic claw. If they can destroy the beak and hit that sac with the blessed mana, the creature will surely be killed. Javier asks what he should do, while Lloyd gestures to cut the horn with his hand, but the swordsman doesn't understand anything and asks if he's gone crazy. The protagonist then decides to shout, explaining that he should cut the horn, while Javier elegantly dodges the attack from the giant lobster, knowing that cutting the horn won't cause lethal damage, but his master wouldn't ask for it without a plan behind it. Lloyd warns that even though it's hollow inside, it won't be easily cut, and that mana circles aren't just about hitting. Javier doesn't exactly know what he means by that, but instead of just hitting, he uses the mana circle like an electric saw to cut. The protagonist is happy knowing that his theory really worked. This time Javier's attack really seems to damage the monster, and when he is about to be attacked, the MC uses the podong to defend him. Javier finally manages to cut the horn, making the creature scream in pain, but the only thing that falls to the ground is his sword, leaving the protagonist totally shocked. Even knowing he would be crushed by the Giga Titan, Javier stayed underneath it to attack. He was willing to sacrifice himself to defeat it. However, at the last second, Podong rescued him. The hamster scolded Javier, who, even though he didn't understand exactly what he was saying, understood that he was probably being reprimanded for being reckless. After thoroughly analyzing the Giga Titan, the only remaining option to defeat it was the combination of Plan A plus D. To do this, he first called Podong and told him to take him to the location he mentioned earlier. Lloyd warned that the creature now saw Javier as a threat, so he asked Javier to lure the monster into the forest. The protagonist had bought enough time. They should have finished by now, so the only thing left to do was to trust the Count. 15 minutes earlier, the Lord was in shock watching his city being destroyed by the monster. His knight apologized for not detecting it earlier, but the Count said the fault was actually his. It was a mistake to think they could drive out the beast with just the statue. At that moment, the protagonist stated that the statue did drive it away. That monster only came to destroy it, and recommended taking advantage of this obsession. He would buy as much time as possible for the Count to prepare something. Javier continued dodging the beast's attacks, but even he was reaching his limit, yet he kept luring the creature relentlessly into the forest. The Giga Titan remained an unstoppable force that destroyed everything in its path, and Javier couldn't run anymore, getting closer to being caught by the creature. Before he was caught, the protagonist shouted, asking for applause for the bronze statue. When Javier looked, Lloyd was bringing the statue, now fully patched up. Seeing its natural enemy, the Giga Titan flew into a rage, leaving Lloyd quite pleased with its reaction. Through the novel, he knew he could trust the Count to reassemble the statue. His plan was to use it to create an opening for Javier to attack. When they got close enough to the monster, Padong drifted the cart, and they began to lure the Titan towards them. Javier seized the opportunity to attack the creature's weak point, hitting it precisely with a mana blast. Even though the attack was powerful and created a huge explosion, all it did was create a crack in the armor. Javier was saddened by his weakness, but as he fell, he heard Lloyd say to leave the rest to him. As your master spoke with great confidence, he knows he can now relax. Before he hits the ground, Hippo appears to cushion his fall. Lloyd shouts that he will protect this city no matter what. Padong is also at his limit, and he can't ask for more from him. At his signal, Padong throws the protagonist towards the Giga Titan. Earlier, when he was still heading to save the city, he thought of some plans to attack it, deciding he should use the mana blast. The problem is, for that, he would need to have a triple circle heart, and currently, he only has 2. Using the system, he starts to evolve his technique, but unfortunately, he doesn't have enough points to evolve to the final level. Even though he had decided to stay out of the fight, he wonders what the hell he's doing hanging there, while deciding whether he should try to punch it using mana. The notification that he gained 5 approval points from Javier appears, and with that, he has what he needs to create the 3rd mana circle. Now confident, he prepares the attack using 1 circle to protect the heart and the other 2 to collide, but the monster ends up breaking a mountain with its paw, and one of the stones coincidentally hits the protagonist's head. Due to the impact, he loses his senses, not knowing what to do anymore. He uses the 3 circles to collide, creating a triple circle mana blast that is so powerful it explodes the entire creature. From the city, people see that huge smoke. The creature is now completely dead. Lloyd's pets try to wake Javier up. Slowly, he gets up and sees the Giga Titan on the ground, impressed that he actually succeeded. However, Padong is not happy at all and tries to get Javier's attention. He follows the 3 desperate pets, finding Lloyd a little further ahead, with a bleeding head and lifeless eyes. He gets close and listens to his heart. However, Lloyd has no heartbeat. A carrier pigeon flies to the Frontera household, where the Count retrieves the letter and is completely startled by its contents. He immediately mounts his horse and sets off towards Cremo. In the letter he read, the Lord of Cremo mentions that his eldest son, Lloyd, admirably completed all the construction work they needed, but after the party, the city faced great danger, and at that moment Lloyd and his guard sacrificed themselves to save countless lives, leaving Lloyd in an unusual coma state. The Baron hurries to Cremo, worried about his son, yet recalling all the moments he shared with the new Lloyd, who never called him father, only Baron. For a moment, Frontera doubts if that young man is truly his son, but before he can dwell on it, a monster appears on the road. The knight dismounts and instructs the Count to continue while he faces the creature. He defends against the beast's first attack, apologizes to the Count, and promises to meet again in Cremo. The knight and the monster attack simultaneously, but the wolf is too strong, breaking the sword in half and biting the swordsman's shoulder. Undeterred, the knight continues to fight, even as he's overpowered. Just when he thinks he'll die, the Baron and Baroness appear, aiding him in defeating the wolf. The knight feels ashamed for not handling the creature alone, but the Baron reminds him that he's a vassal, and it's his duty to protect his people. Suddenly, the Baroness notices something alarming, a pack of wolves approaching. The knight, despite his injuries, stands his ground against the wolves, while the Baron and Baroness lose hope. Then Javier arrives, swiftly dispatching the wolves and offering to escort them, asking if anyone is hurt. The Baron's knight knew Javier was skilled, but wonders what made him so powerful since arriving in Cremo. The Baroness asks if Lloyd is alright, but Javier can't say for sure if he's alive or not. He explains that after the giant was defeated, Lloyd had no heartbeat. Worried that he would lose his new home, Javier was suddenly relieved when Lloyd's pulse returned. Although he's sure Lloyd's heart has stopped, he still has a pulse and is breathing. Touching Lloyd's chest, Javier feels the triple circle heart spinning at an incredible speed due to the magnetic fields they're generating. He can't determine the condition of his heart, only that these fields are keeping him alive. Returning to the present, people are trying to rebuild the city. Javier explains that the young master is at the Count's mansion, under a doctor's care, but his condition hasn't improved. The Count reflects on their battle against such a monstrous creature, but Javier insists he was just a sword Lloyd was using. It was his own strength that defeated the monster. Hearing this, not even the protagonist's parents believe he has this power until they hear that other nobles are heading to the Count's mansion to pay respects to Lloyd, acknowledging that without him, everyone would have frozen to death. Lloyd didn't just save the people from the sea, he also helped a soldier trapped in rubble, preventing a massive fire from destroying the city. Indeed, the entire city recognizes that they were saved thanks to Lloyd Frontera, and everyone outside the Baron's house pays homage to him. A man tries to start an argument, blaming Lloyd for the incident because of a statue he made, but he's beaten by the crowd, who are quite agitated. In the room, the protagonist finally wakes up, his head hurting, and some system notifications are in front of him. He remembers using the triple mana blast like an idiot, and wonders if he's really alive. The system confirms he is, prompting the protagonist to ask how, since his heart should have exploded. At that moment, Javier enters the room and is shocked by the scene. Lloyd is happy to see him, immediately asking how much they will be paid for the construction. For a moment, Javier is disappointed that these were his first words, but he's happy soon after because Lloyd seems healthy. The Baron and Baroness rush into the room, embracing their son who has just awakened. Whether he is the true Lloyd or not doesn't matter now, they are just grateful he's alive. In the royal capital of Magenta, a servant reports to the king about the letter from the Count of Cremo. The king is intrigued that such a man exists in his kingdom, and instructs his subordinate to send a message to Baron Frontera to bring his son and guard. The Royal Highness, Alicia, declares that she will meet this man and evaluate him herself. Returning to Cremo, the system states that your great courage, wisdom, and self-sacrifice are spreading throughout the kingdom. Thanks to having taken your social position, he gained 1,500 RP. Additionally, he also obtained a mana heart, which explains why he has so much energy even though he's been in a coma for a month. Now that he has become the owner of a mana heart, digging will be much easier. The system questions if that's the only way he can think of using it, but the protagonist wonders if he's underestimating the world's builders. Since his mana heart emerged abnormally, it has unique properties. He gained the ability of neutralize shock, which literally means he can use the triple core explosion whenever he wants. Now the work in the mine will be much faster. The protagonist explains that the mana heart needs to be protected from the impacts caused by blessed mana. It acts practically like an ammunition depot, which is why he must protect the mana heart using one of the circles. But at that moment, he didn't have a mana heart, so he was able to survive the shock caused by the explosion. Who would have thought that neglecting mana heart training would end up being beneficial? At that moment, the Lord enters the carriage, saying they must leave immediately. As he watches the Lord go to sit down, the protagonist gives a look as if planning something. The carriage continues through the city streets, and looking out the window, Lloyd wonders how much it will cost to repair the buildings and streets. The Lord says it's hard to say, but it will probably take a month of the city's budget production. Upon hearing this, the protagonist plays his card and says that if the Giga Titan had not been defeated, it would probably take half a year of production to repair everything. Realizing what's happening, the Lord immediately asks what he means by that. Lloyd says that what he's gaining compared to what they'll save in construction is a small portion. He continues using his manipulation game and mentions that he heard from some attendants that the Lord would financially compensate anyone who worked for the city's public interest. Realizing he has no choice, the Lord increases the amount he will receive by 1.5 times. The atmosphere in the carriage remains heavy. The protagonist says he wasn't asking for money, but he finally realizes that for the Lord, the lives of his civilians are worth 1.5 times the commission of his construction. Due to emotional blackmail, the Baron doubles the commission. Lloyd remains silent with a cold expression on his face, causing the Baron to increase the proposal to triple. At that moment, we see in the window's reflection the monstrous expression the protagonist is making. The Baron realizes he has just been extorted, while the MC extends his hand to him. Now with a completely friendly atmosphere, he appreciates his generosity, and says he will make good use of the special compensation. The Lord shakes his hand, though he finds it very strange since he was definitely just extorted. Still, he can't bring himself to hate him. The Count's carriage passes through the crowd, who are shouting incessantly that Master Lloyd has arrived. For someone who is a complete nobody in Korea, this is a lot of pressure. The Lord says they have prepared a podium for him, using a voice amplification sphere. The protagonist thinks of giving a generic speech since he won't make money from it. So on stage, seeing the crowd shout his name, the only thing he can think of is making money from each of those people. Instead of giving a speech, he asks if the citizens have heard of Andal coding. Realizing they haven't, he begins to explain how Andal will change their lives. All the time they spend by the fireplace will be replaced with peaceful family time, greatly improving their quality of life. Anyone interested should visit Baron Frontier's mansion, located in the Frontier Barony. Instead of a speech about saving the city, he just sold his product. The Lord understands why he doesn't hate him. Someone so obsessed with every penny of profit that persists in their goals is someone you can't hate, but rather desire by your side. Returning home, or rather, his future golden goose, Lloyd thought that the oldest knight, Lord Byron, earned far too much compared to his level of skill, which barely reached intermediate. However, the man in front of him left him completely amazed. He neatly organized the ongoing mining plans, the list of names and details of land construction, and simply everything that needed management, even down to sales and profit. Startled, the protagonist asked if he had done all this while he was away. Byron replied that he had left it for him to take care of, so he was just doing his job. A worker arrived and reported that the interior of the Andal floor project was complete and awaited inspection. Outside, he meticulously observed every detail of the floor, praising the workers for this time there were no flaws. Lloyd was simply shocked looking at him. This man he thought useless was extremely capable. If he had been born in modern Korea, he would probably be a director of a major corporation. The large-scale contract was entirely handled by the Baron and Baroness. These two had a gift beyond being lords of a state, making the protagonist realize that your luck starts the moment you are born. Javier asked if they really needed such a large warehouse for coal, but the protagonist said yes, as it would continue to come in all the time. With what he earned from construction alone, he managed to pay off more than half of his debt, and thanks to foolish neighbors, he would continue to pay without problems, leaving him truly glad that his retirement of fun and joy was almost here. Seeing the disdainful expression on his master's face, the only thing Javier thought about was punching him several times. But before he could do that, they both heard a trumpet, and the worst part was that neither of them knew what it meant. When they looked, a man on horseback holding the royal flag approached. The protagonist was angry at this ridiculous display and wanted to get straight to the point, feeling a terrible foreboding that this meant trouble. The man began to read the king's letter. Due to what he had done in the city of Cremo, his efforts to protect the nobles and civilians had been noted, and the king wished to meet with the two heroes who defeated the Giga Titan. His father was extremely happy, but Lloyd realized how problematic this situation was. If there was one thing he had learned in the army, it was never to stand out too much. Once, a superior found out he was a civil engineer and asked him to build a sauna. He studied like mad to create one, but that was also his worst mistake because it turned out too perfect, and then the superiors started making many requests of him. Upon hearing that they had to visit the Majesty, he knew he shouldn't have built that platform in the ocean. Inside the royal carriage, he felt completely hopeless. Javier said he looked like he was going to be executed, which was unexpected since his master would probably have said something like, "How much can I extract from Majesty?" This made him see a bit of color in the world again since he had read the novel and knew some things that would happen. If he could use all that to his advantage, he would surely get the most money possible from the Majesty. Arriving at the palace, Lloyd and Javier knelt before her. When they looked up, Lloyd almost had a heart attack because of her beauty. When the protagonist introduced himself, Majesty was surprised that he was Lloyd Frontera since he and his side had a much more noble aura. She also sensed a different mana flow coming from Javier, and he seemed worthy of being her fighting partner, as expected of one of the kingdom's two martial masters. She immediately discerned that Javier was special. It seemed awkward flattery wouldn't work on her. The queen appreciates the courage and altruism he demonstrated. However, she doesn't judge a man based on what others say, but rather on what she sees. As the protagonist already expected, she wants to test his abilities. The opportunity Lloyd was hoping for has arisen. If he does well, he'll secure a contract with the Majesty. So the queen asks which construction he thinks is most urgent in the royal capital. Even though the protagonist has just arrived, he obviously knows, having read the novel. The queen thinks that if he is truly capable, he will perceive it the moment he enters the royal palace. The most important construction at this moment is repairing this ruined palace. At least that's what she would like to hear, but Lloyd says that the most important construction now is a bridge over the Magenta River. The queen looks at him with a displeased look. The protagonist knows this is not the answer she expected, but given his personality, the test won't end here. Queen Magenta is the one with great authority and absolute power, a tolerant, fair, impartial woman who listens to everyone regardless of their class or rank. She asks why the bridge is necessary. The protagonist says other men might think differently and say that repairing the royal palace is most important. He knows a dragon with a bad temper took down 2 towers of the palace, which is why the roof is so heavy. However, this weight is pressing on the ground and its pillars, causing it to slowly collapse. Even after all this, the protagonist says that the repair can be postponed and that building the bridge is more urgent. The queen realizes he knew what she was thinking and still gave a different answer, while the protagonist knows that she knows he gave a different answer. The queen, like a lion ablaze, shows her power, while Lloyd is like a puppy chasing after a construction contract. He says the current Magenta River Bridge has been rebuilt 20 times and regularly collapses due to not withstanding the rising waters in spring, asking for Majesty's trust to build a new bridge that will never collapse, clearly referring to a modern suspension bridge. Seeing that the man in front of her just criticized her decision, the queen starts to like him and asks to hear more about this bridge. Majesty took the bait, and Lloyd lets out his demonic laugh. He knew from the start that the queen despised sycophants and placed trust in those who were strong in their words. However, eventually, she will be betrayed by someone she trusts and will lose one of her arms, becoming the assassin tyrant. But that's a story 3 years in the future. The queen asks what he will do if the bridge collapses. In his mind, Lloyd would pack his things and leave the country, but he ends up betting his head on it. In return, as long as his bridge stands, he would like to secure a position for his family. The redhead, who hadn't shown anything until now, gives a small smile and accepts the proposal to build a bridge. Lloyd reaches into his pocket and pulls out a contract. The queen asks if he doesn't trust his words and is impressed that he prepared a contract in such a short time. Humbly, the protagonist says that this contract states if he doesn't build a bridge honestly, she can do whatever she wants with him, thinking of it as a loyalty contract from a humble man to her majesty. The queen ends up signing the contract, and finds it strange that she was led to do so, but she doesn't mind. As a gesture of gratitude, the protagonist raises his but while holding the contract. Walking through the palace following the butler, Lloyd twirls and shows off the contract he managed to get from the queen. Javier asks him to be a bit more careful, since she could have taken his head if she wanted. The man next to the queen says that he is quite intelligent. She really thinks he's more cunning than she imagined. When Kyler asks if she wasn't displeased since he knew from the start that he could defeat her, the queen says no, as he seemed pathetic and adorable. A few days later, Lloyd prepares to leave with a large bag on his back. Javier asks if it's okay to go alone, but the protagonist says it's even better without him, since his presence alone attracts all the women in the region. Before heading to the royal city, his mother asked him to deliver a bag full of blankets and clothes to his younger brother, Julian. As he goes to him, the protagonist tries to remember what happens in the novel. At this point in the story, the Baron had already lost everything, and his younger brother was probably expelled from school and died wandering a back alley at night. Lloyd feels incredible for saving lives and sets out to find his brother, without even knowing what he looks like. Arriving at the Royal Academy, Lloyd looks at his brother with curiosity. Even though he's the same age as Javier, he's practically a garden gnome, and the way he's looking at him makes it seem like he must have suffered at Lloyd's hands. The protagonist decides not to be too nice and acts as if he's turned the page. Maybe then Javier wouldn't suspect so much, throwing the bag full of clothes at him, saying their mother sent it. Julian finds it very strange that Lloyd didn't insult him. Moreover, he wonders if he really came there just because their mother asked. The system warns that his brother suspects his identity because he's being too kind. To try to act a little more like Lloyd, the protagonist leaves cursing at him, but Julian finds his human behavior even stranger since he left without beating him up. Before leaving, Lloyd reminds him that their mother asked him to have lunch with Javier, even though he finds it a drag. He asks if there's any fancy restaurant around. Julian questions why he's asking, and Lloyd says he'll take him to lunch since their mother asked. At the restaurant, his brother is extremely suspicious. He orders a basic set, but the protagonist tells him to choose something more expensive since he doesn't frequent these kinds of places often. Julian wonders why he's acting so normal. He used to hit him just for looking at him directly, and starts to find it even stranger when Lloyd says he quit drinking. A few days ago, someone from the palace came to say that his brother saved the city of Cremo from the Giga Titan attack. At the time, Julian thought it was an unfounded rumor or that he stole credit for something Javier did, but seeing his current behavior, it really is like he's a different person. Suddenly, Julian gets a slap on the head. The man asks what a nobody like him is doing there. Even as he tries to explain, the man keeps punching him, saying a poor Baron should eat where he can't be seen. The protagonist looks around, and two students are laughing at the situation. There are even teachers and staff there, but they're just ignoring what's happening. They call it an academy, but all they really value is family status. Lloyd wonders if he should intervene, but if he did, his brother's life would only get worse in there. Then suddenly, the student beating up his brother mentions that his family has the renowned Lacona painted fabric in their title. Immediately, Lloyd associates that this young man is the son of Viscount Lacona and again makes that demonic expression, probably planning something. Lloyd approaches and asks who his father is. The blonde says it's the merciful and wise Viscount Lacona and tells him to move, getting slapped immediately afterward, losing 2 teeth. Lacona's son flies and lands at the end of the restaurant. That's the anti-horse slap, but the system says that's not an official skill. Another student yells at Lloyd, asking how he dares to touch a member of the elite union, but he also receives a slap that knocks out a tooth. Another student who is considered the best second-year fighter appears, but is neutralized with just 1 slap. Extras keep appearing. The twin brothers get beaten up at the same time, and the guy who introduced them also gets beaten up. Even the two who were just laughing at the situation against Julian get beaten up. Lacona Jr. appears behind the protagonist, punching him in the face, but immediately realizes that was the worst decision of his life as Lloyd looks at him as if he's going to kill him. He beats Lacona Jr., but before killing him, he's stopped by his brother. Julian is worried that he will be even more intimidated at school after this, but the MC says with a smile on his face that if they die, they will never bother him again. Julian is completely shocked at how he can say something like that with such a bright smile. Lloyd continues beating and thinks he's seen many guys like this in high school. The best remedy for dealing with them is the fear of death. Suddenly, soldiers appear, commanding him to stop immediately. An old man says this is the Sacred Academy, and asks what he's doing. The protagonist, still holding the Viscount's son like a demon, leaves his brother scared, thinking he will try to hit the guards too. But to his surprise, his attitude changes completely, and he calmly introduces himself as the son of Baron Arcos Frontera. He apologizes for the commotion, but says he was only defending Her Majesty's honor. The old man says this is ridiculous and asks who would dare tarnish Her Majesty's name. Lloyd says Lacona's son was intimidating his brother, and even points to a teacher who witnessed the situation. But since there was no intention to punish him, he had to intervene. The reason he didn't do anything is obvious. The staff of this academy has been bought by the nobility. There's no way the administration of the academy doesn't know what's going on, but they will just ignore these cases. The old man asks what all this has to do with Her Majesty. The protagonist says that insulting his brother is the same as insulting him and even insulting the queen since he is a royal guest. As soon as the old men see the royal symbol, they all immediately kneel before His Highness. Lloyd says they must have understood the situation and is leaving. However, the old man plans to punish Julian since the royal invitation is temporary. But when he looks at Lloyd's face, he again has that demonic expression, leaving the director totally scared. In the corridors, Julian asks where they are going. Lloyd replies that they are going to the administration office to ask for a leave for him. Obviously, he hates this situation and asks how much more he intends to ruin his life. But Lloyd responds that this place will soon not be good for studying, and he should take the opportunity to rest his mind and keep his body in shape. At the palace, Javier explains to Julian that if Lloyd has a plan for him, then he should trust it. He also explains that the plan to defeat the Giga Titan was entirely made by the young master. Furthermore, he managed to open water channels, develop quarries, and become friends with wild orcs. The brother he knew became another person. Lloyd listens to the whole conversation behind the door and is happy that Javier trusts him so much. Soon after, his illusions are shattered as they begin hurling insults at him. Julian asks if he really thinks someone can change so suddenly. Javier is sure they can't and has convinced himself that Lloyd is an imposter disguising as the young master. The protagonist is worried because he could be discovered at any second. Julian asks if they could have used black magic to do this. Javier responds that it's a possibility. He has even seen the theory in a book. Because of this, he investigated if there was any abnormal mana flow in Lloyd's body. The protagonist wonders when he did that, leaving him extremely worried about being discovered. Fortunately for him, Javier doesn't feel anything unusual in his body. Javier tells him to forget about it, saying it's just an exaggerated theory. The MC knows that Javier is probably sensing his presence behind the door. It's a way of saying he suspects his identity. Julian mentions it's the first time he's heard about the family debt. He thought only he was having difficulty with studies, but Lloyd managed to get their family out of that situation, so he deserves some credit at least. The protagonist, having just earned RP points from his brother, thinks that now Julian will be his golden goose. He enters the room calling Julian to join him. As he mentioned earlier, they will train his body with manual labor. Lloyd explains the first step in making bridge suspension cables. First, spread the clay and beat it until it becomes a 90 centimeters pizza. Then fill it with dirt and rocks and give it to the snake to eat. It will excrete the molten metal, and Podon will unite and wrap it. Then everything will be ready to make the cables. The MC hands him the shovel and says the tutorial is over. This task is crucial in construction, and if it's done wrong, the rest will be a mess. Julian asks why he's giving such an important task to him, but the reason is obvious. He's a frontera, so he should be intelligent and responsible. Outside the palace, Lloyd knows that the modern bridge is a great idea, but even with all his knowledge, it would be impossible to make it perfectly. This means he'll need to borrow knowledge from this world. Before he can ask for anything, the master craftsman denies his request. Lloyd already knew this old man was stubborn and would only work on projects that caught his attention, so he had prepared to visit him, innocently showing the project of building a new bridge. As soon as the dwarf sees his project, he immediately tells him to wait. If he builds something like that without the exact rigidity, it will break. The MC says when the bridge collapses, everyone on it will die, and as he's decapitated, he'll scream that the culprit was the great Cortigus, who didn't help make the trusses. The dwarf asks if he's trying to threaten him, but Lloyd says it's just an appeal to the conscience of a great master. He ends up relenting and asks to see the drawings. Upon closer observation, he is fully aware that he is the only person in the kingdom capable of doing this. The protagonist continues with a killer look and says that's why he asked for his help. The dwarf says this has caught his attention and decides to help with the project. With Julian working on the cables and the royal workshop working on the trusses, the only thing left to work on is the suspension of the towers. Lloyd and Javier use a mana explosion on the ground but are suddenly stopped by nobles who accuse him of stealing the Majesty's treasure. The protagonist is obviously confused, but it seems this was planned for a long time, as they personally went to ask for a trial from the queen. In the meeting room, the queen orders each side to state their arguments, and the first to speak is the guild. Victor says that the Magina Bridge was built by the guild's previous leader and has stood for over 30 years. He explains that in its structure, wedge-shaped columns were made to slow down the strong water current, making it practically impossible to fall. Lloyd knows that it will eventually fall, as this is information from the novel, but he cannot reveal future events to others. Boldly, he asks the guild leader how much they were paid to say that. His scandalized reaction makes the protagonist absolutely certain that he is being paid, and he recalls that in Korea, when a politician and a businessman meet, either the politician takes money from the businessman, or the businessman bribes the politician. In this case, it's the latter option. They strip away all negotiating rights and monopolize the budget. His accusation without proof ends up irritating the queen considerably. She says that accusing someone without proof in her presence is unacceptable, and immediately sends Lloyd to royal trial. He is tied up, and his head is placed at the Reaper's aim. The queen says he insulted her and her vassals with lies and must restore his honor. Seeing that scene, Javier prepares to enter combat as needed. The The queen asks for their final words, and Lloyd says they must exterminate the entire bloodline of the guilty party. Javier becomes even more worried about the situation. The queen asks her two vassals if they agree, and they fully respond that it is the right thing to do. In that situation, Javier is ready to attack, but before he does anything, the queen says they must prove the innocence of her vassals and immediately orders 4 mages to circulate the guild leader. As if he knew this would happen, Lloyd has a smile on his face. The Majesty orders the confession spell to make them tell the truth. David becomes completely desperate, asking her to wait a bit. Seeing the two hit by the spell, Lloyd starts laughing like a psychopath, and the next day, the 2 men are crucified in the public square. The protagonist made only those 2 pay for the crimes since their families did nothing wrong, thinking of himself as a good and altruistic man for doing so. As a reward for telling the truth, the queen hands over all the kingdom's workers for the bridge construction. The archmages use gravitational magic to lighten the weight of the stone blocks, making the construction extremely fast. Bangul is tasked with taking the suspension rope to the other side, using her volcanic explosion to quickly cross the river while Padong tries to hold it. Seeing this incredible construction method, Julian says his brother is amazing. Javier also thinks he is and says that even though it's his first time doing hard work, he managed to do it every day. Before, Julian couldn't learn his sword art because he had a fragile body, but looking at his body state now, that shouldn't be a problem anymore. After some time, the bridge construction is finally complete. The queen says this bridge will be called Lojavi, a blend of Lloyd and Javier's names. She also grants him the title of Master Builder, leaving the dwarf irritated as he built the entire platform. Lloyd thinks that only the commission money will be enough to clear his debts, but now he has another major obstacle. The queen is probably thinking of how to use him to her advantage. If he fails now, it will break his entire plan of becoming a wealthy and lazy lord, so he will put the plan of escaping work and helping Julian in the academy into action. Returning to the castle, the queen fulfills her part of the agreement and grants a noble title and properties to Lloyd. The castle's nobles were not pleased with this at all. The queen thinks it's natural, since he has sunk other nobles. The protagonist says he would like to ask for something a bit bigger and mentions that if she considers his request reasonable, she may even withdraw the offer of the title and property. This piques the queen's curiosity about what he will propose. Nevertheless, regardless of what the scoundrel asks for, her desire to keep him by her side will not change. The protagonist expresses a wish for a thorough cleaning of the Royal Academy, which is currently rife with corruption, inequality, and despicable behavior. Instead of studying, the students only use their status to harm those of lower rank. The teachers and supervisors are aware of this but choose to ignore it, furthering the social barrier within the institution. Both the headmistress and the nobles present are incredulous at what he has just said. Javier presents the results of a 4-month investigation conducted by Lloyd, which identifies all the corrupt nobles and workers in the academy. Upon hearing this, the nobles claim he is spreading lies and that such things couldn't happen in the Royal Academy. However, this turns out to be signing their own death warrants, as the queen orders the use of truth-telling spells on them, adding more nobles to the public lynching. Inside the academy, the queen is cleaning house with her soldiers, intending to rid her land of all the filthy rats. Lloyd watches from afar, a satisfied smile on his face. Javier asks if his smile is because the nobles are being condemned, but in reality, it's because his plan to get rid of the queen and enjoy a lazy life has worked. Suddenly, the royal bodyguard appears with a message. He can go home whenever he wants, but must attend the banquet tomorrow night. Furthermore, the queen found his plan to dodge work excellent and respects his desire to live as a slacker. Lloyd is a bit shocked to discover he has been in her palm all along. When he sees the swordsman leaving, he asks Javier if he couldn't sense him approaching. The obvious answer is no, since this man is a master swordsman. So let's go back to Lloyd's room. Julian asks if he hit Diego knowing this would happen. Basically, yes, as he already planned to investigate the academy after its construction and trusted the queen's confidence in him for it to work. Julian tells him he no longer needs to pretend to call him a little shit and now sees him as a brother he can be proud of. Lloyd is impressed by his words, but then says it was so bad it made him want to vomit. At night, the celebratory banquet finally begins. The protagonist tries to hide from the queen, but she finds him and insists he come closer. She remarks that hiding like this makes him look like a mole cricket, with Javier fully agreeing and stating he definitely looks like one. Lloyd is annoyed that Javier seems relieved, while the queen again orders him to come closer. The protagonist apologizes and approaches a bit, but the queen insists he come even closer, making Lloyd increasingly uncomfortable. She leans in and whispers that if he changes his mind, he can come see her anytime. This excites our mercenary. As much as lazing about is good, he now has a nest to return to whenever he needs money. As he eats, Happy with the new development, he remembers that in 3 years, the queen will become a villain, causing his nest and properties to vanish. It's at this moment that Lloyd hears Kyle say the banquet will continue until sunrise, reminding the protagonist exactly what that phrase means. It's the secret code used by those planning to assassinate the Majesty. The problem is, this was supposed to happen in 3 years. And also, why is the secret code to assassinate the queen coming from the royal guard? A while later, she finds herself in her quarters. The queen looks tired and wonders if she drank too much, but she thinks it must be because she's been working hard in recent days. This excessive work is due to Asfahan, an enemy state where King Samarkand has been amassing an army. But it's probably not for an invasion, since trying to invade through the jungle would be a suicide mission. At that moment, the queen feels a strong headache. She finds it strange, since the effects of alcohol should be neutralized by the mana in her body. Soon after, it becomes difficult to control her heartbeat and breathing. She tries to circulate mana to neutralize the effects, but a sharp pain hits her heart, preventing her from circulating mana throughout her body. The queen has no doubt it's poison and tries to walk to the door, calling for help from anyone who might be there. The front door begins to open, and her knight Kyle appears. The queen says he arrived just in time and that she needs his help, but the help Kyle offers is different, leaving the queen incredulous at the betrayal. Meanwhile, Lloyd, still at the banquet, tells Javier that they have a problem. The swordsman simply starts following him without asking anything, surprising Lloyd that he doesn't inquire about what's happening. He asks if Javier can knock out a master swordsman. Javier knows he's not joking but asks for some sense, and says he'll try to stop him for a maximum of 3 minutes. Turning the corner, they come across a pile of bodies. Inside the room, Kyle does his best to kill the queen, but even poisoned, she manages to defend herself. She asks why he's doing this and receives a kick to the stomach. Kyle prepares for a final attack but is stopped by Javier, who approaches quickly. Not giving him time to react, Kyle attacks, but our swordsman manages to defend, surprising Kyle as he stopped his sword using a candelabra. Taking advantage of the distraction of the battle, Lloyd approaches the queen, covering her mouth before she says anything and using the core technique to absorb the poison. Javier continues buying time, but Kyle is not playing around and activates the sword's aura. Realizing that if he completes that, they're in trouble, Javier throws the candelabra, interrupting the aura formation. He catches the candelabra back in the air and uses blessed mana to attack, impressing Kyle with his mana talent. However, he still lacks experience in real combat, and Kyle takes the opportunity to strike while Javier is in the air, cutting his candelabra and his chest. Lloyd continues absorbing the poison mana. The only thing he can do at this moment is pray for Javier to win, or everyone there will die. Kyle knows his cut was superficial but takes the moment to land another blow. However, our lunatic swordsman isn't afraid of death and charges forward, dodging the strike at the last second. Javier shouts the name Padong, who tosses a sword towards him. With the blade in hand, he's perfectly ready to face a master swordsman. Javier uses blessed mana again, directing the explosion at Kyle. Kyler manages to defend but is thrown back by the impact, stunned and scared, wondering how Javier can wield the power of a cannon. Before he can think, another mana blast heads his way, but this time he manages to dodge. Javier decides to attack from all sides, dividing the blessed mana into multiple explosions, making a master swordsman run in fear. Meanwhile, Lloyd continues the process of absorbing the poison. The queen wonders how this is possible. He's only absorbing the mana contaminated by the poison. But before she can ask where he learned this ability, our protagonist tells her to shut up, angering Her Majesty as he just reprimanded her. But seeing Lloyd spit blood, she wonders if he's trying to sacrifice himself to save her. In the banquet hall, a huge explosion is seen as Kyle is thrown back, watching Javier advance slowly. The master swordsman realizes he can't handle him alone and shouts to the guards that Javier is an intruder who tried to assassinate the queen. With a single sword swing, our mini-monster sends several elite guards flying back and, concentrating a bit of mana, causes an explosion to keep them at bay. Kyle has never heard of a man who could do something like this in history and is scared at the possibility of him becoming a sword master. However, that won't happen as he will personally ensure Javier is eliminated. Seeing the sword's aura, Javier knows he is in trouble. Just swinging his sword makes the ground stones float. Shortly after, Javier is thrown away by the aura, heavily injured, as Kyle approaches to finish him off. At that moment, the protagonist finishes absorbing all the poison, but it's too much for his body to handle. He starts vomiting black blood, and the queen says he will die like this, instructing to gather all the mana in his arm. However, our mole man refuses to lose an arm as it will make digging harder. Lloyd grabs a butter knife and activates Mana Blast using all his mana, expelling the poison all at once. The explosion is so massive that it destroys part of the castle, leaving Kyle questioning where all this power came from. But before he can dwell on it too much, Javier rises, ready for the second round. He made a vow to Lloyd, and he needs to keep that vow alive. Before reaching the royal capital, Javier admits he was hopeless from start to finish. He was supposed to be Lloyd's guard, but he abandoned his duty and ran to the gigantic titan. Because of this and his lack of strength, he no longer feels capable of fulfilling his duties as a knight. Lloyd tells him not to worry too much, as he'll deduct 6 months from his salary, leaving Javier impressed with his lack of shame. Perhaps this shamelessness of his master is rubbing off on the swordsman, as he tries to negotiate the salary deduction down to 3 months. He promises to become a sword master in a year, but the protagonist remarks that these are quite ambitious words for someone who couldn't keep the promise of losing 10 pounds. Nevertheless, Lloyd decides to help him, explaining the concept behind becoming a sword master. Before finishing the explanation, Javier interrupts, saying he'd like to do it without his help. He advances determinedly but is impaled by Kyle, who is surprised that he survived. Most people would have been torn apart as soon as they were hit by the aura, but our prodigy concentrated all his mana into one point to strengthen it. Kyle would like to see more of his tricks, but he's running out of time. At this moment, Javier starts to catch fire but still manages to hold onto Kyle's hands, preventing him from escaping. The aura is burning his body, but while holding Kyle's hand, he manages to absorb the aura directly from the mana heart. Realizing the danger, Kyle throws Javier away, who simply falls to the ground without showing any signs of life. Even the master swordsman can't detect any breath from him. As Kyle has already wasted too much time, he moves to take the queen's head but is stopped by Javier, who rises unexpectedly. Javier says he now understands mana and activates the aura, creating a new sword blade. Kyle is at a loss for words. In all his life, he has never seen such a cursed brat. Javier further increases the aura of the sword, making it giant and attacking immediately. The swordsman tries to defend, but the power of his aura is completely overwhelmed, and his arm is severed. He screams in pain as the other guards approach. Javier orders everyone to retreat, warning that they cannot face the sword master. In the room, the queen is worried about Lloyd, who shows no sign of life. The protagonist slowly wakes up and discovers that he is now immune to poison and can absorb mana from the environment. He is quite happy since these seem to be great, but due to his creepy face, the queen reflexively punches him. He is confused about being hit out of nowhere, and even the queen cannot explain why she did it. She just says that when she saw his face, she felt like hitting him. Putting that aside, she asks if he is okay and can stand up, but that massive surge of mana left the protagonist incapacitated. As the only option, he uses his new ability to absorb the mana from the environment, even drawing mana from the queen who is nearby. She is frightened by this ridiculous absorption power, and tries to get the MC's attention, but he does not seem to hear anything. The queen simply accepts it, saying he can take all the mana he needs and go help his knight. After a few minutes, he finally manages to restore all his energy. Lloyd feels his body much lighter, probably now fully restored, but before celebrating, he remembers he needs to help Javier. When he turns towards the queen, he sees she is completely out of mana. Magenta says she will ask for details later. The priority now is to stop Kyle. The protagonist puts her on his back and heads towards Javier. The queen knows he is strong, yet it is not enough to face a sword master, or so she thought. As soon as they turn the corner, they see Javier facing the guards. At that moment, the protagonist notices the sword aura and Kyle on the ground, groaning in pain. The queen orders the guards to lower their weapons and explains that these were the two heroes who protected her from her guards' betrayal. All the guards line up as the queen states that everyone who attended the banquet must be investigated. Lloyd asks if he really became the sword master. Javier casually says yes, as his master keeps putting himself in dangerous situations. This is his way of fulfilling his duty. Due to all his incredible achievements, the system activates a new function called the praise system. Whenever he does something fantastic, he earns a title, and this title comes with an ability, but he did not expect the boost from the ability to be so great. The system also gives CP, but Lloyd has to beg the system to tell him how to use it, discovering that this CP is used to see a final spoiler. Returning to the room, Lloyd complains of exhaustion, having been unable to sleep the previous night due to the investigation. Julian asks if they found the culprit behind the plan, but Lloyd explains that they used some barrier that prevents the truth spell. Because of this, he will have to stay a little longer in the royal capital since the novel had no information about the murder, besides these events being supposed to happen in 3 years. Julian asks if Javier is still under investigation, discovering that the queen summoned him separately since he became a sword master. Julian didn't know Javier had evolved and is extremely surprised, but Lloyd explains that this is just common thinking, as he was the one who defeated Lord Kyle. At that moment, we see Her Majesty thanking our swordsman for his deeds, offering him a position as a royal knight, since a vacancy has opened up. Julian is worried that Javier might leave them, but Lloyd warns that he really doesn't know the swordsman from the Fronteras family. Javier explains that he is a knight of Baron Frontera and wishes to continue by Lloyd's side. The queen states that this is not a request but an order. Refusing an order from the queen is equivalent to treason. Our honorable knight only asks for permission to send a farewell letter to his baron, making the queen realize that he would rather die than serve her. Understanding that she won't be able to have Javier by her side, she allows him to remain a knight of the Fronteras. Javier thanks her for her mercy and heads towards the exit. He meets Julian, who asks if he will leave the family, but Javier asks him not to worry because he will continue to be their knight. The queen realizes she truly isn't lucky with people from the Fronteras property. Finally, night falls, and Lloyd is lying on the grass, checking the abilities that titles offer. Many of his great achievements have earned him titles, and his most recent one was gaining the queen's trust. All these titles grant CP, character points, but they are only counted in the system once a month on the full moon. Seeing the moon shining in the night sky, the CP is finally accumulated, and he decides to see a final spoiler. As he activates the ability, the space around him becomes dark, until suddenly the darkness is replaced by flames. Walking a bit, he realizes he's at the Fronteras property, but the beautiful place is completely destroyed, and people are dead. Lloyd starts running, asking what kind of ending this is, trying to get any information from the system, but what he finds further ahead leaves his mind completely disturbed. The protagonist sees Lloyd and Javier staring at two bodies on the ground, immediately recognizing them as the Baron and Baroness. Illusion Lloyd is desperate, apologizing for not being able to protect anyone, making the protagonist even angrier with this ending. Suddenly, he hears a noise coming from behind, and when he turns, he is faced with a swarm of insects. Javier walks up to him and prepares to attack the swarm of locusts with his sword aura. He lands 3 strikes, making the protagonist think he's really gotten rid of them, but the swarm is much larger than he imagined. At that moment, Lloyd wakes up on the lawn, utterly speechless. He asks if what he saw was real, and realizing that it's all really going to happen, he heads straight for the queen. In the spoiler, he said that if he had arrived a little earlier, he could have avoided this. But Lloyd doesn't know how early he needs to arrive, so he decides to go as fast as possible. He goes to the queen's office and tells her that all regions will be reduced to dust. This is the work of the enemy nation. They are trying to set up a domino effect with monsters, driving the monsters out of the jungle and making them migrate to the west region. In the book, this was supposed to happen in 3.5 years, but now is not the time to think about the future. The queen was already aware of Asfahan's movements and thinks this is really possible, but the bigger question is how the protagonist knows about their movements. At that moment, Lloyd thinks he screwed up but manages to quickly come up with a lie. He says that due to his blood bond with the orcs, he got information about Asfahan, about the assassination attempt. He simply saw Kyle acting suspiciously and decided to investigate. Regarding the mana he absorbed, destroying the surroundings, he simply says he learned from his knight Javier, who is a genius, and as he is also somewhat clever, he has decent control of this ability. The queen realizes that everything he said makes sense, but it still seems like he just made it up. At that moment, his title activates, giving him the ability to make the queen believe 100% in the protagonist. Lloyd thanks her for her generosity and says that as soon as he can stop the attack, he will give her all the credit for the resolution, restoring the honor of the crown that was tarnished by the assassination attempt. The queen has never met anyone as suspicious as our protagonist, but she's glad they understand each other so well. Lloyd and Javier head to the Frontera territory. The horses' legs have been reinforced with magic, making them run at supersonic speeds, which further distorts Lloyd's not-so-pretty face. After a whole night of travel, they finally arrive at the territory just in time, since the locusts have already begun to appear in the sky. Seeing that black cloud forming, the field workers don't know what to do until Lloyd appears, telling them to hide in their homes and asking for the largest pot lid they have. The invasion of mutant locusts continues, spreading rapidly through the city, even invading the Baron's house. A maid passing by is frightened by the insect, but is saved by the Baroness, who crushes it using a chair. At that moment, several other insects invade the mansion. The two start running in fear, and when the Baroness peeks out the window, she sees that the swarm of mutant locusts is so large it almost covers the sky. The Baron appears, telling them to join Bayern and the other soldiers, but when they open the mansion door, they attract the attention of all the locusts outside. Bayern runs through the city, calling his soldiers to mount a defense at the Baron's residence, but he realizes that all the villagers are in danger. This leaves the bodyguard confused. Should he protect the Baron or the people? Bayern recalls a conversation he had with his master, where the Baron advised that if the property were ever in danger, prioritize the people. The knight goes to save a citizen who is being attacked, but ends up completely surrounded. He knows it will be impossible to deal with all these locusts alone. Fighting the invaders alongside the Baron are the orcs. Being a tribe of warriors, they uphold the oath with their blood brothers. Everyone fights relentlessly for their lives or for the lives of others, and when all seems lost, people start hearing sounds that draw the locusts' attention. Lloyd shouts, saying they should be in a natural history museum, while holding a pot lid for Javier to bang. The impact sound on the lid attracts the locusts' attention, making them stop attacking the city and start chasing them. Javier notes that they are following in a regular manner, as he had said. Lloyd says they should circle the entire city and attract every locust that is destroying it. The protagonist orders his swordsman to hit the lid harder but gets annoyed when he realizes Javier is enjoying it. Thanks to the novel, he knows that locusts are attracted to this kind of loud noise, and he doesn't plan to stop just at his properties. He intends to save the Laconas from the invasion. Javier is surprised that he is helping the neighbor even in a critical state, but Lloyd simply doesn't want to lose his water supply. In the Viscounty, Lacona is desperately trying to survive the invasion, until Lloyd simply appears, destroying part of the house, telling Lacona not to even think about delaying the water bill this month. Javier asks if his plan was to lead them through the buildings and concentrate the swarm even more, but the protagonist just wanted to be a jerk like the Viscount. While attracting the locusts, Lloyd repeatedly shouts his name and that of Frontera. The swordsman tells him to save his strength and stop shouting, but again, all of this is a plan to make everyone know who their savior was. Not even Javier knows what's wrong with this guy, but since they've already attracted most of them, now they must go to the wetlands. Heading to the plantation, their path is blocked by another swarm of locusts. But of course, for a master swordsman, this swarm is nothing. Javier simply passes through, cutting down all that stand in his way. Moving forward, Lloyd realizes that the horses can't run anymore, so he has a brilliant idea. He jumps on Javier's back and uses him as his horse. Even pissed off with this, Javier goes along with the idea and starts running, but they're not faster than the horde and almost get caught. Lloyd shouts, calling Bangul and Hammam, who emerge from the water at the same time. Hammon uses his volcanic fart to explode a large number of monsters, but it's still not enough to eliminate them all. So, Hippo uses the accumulated water as a pesticide to kill even more insects. Round 3 belongs to the protagonist and Javier, who use mana explosion and aura at the same time to eliminate the rest of the locusts. Javier says they managed to take care of the majority, but there are still at least 1,000 left. Lloyd tells him not to worry, as the cavalry is arriving. 300 orc warriors approach with 500 soldiers of the white cavalry. The rest they can leave to them since they'll have something else to worry about. The monster domino effect never ends with just one wave. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the white cavalry do their job. The mages enchant the knight's swords with a fire spell, making it easier to subdue the insects. The orcs don't even need magic. With just a stake, they can impale 3 at once. As they are crazy about protein, they roast the insects and eat them right away, saying they found a strong protein source. The maid, saved by the orc earlier, hands him a gratitude flower, leaving the warrior quite happy. The baron and the baroness rush to their son, worried he might have been hurt somewhere, and embrace him, asking why he likes saving people so much. In fact, the protagonist only did it for his retirement. Everything was for his own benefit. Anyway, now he must prepare for the second wave. At night, the commander of the white cavalry appears and asks why Lloyd called him at this hour. First, he thanks him for helping exterminate the locusts, but the knight tells him not to say nonsensical things. Anyone can see they were just responsible for cleanup. Valalardi says he is a brilliant strategist, even being an engineer. Nonetheless, his pride is hurt. He sent the mages back and asked the cavalry to stay. The greatest pride for a knight is to fight and die for the queen's honor, so he didn't like Lloyd preventing that. In the novel, this knight fought against Javier, defending the honor of the queen who had become evil. At that moment, Javier wasn't yet a master swordsman, so he barely managed to win. However, what increased respect for this character the most was that, on his deathbed, the only thing he wished for was for someone to stop the queen's evil actions. With unwavering loyalty and a natural warrior, this knight is needed in times of crisis like this. Lloyd knows he won't get far if he keeps going in circles, so he proposes a duel. If he wins, the white cavalry will have to obey him. If he loses, they can return to the queen right away. Valalardi says he can never fight a civilian without the queen's orders, but the protagonist reminds him that he is the one commanding them now, and that's an order. The knight asks if he has a weapon. Of course, Lloyd shows his shovel, but this time the knight doesn't underestimate him. He knows that shovel protected Frontera's property. Even reaching the 3rd mana circle, Lloyd's chances of winning this duel are 0, but as always, he has a strategy to win. The knight says their levels are very different, so if he dodges any attack, he'll be the duel's loser. As soon as he finishes speaking, the protagonist prepares an attack. He uses Mana Blast with all his mana, causing the knight to dodge. The attack only stops when it hits a mountain, creating a huge hole in it. Lloyd falls to the ground with no energy left in his body, but still has enough energy to smirk wickedly with the easy victory. With that, the 500 strongest in the kingdom will become employees in the Frontera barony. Of course, the knights wouldn't be happy about it, but their leader says there's nothing they can do since he lost the duel. At the top of a mountain, Javier asks if this will really work. Lloyd says it was tested by the orcs, so it's a method with 100% effectiveness, showing a large sculpture being made on the mountain walls. After a few days, the second attack finally begins. The villagers hide in their homes. The entire Frontera property was drowning in terror. At the same time, they all shared the same feeling, that young Master Lloyd would protect them. The leader of the White Cavalry observes smoke approaching. He finds it hard to believe, but what Lloyd said is indeed true. A huge herd of mastodons is quickly approaching. A few days ago, the leader of the Knights asked for evidence for Lloyd's certainty, but Lloyd simply dodged the question, saying it was obvious which animal would attack in the second wave. Regardless, he was right. Without a doubt, it's time to fight. The cavalry's plan is to slow down the herd, then encircle them and attack from the outside in. They will likely have some casualties on their side, but if they use this method, victory is guaranteed. One of the soldiers says that after the battle, he will propose to his beloved, but the leader of the Knights thinks that maybe what returns to his beloved won't be a ring, but rather news of his death. As they advance, he says there's nothing to fear, as that is the fate of a knight. But before the confrontation begins, they are stopped by Byron. The knight asks what he's doing on the battlefield without armor, but Byron simply says that his master said he wouldn't need any. In fact, he is there only to decipher Lloyd's message, who is on top of a mountain observing the mastodon's arrival. Suddenly, Lloyd begins to signal using 2 flags. Byron translates that he's sending the soldiers of the White Cavalry to the southeast border of the village. This leaves the commander confused, since he's practically asking to clear a path for the mastodons. If they go to this location, they won't be able to stop the mastodon's advance. But Lloyd signals that if he keeps arguing, he'll report him to Her Majesty. The knight asks how he's saying all this just by waving flags, and he'd also like to understand what he's planning, since it goes completely against all common sense. Lloyd warns that the mastodons have arrived, and with that, the first phase of the plan begins. As the herd encounters the monster sculpture, they automatically stop running and start dropping to the ground. This extreme fear reaction is because that creature is their natural enemy. The second phase of the plan is to have the troops march forward, making a lot of noise, movement, and kicking up as much dust as possible. The mastodons, already scared by the appearance of a natural enemy, think another one is approaching and start fleeing, successfully completing the plan to move the herd. They start heading towards the hole that the protagonist had the knights dig. They all fall into the trap, and at that moment, Hippo appears pouring water on all of them, leading that gigantic herd away. Lloyd throws down the 2 flags he was holding and is pleased with his flawless performance. The knight is impressed that they managed to win without even fighting. Lloyd says that there is plenty of food down there, so there's no reason for them to return to a place with their natural enemy. Normally, after a battle, at least 5 men don't return home. They are tasked with delivering this news to their families, and even though they tell themselves that dying in battle is honorable, they know there is no honor or bravery in death. Deep down in their hearts, they all know that the only thing left behind are hellish days for those who remain. However, now, their soldiers celebrate a complete victory. They hope to be invited to their comrade's wedding, while their leader is happy that they had no casualties. Lloyd says that they will probably still have to deal with dozens of hordes like this one, but executing a large-scale plan every time something like this happens will cost too much. Lloyd would like his swordsman to try to guess what he's thinking now. Javier has spent a lot of time with him, so he will probably try to end the invasion using the least amount of resources possible. The captain of the White Cavalry appears, saying that the knights will help with his plan. What he saw today was a true victory, making him understand that he has been an incompetent leader until now. As a sign of respect, he kneels and asks for permission to learn from his wisdom, joined by all the other knights. This is perfect for our protagonist, who was already thinking of pleading for them to stay a little longer. Everyone heads to the meeting room. Lloyd reminds them that his father was firmly against the construction of the canal in Lake Kapua, saying that a legendary beast lurks in its depths. This time, the plan is precisely to awaken this legendary beast. Obviously, the Baron and the Baroness are against this idea, but the commander and Javier are in favor. The Baron questions how a bodyguard can accept this, but the truth is he knows he won't win this argument even if he tries, so, by democratic process, the construction in Lake Kapua will begin. All the new workers march towards the mountain. Javier asks if he will try to control King Storma in some way, but Lloyd is not a wizard or anything like that, so the only thing he managed to do was study his habits. The only things he found out are that he's a beast as big as a mountain and that if his habitat is damaged, he will let out a roar before starting repairs. The protagonist's evil plan is to destroy a part of the lake every day so that his cries scare off the monsters coming from the eastern mountains. Javier thinks his master is a demon since he will torment a beast that was quiet, but questions what would happen if the plan went wrong and King Storm attacked. Lloyd says he would have to give his all to defeat him, and that he would be the one shouting day and night to scare off the monsters. Finally, Lloyd arrives at the lake. He uses his ability to analyze the terrain and figure out where to break to avoid causing a flood, but since only he can see the ability, to others, it looks like a lunatic waving his hands in the air. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the lake, the monster senses the presence of humans. Last time, he let it slide, but if they interrupt his rest again, he will kill them all. A few days later, While Lloyd walks through the village, he ends up seeing a very intriguing scene. As soon as Byron realizes he's being watched, he stands up and asks if he can take care of the mastodon pups that have been separated from their mother. Lloyd finds this dangerous, as they tend to become fiercer as they grow, but Byron says that won't be the case since they are adorable. Realizing that the manager is a true animal lover, the protagonist simply gives up and tells him to do as he pleases. Anyway, the Lord will do a good job using them, and if successful, perhaps these animals could become a great asset. Because of the domino effect, the orcs also have to return to their village. It's a shame to lose such an important ally, but Lloyd understands and sends 5 men along with the tribe. Finally, all the preparations are complete. Today is the day they will awaken an ancient beast. Lloyd gives a motivational speech to the White Knights, who this time are quite excited to work, even praying for the blessing of the Grand Shovel. Seeing all those knights marching with shovels in their hands, Javier truly laments for the White Knights. Through simulation, they modified the land so that when they broke the dam, it wouldn't cause a flood. Using Javier's destructive power, he destroys part of the mountain with his mana blast, causing a great tremor. Lloyd tells everyone to duck because the thing is coming. The lake, which was calm, starts bubbling, and King Storma finally emerges from the depths. Everyone is impressed by his colossal size, but what truly emerges from the lake is a giant beaver. Lloyd is clearly disappointed, as he expected a scary mythological creature. However, somehow, he manages to understand everything King Storma is shouting, probably because he's like his other summons. Anyway, that doesn't matter since he's a beaver. His attention is focused on repairing the dam, but what Lloyd didn't count on is that he can smell the metal and knows exactly where they are hiding. Storma realized they were purposefully damaging his dam, and is going to eliminate them right away. At that moment, the protagonist knows he screwed up. He didn't expect this creature to be so intelligent. The commander asks what they should do now, but Lloyd is totally desperate, not knowing what to do. King Storma puts his hand in the lake and raises a large amount of water, drowning all the workers who were trying to flee. Javier is the only one who manages to escape the flood and attack the creature using mana blasts. But not even the power of Sword Master is enough to even harm this creature. Seeing that they have no choice but to kill him, Javier activates the sword's aura, but before he can do anything, he is stopped by Lloyd, who says he has come up with a plan. So, instead of attacking, Javier just keeps dodging his attacks like a fly. Taking advantage of the gap, Lloyd swims towards King Storma, but is almost detected by his keen senses. The swordsman keeps attacking to get his attention, but even using the sword's aura, none of his attacks are effective. The situation isn't good, since mediocre attacks won't be able to get this thing's attention. In desperation, Javier uses all his strength to shout in King Storma's language, managing to catch his attention, but he gets confused for being called mommy since he's a male. Javier starts shouting various things in his language, not knowing what he's saying, leaving King Storma sad because he's saying mean things. While the two are arguing in a completely strange language, Lloyd takes the opportunity to climb onto the beaver's head. Even trying to get him off, he can't because his arms are too short. The protagonist jumps and throws something into his mouth, making King Storma shrink. He gets confused as to why the world seems so big, and is captured by Lloyd shortly after. Of course, King Storma won't let himself be caught so easily, hitting Lloyd in the face with his tail and using the opportunity to escape. The protagonist uses his Pokemon to catch him, but Storma took boxing lessons and punches Padong. Our guinea pig won't let it go and punches back. The two start fighting until Hippo takes the opportunity to hit him from behind, but Storma manages to dodge the sneak attack and flee. Lloyd quickly appears in his path, ordering the snake to catch him. King Storma is a beast born for unknown reasons even to himself, spent 500 years simply breathing and sleeping, but for the first time in his life, he witnessed the light. In short, the squirrel fell in love. Obviously, Lloyd notices this and asks if he's now willing to talk. Storma tries to pose as a gentleman, and says he will talk to him since he is a knight. Going to the Frontera mansion, the beaver asks what his request is. Lloyd just wishes for him to scream once in the morning and once at night. The 500-year-old squirrel is not a fool and says that if he's going to propose a deal, he has to give something in return. But the protagonist doesn't exactly know what to offer and says that if he does this, everyone will be happy, especially Bangul. Storma is totally in love and accepts the request right away, making the protagonist scoundrel want to use his passion repeatedly for slave labor. Bangul, even being of the opposite sex, has zero interest in him, so King Storma will be an eternal bachelor. At that moment, Lloyd remembers that he is also single. In fact, both of them are eternal singles. Storma, who was previously confused about what he was doing, ended up feeling the emotions Lloyd wanted to share, so Lloyd asks if he can call him by Byung from now on. At that moment, one of the workers arrives in the room, and Greg informs them that the orc tribe is being attacked by a group of Megalania. Even though they are a tribe of warriors and all very strong, they are still not enough to penetrate the thick skin of these lizards. The leader is thrown far away with just one attack, yet he orders the other orcs to keep fighting. Lloyd orders the entire white cavalry to gather at the entrance of the village and tells Javier that they need to take advantage of this golden opportunity, turning the monsters' domino effect against themselves. Storma eats a red grain, becoming gigantic and scaring the townspeople. Lloyd tells him to show his cool side and win Bangle's heart, while Javier is confused about what he's talking about. With just a few leaps, Storma quickly reaches the desert. The orcs continue to survive the lizard attack, but at this moment, the giant beaver appears. Lloyd tells them to spread the word that if the monsters keep heading west, they will become the food. With just one slap, Storma throws several lizards at once, sending them flying kilometers away. He shrinks back down and looks at Bangul, waiting to see her reaction. Seeing that she is quite happy, Storma blushes and feels embarrassed. The leader of the white cavalry says that even though they accompanied them, they didn't manage to do much, while the orc leader says they are no longer in a blood pact. Now that he has saved them twice, the Steel Sand tribe will swear loyalty to the Frontier Barony. Lloyd seizes the opportunity and tells them to start the third project, resurrecting the Steel Sand tribe. Some time ago, Asfahan burned the Wheatfield region for a certain strategic purpose, causing a massive domino effect of monsters to follow. Among these monsters were some from barbaric societies that possess intelligence. It was these exact ones who saw 3 apex predators being tossed around like paper. They spread the news that there was a beast the size of a mountain to the west, so large it could touch the clouds. Its eyes were black as the abyss, and its fangs could devour all living beings in the world. Moreover, there was the master who controlled the beast, with demon eyes that looked like hell itself. In the palace of Asfahan, a man informs the king that the Steel Sand tribe abandoned their settlement and migrated to the Magentano forest. The Sultan says his plans worked and asks how Magentano reacted to this. The man replies that the tribe managed to reach the kingdom without any problem, leaving the king disappointed. Before leaving, the messenger reveals that there was another problem. The group of monsters the king expelled have returned and are now attacking the kingdom's border walls. The king gets nervous and asks the messenger if this is really happening. According to the servant, they are doing their best to repel the monsters, but the monsters seem to have gone mad with fear of something and won't stop attacking. He tells them to gather the soldiers and set more fires in the reed fields. It seems the domino strategy has backfired on them. It should be impossible to stop such a massive movement of monsters unless there is a true demon living in the west. At that moment, we see the protagonist instructing them to sign a document. The 2 loan sharks are confused about what kind of document it is, but Lloyd explains that, as it says, it is a receipt for the full payment of the debt. The loan sharks are shocked, looking at the huge check, but the MC asks what they are doing, tells them to sign it quickly, and get lost. As the 2 idiots leave, the Baron arrives. He asks Lloyd if their enormous debt was really paid off. Lloyd shows the Baron the payment receipt, and even suggests putting the receipt in a frame. In tears, the Baron hugs Lloyd and apologizes for making his son pay his debt. He reveals that he doesn't even know if he deserves to be the father of someone like Lloyd. Looking into the Baron's eyes, Lloyd asks if he really loves his son. To the Baron, this is a silly question because he is certain that he loves him, so the protagonist says that this is enough to make him his father. While walking through the mansion's corridors, Javier finds him and says that the tribe's relocation went well. Lloyd takes the opportunity to tell him to take the day off. With the tribe's relocation, they might buy some time if the domino effect returns. His debt is also paid off, so he has nothing more to worry about. However, it is strange. Our protagonist would normally be jumping with excitement when the debt was paid. For the first time in a long while, Lloyd lies down on his bed to rest. He remembers the Baron crying when the debt was paid, but this memory triggers another memory he would like to forget. He remembers his real father in Korea, crying and apologizing for making his son suffer. The protagonist says he managed to take care of all the problems in that world, yet he still feels guilty for not being able to help him in any way in his world. Javier hears his master's muffled sobs behind the door, while the protagonist, for the first time, cries as Suho and not as Lloyd. A few days later, while the MC is walking through the village, he is greeted by the villagers as if he were some kind of celebrity. Suddenly, Mr. Byron appears, saying there are problems, and Lloyd gets excited to hear this. According to Mr. Byron, many people are coming from the south. Lloyd is curious if they could be enemy soldiers, but it turns out all those people are refugees. The MC goes to meet these people, and the refugee at the front of the group asks if Lloyd is the lord of those lands. The protagonist explains that he is the son of the lord and asks who they are. The refugee introduces himself as Nicholas, the chief of Sortie village, and says they are subjects of Baron Sertino to the south. Until recently, his father was the chief, but he stayed behind, so the rest could escape. His father protected the barony with the lord until the end. It all happened very quickly. Lloyd interrupts Nicholas and asks what happened and if it has anything to do with monsters. Their lands were attacked by giant beetles, and their only option was to flee there. Javier comments that the domino effect affected a much larger area than they had calculated. The protagonist knows that all areas near the jungle were affected, but his was probably the only one still intact since, besides giant summons, they have a master swordsman and the white cavalry. To the north, the refugees would find only the sea, to the south they would reach another country, and to the west of Cremo, it would be too far to go. So, they would probably head to the center, where Frontera and Lacona are, making Lloyd worried about the number of refugees that could go there. They beg for food, even if only for their children. Javier comments that they won't have enough space to accommodate everyone, but the protagonist is quite excited about all this. Obviously, the swordsman is scared, asking what he is thinking in this situation. But Lloyd asks how much he thinks they will start earning when they tax all these people. Javier gets angry, asking how he can think of taking money from these miserable people, but the protagonist ignores him and orders Mr. Byron to prepare some of the cooks to feed them all. While the young master goes to report all this to the Baron, the knight asks Javier not to be so angry. Even though he makes those bizarre expressions and can read people like a book, Lloyd is a good person, so it's better to see what he does before getting angry. The Baron is frightened to learn that more people will come in the future. Although he wants to help everyone, the current food stock is not enough. Lloyd is confused and asks what he is talking about, since they should have enough to feed everyone for now. Initially, they were stored to be used as fertilizer, but there are several warehouses with tons of them. Obviously, the Baron says that giving locusts to people is a bit bizarre, but when he notices, his wife is already eating one of them. She says they taste like shrimp and there shouldn't be a problem since the orc warriors eat them too. The problem is that the smell of the insects is quite bad, and she asks to be in charge of the kitchen. Soon after, tents start being set up for the refugees. While they are still finishing the first set of tents, more refugees arrive in droves. The protagonist tells them to hurry, or everyone will freeze to death in the winter. While the workers set up the heating system, the Baroness explains how to prepare nutritious meals using locusts. The other cooks say the smell is very strong, but the Baroness shows the legendary recipe book, leaving everyone astonished, since this book is the obsession of all aspiring cooks. Looking at the construction of the tents, Lloyd realizes there won't be enough space for everyone. Even if they expand the houses to the northern mountains, it won't be enough. At that moment, he sees a child crying, wanting to go home, reminding him of the day he had to move as well. At the time, his parents were happy while mentioning "our home" in their sentences. Unfortunately, he will never see that smile again. Even if it was a small and bad house for others, it was where he had the best moments of his life. Lloyd tells the boy not to worry since they will have a new home soon because the legendary architect, Lloyd Frontera, is there. Hearing this, Javier feels a bit relieved to know that his master is not a complete jerk. Lloyd says this will be the biggest project they have ever done, and he will solve the space problem by creating apartments. It's a common type of building seen in South Korea, and based on the current circumstances, this would be the most effective type of construction to house everyone. The necessary costs are also reduced due to standardization, and having units in all directions optimizes insulation. On top of a mountain, Lloyd analyzes the surrounding area using his ability. The construction of the apartments will bring significant changes to his lands, and these changes will bring rivers of money. This will be his last job. After that, he will enjoy a lazy life for the rest of his days, finally achieving humanity's ultimate dream of becoming a wealthy unemployed person. He won't even need to manage the state. He will just dump all the work on Mr. Byron. Lloyd begins the meeting about the construction of the hive apartments. Javier immediately objects, as he suspects there are many hidden motives behind this. Mr. Byron also looks uneasy, saying he dreamed of a demon slaver working him to death. Lloyd tells everyone to look at the documents. This is a tulu, an ancient building design found in Fujian in the east. Each generation has a room and a hall, and in the middle, there is a dining plaza with shared facilities. The protagonist's idea is to build them in square shapes, since they are faster to construct than circles. Another essential aspect of the construction is that it will become an impenetrable barrier, protecting the Frontera estate. Then the questions about the construction begin. Javier questions the necessary income to do this, but the protagonist ignores his question. However, when the Baron asks about the necessary funds, Lloyd responds extremely politely. After the questions, Lloyd jokes with Javier, who got angry during the meeting, but for a moment, he decides to be serious. Even our legendary engineer is scared. He doesn't know if he is really capable of doing such a project, but he can't show weakness to others and must always appear fully confident in what he is doing. The only person he can be truthful with is his bodyguard and friend. Javier gets upset, asking if he is just an emotional trash bin, and from the look on our protagonist's face, that's exactly what he's saying. The two then go to the Viscounty of Lacona. Diego, who was expelled from the Royal Academy, walks sadly through the corridors until he comes across the guy who beat him up. The young man, still missing 2 teeth, screams in fear when he sees Lloyd, but the protagonist tells him not to be so afraid since he is there to help him return to the academy, though that will depend on his father's actions. The Viscount is shocked, asking if he really wants to increase the price of water. Besides expelling his son from school and profiting from selling water, this bastard wants to earn even more. But of course, the Viscount won't just hand everything over to him. Perhaps because he is still young, he doesn't know how business works, but this contract has a fixed price, and he doesn't have the right to increase the price of water. Of course, our swindler had thought of this and takes a magnifying glass out of his overalls, showing tiny hidden letters that say the water price is subject to change. The Viscount gets angry, calling him every name possible, but Lloyd says this is a fair trade and that he too will profit immensely. Since 17 states were destroyed because of the domino effect, before the refugees went to the Frontera estate, they had to pass through the Viscounty of Lacona. As a fair exchange, he won't tell the Queen that a Viscount ignored his needy population. Basically, he is threatening him, saying he will spare him. But of course, our good-hearted protagonist really cares about his neighbor and will send a letter to Her Majesty requesting his son's return to the academy. With this tempting offer, the Viscount asks how much he will have to give, but Lloyd says that speaking like that makes it sound like he's a gangster extorting someone, and he only hopes that he gives enough to ensure there are no cracks in their strong friendship. The poor Viscount just wanted him to give a number. Javier is really scared of his master's actions, thinking that he really is a disgusting person. The MC tells him not to feel pressured, as he will be grateful no matter the amount decided. The Viscount starts with 20%, but Lloyd's expression makes him change his mind instantly. Fearful, he raises the offer to 30%, but Lloyd's face only worsens. Completely desperate and unsure of what to do, the Viscount looks at Javier, who signals with his hand, indicating 5, increasing the offer to 50%. Even so, Lloyd is not at all satisfied with this amount, leaving the Viscount confused, asking if he wasn't supposed to increase by 50%. Javier shakes his head, indicating that he meant 5 times. This drives the Viscount crazy, as 5 times the initial value is utterly ridiculous. But the protagonist says he doesn't want 5 times, just 4 is enough, making the Viscount immediately agree to this amount. However, after analyzing the contract a bit more, he realizes he has just been thoroughly extorted. Outside, Javier feels bad, saying he feels like he has become a blackmailer. Lloyd tells him he shouldn't feel like a blackmailer, as he already is one. The swordsman says his duty is to protect him and that he won't help with his frauds, but the MC says if he doesn't obey, he'll stop singing him lullabies. Javier says he has become a master swordsman and can now control his senses perfectly, no longer needing his lullabies to sleep. When night falls, the swordsman can't sleep alone and goes to Lloyd's room, begging for the lullabies. The protagonist asks if he has heard of sleep hygiene, which involves repeating a certain routine to form a sleeping habit, implying that Javier won't be able to sleep without his lullabies. He sings the swordsman to sleep and then starts his tasks for the day. Lloyd was lucky with the construction of the Andal, as it was knowledge he already had, but the apartments are different. Never in his life has he built one, meaning our protagonist will test all simulations until he finds one that works. A few days pass, and Lloyd is stressed, giving various orders for Mr. Byron and others to carry out. At night, he continues testing possibilities for his new project. Even Mr. Byron is worried about the increasing number of refugees, but Lloyd tells him to accept everyone. He's running out of ideas to ensure his project doesn't collapse. He refuses to reduce the number of floors in the apartments, and at this point, his body is showing signs that it won't hold out much longer. The next day, Mr. Byron explains that the 4 months they have to build the apartments will not be enough. Although Lloyd insists it will work, it is clear he is exhausted. Suddenly, Lloyd's efforts take their toll, and he collapses on the sidewalk from overwork, leaving everyone around him worried. In the royal capital, the kingdom's knights prepare to shoot with crossbows. The target of all their shots is the queen, who is undergoing simple combat training. All shoot in her direction, creating a rain of arrows, but the queen, also a master swordswoman, manages to deflect them all. Despite this impressive feat, she doesn't seem satisfied with her progress, all because of that humiliating situation she went through. An old man appears, saying that the messenger from the Frontera barony seeks an audience. This messenger is Javier, who reads the letter sent by his master. The queen is obviously suspicious, as anything from that sly fox is dangerous. The letter states that, thanks to Her Majesty's wise judgment, they were able to save the territory. However, other territories were not as fortunate and left many refugees homeless. Since the Great Queen is known for sympathizing with the commoners of her vast kingdom, Lloyd decided to follow her will and shelter all the refugees, but he ended up running out of money. The shamelessness of our protagonist surprises the queen, but she had anticipated something like this and was considering sending supplies. However, as if reading her thoughts, Javier says they will need 3 times more than she has in mind. She is shocked, as 3 times is a staggering amount, and she even questions whether Lloyd has gone mad. Once again, Javier responds to her thoughts, saying he has not gone mad. The protagonist explains the idea of the apartments, which will serve as housing for the homeless, and again mentions that he does not have enough money for this. Her Majesty says she understands the message he is trying to convey, but cannot arbitrarily use a large amount of money and will need to speak with a financial expert first. At this moment, Javier, who had already read the first letter, pulls out a second one. It states that the buildings will be designed in such a way that they function as a fortress, preventing attacks from enemies and monsters coming from the east. Since the defense is directly against the enemy state, everyone who agrees with this plan will definitely gain a much better position within the kingdom. The Queen sees no problem with having a fortress city, as there is indeed a possibility that the Frontera territory could become as large a commercial center as Cremo. The Queen decides to provide the money, but Javier comments that he would love for her to send the dwarf Corgidus as well. Meanwhile, our protagonist is unable to work, and Greg is in charge of commanding while Lloyd is absent. So you asked me, who is Greg? In the beginning, he was just another lazy soldier, but he was always around, even participating in extremely dangerous missions and difficult and meticulous tasks. He is someone who gained responsibility, did his best, and finally was reborn as a true man. This is the kind of person Officer Greg is. When he leaves the tent, he ends up meeting Emily and asks why she didn't take a break like the others. Greg tries to take the sheets she is holding, but fails, yet the two seem to be having a lot of fun while doing this. At that moment, an orc who was in love with Emily sees this scene. The warrior is completely disappointed by this, while being teased by the other orcs, who say that a human would never like an ugly and muscular guy like him. The orc gives up on his love, throwing the bouquet of flowers on the ground, but this will not be the end of the orc's love story with Emily. In his bed, Lloyd finally wakes up. Due to days of relentless work, he is quite exhausted, and to make his situation worse, payday is approaching. Byron comments that they can delay the payment a bit, but something like that is inadmissible to our protagonist. All those people work so hard waiting for payday. He could never do something as terrible as delaying it. Lloyd says he would rather die than commit such cruelty, leaving Byron very worried and looking for a doctor. At this moment, our great swordsman returns with the money, making Lloyd resurrect from death like a greedy phoenix. After several days of hard work, the Honey Pot Apartment Complex 101 is 70% complete. They managed to create a large plane to build the buildings. The protagonist uses his ability to create holograms of the apartments, running various tests to see if they are truly stable. The first test is a landslide, then he creates a typhoon, and for the final test, Lloyd summons a meteor, leaving the system confused and asking what he is really testing there. The truth is that Lloyd did this purely for fun, making Javier think that he has finally gone mad. Javier informs that Cortigos and 13 more dwarves have finally arrived. Even though he is very intelligent, an apartment is a complex and detailed structure, so it cannot be built randomly. Therefore, he plans to build a cement mixer to help maintain the quality of the cement and prevent the entry of unwanted elements into the mix. The dwarf complains that they have just arrived from their journey and are already receiving orders, but Lloyd makes that face and says that there's nothing better than showing a project first. With the dwarves in charge of the construction, he and Javier need to use mana explosion to soften the ground, leaving Podong in charge of turning the cement mixer. The orcs are also involved, twisting several metal bars with their bare hands. Lloyd pours the cement into the molds, explaining to Mr. Byron how to avoid leaving air pockets in any corners. Everyone does their job, and in a short time, the first apartment is almost complete. From this point, Lloyd asks Mr. Byron to take over the project. Now that everyone is accustomed to the work, Lloyd needs to worry about other problems. The heating system works via a steam boiler. All that hot steam rises through pipes connected to the radiators in each apartment. However, there is a problem. The higher it goes, the more heat loss occurs in the system, leaving the top floor without heating. The protagonist spent the entire night studying how to solve this problem, but the only idea he had was to use a material found only in this world. There is an episode where Javier faces a dragon. As the name suggests, this is a legendary creature, and just its breath is enough to take any knight off the map. However, Javier withstood the breath head-on, thanks to armor with absolute fire resistance. It was created using the sap of the Alencia tree, simply the best thermal insulator in the world. Therefore, the two are on a mission to find this tree. The problem is that the tree is exactly where the elves live. As soon as he finds this out, Javier tries to escape this suicidal mission. The elves hate humans and are not a race that can be negotiated with, but regardless of this, he is unfortunately the escort knight and will have to accompany him. Javier asks how he plans to convince them, since no one has managed to contact them for over 500 years. But Lloyd's real intentions are to steal and leave quickly. Upon arriving in the forest inhabited by the elves, the place is teeming with life. The protagonist warns that they must now remain silent to avoid drawing attention. Javier, unable to hold back, sneezes, but the problem is that he does so like a Hollywood heartthrob, prompting Lloyd to ask why he sneezes that way. Javier explains that because he has a handsome face, Everything he does looks beautiful, but that's something Lloyd wouldn't understand, leaving the protagonist incredulous that he actually said such a thing. Lloyd questions how a sword master can hold back a sneeze, saying he is imperfect for not even being able to hold his own crap. But Javier is used to these jests, and retorts that Lloyd mentioned crap because he has nothing to say about his face. The protagonist gets so angry that he tries to hit him, but this only makes Javier happier. Lloyd gives up trying to strike him and continues on their way, but the earlier shouting has already caught the attention of all the elves in the forest. Javier says this is not good, but Lloyd had expected something like this might happen. Things just progressed faster. The elf women start shooting simultaneously, but the sword master easily deflects all the arrows. Lloyd takes advantage of the distraction and says he will get the sap from the tree, leaving his bodyguard to deal with all the elf women alone. Since the protagonist is just ugly, they decide to focus on the handsome man, using the leaves of the trees to move around. Javier realizes his master was right. The elf women love plants so much that they can't harm them, so they developed a special way of stepping. To escape their arrows, they must use the plants they love so much against them. However, even using a tree as a shield, Javier still finds it difficult to dodge all the arrows and fleas, but he realizes they are intentionally leading him somewhere. Meanwhile, the protagonist finally finds the tree. Since all he needs is the sap from the root, Lloyd starts digging to avoid being noticed by any passing elf. Javier is led to the middle of a lake, with no trees to use for protection. The elves attack from all sides, but for a sword master like him, a rain of arrows is something easy to handle. Leaving the elf women with no options, they use their special weapon, Malika. An elf woman looking like a truck of pure muscle appears. Her bow is so large that it has to be planted in the ground to be used. The shot is so powerful that, even using aura on his blade, Javier is still thrown far away. The swordsman uses all his strength to try to stop the gigantic arrow. Using sheer brute force, the elf was able to snatch Javier's aura sword. Since Lloyd warned that if a single elf were hurt, all the others would come after them, the swordsman cannot counterattack the elf. Their assassination skills are far superior to those of the orcs. Javier raises his aura-infused sword to defend against another shower of arrows, thinking it's time to go to his master. Even without knowing exactly how he will drive the elves away without injuring any of them, Malika has another giant arrow ready to hit Javier. The swordsman shreds all the normal arrows that were shot at him. At that moment, the brute elf launches her gigantic arrow, and Javier uses his power to deflect the flying arrow. The deflected giant arrow heads toward another one launched by the warrior elf, and the two collide. Meanwhile, Lloyd is in the hole he dug, collecting Alencia roots, until someone calls him a demon, and he turns to see who it was. Behind him are three elf archers trembling with rage because he dared to cut the precious tree roots. Lloyd apologizes, obviously without any remorse, and says that many lives depend on him. Of course, the elves do not back down, and warn him not to move, or they will fill him with holes. The MC says they can do that if they want, but the elves do not understand what the stranger means by that. Then Lloyd turns around holding a mandrake and threatens to burn the plant if they attack him. This horrifies the elves, who love all the plants in the world. The MC continues threatening to burn the mandrake if they do not back off. Furious, the elves start cursing Lloyd, one of them saying that it is because of his behavior that he is not popular with women. This hits the protagonist like a blow, and he almost burns the plant in anger. The elves retreat as he asked, until they reach a wall. With nowhere else to go, one of them says it's time for them to talk. Lloyd does not want to talk and starts biting the mandrake, which cannot stand the situation either. The MC orders the elves to climb out of the hole, and with no choice, they do. Outside the hole, Lloyd is still holding the mandrake, waiting for Javier to find him. The problem is that outside, he is more exposed and could be found by other elves. If something like that happens, it will be the end of our protagonist. One of the elves starts to feel sick after being nervous about the whole situation. Soon after, another one also feels unwell, and their leader insists they must endure and not show weakness before the plant killer. The elf barely finishes saying this, and her stomach growls loudly. Thus, the three fall to the ground, feeling ill after seeing Lloyd threaten the poor mandrake. Lloyd looks at the elves, not quite sure what's going on, and he remembers that earlier, when he and Javier were surrounded, they seemed to have tired eyes. Thinking back, since he entered the forest, he has not heard a single bird or seen any animals. With the monster domino effect, they all move to the end of the mountain range, leaving the forest completely empty. Since the elves refuse to harm any plants, it means they only eat meat. In other words, these elves are starving since all this began. Back to Javier, the swordsman is exhausted from the battle, and on the elves' side, the same is happening. Both sides are exhausted. Javier finds it strange that they tired so quickly, given their skills. But thanks to this, he might be able to force his way through them. Even tired, the elf archer fires one more giant arrow at Javier. The warrior does not back down from the arrow, hoping his master is safe. Javier manages to get past the elf archer's encirclement. Their leader yells at her companions not to let him escape, but her subordinates are sprawled on the tree branches, too hungry to pursue. Except for Malika, who, even sharing her meat with her companions, still has the strength to chase Javier. She does not give up and continues shooting her huge arrows at the swordsman. Javier tries to hide from the arrows, staying behind a tree. But Malika appears, coming towards him carrying the arrow like a spear. Javier narrowly manages to dodge the elf's attack. While dodging successive attacks, he thinks only that he should be protecting his master. The other elves also launch arrows with their last strength to help their companion. Focused on escaping and getting to Lloyd, Javier manages to support himself and leaves, just as the elves do to evade them. Seeing this, the elves think he is a monster. This was a skill they took a century to learn. Using the skill, the swordsman manages to distance himself a bit from the arrows. But Malika is preparing a new attack, using 2 arrows at once. Javier's last jump propels him above the trees, and he can see the Alencia tree, where his master went. From above, Javier shouts for his master, hoping to be heard. On the ground, Lloyd is with the other elves having a kind of barbecue and turns when he hears Javier's voice. The swordsman finally found his master, and he is in a very different situation than he imagined. Lloyd asks what happened to him. By his appearance, it is as if he has been in a war. The MC turns to the elves, teaching them the ideal point to savor pork. He turns again to Javier and invites the swordsman to eat with them. Lloyd introduces Javier to the elves calmly, saying he is his servant, while Javier has not yet accepted the situation. Javier is also introduced to Muira, the tribe leader of the elves, but he has no reaction, as he has been fighting the elves until now. Muira takes the opportunity to ask Lloyd if there is room for one more person, and he agrees. Then she calls Malika, who is hiding behind a tree, to join them. Malika sits down, squeezing Javier, and Miura reveals that her companion is starving. Lloyd, pretending to be a good guy, says she can eat as much as she wants, although they did not bring much food. For the elves with their bows pointed at them, just the smell of meat has to be enough to satisfy their hunger. Looking closer, the poor elves are weak and salivating at the smell of the food. Taking advantage of the conversation, the MC says that the male elves doing the housework while they do the rest of the work must be starving. Hearing this, they burst into tears, remembering their poor husbands. Lloyd continues, asking how the younger elves and the elderly will survive without anything to eat. Miura says they will be the first to not withstand it, and will return to the great Mother Nature. Even Lloyd is crying, not out of sadness for their lives, obviously, and he proposes a deal to the elves. Miura, even though she is moved, tells Lloyd that elves do not make deals with humans. But to him, this is nonsense because they made a deal to save the Mandrake, and they also accepted eating the meat he brought. The elf leader silently reflects on the deals she made without even realizing it. Lloyd reveals what he has to offer to the elves. First, the chance of survival. The leader does not understand what he means by that. Then, the MC explains that he is offering unlimited pork and charcoal to cook the meat. Of course, he does not mention that the charcoal is made from trees, as that would displease them. This time, the offer seems more attractive, but the leader still says nothing. Lloyd reminds her that the slices they are eating were dried by him, but with the deal, they could eat juicy pork. Finally, the leader opens her mouth and asks what he will want in return. The MC reveals that many lives depend on him and will suffer from hypothermia if she does not accept the deal. All they need is the Alencia tree sap once a month. He will explain a way for the elves to extract the sap without harming the tree. Lloyd also thinks that transportation would be faster if the elves were divided into 2 groups. One to transport the meat and another to help with house construction, as this would help both sides survive. The elves are outraged and say their leader should not accept the deal, especially because humans are liars. The leader remembers her mother saying that humans live short lives and therefore try to make the most of it, being capable of horrible things. She should only trust a human if she believes he can be a true friend. A silence falls over everyone around the campfire as the leader ponders what to do. Finally, she refuses the deal, saying she would only make a deal with humans who are friends. The MC realizes that even though they are starving, it will be difficult to make a deal with these elves. Lloyd wonders what it means to be a friend. In his original world, he was always alone, dirty, ugly, and poor. When he joined the Traditional Architecture Research Club to learn something, they laughed at him behind his back. People said he was too poor and always ruined the atmosphere of places. He learned to accept these insults and tried to learn, aiming to use that knowledge to escape poverty. Until one day, someone told him not to take what people said into consideration, because he had better results than others and was also better at duties. This person was eating Korean barbecue with him, and said the MC could eat as much as he wanted, since all he could afford to eat was canned tuna. Hearing something like that made the protagonist freeze. The other guy looked down at him, smiling, as if he was doing a good deed by feeding a stray dog. This made him cry because that good deed of feeding a dog was very delicious. Lloyd did not mind that the guy thought he was superior, and continued asking for more portions of meat. Thus, that guy became his best friend. precisely because he has that kind of friend. He thinks nothing good comes from friendship. Lloyd takes out more meat from his backpack to offer to the elves. Their leader looks hypnotized by the meat, as if it had something special. After they savor a little more of this delicious feast, Miura accepts the deal with Lloyd in exchange for more meat, without even consulting the elders. After 500 years without contact with humans, the Everglow elves signed a contract with the Frontera barony. On the way back to the barony, Javier is annoyed, thinking that if everything was resolved just with stakes, he was not necessary on this trip. The people of the barony look at the passing elves, admiring Master Lloyd's ability to make deals with other races. The elf leader notices that everywhere there are things made of plants, which seems cruel to her. Lloyd, who is ahead of her, says that there are also tribes that abhor eating animals. There are many races and religions with different values. He says he believes in a world where people cooperate for mutual benefit, committing to some values. She understands what he means, but in her heart, accepting these differences is still difficult. The MC tells her he knows it will take time for her to accept these things, and she can think about it while eating a steak. The leader salivates just hearing those words, as if she would understand everything better by eating. The construction of the Honey Pot Apartments 101 and 102 continued while Lloyd was away. One of his concerns before leaving was whether they would be ready before the temperature drops below freezing. If the water in the concrete freezes when the temperature drops below zero, it will only thaw at the end of winter or when it gets warmer. If these water droplets become impurities inside the concrete, it will be a disaster. However, this will not be a concern for him. The elves, using their skills to jump from place to place at incredible speed, it will make the construction progress much faster, and after the day's work, they will eat meat. On the first snowfall of the year, the Honey Pot Apartments 101 and 102 are ready. Now, they will start finishing things to accommodate everyone until the next autumn. They will test using Alencia tree sap mixed with soybean oil to make thermal insulation. As soon as they finish insulating the pipes from the first to the 8th floor, Lloyd orders the boilers to be turned on to see if the insulation worked. As soon as they turn on the boilers, Lloyd and the others start sweating inside the apartments. The plan was a success. Leaving the apartments, Lloyd orders preparations for people to move into the place. Javier argues about the priority of the moves, but Lloyd wants people to move in as soon as possible since it has started to snow. The lack of attention he receives from his master makes Javier red with anger, as usual. The MC tells Byron that the priority for moving is families with children, then the elderly and the sick. People who cannot move into the apartments will be placed in other heated houses, so they do not suffer from cold or hunger. Thus, they will owe a big favor to Lloyd, and it will be easier to get them to work. With this part decided, Lloyd decides to go to the Baron, telling Javier that they still have a lot of work to do this winter. Even wanting to punch his master, since Lloyd's personality changed, Javier stopped hating him. After changing so much, the protagonist managed to gain the trust of everyone around him. While they are walking, they hear a trumpet, and Javier says it is the royal messenger from the Empress. The Baron and the Baroness are bowed before the messenger. The messenger starts reading the Queen's letter, saying that since the Frontera barony set an example, given the recent events, she orders that from the date her orders reach the Frontera region, the barony will be promoted to a county, and congratulates Count Frontera on the achievement. The Baron and the Baroness have tears in their eyes. They certainly were not expecting this news. The messenger describes the Baron's contributions in stopping the monster invasion, protecting refugees who lost their homes, and rebuilding part of the eastern region, transforming it into a fortress. Because of these contributions, the county becomes independent of Cremo and now has the duty of reconstructing the East. The royal family will provide sponsorship and resources for the reconstruction of the East for 10 years. And lastly, they will be exempt from paying taxes to the crown for 20 years. Lloyd is ecstatic upon hearing this. The Queen must trust him greatly to believe he can complete the entire reconstruction in just 10 years. He turns to Javier, saying they need to return to the village because there is something there he has been preparing for a long time. He leaves, boasting that all the territories bordering the east now belong to the Frontera, including the Viscounty of Lacona. The Baron looks at his son with tears in his eyes, thinking that all of this is thanks to him. It's as if Lloyd were a miracle in person. Later, in front of a statue of the Empress adorned with flowers, Lloyd, the Baron, Byron, and other villagers are dancing around it and shouting "Long live Her Majesty." Lloyd still urges everyone to shout louder so that Her Majesty can hear them. The messenger observes the entire scene as if he were watching a group of lunatics, and then tells the Empress that they did this all night long. The Empress is embarrassed to hear this and orders them to stop. Returning to the county, the Viscount of Lacona is riding desperately to find the Baron, who has now become a count. He arrives at the mansion and kneels before the Count after being summoned. The Count asks him not to be so formal, as he is getting used to the new title. To please him, the Viscount says that no one deserved it more than he did, but inside, he is cursing the Count, thinking he was the only one who shouldn't have received this title. At every banquet, the Viscount always made fun of the Count. As the Viscount thinks the only thing the Count is good at is being kind, he believes the Count will soon lose the title, so he just needs to endure the situation for now. The Count reveals that he received an imperial order and will have to rebuild many areas in the east. But unfortunately, they do not have enough labor, so he asks if the Viscount could provide some engineers for him. The Viscount agrees immediately and asks how many engineers the Count needs. The Count says that if the number is too high, it might be problematic for the Viscount, but he wants as many as the Viscount can manage. The Viscount raises his head a bit, looking incredulously at the Count who has just made the request. This time the Count has the same devilish look as his son, and says it would be best to send what he asked for so their friendship is not strained. Now the Viscount has learned that he is no longer dealing with just the kind Count. The Count looks at the Viscount through the window. This was the first time he said something like that, and it felt incredible. Meanwhile, Byron informs Lloyd that the admission of residents to apartments 101 and 102 has been completed. It is time for the MC to reap the rewards of his hard work. In one of the houses built for the refugees, a family is excited to eat the meal they received, except for the father, who now sees himself as useless for not providing for his family anymore. He wonders how long he can endure living in this situation. Then he hears people shouting Lloyd's name in the streets. As the MC walks, many people thank him for everything he has done for them. Lloyd treats these people so well, it is as if he is completely out of his mind. Because of this, Javier knows that all this kindness means his master wants to extract something from these people. He barely finishes this thought when a table is placed in the middle of the settlement. Lloyd sits down and smiles, explaining that it is now time for these people to pay their debts to work contracts. The people around him do not understand what Lloyd is saying, but to him, it is very simple. Nothing in this world is free. Javier no longer knows if his master's actions are right or wrong and does not try to interfere. The father from before is the first to say something, asking if he will have a job if he signs Lloyd's contract. According to the good master Lloyd, if he signs, he will even get paid for working overtime. But after signing and receiving the first salary, the worker will have to buy things with his own money. The worker, who does not want to live depending on anyone's goodwill, asks the MC to read the contract for him. Lloyd tries to explain that the contract will exploit him to the maximum but is interrupted. A young woman is also interested in the job, and of course, the contract also accepts women. Quickly, a line of workers forms in front of Lloyd's table. He is already thinking of a new project to provide food and land. He plans to cut parts of the eastern mountains and use Gabians to build farms. The problem is that Bangul has not recovered from the work on the apartments. Making her work so hard makes Bibian even angrier at Lloyd, and he kicks the master. After thinking for a few days, the only option Lloyd could come up with was that he needed to summon another pet. Even though he was constantly mocked by the system, Lloyd acknowledged that he always received the ideal pets for what he needed. Padong and Hamong, who were with him, waited eagerly to have another friend. With nothing to lose, the MC asked the system to summon a creature capable of helping him build his dam. The system opened a summoning circle, but Lloyd noticed that something was different this time. Instead of a new pet emerging from the magic circle, a flame appeared and hit the protagonist. With his hair burned, Lloyd asked if the world system was no longer on his side. All the previous summons were just coincidences to make the MC more confident that he would always get the ideal pets for what he needed. Lloyd was furious because someone as manipulative as him should have already understood how this system worked. Even so, he was induced by the system to try his luck again, and started another summoning. The only difference this time was that the explosion was much bigger than the first. Lloyd was overwhelmed with rage and tried to fight the system in vain until he was warned always to try 3 times. And on the 3rd attempt, predicting that there would be another explosion, the MC and his pets threw themselves on the ground to protect themselves. Lloyd noticed that no explosion happened and went to see what he had summoned. Finally, a creature came out of the magic circle, but it looked more like a raging monster than anything else. So, the only thing the 3 could do was run away before being devoured by the monster. Lloyd went desperately to Javier, who was sleeping peacefully, to get rid of the creature. The swordsman killed it with just 1 blow, and could go back to sleep. Meanwhile, the MC was even angrier at the system, saying he would never summon again. Then, the system showed that he had unlocked the bankruptcy skill for being deceived 3 times, and could now choose a skill as compensation. A list with hundreds of skills opened for Lloyd to choose from, each more useless than the last, until, looking more closely, one of them caught the protagonist's attention. With the ability to get spider webs, Lloyd would have a strong and elastic thread that would also take time to wear out from the sun. Decided, he selected in the system window that he wanted a creature with this ability. Another summoning circle appeared, emitting a very strong light. The light was so strong that it disturbed Javier, and it caught the attention of the workers, who saw something strange. Above, there was a small dot descending very quickly towards them. From the color and feathers it was shedding, the workers wondered if it was an angel falling. But in fact, the angel was Lloyd riding his new summon, Goming. The workers celebrated Master Lloyd's new summon. Lloyd continued his ride. He thought it would be a spider due to the type of ability, but it was more beneficial that a bird appeared. To the workers, it was as if Master Lloyd was blessing them from above. With Goming, he intended to promote himself as a prodigious summoner and increase his followers. Goming's main ability was to get spider webs, but it could also spread webs, create a nest, and bombard with poop. Additionally, it released spider webs behind its backpack. From Lloyd's tests, the webs were very resistant and could only stretch a little. He asked Goming to go to a nearby plane to make a net with the web-spreading ability, but Goming didn't like his master's idea and went elsewhere. The bird stopped abruptly in front of a snowy mound, causing his master, who didn't expect this, to fly face first into the ground. Lloyd got up, furious with Goming, asking what the bird was doing. Goming sat on the ground, chewing a branch, and told Lloyd he was lazy. Now, Master Lloyd would have to figure out a way to make his new pet work for him. The previous night, right after Lloyd had summoned Goming, he asked if his new summon could show how it produced the webs, but Goming just sat on the ground, with no desire to do it, and asking why someone like him had to work like a slave. From that moment on, Lloyd realized that his new pet was not like the previous ones. Padong went to Goming, trying to be friendly with the new little friend, and he said that Goming could build the infrastructure of society, improve people's quality of life, and find satisfaction after doing so. The new pet could be an existence capable of bringing happiness to the world. After this speech, Goming felt a bit more motivated and said he would try to do it. The next day, when he was supposed to be helping Lloyd, he got lazy again, leaned against a tree, and didn't want to do anything. Seeing that his colleague's determination didn't last even a day, Padong went to him again, encouraging Goming to work together. The bird decided there was no reason to keep working. He believed the world would continue to develop without his help and that Lloyd, the idiot who summoned him, would keep feeding him. Lloyd was so irritated by what Goming said that he considered cooking the bird. The little Padong did not give up trying to convince his colleague to work a bit, but the little one's words did nothing to encourage Goming. Instead, he threw the branch he was chewing in the direction of the guinea pig. Poor Padong didn't even have time to dodge and took the hit right in the forehead. Seeing that friendly conversation wasn't going to work with his colleague, Padong asked his master for a sunflower seed. After that, an explosion could be seen in the forest, and Goming was trying to flee in panic. But before he could do so, Padong, now giant, grabbed the bird by the leg. The bird, desperate, screamed for help as the guinea pig started punching him in the mouth. Even Lloyd couldn't believe the scene he was witnessing. His pets weren't supposed to do something like this. At that moment, Padong practically swallowed his colleague, who was giving his last screams of despair. Fortunately, the taste of the bird must not have been very good, and he was spat out by Padong. Wiping his lips, the guinea pig asked if his colleague wanted to do it again. Proving he was just lazy and not stupid, Goming was now determined to work. Satisfied with the decision, Padong gave an evil smile just like his master would. Not that Lloyd wasn't also pleased with his pet's persuasive power. Back to the works. The first step was to dig a trench. Step 2 was to have Bibyang sift the fine sand with a giant sieve. Step 3 included using Goming's labor. After filtering the sand, the plan was to have the bird weave webs in a mesh pattern. In step 4, Padong encouraged Goming not to become lazy again, while Lloyd shouted from atop the bird for the white cavalry to start their part. Lloyd's loyal followers were in position, fully dedicated to their master. Step 5 was to use the sand to cover the web and repeat the process until everything was covered. In step 6, after covering all the sides, they would pour stones and gravel into the gabion. Monitoring the work from above, Lloyd noticed that the first section was ready. At this rate, they would finish before spring. Once they sold the land to the refugees and the construction of the apartments accelerated, everything would be ready by the following year. With this, Lloyd's dream of ending his life as a worker was close to coming true. The days passed with everyone working hard to finish Lloyd's final project. Not long after, the construction of the county's terraformed farm was completed. And with that, Lloyd, lying in a flower field, earned the title of Leader of the Tired. To enjoy his new retired life, Lloyd spent the day playing chess. His opponent was none other than himself. Javier appeared, asking if he really found this fun, and Lloyd tried to hide that he was enjoying his new life. It was the first time Javier had seen Lloyd play since that day, and according to the master, there was nothing left to do. They had already improved the wizard's magic, and now their work was much more productive. Everything was going well. This phrase triggered some old memories of his original world. In them, his father said that he should always reconsider if everything was going well. Remembering his father's words left the MC petrified. Then, Lloyd decided he needed to do something before putting Javier to sleep. He needed to be sure that everything was indeed going well. Alone, he invoked the system that gave Lloyd the option to get a spoiler of the story's end. And to make sure the future was secure, he selected that he wanted to see this spoiler. Suddenly, Lloyd finds himself alone in a completely dark place. Gradually, the darkness is replaced by what appears to be his room. When Lloyd turns around, he sees himself lying in bed with Javier standing next to him. It seems Javier is giving some kind of massage to Lloyd, but he soon realizes this massage isn't normal. Javier is using magic, and from what Lloyd can tell, if Javier continues doing that, it will kill his future self. Worried, he approaches Javier, asking him to stop before his other self's heart explodes. But as he gets closer to the swordsman, he notices that Javier is in tears, desperate, in a way Lloyd has never seen. The Lloyd of this future is very weak, with a cadaverous face. Seeing himself, Lloyd wonders what happened, what could have led him to end up like this. Meanwhile, the other Lloyd asks Javier to stop his efforts, as both know it's useless. But Javier doesn't stop. He remains determined to do everything he can to keep his master alive. Lloyd, with great difficulty, says that he is actually not the Baron's son, but Javier interrupts him, saying that he is the hero who protected their home and saved countless lives. This is how he will pass on his master's story. Without the strength to do anything more, the Lloyd of the future meets his end. His pets, all gathered around him, begin to cry over the loss of their master, and since they were all summoned by him, as soon as he leaves this world, they also begin to disappear. Our Lloyd, who continues watching his horrible future, tries to stay calm. This isn't the first time he's seen his end, and he needs to analyze this situation. Since this Javier isn't much different from the one he knows, this future must not be far off. This Lloyd is very thin. He might have suffered dehydration, but for what reason? Javier carries Lloyd's body, and from the landscape, all this should happen in the spring. Our Lloyd keeps following the swordsman, analyzing where he is going. At the end of the path, Javier reaches a place full of bodies scattered on the ground. Lloyd looks at what seems to be a real massacre. Even the Count and his wife are bandaged among them. Then, Javier starts spreading oil over everything, and shortly after, he appears with a torch. Now we begin to understand what is happening. As he intends to burn everything, it's likely some kind of contagious disease has spread and infected all those people. Lloyd concludes it must have been some epidemic that caused all this. But when he thinks about what disease could do such a thing, he has no idea. He doesn't even know if it's possible for a disease. He wasn't a doctor in the other world. Suddenly, Javier starts talking to Lloyd, something that should be impossible. He says that his master asked that when he was cremated, Javier should say these words. With a lost look, Javier says his master's last words, "Remember Vienna." The swordsman's words shock the MC even more, who discovered this terrible future. Then, Lloyd returns to the present. The spoiler of the end is over, but the last words spoken by Javier linger in his mind. Perhaps it was a coded message, and it must really be that because that Lloyd already knew how the end would be. So this might be a message for himself, something related to epidemics. Suddenly, Lloyd stops walking in circles. Things are starting to fall into place in his mind. And of course, in the end, his conclusion is that his future self was an incredible genius. A few days later, Lloyd has a conversation with Byron. He explains that he needs some professionals as soon as possible, even though Byron warns that the cost will be very high. But for Lloyd, there's no choice. The Count of Crema will have to provide these professionals, though it hurts that they'll have to incur new debts. Byron wants to understand how big this new project will be, and according to Lloyd, it will be even bigger than the apartment project. Since he wants to prevent an epidemic, the MC explains that the project will cover the entire Viscounty. He continues by saying they will need tunnels. His new plan is to build sewers. The tip Lloyd gave before he died was about Vienna, where the population grew significantly during the Industrial Revolution without the city having sewers. Thus, people's waste was simply dumped into the river, where it would normally dissolve and decompose naturally. But the brutal winter caused a terrible disaster. With the river frozen, the waste didn't dissolve and remained solid, polluting all the water. And in this way, cholera emerged in that place. Looking down at the Viscounty, Lloyd reflects that the same will happen to them if the river freezes. Just when he thought he could enjoy his life as a rich retiree, he has to go back to work. Anyway, no matter what comes, be it diseases or demons, he will achieve his dream of retirement. Even so, knowing that he is in debt once again dampens the MC's spirits. In addition to worrying about paying the employees, Lloyd also needs to think about the cost of accommodations and other things. The poison of so-called indebtedness consumes the protagonist's thoughts. Meanwhile, near the construction site, we see the love-struck orc. He has just spotted Officer Greg flirting with a girl. The officer is telling the girl that ever since she arrived in the Viscounty, his heart has warmed like the sun. The girl starts to laugh at his silly words but still likes them. This scene becomes increasingly strange for the orc, who continues watching from a distance. From the smile the girl gives the officer, we can see that she likes him. The orc also notices this and becomes completely enraged at the officer's actions. Suddenly, a soldier appears saying that Byron is looking for Greg, forcing him to say goodbye to the girl. As the officer goes to meet Byron, the orc calls out to him. The orc is so angry at the human that it's as if flames of fire are coming out of him. Then he asks how the officer could do something like that, but Greg doesn't understand what he means by that. Kuga, The orc shouts in disbelief that the officer could court a girl when he already has Emily. The officer doesn't like what he hears and asks what the orc is talking about. What did he mean by someone like Emily? Kuga can no longer contain his anger and tries to punch the human in front of him. The problem is that Greg dodges and punches the orc, sending him to the ground. It takes a few seconds for him to understand that he has just been punched by a human. According to the officer, the orc's weak punch wouldn't have enough power to hurt him, especially now that he can use mana. After a lot of training, the Viscounty soldiers learn to use mana, but they use the power to build Lloyd's projects. Recovering from the blow, Kuga gets up, ready to counterattack the human. Officer Greg is also in an attack position, equipped with his mana. Thus, the two charge at each other to resolve their dispute. But before Greg could attack, Byron appears saying that he is too slow. Neither of them saw Byron arrive, such is his skill. The knight is not at all pleased that the soldier took so long to come to him, and thinks the subordinate was just lazing around. As they walk, he explains that the officer will be sent on a work trip because he trusts him despite his mistakes. Byron continues to reprimand the soldier, who is focused only on staring at the orc. Kuga, in turn, stares back, not admitting defeat. From their faces, this doesn't seem to be the end of their conflict. At the Frontera mansion, Byron and Greg are saddling the horses to go to Cremo in search of reinforcements for Lloyd's new project. Without knowing the importance of the project the MC wants to implement, Greg tells his boss that he doesn't think it's necessary. Tired of working, Lloyd receives a message from the system saying that his achievements and accolades are generating a combined effect. The MC looks at the message without knowing what this effect is. He was able to punish the traitor of the Viscounty and pay off the debts they had. He accepted the refugees and gave them a home, faced a great disaster, and emerged victorious. Thus, the citizens and refugees of the Viscounty would like to repay the favors Lloyd has done for them. Even with the system's explanation, the MC doesn't understand how they will repay him, and the protagonist starts hearing voices. He gets up and opens the window to see what the voices were talking about below. A crowd is gathered at the mansion's door, saying they would do anything for Master Lloyd. They would even work for free, do everything for their master. At first, he doesn't even know how to react to this crowd. Then, the MC gives the best possible response, shouting for all of them to shut up. This proves they would really do anything for him, as the crowd immediately falls silent. He reminds the crowd that he never gave them anything for free, so they better not even dream of working for free. To avoid this, he will make a contract immediately. After hearing these words from the MC, the crowd becomes even more devoted to him. Inside the mansion, away from the others' eyes, Lloyd wipes his tears. Elsewhere, a carrier pigeon is arriving with a message. It came from spies the Sultan sent to the west, to the village taken over by the domino of monsters. In the village, they found a strange bird capable of opening the skies, a beast so powerful that it destroyed the land, another with the ability to swallow an entire sea. They also found a snake that devours mountains, and finally, a monster whose roar echoes in the skies. The workers of this place can defeat orcs with just their hands, and the old men are faster than the wind. The white cavalry uses shovels instead of spears, and the elves and orcs are building something, so the combat strength of this place must be unimaginable. After reading this report, the Sultan can only conclude that something is very wrong with this place. The next day, in the town of Mr. Lacona, we saw his son watching two men fighting in a fist fight. He says to put more force into the punches, but judging by the men's faces, they are being forced to fight each other, because the boy is threatening to let their wives and children starve. The men, powerless to do anything, start fighting with stronger punches. The blonde boy gets excited that it is now more fun to watch the fight. But look who appears beside him, even more excited and smiling. The boy almost dies of a heart attack from the shock he receives. Lloyd asks who the two men fighting each other are. The blonde boy says they are servants in his house, and Lloyd gets excited about this competition and also wants to participate. But the boy, trembling all over, says there is no way he can fight against the two men. But Lloyd says he is asking to compete with the blonde boy, not the men. The boy freezes like a ghost, and Lloyd says his opponent will be Javier, who already materializes his aura sword and says that if it is an order, he must comply. Mr. Lacona's son kneels in apology, and says Javier is a master swordsman, it wouldn't be fair. Lloyd agrees and then says the blonde boy will fight him instead. But this was what Lloyd really wanted, and the boy, scared to death, doesn't have time to breathe and already takes a very light punch from Lloyd. Per blonde boy loses 3 more teeth. Lloyd is writing a letter of recommendation for the boy to return to the academy he was expelled from, and Lloyd will add everything that happened today to the letter. The protagonists Pigeon and Rat deliver the message, while Lloyd looks at the men who were fighting, and tells them to seek out Mr. Byron and that from today, they are residents of the Frontera. The men let some tears escape out of so much happiness. Meanwhile, Mr. Lacona wakes up scared from a dream that Lloyd was in, which is a nightmare for him. He thinks the day is not going to be good because he dreamed about Lloyd. Mr. Lacona's servant knocks on the door, saying he needs to tell him something. But Lacona gets very angry and grabs a whip he uses on the servants. But Lloyd opens the door while shouting that he missed Mr. Lacona. But the old man's heart can't take it, and he faints. Lloyd asks if his face is that scary, and Javier says yes. Lloyd goes up to the mansion's terrace and shows Mr. Lacona the areas that will need terraforming. But the old man is uncomfortable, wondering why all this is necessary. But Lloyd asks if they will need to resolve this the hard way while pulling on his mustache. Lloyd tells him that for making these tunnels, it's better to use granite than cement. He also tells the workers to make the path straight to Lloyd's estate. On the way to the construction, there's the residence of the Lacona family, but the workers follow the protagonist's orders without any curves. Count Lacona just watches incredulously from his window as the building cuts through the middle. Lloyd says the Viscount doesn't need to worry, he'll build another house for him. In the next scene, we see a patched-up tent. Inside it is Malika, the bodybuilder elf who looks like He-Man. Mr. Lacona is also there with his son. Malika asks if they are okay and why they are trembling, but they say it's nothing. Lloyd appointed Mr. Byron as the supervisor of this work front, praising his leadership abilities. Lloyd also doesn't need to worry about the heavy work. After all, they have many monsters on the team to do that job. They are even using monsters as vehicles to carry soil. The elves are in charge of building more apartments. Now Lloyd is racking his brain about what to do with the waste. The best option would be to incinerate it like in modern times. But only he, Javier, or Bangul have the ability to burn it. However, they can't be tied to this job, as if something happens and they need to leave, it's going to be a disaster. After thinking a lot, Lloyd has an idea of who can solve this problem. So he asks the dwarf blacksmith for armor made from the sap of the Alentia tree. The giant dwarf asks if he's going to hunt a dragon to need such armor, and Lloyd, in the most natural way possible, says yes. The dwarf asks who is capable of doing this, and Lloyd points to Javier, who has a look of, well, I'll leave it to you to say what Javier thought in that image in the comments. In the mountains to the east, deep within, precisely in a grotto where a stream flows slowly, a large red dragon is sitting on a pile of precious stones, while whining that he can't refine any of them. He is very upset, saying he wants to get married, but for that, he needs to create beautiful gems to feed the offspring. And since he breaks all the gems, the females don't like that, and he can't get married. The dragon complains that it wasn't so hard to make precious gems in the old days. At that time, dragons could invade human castles and steal them, or they could kidnap a dwarf and force him to work. But one day, an idiot called the Dragon King married a human woman and created the dragon law, which prohibited dragons from invading properties and intimidating other species. Someone in armor arrives saying they understand the dragon's feelings, but the dragon gets furious and asks how he got through all the traps. Yes, it's Lloyd and Javier who are there to talk to the dragon, and Lloyd says he disabled the traps. Lloyd asks if the dragon's name is Solitas and says he has a proposal for him, but the dragon spits fire at them without even hearing the proposal, shouting that he can't get married because of humans. But while in the middle of the fire, Javier asks what the plan is, and Lloyd says he already told him the plan, but Javier says he didn't hear. And while the dragon unleashes a shower of fire, the protagonist tells Javier that the plan is to capture the dragon. Javier tells him to stop joking and say what he needs to do right away. Lloyd insists and says step 1 of the plan is to fight the dragon and step 2 is to capture it. Then he pushes Javier into the dragon's field of vision, who immediately notices the human that was hidden. He's surprised he's not burned and wonders if the armor has some special power. If fire doesn't work, the dragon will crush him then. At least Javier has Lloyd's moral support. Javier summons his aura sword as the dragon's paw approaches. He dodges as his sword grows even more. The dragon tries another strike, but Javier dodges again, making the dragon even more furious. Javier finds it strange that the dragon seems weak and that he can really win. But in reality, it's Javier who is a monster. Lloyd, with a smile, says he knew this would be easy. In the book, Javier won the fight against the dragon even though it was difficult. So now that Javier is much stronger, it's going to be impossible for the dragon. The dragon is scared of Javier's new technique. He simply used the elves' technique as a base, and now with Mana Blast, he can jump in the air. Almost like Sanji's technique in One Piece, he goes after the dragon. He says he needs a powerful attack to hurt the strongest creature in existence. So he uses Aura Blast and charges a powerful attack on his sword. The attack hits the dragon's chest, making it immobile. The attack creates a small hole in the dragon, who watches as the attack disappears. From the dragon's despair, he had never taken damage from anyone. He starts thrashing in pain while Javier watches from afar. As Javier prepares to start the fight again, the dragon asks for calm. Lloyd explains that now that Solitas has experienced fear, Javier is like a monster to him. Before Javier attacked the dragon again, the creature asked him to wait a moment because it had something to say. Thus, the knight did not attack, waiting for what the dragon had to say. But he was deceived by the dragon, who took advantage of the pause to strike the swordsman. The problem was that when the dragon raised its paw, it realized the knight wasn't crushed beneath it. Then, Javier appeared behind Solitas, who had no chance to dodge this attack. The explosion of mana that the swordsman used hit a very small area on the dragon's back. Even so, Solitas roared in pain, as if he could be defeated with just one attack. Javier continued attacking the dragon relentlessly, not giving it any chance to counterattack. As the fight had been going on for a while, Lloyd lay calmly on the ground, watching. Everything was going as planned, and he knew what Solitas would do next. The dragon blew a puff of smoke in Javier's direction. It seemed like he had a plan in mind when he launched this attack. Covered by the smoke, Solitas took advantage of the fact that no one could see him and transformed into a human. Then, he ran away in fear, trying to get as far from Javier as possible. He hid behind some rocks, thinking he hadn't been noticed by his opponent, and he used some kind of mental power to teleport out of the cave. But before he could do that, a lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere and struck him on the head. He fell to the ground, thinking he had set up the anti-teleportation trap himself, and felt like a complete idiot. Then, the dragon realized someone was approaching him. Lloyd arrived politely and introduced himself again as the son of Frontera, and Solitas tried to disguise, telling the MC that he was not a dragon at all. Lloyd just smiled at him without saying anything. It was obvious that he was the dragon. Disguising, he said he didn't know how he ended up there, while Javier approached from behind him. Stealthily, the knight launched another mana attack on the dragon, hit in the middle of the back. He screamed like a little girl for being attacked. Lloyd told the dragon that humans don't scream like that when attacked, but Solitas was more interested in knowing what they wanted. Then, Lloyd reminded him that they were there to make a great offer to the dragon, who asked, crying, why they attacked him instead of talking to him. But he was reminded that he was the one who attacked first, and Javier only counterattacked. With no way to escape from these humans, Solitas inquired about what they had to offer. Finally, Lloyd saw that his negotiation would progress from that point. In the novel, the MC noticed that Solitas couldn't contain his anger, but it wouldn't be possible to talk to him, so Lloyd had to use another means. Even with the dragon calmer, it would be difficult to negotiate if his pride was hurt, having been defeated by a human. Then, Lloyd shouted at Javier, calling him a reckless idiot. He belittled the swordsman, showing that he had the audacity to hit a wise dragon. This attitude from the master caught Javier by surprise. He had no idea what Lloyd was saying, and Lloyd didn't stop, stating that if the dragon weren't magnanimous, the two of them would have turned into barbecue. Finally, he asked the swordsman to kneel and raise his hands, asking for forgiveness. Surely, Javier wasn't in the mood to do what his master had just asked, and Lloyd kept pressing, ordering him to kneel immediately. With no choice, poor Javier was forced to do what his master ordered. While kneeling, the MC asked Solitas to sit so they could start talking. Completely on his knees, he asked to ask a question to the Lord Dragon. Finally, Lloyd abandoned the polite smile and went straight to the point. Solitas' desire was to get married, wasn't it? The dragon blushed and asked how the human discovered that. The MC didn't answer but said the dragon couldn't get married because he couldn't refine jewels. Once again, the dragon didn't understand how someone could know this, nor how he was found. Then the protagonist made his proposal. He would help the Lord get married in 10 years. This speech made the dragon so happy that he didn't even question how Lloyd would do that. Quickly he came back to himself and wanted his questions answered by the human. But Lloyd kept saying things that made him blush. Like dragons, they could send love letters telepathically to each other, or even make a heart with their tails illuminated by moonlight. With Solitas seduced by the idea of romance, the MC soon presented a contract for him to sign, showing that he could just sign at the end without even reading what was written. As soon as he heard the dragon sign, Lloyd's expression became demonic again. He took the contract from Solitas' hands before the ink could dry. Then he reminded him that there was a very interesting dragon commandment. If any dragon dared to break a contract with humans, he would be burned by the Dragon King's breath. At that moment, Solitas' instinct told him that he had just signed a contract with a real demon. Back in the county, the farmers noticed that Master Lloyd had returned from his work trip, and as always, he brought something new with him. They thought Lloyd would bring a dragon, but instead, they just brought a weary young man. After all, there was no way to bring a dragon. Walking ahead of Solitas, the MC celebrated that he had just conquered his dragon. Lloyd introduced the young man to someone, but the person wasn't convinced he was a dragon. He explained that the dwarf could confirm by looking at Solitas' body, which exuded smoke. The dwarf asked if the dragon was really bad at crafts, and he confirmed. By Lloyd's contract, Corgidus would teach him how to make jewels, and in return, Solitas will incinerate the waste from the sewage facilities once a day. As a legendary creature, he was not at all thrilled to have to incinerate human waste. Knowing this, the MC said it would be difficult for such a grand creature to accept doing that. For this reason, he pressured him to sign the contract. Otherwise, Solitas would lose the chance to learn how to make jewels. And not knowing how to produce jewels would make it much more difficult for him to get married. Despite being proud, this couldn't be more important than the chance of marriage. Totally bound to the contract with Lloyd, the dragon surrendered and called for the dwarf. Humbly, he said he would be in Corgidus' care. Being a dwarf, he never thought he would have such a majestic student as a dragon. According to Solitas, dragons are indeed more powerful in terms of power, but the dwarf is definitely the best when it comes to craftsmanship. So he asked Corgidus to teach him. From afar, Lloyd thought that no matter how silly he was, the dragon was still quick to adapt to the situation. Corjadus accepted the disciple but warned that he might be a bit harsh with him. The dragon didn't mind. He had already decided he would do everything to improve his skills. Then the dwarf's face turned scary, and he ordered the student to stop loafing and go get the materials. Solidas almost cried and asked if the dwarf was really talking to him, and Corjadus retorted for him to go quickly. Frightened, the new disciple ran off to do what his master ordered. Meanwhile, the MC was satisfied that in this contract, both parties would benefit. Solidas managed to trade his pride for the best education that exists in the world, and Corjadus could enjoy being the first in the world to abuse a dragon. Lloyd lost count of the experiences he had with contracts that were unbelievably disadvantageous, but he had to sign them. Those who offered these contracts must have known that he had no choice but to sign. For the MC, this was nothing short of violence. In a real contract, both parties must benefit. However, he didn't take his eyes off the jewels that the teacher and student discarded on the ground. Even though both benefited, there was no problem if he managed to gain a little more. Leaving with the jewels, a system message appeared saying he had managed to transform another tragic destiny. Solidas's fate was to lose his horns in the fight against Javier, and leave it extremely wounded, having received fatal injuries. After returning to his lair, he would die alone and never be found. Which is a bit different from what Lloyd knew, because in the novel, the dragon just appeared fleeing to his lair. If it weren't for the MC, the Frontera couple would have the same fate too. The Count is multi-talented, and without the debts, he can focus on jobs he couldn't do before. He is happy now, thanks to Lloyd. Julian, who would have perished in a foreign land, is now recognized as the best student at school. All thanks to the MC, it's impossible to calculate the number of lives he saved. With the compliments, the protagonist became convinced, but what he needed now was the skill to build the sewage system. The estimation skill doesn't gather information from the whole county at once, and that makes Lloyd's job difficult. This skill stagnated at a point, and Lloyd knew that in business, he needed to do what's necessary to evolve. Therefore, he starts spending the points he has to level up the skill. After investing a lot, the skill's estimation radius more than triples, and the MC also gains a new skill option, Construction Guide. To test the skill, Lloyd summons the 3D construction diagram. The system then prompts him to activate the construction guide. As soon as he activates it, the MC is impressed by what just happened. In front of him is a hologram of a life-sized house, allowing builders to work much more precisely. In other words, the skill can reduce Lloyd's workload by at least 50%. Immediately, he decides that he needs to test it on a real project. Lloyd creates a hologram on the ground and explains to Javier that he is to excavate this area. The swordsman is suspicious of his master's plans, but the MC will give him the details later. Javier notices that the green outline is not just on the surface, but also inside the hole he is digging. To test, Lloyd asks him to dig outside the green light area. As soon as he does that, the light turns red, indicating there was an error in the project. Additionally, a hologram with the MC's face appears, saying the work is being done poorly. To Javier, this appearance is a true monstrosity. Probably no one would mess up their work if they had to see Lloyd's face when they did something wrong. Seeing his master remain silent, he finds it strange and asks if something happened. Without a response, Javier asks if the MC is going to say he was a genius with a magical illusion, or if it's a magical tool he stole. Since the question came out of nowhere, Lloyd doesn't know how to lie convincingly, so he just asks which story the swordsman finds more plausible. Since it seems easier to believe that he stole the skill from a mage, that's the story they will use. Even he will pretend to believe that was what happened. Lloyd won't tell the whole truth about his skills, but he asks if there's anything Javier would like to know. But the priority for Javier at the moment is not his curiosity. It's that his master can save all the people of the county. In his thoughts, Lloyd is grateful for the trust the swordsman places in him, and he says, of course, he will save everyone. On another day, Byron explains to the workers that they will build a sewage system to prevent the people of the county from getting sick. He shouts to the workers, asking what their motto is, and they respond that safety comes first. They will not get hurt. Lloyd and Javier watch the workers devoted to the work and their master. The MC comments that they seem crazier by the minute, not knowing how they got that way. The waste thrown into the sewer will flow to the main pipeline. Even alone, Padong is capable of digging a smaller sewer, but he alone won't be enough to dig the main tunnel. So, what they need right now is encouragement. Watching Bengal's encouragement, Bibyong's heart starts pounding wildly. He gets more than encouraged and starts working at full power. Suddenly, one of the workers digs in the wrong spot, and the area turns red. Then, a hologram of Lloyd criticizing his lack of attention appears. All the workers stop to see the projected image of Master Lloyd, and instead of being intimidated by it, they get more excited to continue the work. From above, we can see several holograms summoned, and the workers competing over which one is the ugliest. This makes Lloyd furious. They weren't supposed to be playing with the holograms, and he asks Javier why his workers started acting like lunatics. A heavy spring rain falls over the county, and the construction of the smaller sewers increased drastically in just 3 months. Using the construction guidelines, the construction of the main sewer progressed rapidly. And with that, the project quickly extended northwards. At a ravine, Lloyd gives Byron instructions on where the main sewer will pass and where the sludge treatment station will be. Byron remembers that the mastodons are in that area, but for Lloyd, as long as Bibiang is there, they won't attack recklessly. Anyway, he warns Byron not to let the workers agitate the mastodons and to approach quietly. They did as instructed, but no mastodon was seen, perhaps due to Bibiang's presence there. At least that's what they thought. With nothing to do for a while, our protagonist started playing games. Playing with himself out of pure boredom and still finding it fun. Until Padong appears, looking sad and asking why his master seems bored. Then he starts explaining something very seriously to him. From what Lloyd could understand, his pet found something very strange. A crowd of workers is gathered around a large hole with something at the bottom. Lloyd arrives, asking for passage through them to see the hole. And when he gets closer, he falls completely silent. At the bottom of the hole is what was once a mastodon. Approaching it, it seems it hasn't been long, as if someone had killed and buried it there. The question is who would do this and why. Bibiang catches his attention by saying he smells something. Then Lloyd asks the workers to dig a bit more in that area. They barely start, and already find something that catches their attention. From the edge of the hole, the MC is astonished by what he is seeing. Down below, dozens of mastodons in the same state as the other one were unearthed. This kind of thing wasn't in the novel, so he is no longer sure about anything that is happening. But there was something in the novel that resembled this. In the episode of Namarin where Javier learned to use the mana blast, the purple light emanating from the mastodon is similar to the dark magic from that city. He quickly yells for all the workers to get away from there immediately. That is corpse explosion magic. All the workers run desperately to get away from the hole. But before they could get very far, a large explosion happens behind them. Lloyd, who is behind them, realizes that the flames aren't stopping from approaching. If it continues like this, they won't escape. So he stops running, determined not to let any of his workers get hurt. He doesn't know if his plan will work, but he will try to use the impact of his mana explosion to neutralize the other one. Before he could put his plan into practice, Bibiang appears in front of him, trying to protect everyone from the explosion. From the ground, Lloyd desperately yells to his pet that this could be his end. Far away, while practicing his skill, he notices the explosion. The wise dragon thinks it must be the invocation of a necromancer. The magic must have used a creature larger than a human. Thus, the scammer Lloyd must be in trouble, but he is not sure if he should help him. On the other hand, he sees someone who doesn't think the same way. Nearby, Javier is running, trying to reach his master as fast as possible. Since the swordsman went to Lloyd, the dragon doesn't think he would be of any help, as he knows how strong the knight is. Back at the explosion site, Bibiang is unconscious, and the MC is trying to wake him up. The workers, thrown to the ground by the explosion, look back and see something sinister. Even Lloyd is worried about the scene he is witnessing. At the explosion site, mastodon corpses are floating, as if they had turned into some kind of zombies. The herd of zombie mastodons descends to the ground, and Lloyd, holding the still unconscious Bibiang, doesn't know what to do to protect his workers now. The herd must have been buried deeper than the bodies that exploded, and their number is much larger. As if it weren't bad enough that these creatures have come back to life. One of them screams as if commanding the others. Then the whole herd starts running towards Lloyd. Realizing it will be hard to escape them, the MC yells for the workers to run away, and they waste no time trying to distance themselves from the pursuing herd. Further away from the workers, Lloyd notices something wrong ahead of him. The leader of the white cavalry gathered his men, wanting to stop the zombie mastodons. He shouts that his men and he will fight to protect the people and Frontera County. Knowing that this won't work, the MC orders them not to do it. Fortunately, he is heard, and the cavalry retreats and resumes fleeing. Running, Lloyd thinks about what he can do to keep distance from their pursuers. He spots Byron and asks where they are. The knight reveals they are in the field, but we don't know who they are. Then the protagonist calls Padong to delay the mastodons. The guinea pig distances itself from its master, heading towards the zombies. As it approaches, the mastodons become alert to the new enemy. Padong is much larger than the resurrected ones and prepares to attack. He hits one of the mastodons with the Padong explosion, and the creature is thrown into the middle of the herd by the force of the attack. The guinea pig continues attacking, landing elbows and kicks capable of sending its enemies flying. The mastodons don't just take hits, they also attack, momentarily forcing Padong to retreat. Then he starts preparing a new attack. Padong delivers a series of blows to the mastodons, with names like Plum Blossom Fist. From afar, his master watches in awe at the guinea pig strikes. Despite the attacks, they don't retreat and hit Padong in the belly. Several other zombies join into attack, pushing him back. But that won't be enough to defeat him. The guinea pig manages to throw all the attacking mastodons into the air. He barely does this when another creature appears, sinking its fangs into the fighter's leg, even giving his best to fight against the entire herd. They are too numerous, and little by little, Padong is being overwhelmed by them. Suddenly, Lloyd's voice echoes, catching the creature's attention. The shout was so loud that they stop to see what's happening. Lloyd is at the end of the ravine with a small mastodon. He tells the herd that he has one of their calves, and that he will turn it into ham in just a few seconds. This definitely caught the attention of the zombie mastodons. The MC continues his threat, saying that the herd must be feeling nervous and irritated right now. If they don't get to Lloyd soon, he will tear the calf apart. Then the herd starts screaming, wanting to save their calf, and they run towards the protagonist at full speed. Lloyd's plan worked, and he managed to get their attention. He grabs the calf and runs. The calf, which is actually named Pending or something like that, wasn't part of the herd. In fact, it was one of the calves under Mr. Byron's care. From the hint given in the novel, mastodons are docile creatures that don't attack humans, unless their calves are in danger. In that case, they become true beasts. Faster than the zombies, Podong catches up with his master, and Lloyd says they will head through the valley, and asks the guinea pig to lead them to the forest to hide until everything is over. The ravine is empty after the zombie mastodons go after Lloyd. Only the workers remain there, feeling saved once again by Master Lloyd. Meanwhile, in the forest not far from there, Goming is being lazy again, sitting on a branch and humming, until suddenly, a hand appears and captures the poor bird. The hand belonged to Javier, who needs Goming to grow up to take him north. Back at the ravine, Podong is still running from the zombie mastodons. As he is very tired, the zombies are slowly catching up to them. To buy some time, Lloyd prepares a mana attack, and launches it at his pursuers, hitting one of the leading mastodons. A purple light starts radiating from within the creature, and another purple explosion occurs. Before the smoke from the explosion dissipates, several zombies pass through it without a break. Lloyd thinks about what he can do. There are many of them, and attacking the mountain might injure himself and his companions. Suddenly, Podong looks very scared, and abruptly stops running. When Lloyd and the calf look ahead, they realize why he stopped. The guinea pig has nowhere to run. There is a mountain in front of them. Lloyd needs to think quickly about what to do, or they will be trampled by the gigantic zombie herd. The MC uses his search ability, trying to find a way out of that place. But just as he thought, Podong isn't able to climb the embankment due to his weight. Lloyd is panicking as the herd gets closer and closer. He tries to calm himself by thinking about his past experiences and what he has learned to do something. Podong calls out to his master, not knowing what will happen to them, and Lloyd asks him to stay close to the wall and hold the mastodon calf tightly. He was worried that using the triple core mana explosion might kill him, but actually, this is the trick to getting through this. So, the MC gathers his mana for the decisive attack, and invokes the triple core mana explosion. A gigantic flame shoots out of his shovel. The flame rises toward the mastodons, with the 3 tongues of fire reaching toward the sky. The heat from the explosion was so intense that Lloyd's shovel almost melted. Very tired from using something so powerful, the MC falls to his knees with the shovel by his side. Meanwhile, the mastodons haven't slowed down and are very close to the group. Then, Lloyd's overload ability activates, and a purple light starts emanating from him. As soon as the ability hits the mastodons, they immediately begin to decompose, turning into just small remains in the end. The MC is absorbing all the mana from the things around him, and he struggles to direct his target. Then, he raises his hand, showing that the target is in front of him. Lloyd intends to absorb only the mastodon's mana, leaving Podong and the valley out of it. With the ability focused only on the zombies, they disintegrate completely as they run out of mana. While doing this, he remembers using this ability on the Empress to level up his mana heart. The MC had asked to feed off Javier's mana, and although the swordsman disagreed, he had no choice since it was an order from his master, who was planning to increase the level of his mana heart by using overload to absorb Javier's mana. Then he begins the mana blast several times, until he ends up completely without mana, to thus be able to activate the overload ability. But the ability started to suck the mana from everything around, so Lloyd focused all his efforts on taking only the mana that mattered, Javier's. Even having his mana sucked, the swordsman showed no concern, while the MC laughed diabolically that he would take every last drop of mana from his servant. That is until a system message showed that his body couldn't withstand this type of mana, and he fell to the ground, powerless after his plan failed. Then, with a satisfied smile, Javier asks if the master is alright. After failing, Lloyd learned to establish a direction and target, and now will take all the mastodon's mana. While doing this, several of his abilities are improved, such as his expanded mana heart. The problem with this absorption is that the mana from these zombies is rotten, making it necessary to use more powerful rotations of his mana core to convert this rotten energy. The system warns that the mana heart was damaged and then healed with purified mana. Right after, the process repeats, and the mana heart ability evolves several times. The mana heart continues to be damaged and healed in turn, until the ability's rank is updated. Now the MC's physical capacity increases by 600%. After using the ability for so long, he can barely stand. Then the system communicates that a new Mana Heart ability has been activated. Lloyd commands all the zombie mastodons to kneel before him. He gained the Undead Domination ability, and all the mastodons kneel. Behind his master, Podong is impressed with Lloyd's powers. The MC throws a blue sunflower seed to his pet. Finally, it's time for them to go home. Lloyd's new ability allows him to control any undead with less mana than him. Those who are dominated will follow all his orders faithfully. While walking on the zombie mastodons, the system alerts Lloyd that there is a catch to the ability. The ability can only be used if he is looking directly at the zombie. Upon learning this, the MC looks at the mastodons behind him. They are all turning and heading towards the protagonist. The system informs Lloyd that he has 40 seconds until the 308 zombies are no longer controlled by him. Thus, he, Podong, and the calf begin to run desperately. They have only a few more seconds to escape before being caught by the zombie mastodons. But time runs out before that, and Lloyd embraces Podong and the calf, trying to protect them. Suddenly, a white rope descends from the top of the ravine. Somehow it attaches to Lloyd, pulling him and his protected ones up, avoiding being crushed by the herd. Catching his breath, the MC looks up, trying to see who saved him. Goming is flying above him, and used his web-spinning ability for the rescue. And mounted on the bird is Javier, who has finally arrived. The swordsman activates his aura sword ability, commanding Goming to start the attack. Even though he's completely disheartened about having to do this, he does what Javier wants and flies higher, getting very close to the walls of the ravine. Standing on top of him, Javier uses the aura sword to destroy the walls. All this happens while Lloyd is trapped by the web, swinging from side to side. Javier's attack on the walls causes hundreds of rocks to fall towards the herd, which, when hit by the rocks, explode. From above, the swordsman continues to make more rocks fall, while a large purple explosion takes over the ravine. Lloyd watches in awe at what Javier managed to do in such a short time. After Goming takes them far from all that, they are finally safe. Still catching his breath, Lloyd thanks the swordsman for saving his life. Contrary to what he expected, Javier is not happy and asks how his master can still be smiling. Lloyd is silent, not quite understanding what he meant. As an escort knight, he believes he should be by his master's side if something like this happens. And he still remembers that the MC used himself as bait to evacuate the workers while riding on Goming. But Lloyd says it wasn't quite like that. He was trying to lure them to take them all out at once. Then Javier questions whether his plan worked. Knowing the outcome, the MC asks what exactly Javier wants him to say. The swordsman yells that his master should worry about himself at least once. Without the master, the apartment and sewer projects would end. Even the lives of the villagers would be in danger. The MC needs to take care of himself because countless lives depend on him. So Lloyd asks if that's what Javier meant. That some people might die as long as he is alive. But the swordsman explains that's not what he meant. He just doesn't want his master to keep taking risks. But Lloyd shouts angrily that if he hadn't done what he did, people would have been hurt. One shouts what they think should have been done to the other, while Podong watches the two worriedly. The MC continues to say that he is the most important person in the county, and the people there are his responsibility. So, who else but him should protect these people? Javier asks if he will continue doing these dangerous things in the future. Of course, Lloyd won't stop and will take more money as a benefit for taking risks. The swordsman gives an enraged look to his master, but then calms down and tells him to do as he pleases. Javier will stay by his side anyway. After that, the system informs the MC that his affinity with him has grown, and now he has gained Javier's respect. From now on, the swordsman would be willing to die for his master. Knowing this, Lloyd gives a smug smile to his loyal servant. What they need to figure out now is who summoned the mastodons. It could be retaliation from Asfahan for the monster Domino, but as far as the MC knows, there is no necromancer there with the power to do this. Based on the information from the novel, the only mention of using dark magic was regarding the walls of Namarin. For now, it's better to stop the work there and look for clues. Lloyd's guess comes from the chapter about the walls of Namarin. If he's right, he just needs to find evidence, and he can hold them accountable for all the property damage. Sometime after the attack, the workers are digging a huge hole for Lloyd. He continues trying to find evidence, even though it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Somewhere in that hole should be a conductor used in dark magic to control things. Suddenly, a soldier appears on horseback calling for Master Lloyd. Count Cremo just came from the west, looking for him. In a room at the Frontera mansion, Count Cremo starts the conversation by suddenly talking about marriage. This leaves everyone present at a loss for words, until Lloyd explains that the Count is not his type. In fact, the Count wants him to marry his daughter and, not liking to beat around the bush, got straight to the point. After the MC left, The Count wondered if there would be a better son-in-law than him, and now that he's famous, he must have received several proposals. So he got worried and decided to come straight to the county. But Lloyd explains that he hasn't received any marriage proposals. At that moment the Count draws his son's attention to something, and throws dozens of letters with marriage proposals onto the table. The MC is amazed at the quantity. His father was waiting until he was less busy to show them. Upon seeing all the letters, Count Cremo says they are all insincere for not coming in person as he did. Before he could continue, Lloyd interrupts him, thanking him for his consideration, and apologizes for not being willing to do as the Count wishes. The Count does not accept this response. The MC is already 27 years old. With the Count's sincerity, Javier struggles to keep from laughing at his master in front of everyone, while the Count thinks Lloyd believes his family isn't good enough. Beside the Count, his daughter has an anguished look. She introduces herself as Count Cremo's eldest daughter, and tearfully says she is willing to devote herself entirely to the welfare and promotion of her family. The way she said it, it appears to the MC that she is being forced to marry a demon. Now Javier is even using his mana to keep from laughing. Lloyd's father joins the conversation, making a request to the Count. He explains that while it's important to take care of the family, everyone's feelings must also be considered. According to him, it would be impossible to spend your whole life with someone you don't love. For the sake of the Count's family, he believes his daughter's wishes should be taken into account. After hearing what Lloyd's father had to say, Count Cremo looks at his daughter, reflecting on whether he respected her wishes, and says he almost made her unhappy for the sake of the family's status. The young woman looks at her father, unable to hold back her tears, and says she loves him, now crying with happiness. The Count confesses he is always impressed by the Frontera family, and that day he learned a great lesson: to live with love. The Count and Countess, who are in love, completely agree with him. When the Count leaves the room, Lloyd sits thinking about what just happened. It seemed like avoiding a marriage with him is a happy ending, and even his parents agreed with that. Looking to the side, Javier is crouched in a corner, trembling. He continued to hold back his laughter until the end at his master's expense. After that, rejections to all proposals were sent. At the palace, a messenger informs the Empress of this fact. To her, this was expected, and even if the Frontera family accepted a proposal, the girl would refuse the marriage. Looking at the messenger who just informed her, the Empress concludes that Lloyd is practically a potato after all. The thought makes her laugh, and the messenger thinks she must be unwell, so she requests potatoes for dinner. In any case, she has to monitor who Lloyd chooses as a partner since they will become the most powerful family. So she asks if there is news of the letter sent to Asfahan. According to the messenger, they did not take responsibility for the monster Domino and are still reprimanding them, a clear provocation to Magentano. The old man from Asfahan is waiting for the Empress to be the first to attack. She decides to send a delegation there soon, and meanwhile, all correspondence to Asfahan is prohibited. As for who will be part of this delegation, perhaps she should send a potato with it. Back at the Frontera mansion, a head with inscriptions was found at the extreme north of where the incident occurred. That's why Mr. Byron believes it is involved in the incident, but there was no need to put a rotten thing on the dinner table. Lloyd analyzes the symbol on the goat's head, and remembers seeing it before, in an illustration from the novel. In the novel, the symbol was on a large red flag, and it represented the symbol used by the new Dark Queen Alicia in her new kingdom. This brings up another fact that wasn't in the novel. The walls of Namarin and Queen Alicia must be connected. His presence in this world caused several changes. The Queen did not turn evil, and the events that enabled Namarin to disappear. The refugees who would be the trigger for Namarin did not happen, and so someone is trying to do something that didn't happen in the novel. Cannavaro, the dark mage who made the walls of Namarin and sent countless people to their deaths, is Lloyd's main suspect. The MC asks Mr. Byron to resume construction, and as soon as it's completed, they need to go somewhere. His parents are worried because he has barely rested these days and is already thinking about going somewhere. Lloyd reveals that he will go to Namarin and catch the bastard responsible for this. On another day in Frontera County, approximately 6.2 miles north is the waste management facility. Lloyd asks Padong to open the large cover of the facility, and the guinea pig struggles to move it. Then the MC says it's Solidas' turn to do his part of the work. The dragon goes to the edge of the station, channeling his mana, and mentally commands the waste to rise. The mountain of waste starts to ascend toward the station's exit, forming a dense mass with various items united into a single piece. Then Solidas' eyes flash with a red light, and he begins to transform into mist, returning to his original dragon form. Looking at him, Lloyd thinks that one day people will know this story. Solidas channels his firepower before breathing out, and then spits out a great flame, to incinerate the waste he had gathered earlier. Back in the MC's thoughts, people will know that Solidas willingly used his powers for human health and hygiene. He will be known as the legendary Solidas, the dragon of fecal destruction. Solidas is annoyed hearing Lloyd say these things. He doesn't want to be known by such a title. According to the MC, being a man of science, he couldn't be good at naming things. With this achievement, the system shows that Lloyd has established the concept of public health and earned the title of Toilet Ghost. Returning from the sewage station, Javier asks when his master intends to go to Namarin. They should go soon. Before going, they need a plan or the trip will be a waste. The swordsman catches Lloyd's attention to look ahead. Several noble carriages are parked in front of the Frontera mansion. For some reason, the MC has a bad feeling about this. After entering the family mansion, his father explains that the rejection letters were not well received, so the nobles sent their daughters hoping he would change his mind. The father also made lists to organize the order in which the girls would meet Lloyd, clearly enjoying it. Deep down, the Count is worried about not having grandchildren and that rumors about his son being defective are spreading. Even the system mocks the lack of romance in the MC's life. In the end, it's not bad to have a line of women waiting for him, but what really matters are their parents, who are waiting for a chance to make an alliance with the Frontera family. The first girl enters the room and Lloyd greets her. As soon as she sees who is in front of her, she becomes completely flushed. She was enchanted at first sight by Javier, thinking he was her suitor. When she finds out that the MC is the suitor, she looks disgusted. Knowing that she has no interest in him, Lloyd says goodbye to her. The door closes, and the MC waits for the next candidate. As soon as she enters, he introduces himself to the girl. She doesn't even hear him, as she is focused solely on Javier, thinking he is her suitor. Once again, Lloyd explains that he is the son of the Count and not Javier. This girl also looks at him with disgust, having no interest in him. So, the MC says goodbye to yet another candidate. As soon as he and Javier are alone in the room, the swordsman reveals that he is not finding this amusing at all. According to his master, he knows very well how the girls judge him. Then a new candidate enters the room, and it seems that this one caught Lloyd's attention. She looks familiar, and the MC is sure he has seen her in an illustration from the novel. She bows and introduces herself as Siluria Namarin, the eldest daughter of Count Namarin. In the novel, Lloyd had thought she was the heroine and Javier's love interest, but she ended up sacrificing herself to protect the people of Namarin. This left the readers outraged because the author always kills those Javier loves. Siluria says she is there at her father's insistence but confesses that she found the suitor much better than described. Then, Lloyd explains once again that he is her suitor and not Javier. Surprisingly, she knew this and also that Javier is a renowned master swordsman. Realizing that she found the MC pleasant leaves both him and the swordsman petrified. The girl sits down and says it must be strange for Lloyd to receive these proposals at a time when he is so busy. She explains that on her way to the mansion, she saw the buildings and roads he is constructing, so it's incredible that he has any free time. Thinking she will be rejected, she asks to leave, but the MC wants to talk a bit more with her. Lloyd asks if Namarin is going through difficulties recently, like a significant population increase. Then she sits down again and asks how he knows this. Indeed, 400 people, refugees due to monster attacks, went to her county, led by someone. Just as Lloyd imagined, Namarin's walls are a spell designed to absorb the vital energy of those within them. They were built to trap the refugees needed for Cannavaro's spell. The MC had thought all the refugees had gone to his county, but some ended up in Namarin. If things happen as in the novel, thousands of people from that place will be sacrificed. And all this to summon the knight who calls for death, the Knight of Hell. According to the novel, no matter how strong a master swordsman is, he is no match for a Knight of Hell, which means the destruction of that territory cannot be contained. This is much worse than Lloyd had feared. On another day, the MC is ready to begin his journey, and Javier is holding a basket full of letters. These are letters given to him by the girls before they left. Lloyd asks what kind of letters they are, and the swordsman explains that they are love letters. He realizes that his master may have never received such a letter, and he confirms that he really never has. Not everyone can be as handsome as Javier, so he kneels to rummage through the letters, and offers one of the love letters to the MC. Lloyd takes a good look at what his servant is offering. For an instant, tension forms between the two. Then Lloyd gives Javier a pretentious smile, and says he wouldn't want a letter that wasn't addressed to him, and that they should leave soon. While his master continues walking, Javier remains holding the letter, kneeling, probably feeling foolish for offering the letter. After that, inside a carriage, Lloyd is explaining to Siluria that there are several ways to use these structures. Since Namarin was built on a ridge, it's natural for the surrounding slopes to erode. Even without securing the marriage her father wanted, Siluria thinks he will be delighted with the presence of someone like Lloyd. This is the perfect opportunity to investigate Cannavaro and still make money with a new project. Almost arriving at Namarin, the MC is confident he will win the dispute against the Dark Mage. Shortly after, the carriages arrive at the county, and through the window, Siluria points out to them the head of the merchant caravan, Cannavaro. She explains that he used his own money to care for the refugees and always takes on even the most tedious jobs. Lloyd stares at the merchant, finally seeing who his opponent is. It's not hard to notice that on his shirt, there's the same symbol that was on the goat head that Byron found. Now the MC knows what this hypocrite looks like, and he plans to deal with him soon. At the mansion of the Count of Namarin, he receives his two guests with a smile on his face. Thinking that Javier is the nobleman, and that his daughter has become engaged to him, the Count praises the swordsman happily. He even asks what the best date for the wedding would be, and the two remain silent, knowing he misunderstood everything. Then his daughter explains that Javier is a knight, and Lloyd is the other guy next to him. Looking at the two, he can't believe it, as the swordsman exudes the dignity of a noble, while the MC does not. Siluria dislikes her father's attitude and reprimands him, saying he is being rude to the guests. He should look beyond people's facades, even if it seems something is lacking. Lloyd is wise and intelligent. At that moment, Javier abruptly turns to see if she was talking about his master. The MC listens silently as she says that he is not there for them to marry, but to solve problems with the county structure. Javier continues looking at his master while the Count is pleased he won't have an ugly son-in-law, and the MC remains silent as the Count is reprimanded again by his daughter. She thinks that due to his appearance, Lloyd must have been mistreated all his life, at which point he almost cries. Being able to see his master in such a situation is so satisfying that Javier is glowing with emotion. The swordsman tries to hold back his laughter while the Count asks his daughter about the foreigner's competence. The two continue discussing the project, and Javier starts laughing, losing control. He laughs so much that he pats the Count on the shoulders. The Count turns to the two, tempted to start the project, but he doesn't understand what is happening, as Lloyd is threatening the servant who won't stop laughing at his master. After all this commotion, still at the Count's mansion, the MC asks Javier to keep an eye on Cannavaro since they both saw the symbol he was wearing. If they find evidence linking the symbol to dark magic, he wants to inform the Count about what happened in his county. Still pleased with what happened earlier, the swordsman agrees, smiling. Lloyd wants to know why he is laughing at a serious matter, but Javier can't forget what happened earlier. For a moment, his master says nothing, and the two remain silent, until the MC can hold back his irritation and tries his hardest to land a punch on the master swordsman. The next day, it's time to explore the county. A man is shouting for people to come closer. It seems he is a clothes vendor offering great promotions. Looking at the pieces, Lloyd realizes that his plans have become complicated. The symbol he wants to link to dark magic is printed on all the clothes. Then Javier appears, and his master asks if he found anything suspicious. But he hasn't seen Cannavaro do anything besides taking care of the refugees. So, the swordsman wanted to investigate the merchant's house, but it is guarded by a magical lock, which he could easily break, but he might be caught doing so. He also discovered that the symbol on the clothes is from the Wandering Minstrel, and because it is very popular, it is sold in all the big cities. Lloyd thinks that maybe they need to find the minstrel, but if the wall is built in the meantime, it will be the end of them. The novel didn't give details about how the wall's magic is produced, so it will be more challenging to figure out and stop it. Maybe the MC should send Javier out of the city. He could break the wall, but Siluria would meet the same fate as in the novel. The novel mentions a Grand Master, much more powerful than a Master Swordsman. Without knowing how to become this great master, the MC cannot train Javier to become one. Continuing the conversation, the swordsman says they should keep investigating Cannavaro. With that lock, he has something to hide. Javier reveals that there is another way for them to get in. His master just needs to be patient and trust him. The eroded slopes of Namarin need anchors. These should be buried deep in the ground to stabilize the soil. It would be good to use something like screws, but the technology of this world doesn't support something so precise. Since the delivery of what is needed will take time, Lloyd sends the planning for his project to Corgidus first. While he waits, he will research a bit more about the local topography. Some people pass by him, commenting about her beauty. The MC finds it shameful that they talk about such things out loud in the middle of the city. The girl is at a Cannavaro food stall, and this wasn't in the novel. Getting closer to the stall, there are many people, and he wonders if they are only there because of the girl. He then moves into the crowd to see what they are looking at. As he gets a bit closer, he doesn't quite understand what he is seeing. The beauty people were referring to his serving soup to the crowd, and she looks too muscular for a girl. In fact, the green hair of the beautiful girl gives a clue about her identity. With a disillusioned look, Lloyd concludes that she must be his bodyguard. Suddenly, she glances at the crowd around her, and notices that there is someone familiar among them. In fact, the familiar person is looking directly at her. Javier is shocked that his plans were discovered so quickly by his master, who starts making various gestures, symbolizing that he respects the swordsman's personal tastes. In response, Javier also starts making symbols, to say that he doesn't like doing such things. In fact, he doesn't like dressing as a woman. This is all part of a plan he put into action. Then Lloyd shows that he will keep an eye on him, and withdraws, disappearing into the crowd. Javier is irritated, but for the sake of his plan, he needs to continue with the act. Suddenly, Cannavaro appears, walking behind him. He discreetly asks someone how the preparations are going, and a worker responds that they were completed the previous night. After hearing this, he leaves the place quietly. In disguise, Javier is gradually obtaining information about his target. In another part of Namarin, far from the center, Lloyd is in front of a huge cliff. He climbs a bit and starts analyzing the predicted fault lines on the slope. As soon as he activates the skill, he realizes he has found something. There is a skull that was buried there not long ago. After finding the skull, the MC looks around for the rest of the body. But he is surprised because he finds something else. Further ahead from where he found the skull, there is another one buried. Curious about this, he looks to the other side to analyze. And in that direction, there is also one, buried at the same depth, all around the peak. Since this is very strange, Lloyd starts to unearth the first one. In another place, Cannavaro is gathered with several people and praises the work they have done. According to him, the revolution will happen on the planned date. Back to the MC, the skull he unearthed is emitting a purple light. This means that someone placed a dark magic mana spell on it, of the same type that initiated the walls of Namarin. Returning to Cannavaro, he is indeed planning the coming of the Knight from Hell. But after finding the skull, the MC does not intend to let these plans come to fruition. So he activates his mana absorption ability, purifying the mana he absorbed. After doing this, the skull becomes white again, with no magic left. Then the MC picks it up and notices a purple stone fell from it. The stone must be the real source of the magic, while the bones served as a vessel. To discover what kind of stone it is, Lloyd uses his research ability on it, and his eyes light up as soon as he finds out. The stone is so precious that it alone is worth a year of Mr. Byron's salary. Thus, the other skulls might have the same inside. As soon as he unearths another, he finds another stone, and another one shortly after. Lloyd starts to smile madly, digging after discovering the precious stones. All he needs to do is dig a bit, and he will find money. It's incredible. By the end of the day, he even managed to level up a skill by digging, and filled his backpack with 30 precious stones, enough to hire Mr. Byron for another 30 years. The MC's desire to exploit the night for longer makes him feel sick even from afar. Satisfied with his haul, Lloyd wishes all his days were like this. Returning, he even considers raising Mr. Byron's salary. But before leaving, he looks in the direction of the skull. The piece that was once part of a human being is exposed on the ground. Lloyd approaches, asking if it is the result of a natural death or not. Obviously, the skull remains silent. But regardless, the MC thanks each one for giving him Mr. Byron's annual salary. Then he picks up the first one he found, and starts collecting the others to place them in a sunny spot to rest in peace. Quickly, he gathers a bag full of them. During the night, at the Count of Namarin's mansion, Lloyd is talking to his bodyguard, who tries to explain the reason for dressing as a woman, but Lloyd interrupts him, saying that he knows everyone in this world is different and understands that the swordsman is unique. Javier remains silent, realizing his master didn't understand anything he was trying to say. But he tries to explain again that he disguised himself because everyone in the city recognizes him, and this way he could gather information. Again, he sees that Lloyd did not understand. The pair remains silent after that, until the MC asks when Javier discovered that he liked this sort of thing. This time, the swordsman loses his patience and shouts that he didn't do it because he likes it. Lloyd sees no reason for him to be upset. It's not like there's anything wrong with that hobby. Returning to important matters, Javier was sent to Cannavaro's house while in disguise. In the basement, there was a door that led deeper underground. The first time he saw him, the swordsman thought he was a good person and that his master was wrong. But he must be hiding something behind so many doors. Maybe the MC is right about this guy too. Therefore, Javier will try to find physical evidence about Cannavaro. The MC agrees with him, and reminds the swordsman that he doesn't need to be ashamed of his hobbies. That same night at Cannavaro's mansion, he is furious upon learning that all the Noctanium is gone. A man tells him that both the stones and the bones have disappeared. So he wonders if this was something planned or if someone found them by accident. Some men criticize Cannavaro, saying that he claimed the plan was foolproof and that they invested a lot to create a world for dark mages. Trying to calm them down, Cannavaro says that not all is lost. The stones were in those places only for security. If they help once more, it will still be possible to bring the night from hell as planned. The next day, a bucket full of water appears floating, and falls on the muscular beauty's head. Javier, disguised as Javiella, tells a concerned woman that he accidentally got wet. She says that Javiella can change at Chief Cannavaro's house, lending one of her dresses. The girl goes to the mansion, impressing the guard with her beauty. In a closet in the mansion, she becomes Javier again. He begins to use his mana control, trying to completely hide his presence in that place. Having done that, he exits through a window to explore the area. With his stealth, he manages to pass without the house servants noticing him. He goes to a locked iron door. The door leads to the second basement, and Javier is not sure how he will open it. As he looks stealthily at the door, Cannavaro is standing right in front of it. The dark mage looks around, checking if anyone else is nearby. and uses his mana to unlock the enormous padlock on the door. As soon as he does this, its gears start to move. Hidden, the swordsman thinks that this lock needs a combination of mana to be opened. In another location, where the stones Lloyd took are, he is pondering if there are more of them scattered around and if the walls of Namarin could be activated with them. The MC cannot let something like this happen. Therefore, it's time to go after more easy money. Back to Javier's espionage. He observes Cannavaro leaving the basement, and hears the lock closing again. He waits hidden until the mage climbs the stairs and leaves the room. Then Javier approaches the padlock that keeps the door locked, and tries to replicate what he saw Cannavaro do earlier to unlock the padlock. It really works, and the padlock opens. The swordsman goes through the door, entering a dark corridor. He notices that there is something else there, and after descending a few more steps, he realizes there is something strange about that place. There is a small bright spot coming from the end of the corridor. As he gets a little closer, the spot takes the shape of a person. Javier takes a good look at what is approaching. In fact, the thing looks much more like a zombie than a person. It approaches very quickly, and the swordsman barely has time to dodge its punch. Filling his hand with mana, he punches the creature right in the middle of its belly. As strong as Javier is, his attack seems to have had no effect, and the zombie decides to return the punch. Even using mana to block the attack, the zombie's power was strong enough to push the swordsman back. This zombie is completely different from the ones they encountered in the valley. To make matters worse, he is not alone. Several other zombies appear, joining him. Javier takes a deep breath. Then he pulls 2 kitchen knives from the pockets of his coat, and imbues them with mana. Cannavaro just confirmed his suspicions that he wasn't such a good person after all. The group of zombies is about to attack the swordsman, but suddenly he notices something. Behind the zombies, there's a guy who definitely saw Javier, and quickly hides behind an iron door. At least there's someone for the swordsman to question about these things. The zombies begin their attack. Javier, using the improvised daggers, attacks them with the mastery that only a sword master could have. He continues slashing the zombies one by one, trying to carve a path through them to reach the door, leaving only bits of zombies behind. He gets very close to the door and kicks it, making it fly into the other room, taking the guy behind it with it. The guy falls on his back, appearing just like a weak human. In front of him, Javier looks imposing, holding the pair of daggers. Scared, the guy begs the swordsman to spare him. Then Javier says he has questions to ask him. But before that, he steps on the guy's leg, making him scream in pain as his leg twists to the wrong side. If he hesitates in his answers, the other leg will end up the same way. Javier wants to know what Cannavaro is planning in that place, but the guy says he doesn't know. He just does what the wizard asks. He was hired as a funeral agent, and the wizard asked him to use a special product for embalming. The swordsman wants to know where the wizard acquired the bodies. According to the funeral agent, they belonged to refugees who died of illness. The information stirs some memories in Javier. When he was still undercover, Cannavaro talked to a refugee, saying he would take care of her sick father. He grits his teeth upon realizing that the wizard wasn't caring for the sick refugees. Both the skulls that Lloyd found and the zombies must have been refugees at some point. Then he asks if the funeral agent never found it strange that the bodies kept appearing. To Javier, this guy is as guilty as Cannavaro, so he steps on the funeral agent's other leg, breaking that one too. Fleeing the place before he is discovered, the swordsman needs to tell his master what he has found out. But when he arrives at the mansion, he cannot find Lloyd, and he thinks it's best not to waste time looking for him. Javier decides to act alone to finish off Cannavaro. The people the mage had spoken to before were all at the exchange market, so that place must be his base. Javier arrives at the location, smashing a window to enter. As soon as he lands, he prepares for combat, and unsheathes his aura sword before he is attacked. But he notices that something is wrong when he looks around. Apparently there is no one else besides him, even though it was always full of people before. He walks through the place thinking about what might have happened, until he comes to the conclusion that the mage may have started his plans. Suddenly we see a gigantic purple cloud high above Namarin. Then, a huge roar takes Javier by surprise. He feels as if all the strength in his body is being sucked away, and he goes outside to see what's going on. From there he can see the purple cloud, as well as a light that is surrounding the entire city, and he wonders what is happening in this place. More roars echo, as what appear to be the walls of Namarin rise. Javier's aura sword begins to have its mana drained. Around him, the county's inhabitants fall to the ground, having their mana sucked away as well. At this point, the swordsman worries, as his master must also be in trouble. At the mansion of the Count of Namarin, Siluria opens one of the windows to see what is happening. But what really scares her is not the catastrophic sky, but the people down there who are falling to the ground without strength. Even without having any idea of what is causing this, she feels that she needs to help them. She holds a jewel on a necklace, thinking that everything will be alright. Outside the walls we see a dark mage. He is using the tools that Cannavaro gave him, and if he continues like this, the Hell Knight will emerge soon. Once that happens, the world will be theirs. Suddenly, Lloyd appears right next to the mage. He says he saw 30 people around there who look like him and asks if they are doing some kind of rain dance. The guy seems so surprised that someone else is there, besides the mages, that he falls silent. Then Lloyd starts asking why he's being ignored if the guy is pretending he can't see him. The guy thought the MC was so ugly that he thought he was the Hell Knight. If he moves, the talking will ruin all the magic, and Lloyd leaves his side after being ignored. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy glances in the direction of the MC, who has his shovel raised, ready to test if the guy will really stay still. With all his strength, he slams the shovel into the mage's face. But soon he realizes that the attack was not as he wanted. His shovel is all dented after the blow. This happened because Cannavaro put a protection spell on these mages. So the MC tries another attack, using mana this time. And now the dark mage is afraid to take the blow. After Lloyd's second attack, smoke starts to rise from the shovel, and he finds it strange that even his mana attack didn't have much effect. Even with 2 missing teeth, the mage is celebrating that the barrier around him is impenetrable. As things are not going as planned, the MC needs to focus on what he needs to do. He tries to absorb the mana that is in the mage's stone, but unlike the stones that were in the skulls, this one reacts to the absorption, leaving him unable to do anything. The MC asks if the mage doesn't move because he doesn't want to or because he can't, as it would ruin the spell. As always, the guy remains completely silent. Without an answer, Lloyd will just test his theory, returning to the city, more specifically to the City Hall building. A man is walking towards the building, passing by several fallen people without mana. One of them tries to grab this man's foot. The weakened man asks Cannavaro to help him, but the mage looks at him with disgust, calling people pests, and kicks the face of the poor man who was asking for his help. Looking around the city hall, there is a very large statue of a fallen angel. Cannavaro makes a small cut on his finger, and he says that the statue will become the portal to the Hell Knight. Returning to the protagonist, the black mage is sweating coldly with whatever Lloyd is doing. The MC is focused on digging a hole, until he stops, tired from the effort. He dug up the entire area around the mage, leaving only a small space to balance on top of. So Lloyd starts to approach the mage, who starts to panic as he gets closer. The MC approaches with his demonic face until he almost touches the mage's face. Then he blows a puff of air in the mage's face, making him break the small portion of land that was holding him up, and fall to the ground, still motionless. Fallen, the mage panics, looking at the jewel around his neck. It shines brightly and the guy rides around, as if he's being sucked into, until the stone stops shining and the mage trembles without moving. Lloyd picks up the stone, realizing that if the mage falters, he will be attacked by the spell. With one less mage, the MC looks towards the walls. The purple light that once permeated the entire county starts to flicker at a certain point. This cheers Lloyd up. He still has a chance to stop the spell. In the city, Cannavaro next to the statue realizes that something is wrong. Another hole opens in the wall. As soon as Lloyd finishes off another black mage, even without enough mana and knowing that something is wrong, Cannavaro decides to start the invocation. He begins to recite a spell in front of the statue of the angel, until someone calls out to him. Siluria is walking towards him, asking what he is doing. The mage wonders how she can walk without having her mana sucked away, until he realizes that she is wearing a mana protection amulet. He summons a fireball with one hand, and throws it towards the girl, trying to finish her off. Siluria looks at the fireball coming towards her, and raises her hand as soon as the ball reaches her. Surprisingly, the girl catches the fireball, holding the spell in her hands. From Cannavaro's surprised face, he didn't expect that. Then the girl creates a much larger fireball from that one. Siluria calls the spell the punishment of the god of fire and throws it towards Cannavaro, who is about to be hit by it. The mage summons a protective barrier, surprised that someone so young is at such a high level of magic. Even with the barrier, an explosion happens as soon as the spell hits the mage. Further away, Siluria is catching her breath after using such a powerful spell. Cannavaro is lying at the feet of the statue after receiving the spell, and the girl approaches, wanting to know what he was planning in that place. The mage continues to recite the spell without answering her, who is surprised, not yet knowing what he is doing. Cannavaro stops reciting the spell and summons the Hell Knight. Suddenly, the statue begins to crack with a purple glow coming from within. Siluria, who understood the Hell Knight part, knows that something very bad is coming. Then the mage lunges towards her, wielding a sword. But from a hole in the middle of the ceiling, Javier emerges. The sword master cuts off the mage's attack before he can get close to the girl. Cannavaro is completely dumbfounded that someone would appear and stop his attack, while Javier gives him a serious look. The mage's severed arm hasn't even hit the ground yet, and Javier is already prepared for another attack. This time, Cannavaro uses a magic barrier to block the attack. Even so, the attack is very powerful and breaks the mage's other arm. Then the statue starts to glow even more intensely. The sword master looks at it, not knowing what is about to happen. Then a powerful lightning bolt strikes the roof of the building they are in, breaking the statue into thousands of pieces and casting a red light over the area. The problem is that the debris flies towards the people, so Siluria invokes a magic to protect them. Using the Earth God's shield, a barrier appears around the people, preventing the debris from injuring those who are already weakened. A little further away, the fight between Javier and Cannavaro is not over. The mage says that now it will be the end of the swordsman, calling him a worm. For the mage, those people are worthless scum who deserve to turn to ashes by the hands of the Hell Knight. Behind her there is a pair of bright lights looking like eyes. Then, a hand appears from the middle of the smoke caused by the lightning, and we see a red sword being dragged. Cannavaro looks back in fear. Javier also looks worried at what is coming towards them. Behind them, the Hell Knight dragging himself and his great sword. The mage wonders in shock where the knight's horse is and, more importantly than that, his legs. Without enough mana coming from the walls, he couldn't summon the whole knight. Still not complete, Javier worries if he will be able to defeat him. Even without legs, an evil aura emanates from the knight. The knight asks what is the desire of his summoner. Then the mage says that the swordsman dared to raise his sword against the knight. Knowing this, he prepares to attack, and even without legs, he advances quickly to attack Javier. Javier used aura and mana to protect himself, but he still feels his bones reverberating from the attack. The knight's strength is so great that it breaks the ground around the swordsman. In addition, he teleports from one place to another, making it difficult to defend. Suddenly he appears right behind Javier, who will not be able to defend himself. Then Siluria throws a wind dagger using magic, giving Javier an opening to dodge the attack. The knight's sword hits the ground with such force that it breaks the space around it. The knight looks towards the girl, saying that she dared to attack him. With the sentence, she knows that she will be his target now, and he really advances towards her. Javier behind him prepares a powerful attack using his aura sword. Before the knight reaches Siluria, he is hit by the attack, and his head, which was hit, disappears. With the impact, he is thrown away from the girl and remains motionless. Javier looks at his enemy, tired after using so much mana in an attack. A purple smoke begins to rise from the knight's body, which does not move, until it becomes just a pile of ashes. Unconvinced by this, Cannavaro says that this should be impossible. Then a sword is pointed in his direction. The sword belongs to Javier, who tells the mage that they were able to defeat the knight thanks to Siluria. Meanwhile, the people behind him are gathering to help the wounded and take them to the count's mansion. Javier says that the details about what the mage did will be discussed in the royal palace, and he will not be spared from execution. For some reason, the mage, who seemed breathless, starts to smile in a strange way, making the swordsman wonder what is happening. Cannavaro says that Javier is an ignorant who does not know what a being from hell is like. Now the sword master knows that something is wrong, and he looks back towards the knight. What were once just ashes is taking shape again. Now an expression of panic takes over Javier. The Hell Knight's body is complete once more. Cannavaro laughs and celebrates, saying that no matter how many times he is cut down, the knight will rise again. The knight apologizes to Javier for thinking he was too weak at first. Then he grabs his sword again, and he introduces himself as Gialexius, commander of the First Corps who served the Master of Hell. Javier also introduces himself and says he will send him back to hell. Then the two set off to clash. The swordsman attacks with his aura sword, but the knight disappears into thin air and reappears well above him, making it difficult to dodge. Using a dagger charged with mana, he struggles to hold off the attack. The knight comments that he is finding the fight surprisingly fun, while Javier struggles to his fullest just to hold off the attacks. The impact of the attack destroys another part of the ground. Javier emerges from the cloud of dust caused by the attack, trying to distance himself from the knight. But it's impossible. The knight approaches him again and attacks the swordsman, who barely manages to dodge. All Javier can do is try not to get hit. The sword master is exhausted just by dodging the attacks and needs to find an opening to attack. So he throws his mana-infused dagger at the knight, who catches it in the air without difficulty. So Javier takes advantage of the opening he created to attack. He attacks from bottom to top, but his opponent disappears into thin air once more. The swordsman tries to guess where he will appear next, and prepares to attack, trusting that he has memorized how his opponent attacks. He sees a part of the knight's sword emerging from the ground, and attacks him, but the knight manages to deflect the attack using his sword. Already expecting this, Javier attacks him again. This time the knight won't have time to react, and his head is hit by the swordsman's new attack. So the knight grabs the swordmaster's leg. He knows that his opponent is trying to throw him to the ground and needs to reinforce his body with mana before that. The mana he absorbed from the knight is disrupting his mana flow. This prevents him from reinforcing his body with mana, and he ends up knocked down. Javier feels a terrible pain as he is thrown to the ground. The knight lifts him up again, just to throw the swordsman back to the ground with even more force. His opponent confesses that it was a pleasure to fight with him, and that he will remember his name with esteem. The knight raises his sword about to finish Javier off, saying that they will meet again in hell. Suddenly a voice yells at the knight, causing him to miss the attack. The knight turns to see who the stranger is who has appeared. Lloyd is holding the shovel to Cannavaro's neck and says that as far as he knows, if the summoner dies, he will go back to hell. The MC gives him 3 seconds to get away from Javier before he cuts the mage's head off. The knight thinks that there is something wrong with this human, for the expression on his face is terribly frightening. Surely Lloyd is not joking about what he said and could do even worse. The knight asks if Lloyd is also a being from hell, as the expressions in his face are like those of a being from that place. The MC just shows that his count is over, and is about to leave the mage headless. To protect his summoner, the knight casts a spell in in their direction. The spell causes an explosion and Lloyd retreats to avoid being hit, crouching in a corner while the effects of the explosion wear off. The one who had no way to escape was Cannavaro, who lost the remaining piece of his arm. The knight explains that even if his summoner dies, he will still have 40 minutes before being sent back. As his plan failed, Lloyd will have to think of something else. Suddenly we see Javier refreshed, ready to attack the knight. But before he could do that, the knight rises and repels the attack, throwing the swordsman away. Knowing that his bodyguard is still not well, the MC invites Gialexius to fight with him, and orders Javier to rest for a bit. Lloyd keeps calling the knight who paid him no attention. Almost losing consciousness, Javier thinks that with his master there, they can win. Ignoring his opponent, the MC throws a fireball at the knight. Unfortunately, it is repelled with just his hand, and ricochets back towards the one who threw it. Focused on the fight that matters to him, the knight is about to attack the sword master again. The swordsman is almost out of strength, holding his sword in a defensive position. Then Lloyd appears, throwing himself in the direction of the knight. Trying in every way to prevent the attack, the MC grabs onto Gialexius' back. The knight warns him that he is a fool, his mana will touch his heart and kill him. Lloyd is not scared by what he said, and he warns that he has purified a good amount of dark mana recently. Gialexius, scared, asks what kind of creature this is. Lloyd absorbs his mana while he talks and activates his human lock mode, attaching himself to the knight. Obviously, Gialexius tries to remove the pest that has attached itself to him, but with macabre agility, the MC manages to dodge him. Realizing that he won't be able to get rid of the human by trying to grab him, the knight headbutts him back and this time hits his mark. Lloyd falls back, but doesn't let go and grabs his opponent's legs. Desperate to get this thing stuck to him off, the knight raises his sword, trying to hit the MC from below, which doesn't work as he dodges, and appears again stuck to Gialexius' neck. No matter how much he shakes, Lloyd just laughs and doesn't let go of him. When he's tired of trying, the MC draws his attention to something. In the meantime, he has completely forgotten about Javier, who is ready to attack the knight, surprised that his opponent has recovered so quickly. As soon as he thinks about blocking the attack, Lloyd grabs his arms. With that chance, Javier attacks him, opening a gash in the middle of the knight's chest. Gialexius roars with anger at being hit, while the sword master prepares to attack again. This time the knight is faster and manages to disappear into thin air, reappearing from above behind Javier. The swordsman was already expecting this, and attacks again. Unfortunately, Gialexius disappears again. Then he appears in another corner, annoyed by the pest that won't come off him. He doesn't understand how Lloyd could stay there, even with him teleporting. The conversation gives Javier a chance to launch a new attack. The MC realizes that the swordsman is moving faster than before, but it's still not enough. In addition, he won't be able to purify the mana for long. He needs to think of something fast. Then a system message appears surprising Lloyd about being able to help him once. According to the system message, he can win if he sings. With no better option, that's what the MC starts to do, in a way that really makes it seem like the knight and he came from the same place. His horrible voice makes the knight feel like he has a fingernail scratching his brain. As Lloyd continues, Gialexius realizes that it's just a song, not a spell. But the MC's horrible voice sends the knight into a spiral of despair. He starts to spin around, focused only on the horrible noise. Lloyd realizes that the tactic is working and calls Javier to attack. The problem is that this sonic attack didn't just hit the knight, the sword master is also suffering. The MC remembers his parents telling him, as a child, never to sing. In a test, the music teacher even threw an organ at him, thinking he was purposely singing badly. Even in his time in the army, a priest thought a demon had appeared and threw holy water at him. As there is no useless skill, at least his lack of tuning served for this moment. At this point, the knight is already calling Lloyd a demon, desperate. Javier uses his mana to cover his hearing before he goes crazy from his master's voice, while the MC rolls in the air with the knight. Without stopping singing for a moment, Lloyd manages to knock the knight to the ground. The swordsman prepares to attack with his aura sword. Finally, the MC detaches from the knight who has fallen before being hit. Then it's Javier's turn to hit him in the middle of the chest, and use the aura blast to finish off his enemy. With the attack, an explosion of light hits Gialexius. A large area around them is destroyed by the impact. Lloyd barely manages to get away and avoid being hit. The knight's body disappears, but Javier remains kneeling breathless. The MC approaches him, saying that they won. But according to the swordsman, it's not over yet. Lloyd doesn't quite understand what he meant. Then Javier tells him to pay attention to the mana in that place. Analyzing the mana more carefully, the MC realizes that his bodyguard was right. Thus, the two remain alert to what may be coming. A purple smoke appears, taking the form of the knight, and Javier advises his master to stay behind him. But Lloyd says without concern that Gialexius will not rise again. The swordsman doesn't believe it, as he has already seen the knight regenerate after defeating him. Even so, the MC asks if he doesn't want to bet, as he is sure the knight is dead. Lloyd picks up his shovel from the ground, and bets that if the knight returns, he will call Javier master for a year. Otherwise, the swordsman will have to dress up as Javiella on the way home. The MC raises his shovel towards the ceiling, and fires a triple mana explosion combo, which opens a hole in the city hall ceiling. Almost out of mana, he kneels on the ground. As the Hell Knight continues to take shape, then Lloyd uses Overload, and starts to suck mana with his ability. Javier is surprised to realize that his master is sucking the mana from the knight, who begins to disintegrate as he is caught by the ability. Alexius claims that the MC will not be able to absorb his mana. Indeed, Lloyd is not able to absorb it. There is too much mana and it is too strong, but there is no way he has to endure. While being sucked, the knight says that the MC must already know that he has failed. At this point, Lloyd is using his last strength and won't last much longer. Then, Javier and Siluria's hands touch his back. The two of them help him purify the mana he is absorbing from the knight, to increase the effectiveness of what he is doing. Siluria uses the life blessing spell to heal the protagonist. Then, the MC starts to smile, sure that they will win. The knight gives his last enraged screams as he disappears, leaving only the three humans in that place. Lloyd stands with his clenched fist glowing, finishing the absorption. Soon after, the light emanating from the fist diminishes, and he says that he has finished the soul domination with a scary look. As soon as he finishes saying that, his strength runs out, and he falls to the ground, completely exhausted. The girl gets worried and tries to help him, but Javier explains that her master usually ends battles this way. Looking at him, Siluria can't help but worry about someone who is passed out. Unconscious, the system reports that Lloyd defeated Alexius, which surprised the King of Hell, who now wants to meet him. A few days after all this commotion, Cannavaro was arrested and transported to the capital by the Royal Guard. At this point, Lloyd has a big problem. He can't continue with the construction. Due to the walls, none of the workers have enough energy left to work. If he had known that something like this would happen, he would have asked for workers from the county in addition to the anchors. Thinking about what happened won't help. He needs to find a way to make money, no matter how. As soon as Lloyd woke up, the system showed that he had received a new skill. His zombie domination skill evolved into a new type of independent skill. If the MC can dispose of zombies, he will no longer need to pay for workers. In addition, he also received the title of the possessed tenor. What he needs to know now is how to get zombies and if it's really viable. For now, the only thing he finds incredible is the power of hell that makes his eye shine. The MC's poses in the mirror are interrupted by a knock on the door. He opens the door asking who it is and has something strange on the other side of the door. In front of Lloyd, there are several headless skeletons surrounded by a purple glow. There are dozens of skeletons scattered around his room. Trying to understand the situation, the MC asks who they are. Then one of the skeletons starts making noises, and a gelatinous head starts to form, saying that they are. The scene is disgusting even for Lloyd, who refuses to look at it. With a plaque, he explains that they are the ghosts of those who lost their bodies to the hellish enchantment. They felt the power of hell that materialized them, and came looking for him. The MC is surprised to know that they are happy to feel that he has calmed their souls. All those skulls that he had found before, and he buried respectfully, must have belonged to these skeletons. They have no memory of their life or a purpose, and would probably wander until they were exorcised. So they all kneel down, asking Lloyd to keep them together and let them repay his kindness. The MC asks if they need to be paid. He also asks if they need to be fed, but they don't have a digestive system. As for a place to stay, all they need is a large coffin. Lloyd thinks quickly about this new workforce. From that day on, they will be part of the Frontera skeleton squad. Finally, the MC has gotten the free labor he always dreamed of. Javier wakes up to his master's macabre laughter, and the first thing he sees is dozens of skeletons celebrating. Being something that his master provoked, he shouldn't have to worry about it, so it's best to just go back to sleep. The skeletons continue to work without ever getting tired, sleeping, or eating, and especially without receiving salaries, the part that makes Lloyd most happy. When the Count of Namarin went to see the construction, he ended up fainting because of the skeletons. So the MC explained to him that he is a summoning genius, but the Count did not believe it. If Siluria could be a genius using magic, why couldn't he be one too? The Count thinks about it for a bit, and ends up apologizing for thinking that Lloyd would not have that ability. In winter, the anchors arrived and the cliff stabilization project reached its final stage. Sitting on a cliff looking at his own hand as the snow falls, Javier remembers when his hand touched Siluria's, the moment the two of them tried to help his master. It's like he felt something different in that touch. Then a familiar voice calls out to him. Siluria is right in front of him. The swordsman comments on the construction and that his master can give more details, but she reveals that she is there to see him. He doesn't understand what issues she would have with him. She says that she can improve her magic skills and maybe he could help since he controls mana so well. Javier would be more than happy to help her. The girl is happy and a little blushed that he accepted. From afar, Lloyd watches the two talking. They are sitting next to each other talking and laughing. This moment triggers some memories of the MC about the novel. In the story, the price for defeating the Hell Knight was Siluria's life. People stopped asking for his help, thinking that he brought death to those close to him. He was destined to live in loneliness without getting close to anyone, or he would end up taking that person to death. His unprecedented strength determined his lonely future. Fortunately, in this reality, Javier is smiling, living happily, and seeing that makes the MC happy too. Sometime after that, the construction was finished, and if repaired periodically, the Count would have no more problems. The troop of skeletons is packing up their master's belongings for the departure. Lloyd thanks the Count for paying the construction costs, and even a little more. The Count does not think the amount is enough, as he saved the county and the villagers celebrate it. The MC listens with satisfaction to the cries of gratitude. And what makes him even happier is knowing that with this amount he will finally be able to relax in peace. The Count asks one last time if Lloyd would not consider marrying Siluria and becoming his heir. But according to the MC, who wants to live a quiet life in the Frontera County, the Count already has a great heiress, who will soon be the greatest mage on the continent, Siluria. Finally, they say goodbye to the Count and his daughter. Before going, Javier takes one last look at Siluria, who was also looking at him. Then Lloyd calls for his bodyguard, saying that it is better for him to stay in Namarin, where he would receive better treatment and rise through the ranks faster. Javier questions whether some of the dark mana has entered his master's brain for him to be thinking this way, and he says he will remain a Frontera knight until the end. The MC asks what he would do if it was an order, and in that case the swordsman would disobey it and have to be executed. So, there's no way to go against his stubbornness, and the only option left is for them to return to the county together. In the snow-covered Frontera County, Lloyd's parents come out of the mansion to greet their son and are met with something different. This time, their son has returned accompanied by a troop of zombie skeletons. The MC tries to explain about the skeletons, but this is not his father's main concern. What really shocked the Count of Frontera was to see Javier dressed as Javiella. The swordsman is sorry for agreeing to that bet without thinking. Lloyd bet him that if the knight didn't return, he would have to dress up as Javiella when they got back. The Count slowly approaches Javier and hugs him, saying that he must have suffered a lot to keep this secret for so long. The swordsman tries to explain that it's not what it looks like, but the Count says it's okay, he's just a little different from the others. Embarrassed, he tries to say that it's not quite like that, while Lloyd is crying with laughter at his friend's situation. The MC is happy to finally be home. Now he can spend his days relaxing with his fortune. From now on he can finally live a life without having to do anything else. The poor protagonist barely has time to finish this thought, and is surprised by the Queen's messengers. The messenger says that by royal decree, Lloyd has been selected to join a special delegation to Asafahan. The protagonist is completely shocked by what has just happened, so the messenger explains that he must leave soon. For sure the MC is not at all eager to leave again. That's why the royal guards grab him by the arms, forcing the poor protagonist to leave with them. The royal carriage follows the road, and inside it Lloyd couldn't be more discouraged. He's trembling and at least Javier is with him. The swordsman comforts the master, saying that he looks extremely ugly when he does that. There are two other men with them in the carriage. The leader of the delegation, Count Ventura, does not understand the MC's frustration. After all, they are on a mission given by the Queen. Pouring his hatred of the Queen into his thoughts, Lloyd says he is crying with emotion, but Ventura remains irritated with him and remembers to have asked the Queen why she selected the MC for the delegation. Maybe it was to represent the refugees from the monster Domino, or because he had a diplomatic profile. Alicia thinks about Lloyd being suitable as a diplomat, but that kind of thing had nothing to do with her decision. She assured him that when Lloyd was summoned, he would cry, saying that it would ruin his plans for a peaceful life. The report on Namarin said that the soldiers defeated the knight and Lloyd only helped by giving information. A lie. Ordinary soldiers would not win. The MC must have asked to have his and Javier's names removed from the records. As the Count could not do this, he reported that the two helped. Lloyd is not the type to seek fame or glory. That's why the Queen thinks he'll do something no matter what. Being a greedy man who holds grudges for a long time, unscrupulous and materialistic. The words leave Count Ventura wondering if she was praising or insulting the MC. The Queen also predicted that one day he would stop crying and discover something he could get from Samarkand. In the carriage, our protagonist still couldn't stop crying. Count Ventura sure didn't like him, thinking he was a materialistic pig who didn't know honor. The delegation's carriages are arriving in Asfahan. At the palace, a messenger informs the Sultan that the Magentano delegation is approaching, and the Sultan asks them to be given a proper reception. In the palace of the Sultan of Asfahan, Count Ventura is outraged by the accommodations given to him and the other envoys. But according to a servant, there was no mistake at all. They are just following the orders of Sultan Samarkand. So Ventura demands to see the Sultan, ordering them to be introduced. The MC still hasn't recovered when the servant explains that Samarkand is very busy and it will be difficult to see him. They must wait at least 6 months to have an audience with him. The delay and unwillingness of the servant completely infuriate Ventura. Suddenly, the servant shows the Count a kind of pendant. It's a padishar. As long as he has it, he will have all the kindness the Sultan has to offer anywhere in Asfahan. To the Count, it just seems like they are offering alms to beggars. The servant claims that he is mistaken. Receiving the padishar is an honor. However, he throws the pendant on the floor when he says this. So the servants leave the room, asking the guests to make themselves at home. Ventura is enraged. For him, this treatment is practically a declaration of war. He wants the messenger to communicate with Magentano and other kingdoms about this and ask for a larger delegation. The Count hears from the messenger that Lloyd disappears and doesn't care. Another thing that disappeared was the padishar that had been thrown on the floor. During the night, in the kingdom of Asfahan, a poor girl is selling torches on the street. a man passes by her, almost knocking her over. Without having sold any torches, she looks for an alley to sleep in, until a man appears, asking if she needs a place to sleep. Lloyd says he will help her and asks her to go with him. Then we see a kind of mansion all lit up. They are in front of the most expensive hotel in the capital, and the girl refuses to be a burden to them. The MC explains to her that he bought this hotel. All she has to do now is sign the deed and the place will be hers. And he has all this because he fell into the good graces of the great Samarkand. With the Padishah, Lloyd goes to the most expensive restaurants, orders the best dishes and even pays everyone's bill. With the power of this pendant, he offers food to everyone who is hungry and is applauded. Holding the Padishah, the MC says that the great Samarkand is blessing all of them. In a fabric store, the seller presents the finest silks in the world, so the protagonist chooses all the ones he likes. Excluding two, he will take all the ones the store has, with the power of the Padishah. At the port, an employee understands that he wants to rent the sailboats in the port, but showing the Padishah again, the MC says he wants the sailboats for himself. He buys everything from the finest perfumes to the best spices. Then he puts everything he has collected on the sailboats and sends them to Frontera County. Knowing that Lloyd is buying the luxury goods, a crowd of vendors goes to him. Determined to continue his shopping, the MC declares that Samarkand's grace will spread throughout the world. Then several soldiers appear, looking for him. Thus, the two are tied up and taken back to the palace, where they come face to face with the great Sultan, who is not at all happy that Lloyd has spent the equivalent of a year's palace budget. With his head bowed, the MC introduces himself, greeting the great and almighty Sultan Samarkand. Samarkand is shocked to meet the man who reversed the monster domino, recognizing that what Lloyd was looking for was a meeting with him. The protagonist continues to be threatened by a sword wielded by the guards. Samarkand is not happy with this encounter. With his head lowered, Lloyd knows he needs to avoid a war with the Sultan. If that were to happen, the Frontera County, located at the border, would become a battlefield. The Sultan acknowledges in his thoughts that the first one he would encounter in a war is the MC. Even with all the military strength of Asfahan, the fall of the Frontera territory is not guaranteed. Samarkand has no idea of their military power or what strategy they would use. Perhaps he should end Lloyd now. But looking at the situation a bit more closely, there is someone very powerful in that place. And even if they defeated Javier, all of Asfahan could turn to ashes. Smiling, the MC knows the Sultan must think carefully about his actions. Perhaps the great leader should try talking to his guests. Not knowing what they plan, Samarkand feels blackmailed, and even trembling with anger. The great leader takes a deep breath and orders the guards to release his guests. With this gesture, Lloyd feels he has won the first round of the battle. Then the Sultan asks if he enjoyed the Padishah. The MC raises his arms to make a deep bow and bends to the ground, wishing a long life to the great Sultan after having enjoyed the power of the pendant. This time, instead of being angry, Samarkand is astonished by the honesty he just witnessed. Indeed, Lloyd did not lie. He is immensely grateful. It's as if the CEO of a company had given him a corporate card to use. What other choice would he have but to spend extravagantly? The leader inquires if he isn't worried about what his country might think after bowing to an enemy nation. The MC responds without hesitation that he doesn't care, shocking the Sultan once more with his high confidence. Then Lloyd explains that the amount he spent is just a little less than what he received from the Queen. Incredibly irritated, Samarkand asks if he would be willing to betray the Queen if he paid more, receiving a positive response from the guest. The leader of Asfahan doesn't know what to think anymore. It's very difficult to understand someone like this. Either way, if the protagonist decides to serve him for money, he might not receive the Sultan's trust. Samarkand takes a long look at the two. The sound of his laughter echoes among the prostrated. He keeps thinking that the MC really dared to speak calmly with him, then asks why Lloyd did all this to talk to him, wishing to have him by his side. With this, the protagonist feels he has won another round, and asks if the great leader desires war. Samarkand responds that he desires it if necessary. The MC says that must be why he turns his attention to a foreign enemy instead of dealing with the drought. Certainly, the great leader did not expect outsiders to know about this. Lloyd proposes to end the drought in exchange for the Sultan seeing the Magentano delegation. The leader thinks for a moment about the proposal he just received, and asks him to continue with what he was saying, which means our protagonist won the third round. After that, he laughs while talking to Javier about the Sultan's face when he signed the contract with him. He hears from the swordsman that he tricked the Sultan with the high price, but that expense is nothing compared to a war. The drought in Asfahan and the lack of help from Samarkand caused the provinces to form a rebellion. As the events of this world changed compared to the novel, if a war begins before the rebellion, the damage would be enormous. After night falls in the Asfahan Empire, the Sultan receives a visit from a girl, and we hear her call him father. He has a mission for his dear daughter Scheherazade, to be Lloyd's bodyguard during his trip to Kandahar, and make him hers, using any means necessary. The girl makes a small bow and agrees to do what her father wishes. The next morning, Scheherazade introduces herself to the MC, saying she is the bodyguard assigned to him. He explains that he already has Javier for that, but the girl pretends not to hear and says she is eager to serve him. In his thoughts, the MC concludes that she is stubborn and might be there to observe them. Thinking a bit, her name sounds familiar. Then Lloyd remembers that she is the princess. But why would a princess escort him? She starts making some strange movements. Striking a pose, Scheherazade says again that she is there to serve him, leaving the MC astonished by the sudden suggestive pose. Despite her look, seeming like she wants to tear him to pieces, suddenly, he finally understands what she intends. Scheherazade is trying to seduce him. This plan could only have come from one person, the Sultan, as if Lloyd hadn't had enough marriage proposals already. The key to overcoming the drought is a canot, a type of water transportation system used by the Persian Empire. With the scorching desert heat, any water flow evaporates quickly, so the route has to be underground. The mountain ranges miles from the city are covered in snow all year round, and they will take advantage of that. Our group arrives at the capital of Kandahar, Kandara. Lloyd is relieved to finally have a break. At least that's what he wished. But looking to the side, it seems that won't be possible. Scheherazade's strange insinuations continue, and her eyes make the MC think she would try to dismember him when he sleeps. Knowing he won't be able to relax, he sits on the bed, asking to talk with the girl, but first for her to stay in a natural position. She tries to convince him that she is naturally like that. Scheherazade is the youngest of the Sultan's 4 daughters and the most beloved, a very skilled swordswoman from a young age. The identity of the princesses is kept secret, and the MC will continue pretending he doesn't know who she is. Lloyd inquires if she doesn't need to rest, but she says she has to stay by his side day and night. He insists that he doesn't need protection, be it day or night. Scheherazade seems not to understand what he is saying, so he points to Javier, explaining again that he already has a bodyguard, who is a high-level sword master, much more powerful than a normal sword master. In fact, he is more powerful than 10, or rather, more than 50 people of Scheherazade's level, so he doesn't need her. Hearing this leaves the girl completely enraged, so much so that she even draws her sword. Lloyd pretends to be scared, and starts mocking her by showing his neck. I seriously love Lloyd. By Javier's face. This is another moment when he finds his master pathetic. He continues mocking the girl, saying she will never be a sword master. Then she can't take the jokes anymore and punches the MC. Lloyd starts screaming for Javier while being punched multiple times by her. Unfortunately, the sword master is too busy laughing at seeing his master get beaten. Scheherazade, holding back tears, stops hitting him and leaves the room, leaving the two alone. Even with his face swollen from the beating, Lloyd celebrates that his plan worked. Javier finds it strange that his master has such a fetish, and the MC tries to explain that he should have been protected by him. The swordsman apologizes without any remorse, thinking his master deserved that, but he is curious about the provocation. The MC needed her to abandon the mission once and for all. A talented swordswoman like her shouldn't waste time after a guy. Still upset by what happened, Scheherazade keeps training alone. The next morning early, the girl appears inquiring where the two are going. Lloyd explains they are going to the construction site and that she would delay them if she went alone. Still, she insists on going, but the MC says it won't be as easy as she imagines, since she is not a sword master. Scheherazade gets irritated again and tries to punch him once more. Before she can do that, he starts talking about technical engineering terms. The girl stops, thinking he might be reciting some kind of spell, while the MC continues to talk about technical terms with a diabolical seriousness. Then she starts to feel sleepy, thinking she really fell under a spell. Lloyd gets an even more menacing look and doesn't stop talking, until the girl finally succumbs and curls up on the floor asleep. Javier, who was supposed to take her to rest in the room, also fell asleep. After waking up the swordsman, the two walk through the city, and are surrounded by the residents' gazes, who all seem tattered. They comment on the suspicious looks, as they came from the capital, which was not caring about their situation. They will need the help of these people to push this project forward. Smiling, Lloyd doesn't think it will be hard to get their cooperation. Then he shouts in the middle of the crowd. Immediately, all his pets appear, ready to work for their master. First, Lloyd asks Javier, Padong, and Bangul to build an inlet tank in the city center, while he sets off with Goming and Hamong, heading to the snowy mountains to the west. The bird drops Hamong in the snow-covered mountains, and the yellow hippo sucks up a large amount of snow, being taken back by Goming, who struggles to carry the heavy companion. Down below, the other pets have finished building the tank. Then Hamon starts dumping the melted snow, filling the new reservoir with clean water. People look at it in amazement. They will finally have water. As they start to draw the precious liquid, Lloyd appears, saying that they must all be incredibly happy, and all thanks to him, so they can be grateful for his good deed. He says confidently that he is the one responsible for bringing water from the mountains to them. Everyone should remember the name Lloyd Frontera. Then the people stone him, saying he gave them a little water just to exploit them more later. He dodges the stones laughing, claiming to be the reason they have the strength to do this. Walking later, he thinks that the people's complaints will not be easily resolved. Taking a look around, he realizes that many people are too proud to take the water, but he will keep insisting until they give in. The next day, the villagers notice that the well is full again, and once again, our protagonist appears, claiming to be the one responsible for bringing water to them. Even being stoned again, he won't stop until people stand by his side. During the beautiful full moon night in Kandara, a family is having dinner together around the table. The couple's daughter is incredibly happy because she can now drink all the water she wants. But for some reason, her parents are terrified. The reason for this is Lloyd standing outside their window. With a serious face, he points to the water the family is drinking, and then points to himself, reaffirming that he is the one responsible for bringing the water. What he achieves with this is traumatizing a family that was happy until then. In the following days, he continues to do this kind of thing, trying to instill in people's minds that when they think of water, they will immediately remember him. Walking again through the city, he meets the same resident as before, and once again, the guy catches his attention. The guy removes the scarf he uses to protect himself from the sun, revealing a beautiful black mane. Knowing he has one another person to his side, the MC gives his strange smile, and the guy returns another strange smile. From atop the well's tent, Lloyd shouts water to the people, and in return, they imitate the strange face he always makes. To make sure people understand his point, he shouts again. And once again, everyone responds with a strange smile and saying his name. Not satisfied, he continues shouting to reaffirm being synonymous with water. Javier asks if the master has not hypnotized those people, but according to him, this is the result of his marketing. If water is good and he is synonymous with water, then he is also something good. And he starts joking with the swordsman, who finds it not funny at all. Then momentarily, Lloyd feels depressed. But either way, the foundations for what he plans are ready. The MC sets up a table near the well, inviting people to work on the construction of the underground waterway. One of the candidates asks if meals are included in the contract. According to the MC, mountains of food from all over the country will come. In the capital of Asfahan, Samarkand receives more bills from Lloyd made with the Padasha. The new enormous list of expenses makes the Sultan boil with rage. Back in Kandara, Lloyd is flying with Javier on Gomi. The MC is searching for something with his ability, but since he can't find it, it must be more than 15 feet deep. Even if he hires the necessary people, it will take too long to dig a 22-mile waterway. What he needed now were the underground tunnels made by the rebels. Returning to the city, Lloyd thinks there is only one way to find this tunnel. Night falls, and at the place where they are staying, Scheherazade is asking Javier to leave, but the swordsman stands in front of the door and does not move, even when she says there are rebels in the area. It's too dangerous to leave the MC alone. Javier agrees that she is right, but as his master said he would be fine, he will believe it. The girl says the guard should be by the master's side to avoid unexpected dangers, but the swordsman says it's not quite like that, for his master is always right. Now we see the room where Lloyd was empty. He must have been kidnapped by the invaders. Scheherazade considers Javier too stubborn, so she moves quickly, trying to pass by him using brute force. But the sword master easily stops her attack, praising her skills. Obviously, she is not happy at all for not being able to attack him, so she attacks again several times, and he defends each one, while preventing Scheherazade's attacks. Javier gives several tips on how to become a sword master to her, who does not think she needs his training. The swordsman is doing this because it was a request from his master. As soon as she knows this, she wonders why Lloyd would do that. In another part of the city, the MC is surrounded by kidnappers who want to know what kind of scheme he is doing in the city. Since he has a sack on his head, it's impossible to understand anything he tries to say. Then the guy who seems to be the leader makes a sign, and the sack on Lloyd's head is removed. Something catches the leader's attention as they start to remove the sack. The protagonist has a serious look. A strange sensation takes over the leader. Although they are the kidnappers, the MC's diabolical face makes it seem like they are the ones who have been kidnapped. Lloyd says that to reveal what he is planning to do in that area, he will need to explain how he got there. But before that, he would like to be untied. Claiming to be a weak person who wouldn't be able to escape from them, he insists it wouldn't be a problem if they released him. Noticing the MC's calm demeanor, their leader asks if Lloyd was already expecting them to show up. As someone sent by the Sultan, he had anticipated the rebels would do something. With the knowledge from the novel, Lloyd also knows that Terms, the rebel leader, dies leading the revolt. His death causes all the provinces of Asfahan to unite and start the Great Rebellion. Terms examines the young man in front of him. It really doesn't seem like the MC is someone capable of escaping from them, so he orders the prisoner to be untied, despite his companion's disagreement. As he is freed, the MC praises his captor's kindness, saying they will be blessed. In his thoughts, Terms feels indebted to him, which is why he offered a bit of kindness. He remembers his son bedridden and very weak, the child apologizing for being so frail. While Terms cried, regretting giving all the water he managed to others and not to his son, the shout of people saying there was water in the city caught his attention. Shortly after, we see the boy drinking the water his father fetched from the square. After drinking some water, the boy is visibly better. Back to the present, Lloyd's bonds are on the ground. The leader warns that even though they are letting him go, the MC shouldn't try to escape. At that moment, he has that devilish look on his face once again. This makes the rebels want to attack him, thinking he is about to do something. But instead, our protagonist strikes a poetic pose. The rebels pause, not understanding his intentions. Then he begins to explain that 2.5 years ago, the county of Frontera was on the verge of ruin, deeply in debt. The rebels remain still as he recounts that it was a dark time. But he didn't give up and started by building heated floors in the village. Then they fought against giant ants, which ended up exploding into mine. Then he and Javier went to Cremo, where there was a giant lobster. Excited, the MC explains the size of the giant lobster's head that they defeated. The rebels are surprised to learn about the protagonist's feats. He continues telling about Javier's incredible battles. At this point, the rebels are already eating popcorn to follow the epic story, excited about the sword master's deeds. Then the leader realizes something with these stories, wanting to know where the MC is going with them. But Lloyd explains that he hasn't reached the good part yet. The leader gets irritated because even his companions didn't like him interrupting the story. The MC continues telling how they were attacked by locusts the size of dogs. The whole sky turned dark when these creatures arrived attacking. Even Terms is startled by Lloyd's reenactments of the battles. The night passes as he continues to talk about everything he went through with Javier, until the sun begins to rise in Canara. Goming, as lifeless as always, is carrying his master and Terms. The leader is in a panic, not knowing where they are going, and Lloyd explains they will see the queen, but he doesn't remember how they decided this. So he decides to tell the whole story again, but Terms stops him from doing so. Since Lloyd will need the underground tunnels for the waterway, they go to the queen to ask for asylum for the rebels. Terms really remembers talking about this with the MC, who assures him that all companions and family members will be sheltered in Magentano. Then they spot the royal palace, where Cannavaro is being restrained by the court magicians. He begins to tell the queen something about Targa having said something to the dark wizards, but he has a coughing fit probably caused by the excellent treatment he is receiving. So the queen determines that he has said enough, thinking she needs to find this Targa. As she is returning, a messenger says that Lloyd is waiting for an audience with her. She is a bit puzzled because the MC was supposed to be in Asfahan. Then, before her, he and Terms kneel, asking for asylum for the rebels. Without much thought, the queen grants asylum to all of them and their families. Lloyd thanks her, while the rebel leader is surprised by how easy it all was. He can hardly believe that the MC brought him to the queen and secured asylum as if it were nothing. Even though things didn't go as she expected, the queen is happy that her orders are being followed. Thanking him for the compliments, she begins to talk about an old saying that says skilled men must work until there is nothing left of them. Her words leave our skilled man extremely worried. Changing the subject, she says that Cannavaro's interrogation has progressed, and she will need his help soon. With a bitter face, he says he will gladly help the queen and is tired from the long journey. Then Alicia approaches, inquiring if he missed her, as she wanted him to come back to see her. Her question makes Lloyd start to sweat. Holding his face, she asserts that he is not a selfish person who comes to her only when he needs something, and feigns ignorance when she says she wants to see him. Who would have thought that the greatest enemy to our protagonist's peaceful life would be the very leader of the nation, Queen Alicia? Back in the kingdom of Asfahan, Javier continues to block the door to his master's room. Having spent a good amount of time there, he struggles to stay awake. Just like Scheherazade, but unlike her, she can hold out and falls asleep. A little later, she wakes up wanting to resume the fight with the swordsman. She strikes Javier several times, who continues to block the attacks with ease. As he does this, he wonders how much longer his master will take to return. But suddenly, Scheherazade's new strike is different from the others. Javier is caught by surprise as she is using aura in this attack. He needs to partially unsheath his sword to defend against this strike. Even though still a bit unstable, the girl is on the verge of becoming a sword master. She probably hasn't realized this and tries to attack once more. Right at this moment, Lloyd opens the door to the room, pinning Javier behind it. Since Scheherazade didn't stop her attack, she almost hit the swordsman, and as the sword pierced the door, it touched the MC's shoulder. Just the impact of using aura in the attack made his clothes tear, and the pets are left hanging from what remains. On the other side of the door, Lloyd is paralyzed, almost without clothes, and not knowing what's happening. Javier is furious that someone could have died from such an attack, while the princess doesn't recognize the MC. Only after looking closely at him, she realizes who he is. Immediately she wants to know where he was, but he raises his hand towards her, and starts talking about engineering theories again. The psychic attack quickly takes effect, and she begins to feel sleepy, until she falls asleep peacefully on the floor, avoiding having Lloyd explain everything that happened to her. Then he turns to Javier, calling him to start the construction. But the swordsman was also affected and fell asleep. Wasting no time, the MC starts his plan by mapping the underground tunnels with his ability. Then they check which tunnels they will drill or close to make a straight path. The third step is to close the tunnels for use during the day, and open holes in the ones they will use at night, needing to be careful or everything could collapse. Then for the final stage, several hooded figures appear. Lloyd celebrates that these people arrived just in time. Terms asks who they are, and according to the MC, They are workers coming from the county of Frontera, necessary for this project to be completed. The group of skeletons, as always, is pleased to help their master. He explains that a gigantic amount of water is behind a wall. To see if they understood, he asks what will happen if they dig in that place. The skeletons know they will be swept away by the water if they do that. Since ancient times, people have risked their lives to make a canet. More precisely, they gave their lives for it. Usually, the oldest of the workers was chosen. This person should deliver the final blow. That would release the water trapped behind the wall. There was no nobler sacrifice than this, giving one's life for the community. This time Lloyd decides that the one who will have the honor to do it is Tords, who was brought to Asfahan by the skeletons. Even though the MC is proudly anticipating what will happen, Tords is sweating cold, not at all willing to make this sacrifice. Lloyd doesn't ask if he wants to or not and runs off, saying he will never be forgotten. So Tords chases after him, wanting to be swapped with one of the skeletons, but the MC doesn't want to make them die again. The guy is completely desperate and considers that the swordsman could do it and survive. But Javier has only one change of clothes and can't get them wet. Even to the system, he is more demonic than the devil. Speaking of the devil, the guy seems totally swamped with work. It seems he has just been informed by his messengers from above. Helkeros, the king of hell, wants to see how Lloyd will finish. Back in the scorching desert of Asfahan, after some discussions, the leader of the skeletons, Turtleneck, volunteered to deliver the final blow, which didn't make his master very happy, as he preferred Tords to do it. As soon as the leader of the skeletons strikes the wall, the water begins to gush through the tunnels, carrying him along. After the tunnels, it flows into several pipes that will direct this precious resource to the people who need it. Facing water-filled paths, people celebrate that they will no longer go thirsty. Then we see a child carrying a water pot. He goes to Lloyd and catches his attention, then offers him the water he brought to the village. Our protagonist thanks the boy for giving him water. Then the child takes the opportunity to ask something that made him curious. Why does this man keep walking around almost without clothes? Lloyd gives a gentle smile and replies to the boy that buying clothes is a waste of money. After opening the central waterway in Kandara, several other villages were connected to it. Almost at the end of the project, the system gives him the title of top-ranking person who only wears underwear. The title grants him 100% resistance to dehydration in all hot regions, which doesn't seem very useful now that he plans to relax from now on, without going anywhere hot. Suddenly, Terms appears and Lloyd asks if he's ready for the long journey to Magentano. Then the leader of the rebels kneels before him, leaving our protagonist bewildered by the warrior's gesture. Terms says that the MC saved countless people, stopped the drought, the war, and even managed to find refuge for them. Therefore, all the people present at that place will be eternally loyal to Frontera. As he was only pursuing his own interests, Lloyd is a bit embarrassed by all this gratitude. He is delighted that his approval with the rebels has risen and joined the approval of the county residents. That night, the skeleton squad guided Terms and his companions to Frontera County, just when everything seemed to be going well in the capital of Asfahan. The Sultan asks Lloyd to continue by his side in the kingdom. Kneeling, our protagonist apologizes and reveals that he prefers someone with a smaller physique. Then the Sultan, knowing that the MC has realized that Scheherazade is his daughter, asks if she doesn't please him, but he replies that the princess's feelings are much more important than his, making the Sultan remember that his daughter utterly despises this man. Samarkand sets aside this matter, and since Lloyd has kept his word, now it's his turn, who will finally meet with the delegation from Magentano. The MC thanks him for fulfilling what he promised. As the two are leaving the throne room, Samarkand gets a demonic look, thinking that as a ruler, he will always get what he wants. Somehow, he still plans to take the protagonist for himself. With a brief look back, Lloyd seems to have understood these thoughts of the Sultan. Moving on, the Sultan is sitting with the members of the delegation. Count Ventura is thinking that it was thanks to the MC that they managed to have this meeting, so they cannot lose this incredible opportunity. First, the Sultan apologizes for the suffering caused to Magentano due to his mistakes. The apology surprised the nobles who did not expect such a proud person to apologize. Samarkand promises to pay for the damages from the monster domino and will take measures to ensure it doesn't happen again. The nobles listen silently as he says he will inform Magentano about these measures, and if it happens again, he will pay double. Count Ventura knows that all this goodwill will come at a price, so he thanks the Sultan for his generosity, undertaking to convey what he said to the Queen. But Samarkand interrupts to say that he wants something in return, leaving the Count apprehensive about what the Sultan might ask for. And he wants nothing less than Lloyd Frontera. After the meeting, Lloyd wants to know how Ventura responded to this request. The Count is somewhat cornered to respond, until he reveals that he agreed that the Sultan could have him, causing an incredibly happy expression on the MC. To lighten the mood, the Count says that someone talented like him will be useful anywhere, and the Queen will be pleased. So our protagonist smiles and says the Count did the right thing, and the poor man doesn't understand anything anymore. Lloyd says that what just happened is perfect. In the throne room, Samarkand is trying to decide what he will ask his new servant to do first. Then a messenger appears saying he couldn't bring the MC because he decided he would get rid of the sandworm that is outside the city. The sandworm looks like a scary monster with a giant mouth and a body like a snake, but its actual size is a little larger than Lloyd's pets. The MC points his shovel in its direction and uses his mana blast, causing an explosion where the creature was. After that, it's Podong's turn to attack, kicking where the little creature is, and then trying to hit it with its paws. Lastly, it's Javier's turn to attack. He takes his sword of bright aura and delivers a powerful attack that throws the sandworm. Incredibly, even after all these attacks, the worm continues to move, so Lloyd attacks it with mana blast again, wildly. At that moment, the Sultan arrives where they are and sees the MC using mana blast continuously. The protagonist is screaming demonically that he will destroy the worm in the name of Samarkand, who stands watching all that madness, and being hit by the rain of sand flying with the explosions. Only at this moment Lloyd realizes he is being watched by the Sultan, and he signals positively to him, who thereafter wants this unstable person no longer in his kingdom. After these events, night falls in Asfahan. In his office, the Sultan thinks he made the right decision. With MC by his side, you never know what he could do. He still has to pay for the expenses incurred with the Padishar and the construction costs. Thinking this way, it's as if he's been robbed by MC. Then a guard appears saying there's bad news. Lloyd has just escaped with the Padishar. This time the Sultan is speechless. He's going bankrupt this way. As if that weren't enough, a messenger appears with urgent news. Princess Scheherazade has fled and left a message saying she had much to learn from him. The Sultan doesn't know what to say after that, and collapses onto his desk, crying and cursing Lloyd for all the trouble he brought. A little while later, in Frontera County, Lloyd's parents wake up on a quiet morning, with Baibyong sounds instead of a rooster, but that's not bad. A servant announces that a letter from Master Julian has just arrived. He tells them he graduated as the second best in class and will be able to work in the capital. Then Byron appears saying a shipment from Lloyd from Asfahan has just arrived. Outside there are piles and piles of filled chests sent by their son. As soon as one is opened, Marbella is impressed that they are all luxury items. She holds an ugly necklace of precious jewels, planning to sell these items to extremely vain nobles. The Count notices that his wife didn't used to make expressions like this. But it doesn't matter, she can sell the jewels as she wishes. He is still a happy man. The Count is glad that his county is full of wonderful people, just like wonderful orcs, who greet him as they pass by. Only one of them doesn't seem very friendly. It seems he and Soldier Greg still don't get along. The two collide as they walk, and the couple is apprehensive, thinking the two are about to start a fight. Then Soldier Greg acts as if the orc wants his attention, grabs the chest of the green man. Instead, the two stand facing each other without saying anything, until the orc moves quickly, but Greg manages to dodge the attack quickly. Somehow the creature stood still in a strange dance position, and then quickly returns to normal, kneeling. This isn't over yet, and he challenges the soldier, who, along with his companions, acts as if they had no choice, and they all choreograph together, ending with all of them standing in the same upside-down position. Then the orcs come together to make a better dance, which ends in a much more elaborate way. It seems this time Soldier Greg didn't come out on top, and the orc looks victorious. Surely this wasn't what the Frontera couple was expecting to see, but in any case, they are all good creatures. Speaking of creatures, they encounter the skeletons on the way. Would they be organic or inorganic matter? It doesn't matter. What matters is that the county is at peace and he is happy, even though some strange things happen there. Maybe very strange, when they see the white cavalry praying to Lloyd's statue. And strangeness only increases when Terms and his companions arrive and also pray for MC. Finally, someone informs the couple that their son has just returned. Seeing their son dressed that way, practically only in tunic and underwear, it makes them think that the strangest person in that place is surely their son. Still, as strange as their son may be, they are still happy to have him, and on the day Lloyd calls him father instead of my lord, he will be even happier. The Count hugs his son after a long time without seeing him, and asks why MC isn't wearing clothes, who replies that he already has many at home. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Count Ventura is reporting on the agreement they made with the Sultan. Such an agreement seems unprecedented to the Queen, who asks if he negotiated it. Ventura is a little embarrassed, but admits he's responsible for the agreement. Then the Queen wants to know if it was Lloyd who asked him to tell her this, and asks what the Count thinks is necessary for people to live comfortably. She herself answers that they only need someone to work themselves to death in their place. As her Queen said this, Count Ventura fully agrees with what she said. Although this agreement resolves many things, Magentano and Asfahan have been enemies for a long time. How could they establish a relationship of trust? While the Queen thinks about this, Scheherazade has just arrived in the county, thinking about how she will take this state from him. Unaware of any of this, the Count is pruning the garden plants, and is surprised when someone appears calling for him. He has no idea who the girl in front of him is. Then Scheherazade introduces herself, and the Count wants to know why she is there. The girl explains that she is there to see Lloyd. The Count, still in shock, doesn't understand what she wants with his son. She takes a deep breath and tells the Count that she needs this man to sleep at night. The Count takes a moment to understand what she is saying. As soon as he understands her words, he is incredulous. This must be the most unbelievable thing his son has ever done. We see the protagonist lying on a dirt floor. Gradually, his consciousness returns. He is at the edge of a cliff, questioning what place this is and why it is so dark. Suddenly, a light appears, illuminating his face, along with a thunderous noise that alarms him. A giant fireball is rising in front of him, which gradually takes the shape of a human body. The immense fiery body stands still in front of the protagonist, until it says it is a pleasure to meet Lloyd Frontera. In fact, to meet Seho Kim. The MC thinks that no matter how real it seems, this must be just a dream. So he asks who this talking fire figure is. From within the fire, the person says they are the one who sees true nature, the ruler of the fire of hell, the king of hell, Helkeros. Lloyd bows, saying he didn't know he was in the presence of royalty, even though he thinks it must be a dream. From within the flames, the leader of hell laughs, saying the MC seems very confident, and asks if he thinks this is just a dream. The MC explains that no matter what he thinks, since the leader introduced himself, he is probably not there to harm him. The flames become even stronger, and the commander of hell reveals that he has grown fond of Lloyd. The young man would be someone suitable for hell. He doesn't understand if that was a compliment. All he wants is to live comfortably with the money he earned. The commander says that all the MC did for his worthless dream, his face capable of intimidating his demon knight, his singing worse than the screams of purgatory. Someone like that could make the souls of hell wish to be killed once more. By the way he talks about Lloyd, it seems like he was some kind of demon king or something like that. Then the king of hell makes a proposal to Kim Seho, if he would like to join the leader of hell, where he would use the full extent of his talents. While he gives this choice, Lloyd is fighting against roots trying to trap him. They are very strong, and he probably won't win this fight. Then a system message appears, saying it's better not to intimidate him too much. After a while in silence, the king of hell inquires if the system hasn't interfered enough, as it seems it could interfere even more. Helkeros decides not to argue, and decides to play by the rules they have established. As soon as he disappears, the vines trapping Lloyd also vanish. Then the protagonist wakes up in his bed, sweating. The MC is panting after everything he went through with the appearance of the leader of hell. His face is hot. It may not have been a dream, and he doesn't know who Helkeros was talking to at the end. While thinking about this, Javier knocks on his bedroom door. The swordsman asks why the master is all sweaty, but Lloyd deflects. Then Javier explains that there is a visitor from very far away waiting to see him. The protagonist thinks for a moment about who it could be, and then makes his strange face, having an idea of who it could be. On the way, Javier inquires why the master didn't ask who it was, but he already knows it is Scheherazade. After she tasted the lullabies, he knows she would need more. By his master's expression, Javier knows he is plotting something. In a closed room of the mansion, Scheherazade proposes that Lloyd record his lullaby in a magic crystal for her. Knowing that this is what their meeting is about, the Count doesn't know whether to feel relieved or sad. With a grimace, the MC asks if she wants him to do it without getting anything in return, and she replies that he will be paid for this work. His expression doesn't improve as he retorts that he already has a lot of money, leaving Scheherazade frustrated for making things difficult for her. Then the protagonist places a stack of papers on the table, proposing that if she signs the contract, he will do what she asks in return. Javier is surprised that the master had prepared a contract in advance for this situation. The girl gets irritated. The contract requires her to serve the county for 5 years, and the song would be given only after that time. To her, these terms are ridiculous, but the MC reminds her that she's the one who needs the lullaby. If she sleeps well and trains hard, she can become a sword master, but of course, it depends on whether she accepts or not. Javier realizes that when the master asked him to train Scheherazade, he probably had this in mind. A system message appears saying it's because of such actions that the demon wanted to be friends with him. Scheherazade is furious, knowing he planned to do this to her, but he ignores her complaints. Then, unable to hold her anger, she delivers a powerful punch to the MC's face, and leaves, calling him a piece of trash. A little after this argument, the girl is walking through the forest, still angry with Lloyd, thinking that if she signed the contract, she could become a sword master and be recognized by her father. Suddenly, something pulls her out of these thoughts. She's been walking through the forest, and now doesn't know where she is. The girl needs to find a trail. Then, from behind a tree, she sees something, a shiny brown mane, which makes her look more closely at who is in front of her. None other than the young Julian Frontera. The young man has an apprehensive expression. Scheherazade wonders who he might be. Julian remains thoughtful in silence, while she thinks he looks fragile and weak, like a herbivore that could be devoured by a predator. Then, suddenly, his expression changes, looking determined. A little ahead, some knights are trying to move a huge rock, without success. Julian asks to help them, but the knight thinks he shouldn't be doing this kind of heavy work. The young man insists, but the knight says their duty is to escort him, and that he should sit and rest. His words have no effect, as the young man removes his shirt to help them, leaving the three astonished by the scholar's physique. Meanwhile, Scheherazade continues to watch the group from afar. In her imagination, he still looks weak, even with that physique. The four push the rock with all their might. The girl concludes that since he is returning from the capital, he must be Lloyd's younger brother, but he doesn't look like him at all, making such an effort to help the people with him. Since pushing doesn't work, he thinks it's better to dig around the rock with a shovel, because there's nothing a shovel can't solve. Then the girl appears, saying it's a good idea, but it will take all day, and that she will remove the rock from their path. Julian just watches without saying anything to the girl. It seems that young Frontera has just had his heart stolen. Scheherazade thinks that by doing this, she will gain some advantage in negotiating with Lloyd. Then, with simple movements of her sword, the huge rock blocking the path is shattered. The knights are shocked by the girl's power. She sheathes her sword, standing in front of the small pieces left of the rock. Then Julian thanks her for what she did and asks who she is. She reveals herself as Scheherazade of Asfahan from the east, and that she is currently staying at the Frontera estate. The young man listens to her, totally enchanted. Back in the county, Emily is walking down a street and sees a young orc coming her way. She greets him, calling him Kuga, but he keeps walking while she talks to him. Emily doesn't understand why the orc acted that way with her. In silence, Kuga remembers a conversation he had with her. He had called her while she was hanging clothes and asked if she loved Sergeant Greg. After a moment of silence, Emily told him that Greg was the most important person in the world to her. Her response left Kuga, who has feelings for her, furious. But at that moment, she didn't understand that. He still remembered Greg hitting on a refugee girl, and how his companions laughed at him, calling him ugly when they found out he liked a human. Thinking their relationship would never work, he decides not to tell her what he knows about Greg. Emily still inquires if he wanted to say something, but the orc just retreats among the sheets. Back in the present, Emily is sighing, sitting at a table. Sergeant Greg, who is near her, asks if something happened. So, calling him brother, she asks if people would find it strange if a human loved an orc warrior. Greg laughs, finding it ridiculous, saying that if the human's family knew, they would hunt her down. But suddenly he stops, remembering an argument he had, where Kuga fought with him, outraged, thinking the sergeant was cheating on Emily with another woman. It seems now he realizes their affection is mutual. At the Frontera mansion, the count is crying during the family dinner, happy to have raised two such incredible children. Scheherazade understands why, having one son as a diplomat and the other being one of the most talented in the kingdom. While for her father, she should either seduce Lloyd or become a sword master to prove her worth, understanding they come from very different families. Julian tells his father that when he is appointed in the capital, he intends to work even harder to make him proud. The count is more than happy and says his son can always come home if things get tough. Hearing something like that from a father shocks Scheherazade, and a tear rolls down her cheek. Then the girl abruptly gets up from the dinner table, saying she will retire first. Before she leaves, Lloyd asks when they will negotiate again, but the girl no longer wants to talk about it. Julian watches as Scheherazade leaves the room, and the MC notices something in the expression he is making. Alone, Scheherazade cannot hold back her tears. Then later that same night, Lloyd sees something through the mansion curtains. The girl seems to be sneaking away in the middle of the night, but something else catches Lloyd's attention. His brother appears, running toward Scheherazade. From a distance, he seems to be asking her to stay. The MC cannot stop watching that scene, especially when the girl seems embarrassed by Julian's words. Lloyd is delighted by the luck he had in seeing this. Downstairs, Julian asks where Scheherazade is going at this hour. If she is not leaving the county, the girl hesitates a little, and ends up saying she was just going for a walk, leaving the young man relieved. Since she has luggage, it seems she was leaving. Disguising, Scheherazade ends up saying she was just carrying her meals. Her answer surprises Julian, and he says eating so many snacks so late will harm her sleep. Embarrassed, she says she will not eat them all and most of what is in the backpack are picnic tools. Anyway, the young man feels relieved, because he was worried about her, considering how she acted at dinner. His words make her almost cry again, and Scheherazade says she is okay now, thinking that maybe she could stay in that place for a few more days. Meanwhile, Lloyd continues enjoying watching the two downstairs, until Javier appears, almost scaring him to death. Since it's time for the lullaby, and he didn't show up, Javier went to look for the master. He asks why he was making such a face watching a couple in love, and the MC doesn't understand how he knew that. The swordsman has seen many people fall in love, and the women always look at him lovingly. Lloyd remains expressionless. Hearing Javier finds it strange he never had this kind of experience. The sword master makes it clear he is not willing to ruin Master Julian's love, but according to the master, he will act as a cupid in this case. After his last conversation with the queen, he realized he has many enemies, including Queen Alicia, who wants him to work for her until the end. And the love between these two will be the key to getting out of this. The next morning, Bibiang is waking everyone up with his morning screams. And in the village of Frontera County, someone just greeted our lovesick orc. Sergeant Greg inquires if he is Kuga, and the orc responds that he doesn't want to fight with the sergeant anymore. Then the human puts his hand on the collar of his shirt, and throws a paper airplane towards the orc. It hits him right in the forehead. After that, Greg tells him to go to the place written on the plane that night to clear things up. Kuga reads what's written on the paper silently, and says that an orc warrior never runs from a fight. At night at the Frontera mansion, Julian continues to think about Scheherazade, with her hair more radiant than silk, her eyes like pearls, and the sadness in her heart that she hides using strength. Then Lloyd appears beside him, asking if that's not what they call love. Julian feels as if the MC had read his mind, and Lloyd asks if something is wrong, but the young man just blushes without saying anything. Lloyd starts to annoy him, until he asks what the MC wants. Then he reveals that he will record the lullaby for Scheherazade the next day, and after that she will leave. After that, he starts to leave the room, repeating what he said before, that she will probably leave, leaving Julian even more distressed. In the village, Greg was saying something about when the orcs arrive to his companions, and suddenly they appear. Thinking they are plotting something against Kuga, an orc questions that Greg is a coward, because the fight should be one-on-one. With a delirious face, Greg wants to resolve this relationship between humans and orcs now. Back at the Frontera mansion, Lloyd greets Scheherazade in a hallway, and she immediately punches him on impulse. Fallen on the floor from the punch, Lloyd tells her that Julian will be named soon, maybe the next day. As soon as that happens, he will leave the county, leaving Scheherazade as distressed as he left Julian. Alone, the young man thinks that she will leave and he will not see her anymore. In her room, Scheherazade thinks the same. Someone else is also impatient with this situation. Finally, the young man decides he cannot let her leave without telling her what he feels. The girl also thinks the same, going after him, while Lloyd is just waiting for his plan to work and the couple to declare themselves. In the village, Kuga is on a plane alone, until a noise catches his attention. At the mansion, Julian is in front of Scheherazade's room to confess his feelings to her. The girl is also in front of a door to confess, before she regrets it for the rest of her life. Back to Kuga. As soon as he turns, he meets Emily, who says she came to that place at her brother's request. Suddenly Sergeant Greg with other soldiers appears, coming out from among the trees. On the other side, several orcs also come out of the forest, heading towards the humans. Back at the mansion, the Count and his wife open the door to their room to see who is calling them, and Scheherazade is kneeling at their door. The orcs and humans push Kuga and Emily towards each other, and Greg declares that from this date, it will be the first day of the two as a couple. Finally they will be together. At the mansion, Scheherazade kneels even more and asks the couple to entrust their youngest son to her. Knowing this, Lloyd thinks that once the two are together, the queen will no longer have as much power over him. Suddenly we see a large sinister castle surrounded by a valley. The queen is at the door of the old castle of the dark sorcerer Targa. She raises her hand to her army, commanding them to attack the castle with full force. Behind her fly thousands of red arrows. Most of them pass through some kind of magic barrier and set the castle on fire. Inside it, several dark mages try to defend the castle and protect their master Targa. Thus, a battle between knights and mages erupts. Then a large creature appears. Just the weight of its paw is enough to break the ground. The soldiers at its feet ask what kind of monster it is, and the queen's mages attack it with the fire god's punishment. Even being attacked, the monster does not retreat, stepping on the soldiers in front of it. Realizing that the attack is not going well, the queen orders the soldiers to retreat, leaving the castle, while the monster continues to roar and attack. Outside the castle, the soldiers are regrouping and counting the wounded, until they realize the queen is not there and look towards the castle. Queen Alicia is alone facing the creature. She wields her sword imbued with aura, and after a war cry, launches a large attack that reverberates towards the monster, which is hit squarely by the queen's attack. As soon as it is hit, a kind of green gas begins to escape from it, and Alicia covers her nose, because it might be poison. This was done with magic, but it doesn't matter. She trained her body to get used to poison. Thus, she walks towards the door, making an effort to open it. Queen Alicia is fully aware of what awaits her on the other side. At the feet of a giant dragon head stands the dark wizard Targa, enraged at being found by the queen. The queen asks if he is Targa. He nods, acknowledging that he is the one she seeks. Outraged that he plans a rebellion against the kingdom, she declares that she will decapitate him, doing so with just one swing of her sword. With that, his body falls at her feet, and she thinks that everything is finally over. But suddenly, she feels a severe headache. As it passes quickly, she wonders what just happened, and we can see that one of her eyes is different. Something is wrong with her. A little later, Julian and Scheherazade get married in the county. The girl is very happy during the ceremony, just like her husband, who looks at her passionately. Of course, the count couldn't help but cry copiously during the ceremony. Even Mr. Byron got a bit emotional. The orcs also celebrated with the elves, but among everyone, no one was more ecstatic about this event than Lloyd. Javier even suggests that he leaves so as not to spoil the occasion, but the master says he is just happy. The swordsman still does not understand how this marriage will prevent him from being enslaved by the queen, so Lloyd explains that he is now someone important important in both countries, being a citizen of Magentano and also part of the Sultan's family, who is not foolish and must have understood when Lloyd fought against the sandworm that he was just pretending, which means he still wants the MC to work for him. Thus, if the Queen tries to enslave him, he can go to the Sultan's side. Javier understood the Master's point, but he could stop with this evil aura now. Lloyd knows he cannot challenge the Queen, but at least he has a card up his sleeve to negotiate. Meanwhile, the Sultan watches his daughter's wedding through a magical device, and a thin tear manages to run down his face, wishing his daughter to be happy in this place, where she will be free from fights over the throne or family pressure. Emily appears, saying it's time for the bride to throw the bouquet with all her strength. Then Scheherazade throws the bouquet, making a home run. The arrangement flies past Emily, who obviously did not know about the bride's strength. The bouquet flies across the county, catching fire due to its speed, until someone manages to stop what's left of the arrangement. Not knowing what was coming, Solitas grabs what remains of the flowers. As the new couple withdraws, Lloyd remembers that in the novel, Scheherazade dies protecting her father during the rebellion. Even if it doesn't bring money, it's great to know that she will have a different ending this time. Then the system appears, showing that Lloyd has saved another person from an unhappy death. Knowing this, he thinks the system is just stating the obvious. The counter of lives he saved starts moving quickly, catching our MC's attention. He watches as the number keeps growing. With more than 23 million lives saved, he gets an additional DP. When he has 50 million DP, he will be able to exceed the final spoiler. Thus Lloyd will have the right to use the world's most powerful ability. It can be activated for 30 seconds, which seems like a very short time. Actually, it's the highest ranked ability, and not the strongest, meaning if he fights the strongest thing in this world, he would lose. Moreover, to use the ability, he would have to forfeit the system's support, his skills, summons, and final spoiler. The conditions do not excite him to use the ability, so Count Ventura appears to talk to him. He says that Magentano and Asfahan have signed a peace treaty, and thanks to this marriage, they are now brother countries. Then he apologizes for belittling Lloyd and his thoughts, calling him a hero. The MC feels embarrassed and says the Count can belittle him. After all, he is extremely materialistic. But he doesn't mind, saying that the Queen already knows about everything that happened, and says she sent him there as an officer to summon Lloyd to the capital. In other words, now it's time for the MC to pretend to be sick. At that moment he takes on a downcast expression. He starts faking a cough, saying he wasn't feeling well earlier, and that he needs to go to Asfahan to recover. Then Count Ventura reinforces that the Queen wants to meet with him. Lloyd knows that the Queen only seeks him out when she needs something and ignores him when he wants to meet with her, remembering her holding his face, saying he wasn't selfish or petty. Thus, he is once again in a carriage with Javier and Count Ventura heading towards the palace, not excited at all. His mood remains terrible when they arrive at the palace. It doesn't improve even a bit when he kneels before the Queen. Queen Alicia is pleased that he came as soon as he was called, otherwise she would be heartbroken and would have to invade the county of Frontera. But in that case, she thinks Lloyd would flee to Asfahan, as if she would be lonely without him. It is better for him to continue behaving by staying by her side. The MC says he wouldn't ignore her, and asks what her orders are, thinking he will have some negotiation power. Then she says she has something to show him, and asks him to follow her. They go to a large structure in the palace, and Lloyd is ecstatic about what is in front of him, almost certain that they are dragon bones. The Queen explains that the bones were with the dark wizards who were probably planning to use them in some ritual. The MC recalls that the novel mentioned magic performed with these bones and starts to get excited. The Queen is thinking of using these bones to show the strength of the kingdom of Magentano. She wants a statue of herself surrounded by dragon bones to use the defeat of a dragon as a symbol of the kingdom. At this moment, Lloyd decides it's time to use the social skills he brought from his world. He tells the Queen that he is deeply honored by the task assigned to him, and to prove his gratitude, he won't charge for the construction. Aware that his behavior is odd, she asks if he wants something in return. Then MC asks to be allowed to do nothing for 10 years. The Queen is silent for a moment, digesting what she just heard, until she asks if he really wants to idle away all that time. Lloyd needs to navigate this conversation carefully. He knows he's on thin ice. To Alicia, her servant is asking for much more than he should, so MC says it seems like what he asked for was too much. If he gets just one bone from the dragon's tail, that'll be enough for him. What he immediately gets is a punch from the Queen to the head, and he's left wondering why this sudden violence. Alicia feels better after hitting him and allows him to take the bone. Lloyd is immediately happy with the news, and kneels in thanks, saying the Queen can step on him whenever she wants. With this reward, he won't be exploited, but still doesn't want to work anymore. Then someone enters the room, interrupting his thoughts. The guy introduces himself as Viscount Nord, a garden design expert. To the Viscount, MC seems just like a boy and wonders how he can be a craftsman. Born a commoner and socially elevated through his work, Nord considers himself much better than Lloyd. As soon as Nord says he'll work with him, Lloyd is surprised, saying he has no knowledge or experience and couldn't dare to work with someone so respected, clarifying he just wants to learn from him. him, to see how much knowledge he lacked. The Viscount is speechless hearing this from a young noble, and smiles, feeling that Lloyd understands how good he is at what he does. The next day, outside the palace, the Viscount shows the garden plans, and Lloyd praises him and asks about details of another area. The following day, Nord brings more details and is again praised, and MC asks about more parts of the plan. The next day, Nord seems even more exhausted but is happy, feeling like a genius for doing the project so well alone. Then he leaves to start the topographic part, telling Lloyd not to get in his way. Nord is completely convinced he's amazing and can do everything alone, so MC also leaves, going to a nearby hammock to rest, ecstatic about getting free labor. Thanks to loyal and skilled people like the Viscount, people like Lloyd can relax without doing anything. During the night at the royal palace, in the building that houses the dragon bones, specifically in the bones guarded by the soldiers, from inside the darkness of the dragon's skull eye, a purple light emerges from that point. The light claims to be Targa, who hasn't given up on revenge against the queen, promising that she will die. We see Viscount Nord talking about the lush green nature ahead of them. According to him, humans admire the gods for their unique ability to create something from nothing. Lloyd realizes Viscount feels thrilled by his creations as if approaching the gods. He is glowing with excitement about his work, and it's precisely because of this passion that MC will leave all the work for him to do. Thinking Lloyd knows nothing, Nord decides to meet with the managers alone, and MC apologizes for his ineptitude. He watches as Viscount moves away. Once he's gone, it's time for him to enjoy his time, so he summons all his pets, who appear excited. Bibyong soon starts to strike a combat pose, and Lloyd determines it's time for the games to begin. Bibyong is in a combat stance in front of Padong, who also seems ready to fight. Lloyd commands Padong to release a beam, and the guinea pig gets all riled up. Then Bibyong pretends to be hit, and starts shaking as if the attack was painful. Suddenly, we see someone running. It seems Javier desperately needs to find his master, who continues playing with his pets as if in a battle. Meanwhile, the swordsman leaps between tree branches in the forest, and Lloyd is hit by a strong attack from the guinea pig. He writhes as if in pain while the pets watch. MC is loving these moments of being a layabout, wishing to live like this forever. But all good things come to an end. Javier appears right behind him, and shouts that Her Majesty is coming. Of course, our protagonist wasn't expecting this, so he quickly sets up a table nearby, and puts several papers on it to appear as if he was drawing something. Finally, he sits at the table, pretending to be frustrated with some part of the project. At that moment, Queen Alicia arrives with some escort soldiers. Then Lloyd acts clueless as if he just noticed her presence. He kneels to greet her, but she, knowing him, says his treatment seems very fake, and asks if he's just been idle until her arrival. MC falls silent, making a face. He knows the queen isn't mistaken. She asks if Lloyd considers Viscount a fool, stating that a commoner doesn't become noble just because of talent, and wonders if he wasn't deceived by the Viscount. Sometime earlier, Nord had gone to the sovereign to report something to her. He explains that the dragon's bones were requested. In the center of the garden, bowing before a statue of her in a waterway where boats would pass to admire the work. Despite efforts to find a solution, the gradient between start and finish was too steep, causing a very fast flow. Since he couldn't solve the problem, the queen thought he wanted to leave it out of the work, but he insists that's not the case, that Lloyd offered a solution to the problem. According to MC, he suggested building a system of steps in the waterway and putting gates at each level. When a boat enters, the gate behind it closes, and the water is filtered to lower the level. When the water at the current gate and the next gate are at the same level, the next gate opens, and the boat can proceed. He continues that Lloyd didn't just help with this problem but with many others every time. The young man said they were just thoughts from someone who knew nothing. The Viscount would determine if they were useful. Nord concludes that MC has superb knowledge, but gives all credit to him. Participating only in crucial parts of the construction, the Viscount considers him a model of a capable man. Unaware of the conversation, Lloyd is thinking about what excuse he can give the queen and whether he can be accused of treason by her. Tired of him kneeling, she tells him to sit down and stand up. He does as his queen commanded, looking at her suspiciously. Queen Alicia gives Lloyd a long look, until she says his actions have pleased her completely, and that he should continue like this. MC raises his eyes to see her. He never expected to hear such words from her. She leaves shortly after, leaving him kneeling. So he turns to Javier, saying that she didn't find out he was slacking off. Even with the onset of winter, construction of the huge garden didn't stop. MC also had no time to rest. You never know when he could play like this again. More time passes, and spring arrives. The construction of the garden, and its immense attraction finally finished. To celebrate, a grand party in the palace garden is held. Guests discuss the greatness of the queen and her country. Nobles from other lands eagerly look to form ties with the country. Looking at them, Lloyd thinks this huge project shows other countries the glory and power of Magentano, causing neighboring countries to grovel before them. Then something catches his attention. Javier is looking at a macaron, feeling he shouldn't eat it, when he asks why. The swordsman explains that suddenly he thought his master is someone unlucky. This causes MC to have a rage attack. Wanting an explanation, What does he have that Javier doesn't like? Then he explains it's not like that. Whenever his master finishes a work and a party is held, some huge problem arises. If it happens this time means he is really unlucky. By the look on his face, Lloyd thinks the swordsman wants something to happen. MC barely finishes the sentence, and a loud noise interrupts the celebration. Out of nowhere, the dragon's head detached from the rest of the skeleton and fell to the ground. The queen looks at the scene, incredulous that this could happen, while Viscount Nord panics that his project may have collapsed. Who also can't believe is Lloyd, who did simulations before construction. There's no way this could happen. Then Javier tells him to get ready to run, leaving MC confused. He wonders if he should run now, and why Javier looks so scared. There's something wrong with the bones. A purple mist begins to emanate from the fallen head. It expands to the rest of the skeleton, rising far beyond the royal palace. From the atmosphere, it's possible to see the mist forming a whirlwind that doesn't bring anything good. A light starts coming specifically from the dragon's eyes. Facing the statue, a voice coming from the head says the queen's name. As the head moves toward the body, the voice says that before she decapitated him, he transferred his soul to the dragon's bones. And now the transfer has finally been completed, so the creature lets out a roar, moving its claws towards Queen Alicia's statue. The dragon leaves only unrecognizable pieces after the attack. Then he turns towards his enemy, the queen, who is apprehensive and surrounded by royal guards. Then he flies roaring towards them. Although frightened, they stand firm before the creature. The queen shouts that if the monster doesn't want to have a horrible death, it's better to run away immediately. She attacks thinking he has mana enough to erase the sky and only a swordsman master can defeat him. But the dragon gives a paw to them, so strong that it throws the queen and the guests in the air. The dragon thinks he's moving slowly, maybe because he hasn't yet gotten used to his new body. But that's irrelevant at the moment. People seem to be nothing more than ants to him, making the ground tremble by flapping his wings, while giving a scary laugh. The queen thinks they won't be able to fight against this monstrosity using only strength. In this case, she calls for Lloyd. He'll find a way to defeat this thing. The only problem is that at that moment, the one she needs the most is running away from the dragon. Seeing this momentarily leaves her hopeless, until she remembers she still has another option and calls for Javier. But the swordsman is also running away, right behind his master. Now she has really lost the hopes she had. In the distance, the two continue running non-stop. They jump over tables with food ahead of them, as if they were obstacle race athletes. Gradually, Lloyd can be seen almost out of breath. Javier warns the master that if they escape, he may not be paid, and Lloyd says he only thinks about money, confusing the swordsman, since his master is motivated by money. Suddenly, Javier stops running and MC shouts because he is stopping. Then he explains that if they don't stop this thing, it will end up reaching Frontera County. Without stopping running, MC says that the dragon has much more mana than Javier. It's better to forget this and flee. But now the swordsman is determined to end the creature, even if it costs his life. Lloyd looks back knowing Javier is serious about this. Back to the dragon. A ball of energy is forming in its mouth. Then it throws it towards the ground where the queen is. Even trying to get away, she is caught by the impact of the explosion and is thrown again. Then the dragon prepares another attack like this. Alicia, still not recovered from the first attack, is about to be hit. However, Javier arrives at that moment, using his aura blast before she was hit. The attack hits the dragon's head, changing the trajectory of the energy ball, which passes right by the queen. The creature calls him a little pest and launches several more energy balls in his direction. Javier manages to dodge using the elves technique. He knows if he gets hit he won't survive. The attacks don't stop and enter the clouds of the night sky. Recovered, the queen attacks the creature again, alongside Javier, who uses another aura blast. The attacks hit the dragon in the head and chest, but it doesn't show signs of weakening. In fact, it laughs, feeling more accustomed to its new body. Then the bone dragon takes flight. From the ground, Javier knows some powerful attack will come and stands in front of his queen. As expected, the creature launches more energy balls that explode upon hitting the ground. Javier and Alicia try to escape them, which are getting closer and closer. Then we see Bibiong being held by Lloyd, holding a sunflower seed that was about to throw the beaver. The MC is on top of Goming and throws Bibiong down. During the fall, the pet begins to chew the sunflower seed, getting huge, then uses megaton pressure just above the dragon, which is hit by the giant beaver. Its weight is such that it prevents the dragon from flying and it falls. The MC takes the chance to rescue Javier and the queen with Goming. While the dragon tries to understand what happened, Bibiong, now much smaller, runs away from him. At that moment, Goming is flying right above the dragon, and Lloyd tells the bird to throw its excrement explosion, leaving the poor thing embarrassed, since everyone will see him do that. Then Podong encourages his companion, saying that Bangul wouldn't want him to hesitate. Still embarrassed, he throws his excrement attack, which hits the dragon's head and body. He is silent until he realizes what it was. A much more sinister light emanates from him once he discovers what hit him. Then the dragon screams furiously that he will kill whoever did this to him. In the bird, the queen asks if the MC has a plan, and he says they either get bigger or surrender to the dragon. They cross through the clouds while he says he will bring someone. With the dragon closely chasing them, the MC wants to bring someone stronger than him to the fight. Lloyd plans to take the Dragon King to fight this creature. In the novel, the Dragon King brought order to the dragons and loved humans, a generous and benevolent being. He would never lose to a zombie lizard like the one that destroys everything around it. Lloyd is sure the Dragon King lives in Gaffel and asks the Queen if they are very far from there. As she answers that it would take more than a day to get there, his hopes fade. Suddenly, we see the dragon is about to grab Gomi. He narrowly manages to dodge, but the dragon is very close. Lloyd sees that the opponent is huge and fast. It will be difficult if they have to fly for more than a day chased by him. Javier asks if what the master needs for the plan to work is in Gaffel, and the MC says they have to go there. Then he raises his aura sword and uses the aura blast once again against the creature to gain distance. In turn, the dragon remarks that these attacks are no longer capable of even scratching him. He barely finishes saying this and realizes the attack pierced his wing. The dragon screams in the air, distancing himself from the group now. Lloyd praises Javier's successful attack and urges the swordsman not to let the dragon get closer. The dragon, now recovered, believes these tricks won't work on him anymore. Catching the Queen off guard, the MC asks for her sword without explaining why. She hands over the sword, still suspicious of what her servant will do with it. He plans to fire at the same time as Javier so the dragon can't dodge the attack. Lloyd then envelopes the sword with his aura and invokes Mana Blast with a terrifying expression. At that moment, the dragon is preparing to attack. The Queen remains apprehensive about what will happen to them. Then the duo launches the mana explosions simultaneously. The two attacks split as they approach the target, which cannot dodge. Lloyd's attack manages to hit one of the wings, while Javier's hits the other wing of the dragon, but neither pierces it. Both are frustrated, and the MC feels the dragon is getting stronger. Suddenly, something abruptly pulls him back. The Queen is holding him by the waist, and asks Javier to lift her master's body. They hold his body as if it were a plank, while the MC wonders what they will do with him. As he looks ahead, he is caught off guard by the dragon being very close. With her hand raised, the Queen instructs him to follow her orders and shout, "Blast!" Just as she slaps his buttocks, Javier holds the master's face, who shouts what the Queen ordered with a look of despair. Even the creature is startled by his terrifying expression, and it retreats a bit, increasing the distance from the group. Excited, the Queen compliments the MC's success. His expression remains blank, tears streaming from his face. The dragon realizes it was Lloyd who removed the poison from the Queen, repelled the Mastodon army, and defeated the Knight of Hell. The MC's terrifying expression almost scared him to death. How could someone so monstrous walk the face of the earth? Either way, it will be perfect. The dragon wants to take revenge on both at once. The Queen continues drumming on Lloyd's buttocks, while he continues shouting blast with his monstrous face. But the dragon covers his eyes with a mana band to avoid seeing the MC's face. Then Javier asks the Queen to cover her ears so the MC can use the banshee scream, even though he claims he was just singing. Thus, in addition to the horrible face, Lloyd also emits painful noises for the ears, which results in the dragon covering its ears as well and still pursuing them without seeing or hearing. The Queen is annoyed by this and lets go of the MC now that he is no longer useful to her. Bringing the Dragon King was a mistake. They have no choice but to bring him down, and she tries to think of what could be this thing's weakness until she remembers something. The Queen told him he could take a bone from the dragon's tail as long as no one noticed there was a fake bone. That's it. That must be his weakness. Goming continues accelerating to take distance from the dragon, who never stops chasing the group. He is getting stronger and stronger, transcending natural human limits, and becoming a powerful being, while we see he is right behind Goming. Suddenly, he makes a sprint and gets very close to the bird. To prevent them from being devoured, Lloyd asks Goming to use the spiderweb glow. Goming releases a web that wraps around the creature's head and part of its body, who shouts that they are using the most annoying attacks against him. While he was busy trying to get rid of the web, the group disappears into the sky, and the dragon wonders where they went. Then we see Javier and the Queen jumping off Goming, who was flying right above the dragon. The MC shouts for them to aim for the fourth bone of the tail, starting from the pelvis. The swordsman uses his aura sword to hit where the master asked. Then the attack approaches the tail without the dragon dodging, hitting the granite bone, reinforced with the dragon's power. Either way, he takes the blow right on the fake bone. Let's not forget it's not just Javier who is a master swordsman. Queen Alicia is also a powerful sword master. As she attacks, she shouts that she ordered Lloyd to use the bone of an empress pala to make the fake bone. From above, he apologizes to her, saying that it's always better to save costs in construction, while she attacks the dragon. Her aura sword's power is immense, and shatters the granite bone Lloyd had made. He celebrates that they managed to destroy part of the dragon. His tail flies off, after losing its connection to the rest of the skeleton, and the dragon screams furiously at what they've done to him. Suddenly, we see Frontera Mansion. Lloyd is talking about the last project being quite lengthy, while Javier asks when he'll put on clothes. His face combined with the lack of clothes makes him 10 times more unpleasant, and the MC complains it's worse when Javier says that. Then the swordsman feigns a smile, saying he'll be more careful next time. His clothes are an issue, but he wonders if the MC will call the Count and Countess father and mother. Lloyd thinks they're having another strange conversation. The swordsman would like to be able to call them that, but considers he doesn't have that right. Lloyd, who could call them that, treats them with formality, as they're not his real parents. He'd be deceiving them by calling them that. Javier says goodbye, and he thinks the swordsman also lost his parents. Then we see photos of Lloyd's real parents in some kind of funeral ceremony. Before Javier leaves the room, the MC asks what his parents were like if he remembers what they were like. The swordsman finds the question strange and inquires if the master really wants to know that, and he says he really wants to know about it. Then we return to the present, when the dragon loses part of its tail. This causes him to lose his balance and fall to the ground, lifting everything in his path with him. When he stops, he left behind a trail of destruction. A little shaky, he feels his body is unbalanced. Above him, we see Padong become giant as he falls toward the creature. His body hits the dragon's head, which is immobilized on the ground. Next, Lloyd and the queen also land just ahead. He uses maximum mana explosion power. As the attack rises, the dragon thinks the human missed the target, which distracts him from Javier, who also uses mana explosion, making the monster roar when hit by it. Continuing, the MC uses his overload ability, which absorbs mana. The ability sucks the dragon's mana and manages to knock down the trees around it. All that power goes toward Lloyd. On the other side, Javier continues the aura attack, and the MC doesn't stop sucking mana, increasing his mana heart and improving the ability to purify toxic mana. To help in the attack, the queen appears attacking with another mana explosion, just above where Javier is aiming. She hits the zombie dragon bone with all her strength, causing the bone to crack. The dragon howls in despair for being unable to react to the attacks, and Lloyd realizes the plan is working. They can win. Then the system warns that his mana heart has gained dragon properties, and the dragons are showing interest in him now. Continuing the attack, Javier doesn't remove his sword from the dragon. Queen Alicia also doesn't stop attacking, and Lloyd sucks all the mana he can. Then we return to the mansion, with Javier saying the master isn't the kind of person who asks that kind of question. The MC says that, in fact, he doesn't even know why he wants to know about it. Back to the dragon, its tail is heading towards Lloyd, who continues using the overload. Javier shouts for his master to dodge. Then we only see the forest. Javier is hit by the dragon's bones, protecting his master who is crouched right behind him. As he turns around, Lloyd realizes that Javier has been struck. Being caught by the tail caused significant damage even to someone as strong as him. The MC just watches as Javier is thrown among the trees by the bones. The force of the blow is so powerful that he remains airborne even after passing through the trees, until he falls unconscious into a lake. At that moment, the dragon manages to free itself from Padong and can move freely again. The bone tail heads towards it, rejoining the body of bones and mana. Lloyd is trembling, worried about what happened to Javier. As he shouts his friend's name, he is about to be trampled by the dragon. Thanks to the queen who appeared at the right moment, he wasn't crushed. She angrily declares that he must control himself and find a way out of the situation, as he always has. Without Javier, the entire kingdom is doomed. He needs to save him just as he saved her. But Lloyd doesn't know what to do. All of Javier's mana disappeared in a second, and he has no way to restore it. While they were talking, the dragon got very close to them without being noticed. In the lake, the sword master continues to sink into the water. He is thinking that he needs to gather mana, that he needs to expand and make it clash. The sword master continues thinking that he needs to save Lloyd. Then we see the queen running through the forest, carrying the MC on her back. The dragon is right behind them trying to catch them. Carried, Lloyd thinks he should have seen another spoiler of the ending, or improved his skills to become stronger. While in the lake, the swordsman keeps thinking that he needs to save Lloyd. On the queen's back, the MC thinks the same. The MC tells the queen with all respect that he needs to get off her back, and jumps over her back. Both think that no matter what happens, he needs to save his friend. Then we see that Lloyd has thrown himself into the lake, and is almost reaching Javier's outstretched hand to save him. The MC's hand rapidly approaches Javier, until they grasp each other's hands. In his thoughts, Lloyd wishes for the swordsman to take his mana, and it seems that even without saying anything, his friend understood that. We see the mana in Lloyd's body glowing, while Javier has nothing left inside him. Then his body also starts to glow as it receives the mana that was trapped inside the MC. On the surface, the dragon is about to unleash another energy ball, and only the queen can fight it at this moment. Suddenly, a large yellow ball appears spinning. It hits the dragon's head and continues spinning upwards. With that, its attack is deflected into the forest, and the queen is not hit. Where it hits, a large explosion of fire is triggered. With the attack passing close to the water, it starts to move, making it difficult for the mana to pass between the two. Lloyd's mana feels strange to Javier. He wonders if it really is mana. It has the same form as mana, but it's different, completely different, as if it defies all the laws of nature. He is unable to control this mana. On land, Padong has just thrown Bagul. In the air, she uses the volcanic ash skill, leaving a dark smoke behind her. The smoke cloud manages to cover the dragon's surroundings, leaving it without sight of its surroundings. Then the queen appears before it realizes, aiming at the bone part that they managed to damage before. But she is paralyzed before the strike. That stain from before has returned to her eye. The queen curses that this had to happen right now. With the setback, the dragon prevents the attack by throwing her into the air. In the water, Javier is losing consciousness. He apologizes to Lloyd for not understanding the mana he contains, asking for forgiveness for not being able to stay by his side. In front of him, Lloyd's face is swollen, horrible, almost out of breath. The sight is so horrible that it brings Javier back to his senses. screaming completely terrified. Then we see that something changes in his mana. The system alerts that after seeing this horrendous thing, Javier now understands things beyond the law of causality. Back to Alicia, she is in free fall with much pain in her eye, but is fortunately saved by Goming before she hits the ground. The system alerts again that Javier controls the superior mana obtained from the MC, and his body can ignore part of the laws of causality. Meanwhile, Lloyd's pets are gathered protecting each other from the dragon that is about to attack again with another energy ball. The creature is so large that even in their larger form, the pets seem small before it. In the water, Lloyd, almost out of breath, is reading a new message from the system that says all the cells in Javier's body are activating like a mana heart. Bright wings appear behind the swordsman. Then we see the dragon about to attack. On the other side, even the pets are surprised to see Javier with wings holding his master's body in his arms. The swordsman is shining beautifully, while the MC looks like a vision from hell with water dripping from his mouth. Caught by surprise, the dragon wonders how they got there, how they are suddenly standing in that place. The swordsman releases Lloyd, who falls to the ground as horribly as his face. Then he draws his sword that was previously broken. The dragon just watches what its opponent will do next, and Javier seems to be just standing before it. Then several glowing cuts appear all over the dragon's body, even though it seems the swordsman hasn't even moved. The creature is sliced into thousands of tiny pieces without even realizing it was struck. It doesn't even seem like that pile of bones was something so frightening just moments ago. Its pieces fall in front of Javier and the MC, who thinks that the sword master finally did it. He became the most powerful being that was only mentioned in the novel, the Grand Master. Javier realizes that his master is calling for him. After a moment of silence, Lloyd tells him that if they need to cut something, it's his responsibility, thanking in his thoughts that his friend survived. Then the swordsman shoots an irritated look at the MC, but soon smiles, grateful that Lloyd is alive. In their normal size, Lloyd's pets hug their master, now that the danger has passed. Then the queen appears and the MC bows to her. As he does so, he sees a new system message. The number of lives he saved goes up by another 10 million with this incident, counting not only the directly saved, but also all the lives saved indirectly by this event. He wonders if at least those points could be exchanged for gold. Then Javier gets his attention. He heard that dragon bones have immortal properties, so they need to take care of this skeleton. The pieces are starting to move, and Javier suggests cutting them into smaller pieces, but the MC stops him with his level 2 zombie domination ability. He will let them resurrect on their own. He already has his demonic face planning how to use those bones, now that he can dominate zombie monsters, ghosts, and dragon skeletons. Suddenly we see the dragon skeleton reassembling. Lloyd is watching it, preparing for his domination ability. More complete, the dragon roars at them. The system announces that the skeleton's domination has been completed, and asks if Lloyd wants to remove the soul attached to it, and he confirms. The space around him changes. He has been teleported to the skull. Now he must defeat Targa to obtain the dragon skeleton. Lloyd understands that the mage transferred his soul before being killed by the queen. Then something catches his attention, and he turns around. There is a man kneeling on the ground behind them. The man is Targa, and the system presents various information about him, like low blood pressure, age, and wait. Targa starts to say something, and Lloyd looks intently at him. He tells that he was born with cursed mana, so the villagers tormented and discriminated against his family. He cries, saying that his mother called him a demon, that he ruined her life and was her greatest regret. The MC looks at him with a sad expression, while he continues saying that despite all this, he loved his mother. Then Lloyd calls for Targa, asking what that has to do with him. Then his demonic expression returns, and he lunges at the mage, landing a solid punch on Targa's face. The blow makes the mage explode, and the system alerts that the MC defeated the parasitic soul. Outside the dragon's skull, Lloyd is expressionless, as if he has no soul in his body. The skeleton starts to glow blue, and the system shows that the skeleton's domination has been completed. Then we see Lloyd's little algae approaching and entering his body through his nose. The system says that now the skeleton has a new personality. This will define how it will relate to the skeleton. With his eyes shining from the ability, Lloyd tells the dragon that he is its father. Then the blue dragon prepares an attack, making the MC wonder if his brainwashing worked, and the others get into attack positions. Then the dragon fires its energy ball, which rises high into the night sky, and explodes like fireworks, forming a blue heart. Fragments of the heart fall onto the skeleton, while its wings almost form another heart, and it calls the MC father. He looks satisfied, while the other two are shocked. Then Lloyd extends his hand towards his offspring, touching its snout and saying that he will give it a name. Unlike a zombie, it is not a cursed being, it is the proudest dragon of all, so it will be called Draggy from now on. Both the queen and Javier find the name terrible. Not even the system likes the nomenclature. Lloyd hugs it, finding the dragon very cute. Now he can topple a mountain in a second with his excavator Draggy. Queen Alicia silently looks at him. She thinks that Javier must have reached the level of a Grand Master, a legendary being that could defeat a god. And Lloyd now with Draggy has enough power to bring down an entire continent alone. This man has the power to destroy the entire world in the morning. He is no longer under her control. Thinking Thinking about this seems to leave Queen Alicia with a look of regret. The next morning we see the royal palace. The queen speaks to a crowd that her hasty actions worried many, and she will take responsibility for it. They were able to overcome this enormous disaster thanks to just one man, and this man who saved them is. In the middle of the crowd, Lloyd is signaling for her not to say his name under any circumstances. He begs with his horrible face for her not to do it. With a smile, she thinks that the most powerful man in the world who dreams of being rich and staying in the countryside deserves it. That insolent pest. So she says to everyone the name Lloyd Frontera, the man who saved them. In the middle of the crowd that now recognizes him, the MC is dismayed by what she said. Queen Alicia sticks her tongue out at him, showing that he will have to deal with it now, while Lloyd remains incredulous about the situation. A little later, during the night, the MC is laughing, as the queen promised to pay 2 billion in gold for the reconstruction, thinking it made up for fighting the dragon. Javier recalls that they almost died in the fight, but to the MC, it doesn't matter since they are all alive. He continues to say that this is enough to live like a king, while Javier remains silent. Then we see what appears to be an abundance of mana, and Javier asks if Lloyd is some kind of god, catching him by surprise. But he quickly concludes that he can't be, given his appearance, irritating the MC. Suddenly, he asks where the real Lloyd Frontera is, if he's dead, leaving the MC in silence, unsure of what to say, until he finally responds that he doesn't know what happened to the original Lloyd. He explains that when he arrived there, he was already like that. Javier asks if he didn't choose to take Lloyd's body, but the MC says no. Javier lies down and says the MC can sing him a lullaby now, making Lloyd ask if he believed what he said. The swordsman says that when the MC lies, he has the most shameless face in the world, but when he tells the truth, he seems vulnerable. Lloyd remains silent, perplexed that Javier discovered this, then knocks at the door to interrupt the two. A bearded man who was knocking simply enters the room. Javier says he doesn't sense his mana, so he must be dead. The man is the dragon Anticus, more precisely, a message from him, the original spirit of the skeleton they defeated. Unsurprised by the appearance, the MC asks what Anticus wants with them. In the name of the great dragon, he orders Lloyd Frontera to go to hell now to bring Anticus's spirit back. With no interest in that, Lloyd lies down, says he won't do it, and wishes him good night. Then the messenger starts begging the MC to listen, but he's not interested at all. If he brings the soul back, he will be associated with the Dragon King's club. So the MC gets up, reconsidering the proposal. Now he wants to know more about the benefits this club offers. 5 hours earlier, the workers were clearing the waterway and gathering men to go to the destroyed forest. The workers carried heavy logs on their shoulders. Viscount Nort commanded what each one should do, while Lloyd is just sitting doing nothing. The queen stands behind him, observing how lazy her subject is. Suddenly, the MC is startled to notice that he was being watched by her. He then gets angry with Javier, who was also doing nothing, for not warning him that the queen was coming. Alicia sighs and comments that as the manager of the place, he shouldn't be moving the logs himself. Kneeling, Lloyd uses the excuse that he was just organizing his thoughts when she arrived. The queen asks her bodyguards to leave, and tells the MC to come closer, as she has a private matter to discuss with him. She watches as he crawls toward her, focusing on the MC's rear, which is facing up again, making her remember when she slapped his behind. Her hand even trembles, tempted to do it again. But she tries to push those thoughts aside. Having this man as an enemy would be the end of her kingdom. Alicia thinks that even as queen, she can't go around slapping behinds, but that's exactly what she just did. Then she grabs her hand, unable to control herself. Despite what she did, Lloyd continues to shake his rear in the air, as if wanting her to continue. He says that if he did something wrong, he will willingly accept punishment, surprising the monarch who thought he would disapprove of her actions. Javier looks at him, saying he knew his master liked that sort of thing. The queen wants to know where the skeleton dragon is. There will be panic if anyone sees him, but the MC assures her he ordered him to hide. She mentions that both the dragon and Javier listen to him like loyal dogs and asks if he's aware that he has the most powerful army in the world. Lloyd responds that he understands her concerns. Traditionally, power is necessary to maintain peace and stability, but he thinks those who think like that have weak minds. That's why he's under her care, always remaining the queen's vassal, who remains silent after hearing this, until she says he thanks Lloyd Frontera. In return, he also thanks her. A little later, we see the royal palace, accompanied by her bodyguards. The queen is thinking about the MC's ability to control immense power. He is someone much stronger than he appears to be. Suddenly, the searing pain in her eye returns, causing her to fall to the ground in pain, alarming her bodyguards. The antidote for the poison from Targa's castle is not working. Then the system shows Lloyd that the number of lives he had saved has dropped. To make matters worse, the number keeps falling. It seems more than 10 million people will die. He thinks that just as the skeleton wasn't in the novel, more unexpected threats will keep appearing. Meanwhile, the queen continues to suffer severe pain in her quarters. A voice is telling her that Lloyd is a threat and must be killed. He is trying to kill her. She tries to argue with the voice, saying that the MC is not like that. But the voice continues to insist she should kill him, and she grabs her sword. Then we see her walking, totally transformed by Targa's poison, She seems to have succumbed to the voice. Meanwhile, Lloyd is talking to the spirit of Anticus, who is recounting how his soul ended up in hell. Lloyd interrupts him, not wanting to hear the dragon's life story, but rather what he can gain by helping him. He wants to know the benefits of the club, and Javier notices something strange. Anticus continues by saying that Lloyd will have unlimited access to the Dragon King's treasure, and the swordsman remains attentive for something. On the other side of the door, the queen is wielding her aura sword. Anticus mentions that the MC will also receive a special benefit. If he dies, he will get an extra life and be revived. Now he is certainly interested in helping the spirit. At this moment, Javier is drawing his sword, sensing the danger approaching them. We can see that the queen has completely changed as they continue talking. Javier is on alert, but his master continues talking to the spirit about whether to help him or not. Then the swordsman opens the door, expecting to find his enemy, but the entire hallway in front of him is completely empty. Lloyd inquires about what happened, and Javier says he sensed a presence, making the MC say he is a great and terrible master. Turning the corner, the queen is on the ground, leaning on a table. The effect of the poison has worn off, and she is thinking about what she was about to do. Returning to the agreement, the MC wants the spirit to ensure he won't be stuck in hell and make a soul oath. Anticus is surprised that Lloyd knows about the oath. The MC says if he doesn't make it, he won't help him. With no choice, Anticus agrees to make the oath. He swears that if he fails to keep his promise, he will end his soul. Then Lloyd asks something, why Anticus's hair and beard move even without wind, and he says it's because he's a dragon. Anyway, the spirit draws a symbol on the MC's hand, saying it's a spell to get him out of hell. When using the spell, he should think of someone he knows, and the portal will appear near that person. With his exit from hell guaranteed, the MC smiles. It's time to get an extra life, and he calls Javier to go with him to hell. Then Anticus summons a kind of portal. Javier looks at his master momentarily in silence. He says that since the destination is hell, his master should have at least asked his opinion about it. But Lloyd thinks it's unnecessary. If he says they're going, then Javier has to go too, even if it's hell. Jumping into the portal, he calls Javier once more to come with him. Javier thinks he doesn't get paid enough to have to go through this, and, with no enthusiasm, jumps into the portal right behind his master. At that moment, all the demons in hell receive a notification that there is a human intruder in hell. All the demons knew about what happened between the MC and the Hell Knight, and they all had the same thought. The best singer in hell has arrived to give them a concert. In hell, we see a small creature running, almost out of breath. The tiny creature runs non-stop, scared. Then someone much larger catches his attention. Two demons are saying that he is a small soul trying to escape. He is trying to flee to avoid being judged. The demon says he will chew him up and then spit him out, while the other simply stares at the small soul. Frightened, it screams for help. Then someone approaches them. With a much worse expression than the demons, Lloyd demands an answer. The soul is now terrified of what has just arrived. The demon says that the MC is just a human, even if he is the best singer in hell. When a shovel approaches him, he hits the demon in the face, causing the fleeing soul to fall. Then the demon collapses on the ground, while the soul runs away trying to escape. The companion, who had been silent, decides to confront Lloyd, telling him to apologize. Behind him, Javier asks if the guy is worried about his friend. He is a kind soul for having such concern. The demon is left speechless after hearing this. The trembling demon says that he is very evil and cold, the worst kind of demon that exists. But the swordsman remains firm, saying that clearly his mother raised him with much love. This statement leaves the guy petrified. Javier continues, saying that his mother must have raised him to be a good demon who cares for his companions. The demon trembles as Javier goes on, saying that his mother must have hugged him every day. He is about to cry, hearing that his mother must have boosted his self-confidence and that he should take care of her. Then the demon can't take it anymore and starts crying, trying to say that it wasn't like that. Javier doesn't stop, saying that even when the guy fought with his mother, she talked to him, but the demon denies it, sobbing. Then he concludes by saying that the demon will always be a good son to his mother. Even Lloyd is shocked by Javier's skill with demons. The guy tries to hit the swordsman, telling him to take back what he said. But in the end, the blows are weak and he continues crying, with the MC still surprised, saying that he is incredible at dealing with demons. He says that there are lines that shouldn't be crossed, until he notices that the first demon is waking up. To prevent this, he gives another hit with the shovel to his face. On the other hand, his companion is hugging Javier, unable to stop crying. Lloyd, laughing maliciously, continues hitting the other demon, who hasn't fainted this time. While one talks about his mother, the other keeps getting beaten. With several bumps on his head, he agrees to tell Lloyd everything he wants to know. Then the MC says that now the guy is ready to talk to them. Despite the beating, the demon thinks that Lloyd does things that other people would only think of, which is why he has become his idol. Lloyd asks what the thing he was securing is, maybe a smartphone. The demon explains that it is a mobile communication device, but it doesn't have a search function. The MC won't find information about hell on it, and 40% of what he finds will be lies. The MC says that if only 40% are lies, it's better than in the human world, and the demon is shocked that the MC sees through his lies. The second question is where the Hell King's castle is. Then we see Goming flying with them over the Fire Mountains. The demon said the castle was to the west, but Lloyd is heading east, and the MC says he knew the demon lied. Even being cursed by the protagonist, this demon seems to enjoy it. He tells the guy to say everything he knows about hell and its king, and as a reward, he will call him all sorts of names. The demon wants to know how Lloyd is enduring the heat of hell, but the MC says he's the one asking the questions there. Lloyd is actually enduring it due to his 100% dehydration resistance ability. As they approach the castle, tired, Goming finally manages to land. Then the duo walks with the MC, telling Javier that they will fight the Hell King, but they are interrupted by one of the demons who came with them. He questions why the MC didn't curse him when they landed as he said he would, but Lloyd responds that he's not in the mood for that and tells him to disappear. The guy is shocked by the human's attitude, making him even more enchanted by the protagonist, even blushing, while his companion is at complete peace of mind and bids farewell to Javier, who casts an angelic glance at the demon he converted. Now the duo is practically at the door of the Hell King's castle. The demons working inside are shocked. How can a human walk around there with such confidence? Suddenly, the MC turns to the demon with his demonic expression, almost scaring him to death. Knowing this, he continues to terrify the demons with his horrifying face. After traumatizing all the demons, Lloyd thinks that hell isn't so scary, but Javier says it's better to be cautious. Then the demon Alexinus, head of the Hell Security Office and commander of the 2nd Legion, wants to know what the humans are doing there. Although he seems strong, the guy falls after the first hit he takes from Javier. Thus, the duo arrives at a large door opened by Lloyd. He is the first to witness what lies behind it. As he expected, the Hell King was in that place. Now the MC is sure it wasn't a dream. The creature he saw in the flames was the Hell King. Lloyd bows upon entering, greeting the sovereign and introducing himself. Buried in work, the ruler says that the MC should have come at another time. He shouldn't bother him when he's so busy. Then licking his lips in a way only he can, the MC asks if he wouldn't like to finish today's work. The king then stops what he was doing. He says that if Lloyd already knows the answer to that question, he shouldn't even ask it. The MC claims he might be able to free the sovereign's knights from work. Something Lloyd learned from the demon's smartphones was that the king of hell has been working non-stop for 670,000 years. The previous king worked non-stop for 3.5 billion years, and as a result, he became depressed and ended his own life. The current king of hell, it seems, is following the same path as his predecessor. Finally, the sovereign stops writing and removes his glasses. He asks exactly how Lloyd plans for him to have his nights of rest. With a smirk, the MC says that's a trade secret. The king glares at the human for a moment. Then he says that daring to negotiate with the king of hell, even knowing he was mad, went too far this time. Lloyd responds that if the king doesn't like him, he can feel free to kill him. Thus, he would spend the next 3.5 billion years working. The realization that the human knows about this shocks the leader. The MC continues to stare at him, showing that what he said was real. He knows there's no guarantee that Javier can protect him if necessary. There's no way to know how powerful the king of hell is. Lloyd only has information from online videos criticizing the king, saying that he ignores laws and does whatever he wants. But there is no solid evidence of this, meaning the king only sentences according to the law. The MC's bet is that he is fair, being merely a civil servant. Then the king calls the MC Soho Kim, the name Lloyd had in his previous life. This grabs Javier's attention, as it's the first time he's heard that name. Meanwhile, Lloyd's heart is racing. He has no idea what the sovereign will decide. Then, the king of hell asks what he wants. The MC returns to his grim expression, thinking he has the advantage in this kind of negotiation. He asks for the freedom of Antika's soul that the king has been keeping. With a snap of his fingers, a bright red vortex appears. The king says that Antika's soul, which is in a dome, is just decoration and means nothing to him. Now that the king is engaged with Lloyd's scheme, he wants the MC to answer how he will manage to get his knights off. With a confident look, Lloyd says he will achieve that with railroad tracks. The king has a huge problem with his workload, but besides that, there's an issue that pressures him more. Souls are sentenced by the king and then transported to the reincarnation gate, carried in carts. Due to the horrible terrain, the routes always change, but the demons are stupid enough not to find a new route on their own. So every time, the king has to find a new route, which is the main reason he can't get away from work. If the MC manages to build a railway, the king's workload will be reduced, and once he obtains Anticus, he will make it for the king. The sovereign thinks for a while before deciding whether to agree or not. Then he says he will prepare the contract, and Lloyd can start the construction. Great! Now the MC is excited about entering the Dragon Club. Since their conversation lasted a long time, the risk of extinction grows as the reincarnation of bacteria and microorganisms is delayed. He doesn't have time to help with workers or supplies, so the MC must recruit any workers he finds. This is his specialty. If the king sends a notification to his smartphone, it will solve the worker problem. Thunder echoes through the burning hell. Then we see the MC appearing from a portal with Javier. The MC thinks the king is super powerful for having teleported them with just a snap of his fingers. Then something catches Lloyd's attention. In front of him is the reincarnation portal, which looks more like a black hole. The MC thinks that if they get too close, it will be the end for both of them. Then, out of nowhere, Javier asks if the MC's name was Soho Kim, but he says whoever the MC is, just tell him what the plan is. Even knowing that Javier is aware he isn't the real Lloyd, he never knows what the swordsman is thinking. Lloyd said he would build a railway, but Javier asks if the iron can withstand the heat of hell's lava. The MC says it obviously can, which is why he bet everything on it. We see a demon's smartphone with a notification that the best singer in hell will perform a concert in a few hours. Several of them immediately get excited about the chance to see the show, and they head towards the concert venue, talking about what they will hear. Lloyd had better not sing in key or stay on pitch even once. If he's even vaguely good, the demons will kick him off the stage. The MC has to be worse than them. Then we see the MC staring at the demons, while Javier seems uninterested behind him. A crowd is clamoring for Lloyd to start singing. Then the MC takes a breath and takes a few steps forward. He dramatically prepares to begin the performance, while the demons below are ecstatic, urging him to start. But instead, the MC seriously tells them no. The entire crowd goes silent, not understanding. They start protesting that they came all this way to hear him sing. Why isn't he going to do it? With a haughty expression, he says he's no longer in the mood to sing and calls his audience idiots. This enrages all the demons. They can't believe this is happening, and they scream at Lloyd to keep his word and sing for them. The MC turns to Javier, planning something, and says it's the swordsman's turn to act. He asks the demons if they think the MC should fulfill his promise, and everyone shouts that he should. Even from a distance, you can hear them clamoring for it. Then Javier says that they must have been well raised by their parents. Immediately, they stop with tears in the corners of their eyes. They ask Javier to take back what he said but are confused about whether to ask the MC to keep his promise now. Then the MC starts laughing with his horrendous face, calling them idiots, saying it's very easy to mess with them. Angry and almost crying, the demons say they can't stand it. Lloyd continues to laugh at them, saying that if they want to get him, they'll have to come up here, leaving the demons furious. The MC's plan is to drive them all completely mad with rage so he can then make them free workers. Suddenly, we see Goming flying over the demons. Lloyd is on top of the bird, further irritating the demons and telling them to catch him if they can. Furious, they shout that they will catch the MC. Then Goming lands on a rock surrounded by the lava of hell, and the MC continues taunting, saying they can't reach him there. One of the demons grabs a long pole and starts running, trying to jump to the island where Lloyd is, but the MC throws a rock at the guy. It hits the demon right in the face, making him lose his balance mid-jump. His companions are shocked that a human can be so malicious. Fortunately, the demon who thought he would burn in the sea of lava falls onto a rock near Lloyd and looks at the MC, frightened. In return, he has a disgusted look, saying it was close. In shock, the demons realize that this human is actually trying to kill them. Now he is no longer just a simple human, but a demonic monster. In the central hall of the demons, one of the demons gives a speech inciting his companions not to accept what Lloyd did to them. He commands the cavalry of the demonic lava centipedes to attack. They have armor capable of withstanding the heat of the lava, move only in a straight line, and are generally used in attacks. The leader of the angry demons calls on his companions to follow him on the centipedes. As soon as they get near where the MC was, they realize he has disappeared. The demon centipede breaks and almost throws its rider off with the impact. Not only this one, but all the centipedes started acting uncontrollably after sensing some kind of smell. Then they start advancing towards a hole, even though the demons command them to stop. With the tunnel being narrow, the demons keep bumping their heads on the ceiling, but without letting go of their mouths, until they come out into a more spacious section. At this point the demon is full of bumps on his head. Right in front of him, Goming is in some kind of hot spring, while Lloyd and Javier are doing something next to him. The swordsman is sharpening his sword on a whetstone, and steam continues rising from Goming inside the pool of hot water. With a demonic look, Lloyd says that the smell of roast chicken must have brought the centipedes there while Javier's sword glows. The demon trembles, realizing it was all part of the MC's plan for them to reach that place. Then, with extremely fast strikes, Javier slashes the first demon's centipede to pieces. The next demon looks at Lloyd in astonishment, knowing the same will happen to him, and thus the MC orders Javier to do the same. We only see the swordsman's strikes, cutting around the demon. Outside, the demons inside the tunnel shout to those further back to retreat, leaving their companions confused. There are only Lloyd's voices counting the slashed centipedes, while their riders scream in despair. Lloyd sits on one of the more than 32,000 blocks of centipedes. He says that the materials for construction have been acquired, and the plan to attract and capture the centipedes has been completed. Then he casts a glance to the side. The necessary workforce has also been secured with the subdued demons. Then Lloyd, with his frighteningly ugly face, orders his free laborers to start digging. From afar, someone is watching everything the MC is doing. The Demon King realized that the MC researched him and the creatures of hell before talking about the railway, even having initially thought that he could use his singing ability as a torture tool. Seeing how capable he is, maybe he can do the Sovereign's own work. Back to the demons, it's clear that they wouldn't just start working easily. There were attempts to escape from work, but through aerial surveillance by Javier and Goming, the demons were quickly captured and sent back to work. They even started a rebellion, shouting that they wanted freedom and rights. But through Javier's verbal abuse, saying that this is the attitude of good workers, they fell silent. This is all the duo could use against them. Then we see a demon suffering while carrying a heavy sack and a younger one going to help him. But before Before he could do so, Lloyd interrupts them both. He extends his hand towards the fallen elder, angelically telling the demon to hold his hand. The older one does so, and the young one watches a little apprehensively. Then the MC gives a very strong squeeze to the old man's hand, crushing it. Lloyd shouts with a face more demonic than the demon's, telling him to get up and work, as he can see he's strong enough. The other one also doesn't go unscathed for wasting 5 seconds being a good Samaritan, and will have his workload increased 5 times. After leaving the duo in tears calling him the vilest thing in the universe, Lloyd withdraws. And that's exactly why they can't help but be charmed by the MC. He is a model for all demons, who should take note to learn from him. The MC won all their hearts. Amidst the sea of lava and rocks of hell, we see a small soul hidden among the stones. The small soul's attention is captured by the shouting voices. It seems that Lloyd's voice is not unfamiliar to it. Then it sneaks discreetly among the rocks, and from above, it manages to see the MC shouting that the demons do not deserve to receive safety equipment. The soul's eyes widen upon seeing him. The MC is shouting that his workers don't need breaks. They can rest as much as they want after they die. The soul, with hair very similar to someone else's, is incredulous that Lloyd could be there. We see the Frontera County a few years ago. One day, Lloyd's soul suddenly just left his body. Seeing his body fallen on the ground, he thought that his body had been taken from him, and is shocked when he sees his body rise again, without him. Lloyd's soul advances towards the body, saying that he wants his body back, but it crashes into some kind of barrier, preventing it from getting closer. He doesn't understand what's happening, who this guy in his body is, if this was the work of a sorcerer or a demon. As he is not able to see the system messages, he thinks the guy in his body is completely crazy. Then a kind of whirlwind forms right behind him. From inside the portal, a reaper holding an hourglass appears. The soul panics upon realizing the reaper is after him. Something in Lloyd's soul seems to have caught the reaper's attention, and he calls his manager, as this soul wasn't supposed to have died so soon, and its color is also strange. He holds the soul with his side, asking Lloyd to calm down. The situation with this soul is unique. He needs to check if there was some mistake at Lloyd's end or if something else happened. The guy asks the soul to wait a bit to find out what happened and returns to the portal. That's how this Lloyd spent the following years either alive nor dead, following the guy who had stolen his body. This guy was very different from the first Lloyd, who blamed everything on his bankrupt parents and the county, and chose a path that only made everything worse. The new Lloyd had worked nonstop and freed the family from debt. The look Lloyd's parents gave him when he hadn't been replaced yet completely changed after the new Lloyd. The original Lloyd gets irritated seeing his new version able to summon beings, and says that if he had that kind of power. At that moment, the Reaper returns, asking what he would do. If that person didn't have powers, he'd probably drink every day like a fool. But if he had the powers, would he have done something? The question leaves him silent. He knows he wouldn't have worked even if he had the same powers. The Reaper says his case is unprecedented, but since he's a soul, he shouldn't be in the living world. So maybe it would be better to consult the King of Hell. Seeing the idiot who took his body was like being tortured, as it made him realize how shameful he was. Since there were no laws about it, the King of Hell did nothing about his situation. So he couldn't reincarnate or disappear. Thus he wandered while avoiding demons. This happened until the moment he reunited with the idiot who stole his body. That guy shouldn't be there. Our Lloyd is flying through hell with Goming. He uses his ability to analyze the soil of the place, which he concludes is terrible. The MC finds a flat area as needed, totaling 68 miles, but it seems a bit too long. But with 30,000 demons who he won't let eat or relax, the work will be done quickly. He dismounts from Goming, who is exhausted, and goes to check if there's any problem with the soil. While distracted by this, the original Lloyd's soul hits his face. Its force begins to twist the MC's face, pushing him back with a disproportionate force for such a small soul. With the blow, Lloyd even falls to the ground, and gets up angrily to see who did this to him. As soon as he does, the soul hits him with kicks in both eyes. While the MC screams in pain, the soul keeps jumping on him, calling him various names. But Podong appears behind him, grabbing the soul by the shoulder, then punches the soul in the stomach, making it spit out with the blow. Lloyd's soul is dragged by the guinea pig and doesn't stop cursing him. Then Podong throws him to Bibiong to hold, and Lloyd appears, possessed, asking who the soul thinks it is. Looking closely at his face, the soul is also horrified that the MC can be so ugly. Then our Lloyd realizes something and asks if that is the soul of Lloyd Frontera. The true Lloyd soul screams that the other Lloyd is a fake and stole his body. The MC looks at the soul apprehensively, so it was in hell that the real Lloyd was. The soul wants to know why he died so early. If he was able to steal his body, he should have at least lived longer. He cries, saying that his parents were finally happy because he had become someone, and they must be devastated now. Telling him to go back to the living world. Hearing such things leaves the MC uneasy. He asks the soul to calm down, but it can't and keeps shouting that it won't calm down. Then Podong takes drastic measures, punching him. Little Lloyd goes silent, and the MC says he now seems ready to talk, so they can resolve this. But the soul starts calling him a body thief again, and Podong seems to enjoy hitting him. So the guinea pig tries to calm the soul with its special way again, making it stay silent this time. The MC explains that he's not there because he died, but to complete a construction contract with the King of Hell. He also didn't steal any body and was quite confused when he woke up in Lloyd's body. But the soul doesn't believe it, and wants to know who he is. Our Lloyd says he is a young and timid loser from South Korea who studied civil engineering named Suho Kim. As the soul remains silent, the MC thinks it believed what he said this time. Not far from them, Javier is monitoring the demon's work on the construction. He can hear the soul saying that as soon as the MC entered his body, he became like this and tells the MC to fix it. But our Lloyd retorts, there's no reason for that because the county is doing much better with him. Javier can only feel Suho Kim, so it seems he's talking to himself, but by the way he talks, he is sure that the real Lloyd Frontera is there. The soul screams that it could have had a great life if not for Lloyd. It's his fault he became an unregistered spirit. He wants Lloyd to fix it since it's all his fault. After thinking a bit, the MC proposes something to the small soul. He won't gain anything by helping the soul, so it's better for him to continue enjoying his life and the soul its life. Little Lloyd can hardly believe what he just heard. Then the MC bids farewell and starts walking, and the soul runs after him, calling him a moral fraud. Before he could continue the pursuit, he takes another nice punch from Padong and lies lamenting on the ground. The MC glances briefly at the fallen soul, which is weeping for being left in that situation. Lloyd thinks the real son is in that place, and stops walking thoughtful. Irritated with himself, he curses, messing with his hair, then calls the soul's attention, still lying on the ground. He asks what he has to do for Lloyd to stop whining, but the soul shouts that he should figure it out himself. In response to the petulance, he gets another slap, and the two start arguing again, with the soul calling him a fake and the MC saying it hurts to hear such things. He tells the soul to stay quiet until the construction is finished and he'll help him afterward, putting it in his pocket, even with it protesting, inside the MC's coat. We can see that the soul is not alone. Now it will stay with all of Lloyd's pets. He tells the pets to keep the soul quiet. It's better to finish this project soon to focus on taking care of the soul. The first stage is to build the reading bed, then they will use volcanic gravel to make the terrain. Stage 3 is to place the cross ties made with the tied legs of the centipedes. Then in the 4th stage, they assemble the rails that Javier made with the centipede's shells. In the 5th stage, it's Padong's turn to act, who starts jumping on the rails. Since this is not a construction done with the latest methods, each trip will be hell. But that's not his problem. Lloyd tells Javier to supervise the work because he is going to inspect. The real Lloyd is surprised. He already thought the protagonist worked a lot, but he has been working non-stop for a month. When does he go out for a drink? When does he have fun? Then he reflects on what kind of life this is, while remembering death, asking him if he would work the same way if he had powers. But he realizes that the problem was never the difficulties, but his lack of will and effort. Padong keeps jumping on the tracks to help Lloyd with the construction. And with that, the ground trembles and a lot of noise echoes through hell. Inside the lava lake, a suspicious movement starts to speak something, saying that it has been asleep for 20,000 years and now someone is making all this noise. And Padong keeps jumping and making a lot of noise, until the being in the lava lake decides to emerge, saying it can't stand this mess anymore. The creature rises slowly, carrying with it a mass of lava. And to my surprise, the monster is a fusion of Electabuzz, Magmar, and Snorlax. Irritated, Lloyd questions why something always has to happen when he is trying to build something. The monster, called Dunkleo's by the demons, was supposed to sleep for another 100,000 years, but it couldn't stand the annoying noise of the MC, who is the first to run away from the monster, pushing the demons out of his way. Looking at the railway under construction, Dunkleo's asks if that is what's making the noise and if stepping on it will make it stop. Furious, the monster kicks the railroad tracks. At that moment, Lloyd stops running. He curses Dunkleo's and heads towards the monster. The MC, irritated, says that life can be a bit noisy sometimes and he shouldn't care or behave like that. The monster can't believe Lloyd is yelling at him since he is the wrong one in this story. Their argument excites the demons, many of them rooting for the human. Dunkleo's, wanting to end the argument quickly, proposes they decide in a fight who will survive. With that, the MC calls for Javier, who appears at his side, with his shining wings. Furiously, Lloyd orders the swordsman to cut the monster into pieces, but his wings disappear, and the master swordsman just looks at the MC. Exploding with irritation, he asks what Javier is waiting for to attack. The swordsman explains that he thinks they are the ones who are wrong and should apologize, which the MC thinks is nonsense. He yells that only he can be the victim and everyone should think so too. The demons who hear this are ecstatic since the MC is on a completely different level of evil and selfishness. Meanwhile, Dunkleo's is about to step on the duo. As he does so, the impact of his foot opens a crater in the ground. Lava starts to gush from the ground, which breaks with the attack. Fortunately, the MC is saved from being trampled by Javier, who can now fly. The swordsman places Lloyd on a rock in the middle of the lava and heads towards Dunkleo's, with his sword drawn to attack him. The master swordsman slashes the lava monster, which is cut into several pieces. While the pieces are suspended, they start to move in the air. By Javier's expression, this is not good. Quickly, Dunkleo's parts come together to regenerate the monster. As he returns to normal, he is completely indignant that they attacked him. Farther away, the MC is incredulous that Javier's attack didn't work. Dunkleo's takes a deep breath, then spits a huge blast of lava, which goes straight towards Javier, who is apprehensive. He makes several quick strikes to prevent the lava from hitting him. The deflected lava splashes onto the rock where Lloyd is, and he yells at Javier to be careful. But the swordsman just looks at him, laughing at the situation, and dodges another attack, while the MC keeps screaming for him to stop having fun or he will end up killing him. Then Javier literally flies towards the lava monster and starts attacking him with his aura sword, making several gashes in Dunkleo's, and more pieces of the monster are thrown, only to unite once again. Dunkleo's, whole again, screams to everyone that he is invincible. Calling Javier a bully, he says the swordsman was on his side before and asks why he is attacking him now. The master swordsman explains that he is Lloyd's bodyguard and that if the monster causes a commotion, it could hurt the demons. But the monster says he will not touch the demons, and Javier seems like a principled guy. To him, the MC is an unscrupulous ugly thing that is deceiving Javier, but he is still protected by him. Javier thinks that Dunkleo's might be right and Lloyd yells, asking why the swordsman is listening to the monster. The soul of the real Lloyd screams for Javier to flee because he needs to survive to save him. Then he is pushed back into the MC's pocket, who says that fleeing is what you do after trying everything. Inside the pocket, little Lloyd thinks about what he just heard, since the MC was the first to run away before. The MC tells Lloyd to pay attention because this is the result of constant hard work. For the soul to act cool will not change his mind. At that moment, Dunkleo's is right in front of Lloyd. Then we see a landscape similar to hell but all frozen. The MC's dragon is sitting on a huge ice floe. He thinks it's cold and wonders when his father will call for him, remembering the MC telling him to hide in a place where no one would see him and to wait at the northernmost point of the world. So he remains sitting, bored and missing his father. Back in hell, Dunkleo's is attacking Javier with a lava punch, which is cut by the swordsman. At that moment, Lloyd raises his hand, showing the magic Anticus had given him, and he shouts the spell to open a portal to the other world. The spell glows green and he asks Draggy to appear. Then, the drawing on the palm of his hand starts to move, and a green light appears where the dragon is, bringing with it a large blue portal. Immediately, Draggy looks at the portal and gets excited, sensing the smell of his father coming from it. On the other side, Dunkleo's looks at the portal without knowing what it was, shrinking from the cold air coming from it. The cold begins to petrify his lava body, making him flee, screaming for them to wait as he will return. Before he flees, Lloyd says with his demonic face that he doesn't participate in rematches, and calls for Draggy, who comes out of the portal happily, calling the MC daddy. Now confident, the MC asks if Dunkleo's is cold. He points to the ball of lava that is fleeing, and Draggy appears right behind the monster, giving him a loving icy hug. For Draggy, the hug is very warm, but for Dunkleo's, who is made of lava, the hug is too cold, and he ends up being petrified as the lava cools. Victorious, the MC approaches, laughing malevolently. He asks Draggy to move away from Dunkleo's now, and launches several aura attacks with his shovel at the monster, which, turned into stone, breaks into several pieces. The demons watching the fight are shocked. Dunkleo's, the most powerful being in hell, has just been defeated. Even the soul of the real Lloyd peeks out from the MC's coat, amazed that he defeated that terrifying monster, and remembers the MC telling him to just watch, as that was the result of hard work. So he wonders what he has to show for his life, ending up admitting that the MC is an incredible guy. Suddenly, Lloyd hears the monster screaming that he is Dunkleo's, the immortal, and sees a small glimmer coming from the petrified lava. Then Dunkleo's emerges from it, roaring, but this time, he is the size of the MC's dolls. The small monster screams that in a million years he will be huge again, and will crush Lloyd, who just stares at the creature's new form, then laughs horribly, saying that he will have died long before that time. This makes Dunkleo's cry lava tears, shouting that he hates the MC because he is evil. Lloyd continues with his scary face, saying that if he is angry he should fight him, and the monster flees. The soul of the real Lloyd appears in the corner of the coat again, retracting what he thought about the MC being incredible, finding him just human trash. With the cold wind, the system announces that Lloyd has gained a new title, which gives him the power not to suffer from hypothermia even in freezing cold. With the new ability, he won't have to worry about extremely cold or hot weather. Then something behind him catches his attention. Behind him, all the demons are kneeling. One of them says that the MC is the biggest human trash in the world. Everyone there admires him for that, and works for him as a result. Now they respect him as the best singer in hell, and the one who defeated the great Dunkleo's, and will obey his commands. Lloyd gives a discreet laugh, and says they are all pathetic for volunteering to be his slaves. For the demons, hearing from Lloyd that they are pathetic is invigorating. However, one of the demons says there is currently a problem. The freezing air coming from the portal makes the beings of hell very uncomfortable, and could harm their ecosystem, needing to be closed. But Lloyd plays dumb, asking what portal and cold air the demon is talking about. The demon just stares at him, knowing it's impossible for the MC not to know what he is talking about. With his shirt collar flying in the cold wind, Lloyd continues to say nothing, as if he is unaware of the portal. The demon reinforces that everyone saw the MC open the portal, but he continues to pretend not to know about it. Lloyd says he doesn't know what they are talking about, and orders the demons to get back to work. He turns, leaving the demons behind him, while the cold wind continues to come from the portal. The demons realize that Lloyd will continue to pretend not to know about the portal and has no intention of closing it. How could they not love a human like him? With their loyalty assured, it is time to start the final part of the construction. Lloyd's soul wonders if the construction will resume now, worried about when the MC will start helping him. Looking at a huge pool of lava, Lloyd says that if they can cross it, the construction will be expedited by 2 days. Then, with a corner smile, he summons Draggy to take care of it. The dragon unleashes an attack that traverses the entire river of lava, leaving Lloyd's other pets amazed at his power. Then the MC asks him to make the roadbed. Meanwhile, the other pets just watch without doing anything. The MC continues to ask Draggy to fetch stones and pierce mountains. Then he hugs his dragon, happy with his efficiency. This whole affection for the dragon irritates the other pets, who are furious with the attention given only to Draggy. A bit later, we see the dragon sitting on a cliff during a break in his work. Then a voice calling him buddy makes him look back. Padong, the pet's spokesperson, says Draggy is presumptuous for doing some work and that experience triumphs over everything there. As soon as the dragon turns to them, everyone gets apprehensive. But Draggy doesn't seem bothered by what they said. Padong and the others try to understand what the dragon means. He shakes his head, calling his companions closer to him. Then the four start climbing on his back, and have to hold on tight to Draggy to avoid being carried away by the strong wind, since the dragon takes off at high speed. But they all find it fun, enjoying the ride on his back. Thus, Draggy becomes a member of Padong's group, their new companion. From the ground, Lloyd watches their ride, amazed at Draggy's sociability. Then, the soul of the real Lloyd appears, calling the MC scum, saying angrily that the MC only wants to deceive him. The MC asks what he is talking about. The soul, nervous, says that Lloyd promised he would help him, but only focuses on the project, and must be planning to escape from him. With his evil face, the MC asks what the soul will do if that is indeed his plan. Nervous, he responds that Lloyd's face scared him and tells him to keep that horrible face away from him. The MC reminds the soul that this is its true appearance, and thanks to it, all the girls run away from him. Even so, the soul keeps saying that the body reflects the soul and that's why Lloyd is so ugly. The two continue to stare at each other angrily, until they say at the same time that they can't stand each other. The MC emphasizes that he is very busy now and doesn't know how he will help him. The soul starts screaming that the MC's job is to think about how to help him after ruining his whole life. He just listens irritated when Lloyd says that. In fact, he owes him no favor. The MC says that if it weren't for him, the real Lloyd would have died from drinking and his whole family was destined to die, leaving the soul speechless for a moment. The MC adds that he saved all of them and that's why Lloyd's soul should be kneeling, thanking him. Then the soul screams even more angrily that it's nonsense, and no sane person would believe it. Suddenly, the king of hell appears, seriously saying that everything the MC said was true. He says the soul has never been a source of happiness for anyone, and was destined to be a pathetic and worthless soul, leaving the little soul of Lloyd in shock this time. The king of hell wonders how much the MC really knows, and the MC takes the opportunity to respectfully ask the sovereign something. If the king knows how he ended up in that world, the king of hell looks at him silently, until he asks if Lloyd has no idea how it happened. The king says that a messenger from the upper world was on the MC's side and asks if he said anything to him, leaving Lloyd apprehensive that he might know about the messenger. The two just stare at each other, while the MC thinks that when he gave his mana to Javier before, the messenger mentioned this upper world. As soon as he starts asking about the upper world, he is interrupted by the king, who says he is not there to talk about that. When the railway is ready, he will have plenty of free time and thanks to that, he can reserve some time now. The king watched the whole construction and maintaining the railway doesn't seem difficult, except for the train cars. While the sovereign says that Lloyd could make a manual on maintaining them, the MC realizes something and smiles as soon as he understands. He bows, saying that he will prepare manuals for everything needed. Then the sovereign asks what he will want in return, and Lloyd humbly asks for a pass to use the reincarnation portal. The real Lloyd's soul watches as the MC says he only wants it if it comes with transfer rights. The sovereign explains that this limitation does not exist, and the MC can give this pass to whomever he wants, even to the red smurf clinging to the MC's leg. Knowing this, the small soul of Lloyd can only look up, crying. The MC looks at her with his ugly face, wondering if that annoying thing is happy now. Then we see one of the railway cart wheels. Several demons are desperately trying to pull the cart. One of them is changing color from the effort, complaining that the work is too heavy. The MC appears, saying that the guy is pale and should take a break. Excited, the demon asks if he can really rest. Confirming that he can, the MC throws him off the tracks, calling the demon a useless cog. With the MC's kick, the demon rolls off the side of the tracks, leaving his companions scared. With a horrible face, Lloyd says he can help if anyone else is feeling tired. Afraid of meeting the same fate, the other demons work even harder. On the other hand, the demon thrown off the tracks feels that being treated like trash by Lloyd made his heart race, even making him blush. Meanwhile, the soul catches Lloyd's attention, calling him a fraud once again. He asks if the MC is really giving him the reincarnation pass. Lloyd says the question doesn't make sense since the pass is already in his hands. Then, in a low voice, the soul thanks the MC for what he did. The MC tells that ugly thing not to be so dramatic, as he was just worried about having nightmares about it. Thus, on top of one of the carts, the two keep slapping each other. After a while, they stop, and the soul asks if his parents are okay. The MC tells him they are. His mother is learning to cook and manage a business, and his father is sculpting again. Then the small soul asks about Julian, and the MC says he married a princess from Asfahan and now lives with her in the capital. Seeing how surprised the real Lloyd soul is, the MC also tells him that his father is now a count. Not that it was part of his plans, it just happened. After a moment of silence, Lloyd's soul asks about Javier. He tells him that when his father brought Javier to their home, he could hardly believe that someone so honest and charming existed, everything he never was. The real Lloyd confesses that's why he intimidated him, and asks if the MC can send a message to Javier, apologizing for breaking his practice sword. He actually wanted them to be friends. Unknowingly, Javier is listening to their conversation. He also asks the MC to tell his parents he's very sorry. Then we see the small soul in front of the reincarnation gate. He takes a look back, realizing that the MC is standing behind him. He begins to say something about maybe being lucky enough to be born a human again. But before finishing the sentence, our Lloyd kicks him. He flies towards the gate, shouting curses at the MC, who, in turn, says he couldn't stand the soul whining pathetically like a loser anymore. As he is being sucked in, the soul yells that in the next life he will do his best, making the MC look like nothing, that he will be someone amazing and the whole world will be grateful for his birth. In the end, we only see his tears flowing, and the MC looking at him, seeming satisfied. With a smile, he says the soul should really try to be better, and that it's very hard. The soul gives one last smile to the MC, turning blue, and starts disappearing as it enters the portal, ending up as just a blue dust. Now our protagonist has a serious expression. He has completed his mission, and now it's time to receive his payment. Then we see Anticus's soul, joyful, free from the glass dome. With a snap of the Hell King's fingers, it disappears from hell. The sovereign says that, as promised, Anticus's soul was freed. Lloyd thinks he should just leave now and about how his entrance into the Dragon Club will be affected. The king tells him that time passes differently there, and in their world, only about 5 hours must have passed. He will open a portal for them to return, and then his kindness will come to an end. With a smile, he says he is looking forward to his next meeting with the MC. The MC wonders what the sovereign meant by that. When he was about to say he didn't plan on seeing him again, the king opens a portal that sends them back. Thus, Javier and Lloyd reappear. The MC says he has no intention of returning to hell, even though Javier thinks the master felt at home there. Then Lloyd recalls that Javier also enjoyed talking with the demons. He then goes on asking where his Dragon Club membership is if the dragon tricked him. Javier calls his master to see something. There is a red light like fire shining right in front of them. The light is, in fact, the eyes of a black creature. From a certain distance, it resembles a dragon. Lloyd wonders if this could be the Dragon King, as they can change forms. But it seems there's something strange about it. He thinks that if this is indeed the Dragon King, looking at the creature that resembles a feline with sharp fangs, the MC wonders why the Dragon King would take such a form. In fact, the creature looks more like a giant cat with a mane and wings. The creature shakes its paw as if wanting the MC to come closer, making him even more confused. He notices the creature has some bald spots on its belly. There's no way such a being could be the Dragon King. Then Padong steps forward from his master, as if trying to communicate. The creature responds to the guinea pig in a language that's impossible to understand but seems happy. Padong also seems happy talking to the giant cat. The MC asks if the pet can communicate with the creature, and if it said why it's there. According to Padong, the cat speaks an unknown language, and the MC wonders why he seemed to be having a good conversation, and notices that the creature seems to be trying to get his attention. He turns his back to the window, looking at the two. Lloyd asks if the giant cat wants them to climb on its back and if it was sent by the Dragon King. The creature continues speaking its own language, but seems to confirm what Lloyd had asked. He smiles, thinking that the dragon Anticus kept his word, and mounts the creature, thinking he will gain a bonus life and a huge fortune. The two hold on tight as the cat flies quickly, and seems very happy on its journey. At that speed, Lloyd notices he looks uglier than ever. He thinks that if this is true for him, then it will also happen to Javier. But as soon as he looks at him, the swordsman looks even more handsome. Lloyd is upset and Javier says that beautiful people always look fabulous, no matter what happens. Then the MC shouts that this is a fraud, that it shouldn't be possible. The duo is taken to the region of Gafil in the kingdom of Magentano, and we see the two walking through an extensive corridor. Lloyd is thinking that down there is the true knight of the novel, the most powerful being that ever existed, the Dragon King. They reach a cliff, and the dragon cat is right behind them. Below is a vast amount of gold and precious stones surrounding a castle. The MC even drools seeing all this wealth, while Javier finds it amazing that such a place exists underground. Then something catches Lloyd's curiosity. Down below, he can see a man sitting on a sofa surrounded by the riches. Thus, the duo descends in the direction of the man. Lloyd seems apprehensive as he approaches, while the man remains still. When the MC starts to greet him, it's as if he has been startled, and from his expression, he doesn't seem pleased at all. This makes the MC immediately step back and Javier gets ready to draw his sword. In fact, the Dragon King is bothered by the numbness in his hand, leaving the MC shocked. Then the Dragon King turns his face. For a moment, he looks in Lloyd's direction and lies back on the sofa as if exhausted. Lloyd sees him looking his way, even though he is there seeking the king's approval to join his club. The guy simply ignores him and goes back to sleep. The MC realizes that the king is lazy, very rich, and only does what pleases him. This makes him very angry. He glares at the king, who continues sleeping, not paying any attention to his presence, until he slowly opens his eyes and sees that he is being fanned with a large leaf by Lloyd. He wonders what is happening. Everyone seeking membership until now were extraordinarily powerful humans. That's why those proud people always got irritated when the king didn't pay attention to them. Still, the man in front of him is fanning him, and the king wonders if he's trying to please him. He looks at Lloyd, who doesn't stop fanning him, thinking that the MC is happy giving his best at what he is doing. This makes the king like him, and as a symbol of this gratitude, he intends to sleep very well. The MC realizes that the king has fallen into a deep sleep, and with his evil grin, thinks that the first stage of his plan was a success and will start the next one. Javier warns him not to do anything thoughtlessly, as he feels the dragon is as powerful as the Hell King. Lloyd just fills the cup he had taken earlier with water. Javier doesn't understand what he is doing, and laughing, the MC says he's just preparing a glass of water for when the king wakes up. A being who disrespects others while having so much money and power and doesn't care how it affects others is someone Lloyd is willing to risk his life to approach. At that moment, Javier realizes that the master is serious about this. While the Dragon King sleeps, Lloyd, sitting on a throne and covered in jewels, pretends to be a wealthy noble threatening others. The target of the threat, also played by him, apologizes for being poor and not knowing who the noble was. The noble throws several jewels at the servant, telling the lowly being to pick them up and become rich. While the servant protects himself from the heavy jewels hitting him, noble Lloyd continues to throw gold, saying that the path to wealth is painful, calling the servant a fool. With open arms, he accepts all the jewels and asks the nobleman to keep throwing more. Javier watches his master throwing gold pieces in his little theater and starts to think this isn't good. Somehow, he began to find it amusing. Suddenly, the nobleman Lloyd becomes apprehensive about something, making Javier curious about what could have happened. Then he angrily shouts that he is hungry and must eat, as a nobleman should never feel hunger. Staring at his master, the swordsman thinks that the MC has the mentality of a typical poor man. Lloyd finds the place amazing, having just dug up and found some kind of vegetable. Then Padong calls his attention to see something. He can hardly believe that Padong has found kimchi. He must be in paradise. Lying on a pile of gold and jewels, he delights in eating the kimchi and a type of sweet potato he found. Javier tells him that it doesn't seem like the king will wake up soon and asks how long the MC will keep doing these things. With a silly look of satisfaction, Lloyd replies that he will do it forever. He knows his master could do this for eternity, but says they will need to return, as the county will need him. Calmly, the MC says they will return, but he cannot give up his membership in the Dragon Club. According to him, opportunities come to those who are patient. Suddenly, the Dragon King awakens abruptly, wondering how long he has been asleep. How many days must have passed? We see that his name is Verkis and that one day a girl from another world appeared there, and gradually he developed feelings for her. Since explaining everything would be tiring, the king just summarizes that in the end, they got married. He remembers that she said she would go on a trip and he had to contact her every day as soon as he woke up. Even though he woke up late, he tries to call her, as it would be better than doing nothing. But his call is immediately rejected, which means she is extremely angry and he will get an earful when she returns. He imagines her saying she is upset, that he never makes the promised improvements in the Dragon Club, and that she is worried. In his mind, her voice sounds like a nightingale, but he concludes that she will be very angry and he needs to please her, thinking about teleporting to where she is. Then he remembers he cannot do that, because it is too much trouble to do that. Then a voice asks if something is bothering him. Lloyd, with his horrendous look of a helpful person, is staring at the king, who is startled, shooting rays from his eyes and asking if he is some creature from hell. The rays pass right by Lloyd and explode in the distance as if a bomb had fallen there. Then the helpful look on the MC's face transforms into a mix of astonishment and apprehension. He says again to the king politely that if something is bothering him, he can try to help. The king says the MC is indeed obsessive, as he almost killed him, but to the MC, it was only his fault for startling the king. Verkis really liked Lloyd and wonders how the MC knows him so well. The MC is using a secret sales tactic, where the product being sold, or the customer's needs are the last concerns. What really matters here is whether the buyer likes the person selling the item. Then the king asks if he would like to know what he is thinking, and the MC humbly confirms. The king says the MC must not have a girlfriend. With his face, there is no way he has one, and he surely has never been married either. Gradually, Lloyd's eyes fill with tears with all this frankness from the king. He says that a man like that would not understand the problems of a married man. The MC exposes that the king must be having problems with his wife and that he always mediated his parents' fights. Thinking he could trust him at least once, he begins to talk about his wife, but he is soon interrupted by Lloyd. He says he will guess the king's problems since it must be exhausting for him to speak. All this concern from Lloyd makes him earn second place in the king's heart, as he will not let the king explain the situation. it is time to profile him. He uses all his brain. The king is the laziest husband. If this girl agreed to marry him, she must have a good heart. Then he says that the king's wife must have left home for a reason, and it doesn't seem like she asked him to do anything like, for example, the housework while she's away. So she probably asked him to call her every morning as soon as he woke up, and he must have forgotten. The king is amazed that the MC figured out his problem, and makes a grunt in agreement. Lloyd gets everything right about the king thinking of doing something to please her or wanting to see her but finding it too troublesome, and tells the Dragon King that all this can be solved with just one simple task. The king remains silent, and slowly lifts his head, asking how he could do that. From afar, the king's cat servant is shocked that the sovereign has sat up, which must not happen often. Lloyd says the solution is simple. He invites the king to lie down in the county of Frontera, while he warms the heart of the king's wife. Then we see the buildings of the county of Frontera. Mr. Byron is telling the workers that they need to finish the repair work that morning. He tells the workers to shout their motto with him, safety first. Inside, the knight is completely exhausted, and we can see that he has deep dark circles under his eyes. The elf Moira argues with him that the number of refugees is increasing more than planned. The soldier Greg also appears, saying that the contract for the installation of underground heated floors has been signed. Another soldier appears talking about a leak problem. Just as many other issues are brought to him, including that Viscount Lacona is refusing to pay his water bill. And just like all the other complaints, Byron accepts to take care of it too, even though at this moment he is dizzy. The commander of the state of Frontera is 57 years old and is stumbling off his horse. Because his job is to do a little bit of everything, he has to listen to Viscount Lacona, angry about living in a tent and refusing to pay the water bill. While he yells that he will take the matter to the kingdom's council, it's as if Byron's soul has left his body. The Viscount continues to complain, while the knight takes something out of his pocket. He takes out a small construction guide cube. The Viscount shouts to warn Lloyd that he will not pay, and Byron breaks a piece of the cube, creating a hologram of the MC asking what the problem is this time. Lacona almost faints upon seeing him and immediately agrees to pay what he owes. The knight observes the image of Lloyd projected, wondering when the master will return. Whenever he leaves the property, Byron feels closer to death because all the work falls on him. Even if they offer him much more money, his body won't withstand the work much longer. Then he hears shouts that his master has returned. Byron immediately advances on his horse towards the voices, and sees his master carrying the sofa on which the Dragon King continues to sleep on his back. Byron runs towards him, saying he was waiting for his return, asking him to grant him, an old knight, his first and last request. He asks for forgiveness, but the workload is too high, and he wants to resign. Calmly, the MC says he won't do that and asks what else he wants. The knight, in tears, says that his body can't take the work anymore, that he only wants to resign. For a moment, the MC looks at him thoughtfully. Then with an impassive expression, he walks past the knight, and says that from that day, his payment will be 3 billion gold per year. Byron shouts to his master that this is not a monetary issue, and that he won't disappoint his master. It seems that it was a monetary issue in the end. Then Lloyd notices something right ahead. His parents and several people from the county he helped are gathered to welcome him. For a moment, he wonders what that feeling is, until he smiles when he understands that that place has become his home, and he smiles happily at them. Sometime later, at the Frontera mansion, sleepily, the king says that the deal is that Lloyd will wake him up every morning so he can call his wife, asking if by doing this, it will make up for not calling her for a month. Seriously, the MC says that it won't make up for it, and the king questions if he trusted him, and was deceived. According to the MC, they will start over, with the king showing that now he is a sincere man by calling her every morning. The Dragon King just stares at Lloyd, then gives a slight smile, and goes back to sleep, while the MC tries to ask about membership in the Dragon Club. With a sleepy, trembling hand and calling him annoying, the king asks Lloyd to bring his neck closer. He draws a very crooked design on the MC's neck, saying it's his bonus life. The king congratulates him on now being a member of the Dragon Club and goes back to sleep. After that, the MC takes a deep breath, carefully opens the room door, and calls Javier to leave with him. In the hallway, he says it's done, and Javier asks what he's talking about. Lloyd says he is now the richest man on the continent of Laurasia. He will ask Mr. Byron to deal with whatever happens. His guard has become a great master. He has the Dragon King as a patron and 2 lives. So now he is invincible, and from this date begins his lazy life, as nothing could stop him. Javier thanks the master, and he asks why the gratitude. The swordsman heard many things in the village, including that Mr. Byron sent his 2 children to study in the capital. He also learned that soldier Greg is good with machines and now has more time for it. Everyone is chasing their dreams. When the county was poor, everyone's dream was not to starve to death. Calling him Suho Kim, Javier says the MC gave everyone many dreams. After just looking at Javier without saying anything, the MC asks what the swordsman thinks of him, if he doesn't have any suspicions. Javier thinks for a moment, then says that he is glad the MC came to this world, catching Lloyd by surprise with his answer. Then both get disgusted with the conversation they just had. The system shows the MC that the number of people he saved starts to rise again, but suddenly, the number drops by 1. Then the numbers keep plummeting, terrifying the MC. who just watches the count drop until it reaches just one life. Then the count hits 0, and Lloyd is in shock, not knowing why. After that, we see the whole county illuminated, as if there were a festival. Emily is dancing with her orc cheerfully, and someone calls out to Javier, who was just watching the party. It was the count, asking where his son is, as this event was made for him. He asks if the swordsman hasn't seen him. Javier can't answer. Remembering the look on the master's face when the saved lives count hit 0, he asked if something had happened. The MC leaves, saying he needs to do something urgent, and should not be followed, even though the guard said his party would start soon. Seriously, Lloyd says maybe there won't be any more parties, and leaves without saying anything else. Back in the present, Javier continues not to respond, and we see Lloyd running somewhere. The swordsman says he believes his master went to do what was necessary. Then we can see the whole county illuminated behind the MC. Javier continues, saying the master went to do what was necessary for there to be more parties like that, leaving the count not understanding what that meant. Alone, Lloyd shouts to the system that he wants to see the final spoiler. A system message asks if he really wants to use the final spoiler, and he selects yes. Then everything around him goes black. Another Lloyd behind him calls him Suho, saying he hopes he's seeing this because now he doesn't need to worry, because this is not the future that will happen. It's just one of the bad endings that can occur if he is foolish and doesn't see the final spoiler. But if he doesn't act after seeing this future will come true. On the day the MC saw the count of saved people hit 0, nothing happened, not in the following days. But about 3 years after that, a kind of red smoke starts to spread around Lloyd, and he reappears in a clearing. His parents were riding their horses without worries, making him wonder if something would happen to them. Back at the party, humans, elves, and orcs play instruments together, and the count and countess dance, excited at the celebration. Once again in the MC's vision, his parents had gone out for a ride as usual. Then a squirrel crosses the road in front of them, causing the count's horse to get startled, despite the count trying to control it. Seeing this, Lloyd shouts worriedly at the count, who at the party continues to dance happily with his wife, but in the MC's vision, ends up falling from the horse. Lloyd can only watch what is happening, thinking that it couldn't be true. Then the other Lloyd reappears, saying that about a month after this. Once again, we see the happy couple in contrast to what is about to happen. The other Lloyd's voice explains that the countess never left his coffin's side, not even once. Angry about this future, the MC says it's ridiculous. It must be a lie, because he saved the two of them. They are perfectly fine, but the other responds that he was so shaken by this, that he didn't even attend Julian's funeral, leaving the MC paralyzed. While Scheherazade had gone out to give fencing lessons, someone came to their house looking for Julian, who perished in a common robbery. They say Scheherazade went mad after that and volunteered in a small regional war. She ran to the battlefield, seeming to have no will to live. Besides that, their beloved queen ended up becoming a tyrant. One day she lost one of her arms and became as bad as Lloyd had read in the novel. Terms and his family were caught by Asfahan rebels, and Sir Blanc followed the queen's irrational orders and also perished. Arash died in a hunting accident outside the county, Melika from dehydration, and Solitas closed herself off in a cave again. The MC screams for him to stop talking, but he continues, saying that each of them will die. So the MC tries to punch him, but the attack goes through him. Lloyd keeps saying for the spoiler to end. However, the other Lloyd still asks what he thought of this ending. If after seeing all this, he still believes he can stop this ending. Then he chokes, and starts coughing uncontrollably over the table. Then his trembling hand falls, but soon stops moving, and the MC witnesses the vision of his own end. He is completely silent, remembering that he lost his parents in his original world without being able to do anything. Then back to the county, which he observes from the top of the hill. The count and countess continue to dance without any clue of what awaits them in the future. Lloyd is fearful of losing everything he has again, but he is determined, and refuses to lose everyone for the second time. In tears, he says he won't stand by and watch this future happen. Then we see Draggy roaring. He is flying out of a lake, carrying Bibiang on his back, who is very excited, playing with his new friend. Meanwhile, at the Frontera mansion, it's time to wake up the Dragon King, who is sleeping deeply instead of calling his wife. Lloyd watches the king for a moment. Then he raises his hand, taking a deep breath. Then he uses his incredible musical talent to wake the sleeper. It works, but by the Dragon King's expression, it's as if he's been tortured. He is in shock, with his heart racing, and can't say a single word. Then he asks what that was, as he's never heard such a horrible sound in his entire life. Smiling, Lloyd explains that he has an extraordinary ability to wake people up and that it's time for the king to call his wife. With a flick of his finger, a call symbol appears, but it is immediately declined by her. With his daily task done, the king wishes the MC a good day as he plans to go back to sleep. Lloyd leaves the room, thinking about the incidents that will happen to those around him. As soon as Lloyd tries to ask a question, the king wishes him good night, intending to go back to sleep. The MC reflects that this guy, who finds even breathing exhausting, would never answer him. However, he is Suho Kim, the man who tamed the Dragon King. One morning he tells the king that he came from another dimension, but fails to get his attention. Then night falls. On another morning, he says that he saved those around him from a terrible fate, but is ignored again. Another day passes. The MC tries again, saying that the people around him keep facing the same terrible fate. And once again, the king barely responds. Another day dawns. Once again, the Dragon King is sleeping. Half conscious, he thinks that by this time he should have heard a noise terrible enough to wake the dead. Slowly, Verkis opens his eyes, realizing that Lloyd is sitting in front of him with his head down. He asks what the MC is doing, why he didn't wake him up, and Lloyd apologizes. With an unapologetic expression, he says that he forgot to wake the king for the last 10 days. This leaves Verkis paralyzed. He starts sweating cold, incredulous that this could have happened. Then he asks if he heard the MC right, but Lloyd explains that he was just joking. Verkis remains silent. He didn't like this joke. With a terrifying look, the MC says that this could happen if the king continues to ignore the questions he asks. Faced with this, the king falls silent again, until he says that the MC's audacity has limits, asking if he knows how easy it would be for him to wipe out the MC and his entire clan. Thus Lloyd kneels, saying that he knows the high risk he runs by threatening the Dragon King, and asks what Verkis risks by not listening to him. The king would certainly cut off his legs, arms, and burn the entire village, but in that case, Verkis would have to find someone else to wake him up every morning. The king widens his eyes, hearing that he would have to get up from the couch. Lloyd further says that the king would have to go to a human village, walk through it, and look for someone who wakes up at a decent hour. His legs and feet would hurt, and he would still lose precious hours of sleep. Horrified, the king orders him to stop talking. But the MC continues, saying that the person the king found might be late, and he would have to go back to the village to find another. How painful it would be for him to go through this. As if it physically hurt, the king screams for Lloyd to stop in desperation. Even with Lloyd in silence, Verkis remains lying on the couch, tired just from hearing that he would have to move. Finally, he accepts that he has more to lose than Lloyd, conceding that the MC won in his argument. With a serious expression, Lloyd celebrates his victory. They talk about the fate of the people the MC had saved not changing, and Javier listens at the door, ready to attack. Realizing that everything went well inside, he thinks that his master doesn't pay him enough for everything he has to go through. Verkis, calm, says that fate works like that, as if it were the string of a bow. But Lloyd doesn't understand. The king explains that no matter how much the string is pulled or manipulated, it always returns to its original state, and resists changes with even more force. The phenomenon of forced fate is like a rule that can never be broken. Outraged, Lloyd asks if there is no way to stop it, but Verkis asks if he didn't hear what he said, emphasizing that no one can do anything about it, whether it's him, the king of hell, or even the archangel. He compares life to a game, where people are subject to how it was programmed to be. Then Lloyd asks if there couldn't be a secret option, if there's any way to find one. With his continued apathy, the king asks if he doesn't care that his family is just a line of code. But Lloyd doesn't care about that. All he wants is to be able to save them. Javier continues listening to the conversation behind the door silently. Even the Dragon King is surprised at how tenacious the MC is. After a brief sigh, Verkis tells Lloyd that there is the Jewel of Truth. This is a legendary jewel said to be capable of answering any question. Perhaps it can provide the answer the MC seeks. Tell how to prevent this fate from coming true. Immediately Lloyd stands up, determined. He apologizes to the king but wants to ask him one more thing. But Verkis refuses and reveals that the jewel is in the kingdom of the mermaids and wishes him a good journey. The MC thanks him for the information and says that from now on, the skeleton squad will be in charge of waking the king every morning. Then he turns decisively, leaving the room and telling Javier that the two of them will go to the kingdom of the mermaids. Soon after, we see the duo flying on Gomi. Javier asks if it wouldn't have been better to ask Verkis to send them to the kingdom of the mermaids. But the MC says that he has no common sense. He can kill them in the blink of an eye, so they should be careful and not bother him. Arriving at Cremo, Lloyd says that he has all the necessary clues to guide them to the kingdom of the mermaids. In the novel, it is said that this kingdom is in the most difficult seas. This must be the northern sea of Laurasia, a popular spot for whaling ships departing from the port of Cremo. If they are going to search for the kingdom, it's the best place to start the search. Near the port, there is a fair with vendors from various parts of the kingdom, selling the most diverse products. Observing this, Lloyd notices that this place has become much more lively since his last visit. In the novel, the city was desolate after the Gigantitan, and Count Cremo falls into despair after helping Javier. Beggar children spread throughout the city, and the place fills with vagrants. But thanks to everything Lloyd did in that place, his reality is very different from what it was in the novel. The MC observes the liveliness of Cremo. He knows that he is responsible for making that city happy, for it to flourish. That's precisely why it's so annoying. He should have asked for more money when he was there. Javier notices his master's pained expression and smiles, thinking that he was right. His master had a good heart. Meanwhile, Lloyd continues thinking that all the city's success is thanks to him, and he should have asked for a commission. At the Cremo mansion, he is received enthusiastically. The Count embraces him with a smile, calling him the savior of Cremo, and that Lloyd continues to be his type. While being lifted by the Count, the MC says he's there to ask a favor. The Count asks if he understood correctly that Lloyd wants him to find a whaling ship to search for the kingdom of the mermaids. The MC explains that he's asking for a lot, but he has reasons for it. Count Cremo knows a very talented captain for this, but he is known to be a pathological liar, and whenever he drinks, He claims he went to the kingdom of the mermaids when he was younger. If Lloyd doesn't mind an eccentric guy, the Count can introduce them. For Lloyd, this is perfect. It's been easy so far. Then, at the port of Cremo, the captain is recounting how he was invited to the kingdom of the mermaids. He explains that the mermaids determine if someone is their enemy or ally through that person's singing. You can see on Javier's face that he's thinking his master will never be invited like that. Shocked and apprehensive, the MC is outraged to learn this. There must be another way. Perhaps Javier can sing in his place. But in that case, the captain warns that only Javier would be invited in. Irritated, Lloyd tries to explain that he is not a good singer, and the captain laughs, saying that he didn't understand. He recounts that when he was young, he fell into the sea while searching for the kingdom, and no one on the ship noticed, leaving him behind. It was then that the mermaids appeared. It was horrifying and intense. The mermaids were not exactly as he had imagined. He knew they could easily rip his head off, and that's when he remembered his grandfather saying that he should sing to them. In his memories, we see him singing with a terrible expression. His voice must have been torturous. The captain sang like a terrifying banshee. At first, the mermaids made faces as if they couldn't stand the sound. But then something happened. Their ugly faces turned into gentle smiles. The mermaids don't listen to the rhythm or tone but to how true the person's heart is. Lloyd reflects on what he said, remembering his parents from this world. He thinks of his brother and Scheherazade, and all the important people to him in the county. After thinking of all the people he wants to save, the MC decides to hire the captain and his ship to take them to the mermaid kingdom. At first, he was only thinking about making a lot of money. The captain says they can't leave now because it's not yet whale season. But now Lloyd doesn't care as much about money and offers a large sum to the captain. Seeing the amount, the captain immediately changes his mind and says they will depart in 10 minutes. One night, a month after they set sail, they reach their destination. The MC chose not to ride Goming or Draggy on this mission, as the mermaids might see them as a threat. That's how desperate he is. All those people were destined for sadness. But Lloyd gave them the gift of happiness. From the deck, the captain says that the mermaids must have already surrounded the ship, as they are very vigilant in protecting themselves. With that, Lloyd glances at Javier. Javier thinks the captain is right. There are hundreds of them surrounding the ship. The MC wants to protect these people's happy fate, no matter what he has to do. So he starts singing serenely, asking in his thoughts for the mermaids' help. They stare at Lloyd with a frightening gaze as he begins to sing. The MC sings to them without stopping, and looking at him, it doesn't even seem like he's such a bad singer. Soon the mermaids' expressions change, as if they were hypnotized by Lloyd's voice. Even Javier can't take his eyes off him. That voice comes straight from Suho Kim's heart. And the mermaids keep looking at Lloyd. Then, their eardrums explode with the infernal noise he produces. They throw a spear at him, breaking the part of the ship where he was standing. With a fierce expression, one of them shouts that this is a declaration of war. They will attack with all their might. Immediately, thousands of harpoons are launched toward the MC's ship. Lloyd shouts to turn the ship around. They need to escape quickly. The MC yells at the captain, who had said that if he sang with his heart, the mermaids would accept him. In response, he gets punched by the captain, who wants to know what's wrong with him. He shouts that he told Lloyd to sing, not to recite a curse. The poor MC takes the punch without reacting, sad that the plan didn't work. Even Javier asks if the MC's wish was to invade the mermaid kingdom, making him even more irritated. Javier jumps off the ship to attack them, but Lloyd says he should just buy time to change the ship's course. At that moment, the mermaids witness the beautiful Javier flying over them, and their leader orders them to stop the attack, leaving Lloyd wondering what is going on with them. The mermaid points to the swordsman, who also doesn't understand what they are planning. Then they make heart symbols and say that Javier can enter their kingdom. For a moment, he just observes them. Then, he looks in the direction of his master, who is crying expressionlessly on the ship, wishing they would all just go to hell. Before entering, Javier asks if the mermaids allow all of them to enter their kingdom. They agree, and feeling flattered, he wants to know why they changed their minds. The mermaid places her hand in his hair and throws it back, showing her beauty to the swordsman. Then she says with a smirk that they allowed them entry thanks to Javier's handsome face. Without changing his expression, the swordsman says he knew that must be the reason. From the ship, Lloyd looks at him, wishing that conversation would just end quickly. Javier says he heard that the mermaids judge the sincerity of the singing, but she says that's only for those who impress them with music. But since the swordsman impressed them with his face, he didn't need anything else. Aware of his beauty, Javier agrees that what she said makes sense. Lloyd, who is staring at him, wonders how such a disgusting brat can be the protagonist of the novel. Javier says that his face prevented the devastation that his master's singing almost caused, and Lloyd tells him to get down to the deck. He introduces himself to the mermaid as the swordsman's employer. Just by looking at the mermaid, he can tell that her expression has completely changed, having to look at someone ugly. But as he has to win their favor, he says he is eternally grateful for being invited to enter their kingdom. The mermaid leader immediately shows that the invitation was not for Lloyd. He knew that and thinks that, as always, he will find a way to make things work. He needs to discover their weakness, open an opportunity. While the MC is thinking about this, Javier asks the mermaids if he can make a request. Their leader, mesmerized by Javier's face, agrees. Lloyd continues with his thoughtful expression, and neither of them says anything. Even when Javier looks at the master, who is starting to tear up, Lloyd wonders if it might be the salty sea air making his eyes water. From the MC's face, the swordsman knows that he must work hard and wishes him luck. Then the mermaid places a necklace around Javier's neck that allows him to breathe underwater and prevents pressure and temperature. When it's Lloyd's turn, they just throw the necklace at him. At least he was invited to the mermaid kingdom, no matter how sad he feels about how things turn out, as long as he can find the jewel of truth and save the county. Suddenly, he is caught by surprise when he sees a light coming from the ocean's depths. Getting closer, the MC's eyes widen. There is a gigantic octopus holding a city that seems to be in a dome. He can hardly believe that an octopus could be the size of a city. Lloyd asks the mermaid about the octopus, but she doesn't even look at him. Only when Javier asks does she respond that the octopus is the protector of the mermaid kingdom and has been with them for a long time. She shows where the palace is, where they must greet the king of the mermaids. The sovereign greets the good and ugly humans and introduces herself as the king of the mermaids, Aliel. Lloyd tells Javier to take the opportunity to ask for the jewel, but the swordsman says that the MC has to speak. The sovereign says she will not discriminate against Lloyd for his ugliness. He should just turn his face when speaking. That certainly seems like discrimination, but the MC introduces himself, saying he came in search of the jewel of truth. But before he can finish asking to borrow it, the sovereign starts laughing. She says that if the jewel existed, she would lend it, but it is nothing more than a story from the age of myths, leaving Lloyd incredulous at the statement. She continues, saying that it is practically a legend and asks if he came all this way thinking the jewel existed. Lloyd tries to explain that the Dragon King mentioned the jewel, but to the Queen, he is just a bum who never gets off the couch. She adds that the MC's intelligence matches his face, which is why Verkis would never explain something like that to him. Lloyd curses the king in his thoughts, thinking he must be just an idiot. Aliel says that since Lloyd is so interested in the jewel, he should try asking the octopus about it, as it has been there since the age of myths. Lloyd is completely surprised, asking if the octopus can really talk, but the sovereign retorts, asking if there is any octopus that talks, and concludes that the MC is a fool. Her attitude only makes him even more irritated, so he asks just to make sure he understood correctly, inquiring if the jewel existed in the age of myths and is not just a made-up story. Aliel cannot say. Her predecessor said it was real, but no one in her generation has ever seen the jewel. To Lloyd, this means that at least the probability of the jewel's existence is not zero. Even if there is a 0.01% chance, he must try. So Lloyd asks if he can request one more thing from Her Majesty, and she agrees. He asks to be allowed to search for the jewel, and if he finds it, it won't be a loss for them. She doesn't see a problem with that. The longer he stays, the more time she can admire Javier's handsome face. However, she warns that they won't be able to help them because they have bigger problems to deal with right now, and the MC asks what they are. According to her, not long ago, a gate to hell opened over their waters. Having some knowledge about these portals, the MC remains silent. She continues, saying that the heat coming from the portal is affecting the North Pole. If it continues, all the glaciers will melt. The sovereign would like to know which demon could have opened that thing, as she could kill whoever did it. Lloyd agrees with her that it's the worst thing in the world. Whoever did this must be truly terrible. She even saw a skeletal dragon in the portal. Whoever opened that is a villain that rivals the demons. Then the MC says that as a token of gratitude for allowing him to search for the jewel of truth, he promises to find who opened the portal and offer that person's neck to her. Beside him, Javier is impressed that his master's audacity surpasses even that of a great sword master. A bit later, the duo is looking at the Mermaid Kingdom. Lloyd says it's time to search for the jewel, and Javier wants to know what they're going to do. According to the MC, they'll gather all the information they can find. Sometimes, the least sophisticated means are the best. In reality, what Javier wanted to know is what they're going to do about the Hell Portal. But Lloyd says he only needs to know one thing. They must find the jewel for the Count, the Countess, and everyone else. The swordsman knows his master always has a reason for doing things, so there must be one for needing to find the jewel too. But before that, he still wants to know about the portal. But Lloyd doesn't seem concerned about it at the moment. Meanwhile, at the royal palace of Magentano, the queen is sitting on her bed. Once again, she seems out of her mind. The voice tells her that she spilled her family's blood, her brother's blood, all to reach the throne. But she is determined not to lose to this poison. She tenses her arms, causing a powerful aura to emanate from her body. Despite this, the poison in her veins doesn't weaken. It travels through her entire arm. Alicia continues to use all her strength to prevent being controlled by the thing inside her. Then she falls forward, clutching her wrist. The sovereign is exhausted from the effort she's made to control the voice. She looks at her arm, still catching her breath, thinking that at least she managed to move the poison, concentrating it in her arm. With that done, what she wants to do now is cut off that arm. She reminds herself that she's the queen. An arm is nothing compared to losing herself, but it's still strange, and she wonders if she's really lost her mind. For some reason, she misses that potato head, RMC, who, at this moment, is asking someone with a more unpleasant face than usual if they believe in the jewel of truth. The mermaid is irritated after being startled by his face, and says that if she believed before, she doesn't now after meeting him. Javier asks the same question to another mermaid. The response is entirely different. They melt over the swordsman's beauty and say they heard there's a man searching for the jewel. They wouldn't mind if he were that man since he's so handsome. They explain that there was a merman searching for the jewel and offer to show where he is, while the MC is outraged, since they received completely different answers just because one is handsome and the other isn't. Javier apologizes for making his master feel bad about himself. Even while crying, Lloyd tells him that it's fine, it's just water since they're underwater. They arrive at a house that looks like a pineapple, only missing a sponge living in it. But who lives there is a merman who's excited that more people are after the jewel and asks if they'll join him. The system even informs Lloyd that he received a positive evaluation from the merman Rotorua right away. The MC explains, a bit surprised by the positive evaluation, that they're just wondering how much Rotorua knows about the jewel. He says his family has been searching for it for generations, and despite everyone laughing, the jewel was in the ocean until the second era of myths. Lloyd realizes the guy is a nerd who wants to share everything he knows with a companion, so he won't shut up anytime soon. Rotorua says that 10,000 years ago, at the end of the Great Tribal War, the Jewel of Truth crumbled. This part of the story catches the MC's attention. He asks if the jewel broke into pieces and disappeared, and Rotorua mentions that most people don't know this. But actually, the Jewel of Truth is a building. The sophisticated placement of mana in each brick and pillar gave the construction the ability to think and provide answers. The MC reflects that it must have been like a computer with artificial intelligence that ran out of mana instead of electricity, and he wonders if he can do something since it's broken. And the merman adds that this is why he's searching for the jewel's location, because in that place, the jewel's blueprint should be found. At that moment, Lloyd thinks that what once seemed distant is starting to take shape. He needs to follow this clue and asks where Rotorua is digging. A bit later, Lloyd walks through the city with the merman, and people comment that he's just like his grandfather, digging holes instead of training. One of the mermen tells Rotorua that it's because he skips training that he's so tall, but the merman says it's none of his business. All they talk about is muscles. That's why most of them have arthritis after 40. They don't take care of their insides. Rotorua yells that the guy lived long enough anyway, while the other enjoys Rotorua's massage, which leaves him tossed in a corner, complaining that he's always treated like an idiot by them. Changing the subject, Lloyd asks why his family still hasn't found the jewel if they've been digging for generations. Looking at the horizon, the merman explains the reason for this. It's because the northern sea is vast. He points to some holes, saying that he dug them, and he shows an exploration map with hundreds of markings of where they've already searched. At this rate, the MC thinks he won't have found it even when the mermaids evolve and grow wings. Lloyd reflects on whether digging is really their only option. Measuring it is useless due to 10,000 years of sediment. If Javier uses his power to sweep the ocean floor, the blueprints might get blown away. And Dong isn't an option either. Bringing Draggy would provoke a war. The only option is if many people dig. If only he could use the immense strength of the sea people. Lloyd is frustrated with the limited options they have in that place, so he calls out to Javier, who has no idea what his master is thinking. Even if it hurts his self-esteem, it's the only option. He asks Javier to use his powers on the sea people to make them work. The swordsman tries, but the mermaids say they only have time to build muscles while swimming. Thus, the only option they had disappears quickly, leaving Javier frustrated because, for the first time, his beauty didn't solve the problem. Lloyd, being a good friend, starts laughing at him, saying that in the end, he wasn't as handsome as he thought. But he soon realizes that this means his plan has also failed miserably. The two walk while the MC thinks about how they would dig such a large area. It would take years. He remembers that calamities will fall upon them in 3 years. They don't have much time until then. Then Javier says the area they're in is much warmer. Lloyd explains that it's due to hydrothermal vents. The water flowing down there is heated by magma, and then expelled upwards. As soon as he finishes saying this, an idea pops into his mind. He remembers Rotorua saying that sea people over 40 develop arthritis, and he looks towards the heated water rising. He's found a way to get what he wanted and calls Javier to help with this plan. Lloyd wants to make a sauna there. With one of those, he can easily turn the sea people into his slaves. Manual labor paid better than Suho had thought, yet he wasn't earning much, because there were various reasons for the work to be cancelled. Like rain, for example. His physical condition was also one of those reasons. Since his exams were over, he thought of just relaxing that day, given that it was raining. So a college mate walks by him. The guy asks why he looks so miserable, but Suho just stares at him with a closed expression. His colleague suggests that if he's not busy, he could join him for a sauna. He asks if the MC isn't sore from work and could use the opportunity to relax his muscles. Suho Kim remains silent until he irritably says that he doesn't have money to go to a sauna. But the guy retorts that he knows he's poor and has no money, making the MC look at him seriously. Then the guy explains that he is working at the sauna that day and will let Suho stay there all day for free. The MC questions why the guy is working when his family is rich, and that's precisely why. His mother owns the store and others, and he will start helping her today. Knowing this irritates the MC even more. He thinks it's a strange coincidence that he started working at a sauna right after his exams ended, and that he happened to pass by his house right at the time he usually leaves for work. This guy must think he's an idiot. The guy even offers his umbrella to the MC since he's too poor to buy one. To Suho, it's like he's an angel, and that sauna was like a true paradise, relaxing all his stiff muscles and tendons. The feeling of having his blood circulate again. It was almost as if he had become one with the flow of the mysterious universe. At this moment, we return to Lloyd, who continues walking with Javier. He thinks there is high demand for his project, seeing many sea people with joint pain. No wonder, as they have been swimming under the pressure of the deep ocean. He planned everything from start to finish, and intends to call the plan Great Mermaid Fishing. The MC explains to Rotorua how a sauna would benefit the sea people, given all the muscle pain and joint issues they have. The young man just doesn't understand what that has to do with the excavation of the Jewel of Truth. So Lloyd explains that it's perfect for recruiting labor. That area is too large for just the three of them to excavate. At this moment, Rotorua mentions that the plan might be difficult because the sea people are afraid of heat therapies. He recalls the chimneys on the ocean floor, where recently several mermaids were lured by the heat and approached them, and ended up dying. They lost consciousness somehow, were overwhelmed by the heat, and ended up cooked. That's why it's illegal for the sea people to approach these chimneys. Lloyd thinks that since this hydrothermal water has heavy metals, it makes sense. But still, he says that those hot chimneys will solve their problems. The first step is to build the sauna, laying the foundations where the construction will be, and for Javier, the chosen location is too far from the chimneys. But Lloyd explains that it has to be far because safety comes first. Then he uses his ability to create the plans, following the construction guidelines. The MC asks Javier to dig according to the guidelines while he goes to get the materials for construction. Javier grabs his sword and takes a deep breath, and then starts carving the area with the sword. Before leaving, the MC says that Javier is acting strange, doing everything he asks without asking many questions. Normally, he would ask why they are searching for the jewel or what will happen if they don't find it. After a moment of silence, Javier tells the master to hurry and get the materials, or something bad will probably happen in the county. Before leaving, Lloyd calls him once more and sincerely thanks him for what the swordsman is doing for him. Javier gives one last look to his master before he leaves, and Lloyd maintains a serene expression. But then the two practically vomit that kind of sappy conversation. It's not their style. The second step of the plan is to obtain the materials, and Lloyd is sure that the chimneys will solve all their problems. He jumps towards one of them, looking for the creature that lives near it, which will provide all the materials they need for construction. What he was looking for was right ahead, the giant tubular worm, which, as soon as it senses the MC's presence, shoots some kind of liquid. Part 1 of Step 2 is to collect this fluid from it to be used as adhesive and finishing, and Part 2 of Step 2 is to gather the external tubes to be used as pipes, which doesn't seem very easy. Step 3 is to place the pipes and connect them to the chimneys. Step 4 is to run the pipes through all the rooms and then apply the finishing touches, and adjust the flow in the pipes to control the temperature in each room. Lloyd says that now comes the most important part, inquiring about the main point of a sauna. The themed rooms. The first is the Emerald Room. There's also the Coral Room and the Guilty Pleasure Room. Finally, it's finished, the first sauna of the World Fantasy Network. The MC asks Rotorua what the first customer thought of the sauna, and seeing how delighted he is with the place, it must be a success. Javier inquires if this is a new business since there's so much money, but the MC says he won't charge for entry. Instead, he will accept something else. For some reason, Javier thinks he knows what the master means by this. That per sea people. We see a seagull flying over the sea. The bird flies around calmly. Then we see that something is submerged there. Suddenly, the water begins to rise with something coming out of it. A lot of water splashes with the movement. A mermaid had jumped out of the water, higher than the flight of the seagull, which in turn almost died of fright at the sight, while the mermaid looks incredibly radiant, so much so that she grabs the bird in delight, then dives back down. Her friends call her Rodita and say she broke a new record. With a jump like that, she'll reach the moon. In those days, Rodita's muscles grew easily. She was the strongest and most beautiful in the city. But now, the mermaid seems exhausted. Rodita comments that her shoulders are sore again, and hits them, trying to relieve the pain she feels. An old man asks her to stop making noise, which only makes her more irritated. She leaves, saying she's going to work out, and the old man warns her to do it only 3 times a day like he does. Rodita knows she should stop exercising now, but having lived this way her whole life, she can't stop. Thinking life would be better with less pain, she hears someone calling everyone with joint and muscle pain. What the MC promotes are not like the heat chimneys but safe and certified saunas that will relax the muscles. The opportunity to relax in the heat safely piques Rodita's curiosity, especially when the announcer says that entry is free. She heard that humans are the most cunning creatures and wonders if she should trust the offer. Judging by Lloyd's wide smile, she would say he seems like just an ordinary swindler, but being with someone so handsome, he wouldn't do anything bad, and there shouldn't be any scam with the sauna. Even if it's some kind of scam, she decides to try the sauna. Her expression changes as it starts to warm up. The sauna heats up a little more, and Rodita's eyes widen. She feels like in the old days, when she was young and pain-free. As soon as she leaves, she goes home to tell her husband to go to the sauna with her, mentioning that it's free for a week. Lloyd greets them with a smile, wishing them to relax thoroughly, which is exactly what the couple does, in ecstasy at the place. The MC thanks them for coming for 5 consecutive days, saying their eyes even look brighter now. They mention they have been working out together and are more vigorous, and Lloyd says he's glad to hear that. Not just them, but many other sea people are more than satisfied with the sauna. With his commercial smile, the MC thanks them, saying that their happiness is his own, and says he hopes to see them again the next day and the day after. With that, the days go by, and this time, Lloyd is no longer smiling. Instead, he stares at Raina sitting at a table with some contracts. She glances toward the sauna, which is locked that day. She questions why it's closed, and Lloyd explains that the special event period has ended. From now on, entry is restricted to members only, and he asks her to sign up, handing her a form. She wonders if all they need to do is sign to use the sauna again. The first clause states that only members can use the sauna facilities. Each member can use the sauna for up to 12 hours a day, which starts to displease her. Each member must also pay a usage fee every time they use the facilities. According to Lloyd, the fee will not be paid with money, but with work. The amount of work required is half the time spent in the sauna. If someone stays for 5 hours, they have to work for 3 hours. The work must be done within 48 hours after using the sauna. For a session not worked, access will be denied for 10 days. The penalty increases until expulsion, and the mermaid's outrage is such that she grabs Lloyd by the collar, asking why someone like him would dare to use them. Mermaid's so proud. Rodita asserts that they have lived well without that silly sauna and will not get involved in that scam. With his hand on his injury, Lloyd says that he cannot force them to join. And before he could get up, all the mermaids had left. With this, Javier asks if the master's plan has failed. But the MC asks if the swordsman lived well without his lullabies before. Rodita goes back to pounding her shoulders to relieve the tension, while ranting that the scammer must think they are idiots. Meanwhile, Lloyd thinks that humans lived well without cigarettes. We see again the mermaid pounding her shoulders non-stop trying to relieve the pain. Lloyd continues reflecting that people lived well without video sites or video games. Rodita keeps trying to relieve the tension incessantly without success. Lloyd finishes his thought that people lived well without these things because they hadn't experienced them yet. As he looks ahead, a line of mermaids with Rodita at the front waits to sign the forms. Reluctantly, she asks for the membership form, calling the MC a sea trash. Unconcerned, he hands her the contract, saying with his wicked face that it was she who chose to join by signing the form. After this, the sauna is reopened, and dozens of mermaids relax in its warmth. Soon we see a type of bracelet on their arms. Inside it, a small octopus shines intensely, but soon the creature loses its glow, until it wilts completely. At that moment, Lloyd enters the room calling the mermaids by numbers and saying that their time in the sauna has ended, and that he will see them the next day at the excavation site. Leaving, Rodita thinks she can't stand that man any longer. It's her last day at the sauna. The next morning, the sun is shining. Lloyd introduces himself to the sea people as the excavation manager, and tells them to start digging, and they do so without hesitation, quickly opening fissures. Meanwhile, Rodita, who hasn't returned to the sauna, complains that her whole body is sore. Unable to endure it, she returns and receives the bracelet with the octopus timer, taking advantage of all the time she can in that refreshing space. Then, Lloyd welcomes her back, calling himself the excavation manager. This cycle repeats not just once, but several times, with the MC giving welcomes that seem far from friendly. While working as payment for time in the sauna, Rodita is furious, thinking something is wrong there. That man is manipulating her completely, making her think she needs to stop this. Somehow, she has to break that vicious cycle, but she doesn't want to give up her precious sauna. Just like her, dozens of other mermaids are digging, fueling the cycle of satisfaction and pain. Seeing how well his plan is going, Lloyd smiles wickedly, as if looking at his slaves. Rotorua, who is beside him, thinks that the MC is a demon, as he is turning the sea people into slaves. Feeling guilty, he wonders if he has sold his people to the demon. He is caught off guard when the MC asks if he is thinking he sold his people to a demon, claiming with an angelic face that they never forced anyone to do this. For a moment, Rotorua doesn't seem to believe these words, but then he smiles calmly, convinced that Lloyd is right. The MC notes that it has been a month since the sea people started digging, and the sediment level on the seabed has decreased significantly. He continues using his ability to try to find a piece of the jewel. Suddenly, he shouts for everyone to stop what they're doing, and goes down towards the excavation, thinking he saw something in one of the holes. As soon as he arrives, he starts digging vigorously, until he almost runs out of breath, saying that this was the place where the jewel of truth was supposed to be. He looks at the square on the ground, thinking he was nervous. Lloyd thought the jewel might just be a legend, that they might never find it. What would happen if he couldn't stop all the bad things that were about to happen to those around him? Then he examines the floor he has just uncovered, and wipes his face with his shirt sleeve. Maintaining his composure, he says it's great and that they should try to find the plants now. As he turns to ask Rotorua about the plants, he sees that the merman is in tears, barely able to believe it's real. Still crying, he says that according to his ancestor, they need to find the center of the jewel, There must be some sort of keyhole there. Lloyd uses his ability, and they quickly find the magical storage facility where the plants should be. Rotorua says excitedly that the place definitely looks like a lock. This makes Lloyd reflect that if there is a lock, where is the key that opens it? Suddenly, a strong wind blows from the lock, and Rotorua says that his ancestor told him the lock would show where the key is. But he didn't expect it to be like this. Lloyd looks in the direction the wind is blowing, noting that the gusts are going in the direction of the giant octopus holding the Sea People's city. The MC thinks the lock would show where the key is, but it can't be in that place. Meanwhile, the poor elder octopus suffers with the wind blowing towards it. Then Lloyd shouts, asking if the key is in the creature's stomach, which, with the force of the wind, can no longer hold the dome containing the city and lets it go, making the city tremble with the impending fall. The sovereign of the kingdom warns that if they fall to the ground, they will be doomed and orders the entire kingdom to evacuate. One of her aides explains that fortunately most of the citizens are outside the kingdom because they were called by the human visitor, which makes the queen think that Lloyd was a good guy in the end. Little does she know who is to blame for having to evacuate. Looking at the disaster about to happen, Lloyd asks if it was his fault, and Javier confirms, to the master's misfortune. The swordsman says he will take care of the mermaid kingdom, and the MC should go find the key. For the sake of the county he wants to protect. Lloyd just looks at his friend, knowing he can trust his reasons. Then Javier takes flight, carrying his master with him. Elsewhere, we see the sovereign of the mermaid kingdom. She is using all her power to prevent the kingdom from falling to the ground, but it is already very close to hitting it. Still, she doesn't give up, holding the dome with her own hands. Despite the effort, she knows it's not making a difference. Suddenly, Aliel notices that something has changed. The kingdom has stopped falling. She realizes it's because of the human beside her, and says that everyone is grateful to both of them. Javier thinks for a moment, until he says it was nothing, having lost all his shame just like his master. Meanwhile, Lloyd approaches the giant octopus that doesn't seem to be feeling well, and puts the tentacles in front of its mouth in desperation. The MC would recognize those symptoms anywhere. That octopus is clearly suffering from indigestion. The giant octopus is feeling unwell. It moves desperately, preventing Lloyd from getting close to it. The whole sea becomes turbulent due to its movements, making things difficult for the Queen and Javier, who are preventing the city from sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Even on the surface, the sea is agitated. The MC tries to think of what he can do to cure the octopus's indigestion, remembering a similar experience he had. Back then, he still had his parents in his previous world. After checking him out, his father said he was bloated. At that moment, the MC wanted to vomit, but his father said he would take care of it. While lying on a mattress, his father asked him to extend a finger. The man held a huge knife, saying he would quickly pierce the young man's finger with it. The MC complained that with something like that, his father would put a hole in his finger. Then his father laughed, saying it was just a joke. He would use a normal needle to pierce the finger. Even so, the MC complained that the prick hurt, and he didn't feel better after the home remedy. Despite this, his father remained enthusiastic, saying that he should feel a bit better. Then his mother appeared, telling them that the method didn't work, despite her husband always using it. She pushed him aside, saying that in this situation, the best thing to do was to get everything out. Smiling, she asked her son if he trusted her. Feeling pain, the young MC barely answered. He just saw the woman raising one arm to show her muscles. Then she brought it down forcefully, pressing the MC's chest. It seemed like it would burst from the blow. At least what she did worked. The young man's face changed color, and then he threw up whatever was making him sick. Back to the octopus. The MC wonders if that method would also work on the animal, or if there's any real evidence that the method actually works. He remembers his mother smiling confidently, saying he was better, and adding that evidence is built through trial and error. Determined on what to do, Lloyd calls for Javier, asking him to send a mana blast to the octopus's foot, but not strong enough to go through it, though wanting to do as asked. At that moment, the swordsman is a bit busy, preventing an entire kingdom from being smashed into the ocean. Suddenly, he notices that a mermaid has joined him. She shouts for the others to help hold up the kingdom too. Several others who frequented Lloyd's sauna appear to help. With all of their power combined, the dome stops falling, and Javier is able to leave to help his master. He advances towards the pained octopus, looking like a small angel flying towards it. The swordsman measures the amount of mana to use in his strike. Then he sends a mana blast that divides into several beams, each one delivering just a prick to each of the octopus's tentacles. At that moment, its eyes widen. Lloyd's method seems to work on octopuses too. The MC thought they should have tied its legs together before striking them, but from the burp it let out, it worked. Step 1 was successful. But it's not over yet. The MC's pets are coming towards him in their giant forms. Lloyd warns that as soon as they get away from him, they will no longer be protected by the magic necklace, so they have to finish this quickly. Hamong then gulps down a massive amount of water. Padong and Bangul cling to him, forming a giant ball of pets. Then Hamong spits the water out with pressure, pushing all of them backward, straight towards the octopus. They get very close and bounce off the octopus. Lloyd, who had been in the middle of them until now, prepares for his part. He uses a powerful mana blast, trying to push all of them towards the animal. The ball of pets approaches it, spinning at high speed. This time, It seems to be the final blow for the octopus. It lets out a huge burp in the middle of the ocean. But what it threw up wasn't just air bubbles. The key they were searching for was also spat out, and Javier catches it before it can be lost. Near him, the MC celebrates that his plan was a success. With that done, the system announces that Lloyd has earned the title of Sea Village Master and can now breathe underwater. Feeling better now, the octopus realizes it had let the kingdom fall and swims towards it to lift it back up. The MC also gained the ability Stomach Shot, which makes sea creatures vomit. Back in his original position holding the dome, the sea people celebrate that their homes are safe again. Holding the key that came out of the octopus, Lloyd is sure it's the same one from the blueprints. Before he can go after the jewel, the Sovereign Queen calls for him. She tells him that after watching him closely, she noticed he has the face of a handsome young man. The MC just stares at her without saying anything, and she continues, saying that he increased the muscle gain of her people and saved their kingdom, offering her salutations to thank him for his deeds. Now, her people consider Lloyd a true friend, even though he was also the cause of the whole situation. The MC feels grateful to his parents, because he only knew what to do thanks to them. And the system says that if he feels that way, his parents must be even more grateful. To Lloyd, the system is going too far by saying things like that to him. How could he thank people who are no longer here? The MC carries several regrets that can no longer be fixed, but he knows it's no use dwelling on it. He needs to focus on his current family, which he needs to protect. The MC inserts the key into the lock on the ground. Then blue beams of light start to emanate from the lock, revealing images like blueprints. The MC wonders what they are. To him, the images resemble those of a tomb from the Goguryeo period. By the type of construction, it's like a pyramid. The system says that he should study the blueprints to save the information about the Jewel of Truth, also called Aotearoa. The MC does as the system asks, but another message appears, leaving him puzzled this time, because now he needs to find a series of materials. Since Rotorua can't see the system window, he asks Javier if the MC is okay. Lloyd continues to stare at the system window, irritated. He thought it was over, but since he has no choice, he calls Javier to accompany him, and the swordsman asks where they're headed now. The MC explains that they're going back to Magentano. One of the materials they need is Toranga, which is found there. Meanwhile, in the palace of Magenta, Queen Alicia is swamped with paperwork. She doesn't look well as she writes. It seems she still hasn't managed to get rid of the curse reappearing on her face. She is very tired of it, wondering how much more of it she needs to gather in her hand. Alicia knows she can't give up. As queen, she must be the most powerful person in the kingdom. Through the door, someone announces they brought news about the business proposals with the southern nations. A messenger informs her that these nations have united, ignoring her proposals and making irrational ones. Other nations are also making negotiations difficult, and he wonders if it was because of that incident. At the party that was supposed to showcase the kingdom's power, a dragon appeared, ruining their image. Even though they said the situation was resolved, since there is no body, they don't believe it. If this continues, even nobles may challenge her authority, and chaos could ensue. At this moment, the queen has no idea how to solve it, and although she's trembling, she refuses to falter. As a queen, she must be strong. Suddenly, she hears that Lloyd Frontera is there, asking for an audience with her. Alicia runs through the castle's corridors looking for him, surprising the nobles. Then the queen arrives in a brightly lit corridor, and can see some people ahead. She knows that annoying pest is there. That pest who completely got out of her control and does whatever pleases him. She throws herself at the MC, thinking that was the pest she wanted most at this moment. Of course, Lloyd is utterly shocked by the queen's reaction, and at that moment, she realizes what she just did, which was nothing, as it was just her imagination. Lloyd's voice pulls her back to reality, where he and Javier are kneeling before her. She asks what he was saying, but the MC explains that he simply greeted her for the second time since she didn't hear him. The MC wonders why she was so agitated. Surely it wasn't because she was eager to see him. The queen just silently looks at him, then she shakes her head in irritated denial. Javier, attentive to everything, is panicking, throwing glances between the queen and the MC. Javier notices a shy expression on her face, unsure of how to react to Lloyd. He can't believe it. This would be even more ridiculous than saying that, in reality, Soho is an angel. Back to Alicia. She asks why the MC requested to see her. He apologizes but says he'd like some of the pillars from the royal palace's basement. This leaves the queen unsure of how to react. She didn't expect to hear something like that. But smiling, the MC says that in exchange, he'll make those rebellious neighboring nations do whatever she wants. Still in the Mermaid Kingdom, Lloyd was thinking about the plants for the Jewel of Truth. When he clicked on Toranga from the materials list, the system showed him a kind of recording from the Great Tribal War during the era of myths and the battle for the jewel during that time. A mermaid quickly asked the jewel a question at a critical moment, perhaps whether they would win the war. But whatever it was, harpoons the size of cedar trees destroyed everything. Then several tribes began looting the ruins, using them as war trophies. A giant took a bit of Toranga and carried it to the land. That giant would build a kingdom and rule over humans. But soon there was a rebellion, and he was hunted. The humans built a palace for themselves, and the Toranga the giant had was used for the palace foundations. And now this material is at the bottom of the royal palace of Magentano, where a great celebration is taking place. Some foreigners ask what the queen could be going through. Another mentions that the last time she hosted such a banquet, she was thrown into the air by a bone dragon. He also comments that despite this, she still has a confident look, as if she could fool them by showing power after that. Lloyd hears them laughing, saying the queen's story of capturing the dragon was just a big lie. Then he smiles, calling for Draghi. Suddenly, a strong wind hits the queen's banquet, and the guests look up to the sky. One of the foreigners who was laughing earlier completely changes his expression. Upon seeing the shadow of a dragon coming their way, the man panics, desperately shouting that it's the bone dragon. All the banquet guests start fleeing in fear. Only Lloyd remains standing, smiling without moving. He tells everyone that the dragon is acting strangely. At that moment, the annoying foreigner stops fleeing to pay attention to the dragon, which at that moment is standing in front of Queen Alicia. After letting out a small roar, Draghi turns to face him, like an obedient puppy. Seeing this, the guests are petrified, while Lloyd has a triumphant look on his face. The queen extends her hands without showing fear. Then she touches the dragon, petting it to show it wasn't a threat. The foreigner from earlier immediately shouts for his companion to go back and report this to their king. With this display of power, they'll do whatever the queen wants. She had more power than all of them. Then they all kneel, swearing loyalty to the great queen of Magentano. Even catching Lloyd's attention, she says that in the name of the kingdom of Magentano, she declares Lloyd Frontera, the man who made the dragon surrender, is the person with the most merit in the entire kingdom. The title rivaled royalty, and all the guests look at the MC, who did not expect such a declaration. Lloyd thinks that she had already given him the power to take a part of the palace. She didn't need to do this too. At that moment, Alicia smiles at him. He doesn't quite understand the reason for her smile, unlike Javier, who remains shocked, knowing what it meant. Later that night at the palace, Lloyd inquires why the queen had called for Javier, and he explains that she said she needed to train and would also take the opportunity to discuss something with her. Lloyd is curious about what he would talk about, and the swordsman asks if he felt anything when he was with the queen. Without any expression, the MC says the only thing he felt was the queen's royal presence. Before leaving, Lloyd asks if Javier noticed anything strange about her right arm. The swordsman asks if he's going somewhere, but the MC remains silent, then reveals that he'll take the opportunity to visit his younger brother while he's there. Javier seems thoughtful about Lloyd calling Julian his brother. Far from the palace, Scheherazade is training Julian, complaining about his combat stance. Despite trying hard, he was far from keeping up with her speed, as she appears behind him. But instead of landing an attack from behind, she gives him a passionate kiss on the cheek, leaving her husband completely embarrassed. As a gesture of affection, he kisses her hand. A couple completely in love and happy. The MC, who had gone to visit the couple, was just watching the scene with a look of disdain. To him, his brother lived a wonderful life that he would never enjoy. He would just live alone until the end. Upset, he doesn't even greet them and decides to leave. But before going, he casts one last look at the loving couple, remembering the terrible fate that awaits them, unless he can do something to change their future. The MC wishes that the couple can continue to enjoy that happiness. He will do everything he can to ensure that. On the way back, he hears murmurs from someone telling how they were expelled from the academy. Because of someone, if they hadn't done that, everything would have been different. The man explains how he blames the MC for his problems. As soon as Lloyd turns to see who is saying that, the hooded man is running toward him with a dagger, cursing him. The scene shifts to a young man in the academy's uniform, where Thanos walked proudly in front of a group of students, being greeted by other students. At that time, he was the most powerful person at the Royal Academy. A student walking with him points to another student. It was Julian, saying that he was the student who had ranked first that time. Even though he was a genius with magic, had a brilliant mind, and was the son of Duke Thanos, he had lost to Julian, who shrank in a corner as he and his group passed by. He tells a companion that he no longer wanted to see Julian around unless he was broken and injured. If the other didn't do as he commanded, his family would be held responsible. Everyone bowed to him, not just the students, but also the teachers and the principal. But he and his father were found guilty by the queen for corruption and other illegal acts at the academy. Because of these crimes that insulted the name of Magentano, she stripped all the titles and assets that the Thanos family possessed. And that's when everything started to go wrong. His father tied him to a tree and blamed him for everything, saying he should take responsibility for ruining the family. Using a sword, he planned to end his son's life. He received the painful blow, unable to defend himself. If he weren't so gifted with magic, he would have died there. But thanks to his powers, he pulled the knife from his body and freed himself from his bonds. Thanos walked away, reflecting on how he had lost everything he had. He had nothing left. No, in fact, there was only one thing that made immense anger grow within him. Thanos wanted revenge for everything that had happened to him. Returning to Thanos' attack on the MC, Lloyd easily blocks the attack, which wasn't expected by his attacker. The MC looks at him with disdain, and holding Thanos' arm, he prepares to land a punch on him, which he does, precisely, and throws him backward. Looking at the man on the ground, Lloyd asks who he is but doesn't care much if he doesn't answer. He concludes that the opponent must have been expelled for misbehaving. Being attacked in that area by someone of that age, it was obvious to Lloyd. Furious at being treated this way, Thanos flings his blood toward the MC. The liquid transforms into spears heading his way. But thanks to the shovel he was carrying, Lloyd manages to defend himself from the spears coming at him, and even counterattacks Thanos. Now he's a bit more interested in the guy, seeing that he can use blood magic. In the novel, there wasn't any character capable of using that type of magic. Furious, Thanos yells that the MC is not the most deserving, just a miserable villain, a piece of disgusting trash, who would turn against his people at any moment, killing anyone who didn't benefit him, leaving the MC speechless with that declaration. Meanwhile, in the palace, Alicia responds to Javier, saying she just finds the MC very talented and wants him by her side. The swordsman questions if that's the only reason she wants the MC by her side, and she reaffirms it, saying he's acting strange. Alicia says she has no idea where Javier is going with this conversation. Then he says that he believes even the most powerful warrior needs a home to return to and rest, and there needs to be someone there to wait for him, to be with him while he sleeps. By now, there's no way the queen hasn't understood, but she remains silent. Meanwhile, her important person is on top of Thanos, beating him to get answers. It was rare for someone to get Lloyd so mad, but he had managed it. While continuing to punch the guy, Thanos begins to make blood inscriptions without the MC noticing. Then he gives a wide, frightening smile, leaving the MC puzzled about what he was plotting. Suddenly, Thanos' blood on the ground starts to move, rising like some kind of whirlwind. Lloyd could hardly believe what he was seeing. The thing Thanos created managed to have an even uglier face than the MC's. Worse than that, the creature didn't come in peace. It was about to attack him. At the palace, Javier, still in conversation, notices something strange, being reprimanded by Alicia for losing focus during their match. Like the gentleman he is, he apologizes to the queen, then flies off without saying another word. Near the palace, Lloyd is being attacked by that strange magic. Sensing something was wrong, the swordsman tries to reach his master as quickly as possible. At that moment, the monstrosity is about to swallow the MC, who has been completely immobilized by it. Then our savior appears, tearing the creature to pieces as if it were nothing. With that done, Javier looks for the one responsible for it, who is panicking because his creature was defeated so easily, and in excruciating pain, as Javier cuts off his arm. The whole scene happens very quickly. As soon as Javier finishes, he picks up his master to place him in a safe spot. As he does so, Thanos tries to reach his severed arm, which still held the dagger. Trying to stop him, Javier flies toward the mage, but it's too late. He managed to grab the dagger. Then a new blood whirlwind appears. Right in the middle of it was Thanos, holding his arm in his mouth with an insane look in his eyes. Suddenly, the whirlwind disappears, leaving only a puddle on the ground. As soon as Javier lands in front of it, he is certain that the mage has completely disappeared. Looking at what happened, the MC wonders what that was and who uses that kind of magic. Elsewhere in the kingdom, we see a red stain on the ground like the one in the city. Then another whirlwind arises from it, bringing with it a severely injured Thanos. In the city, Lloyd tells Javier that the guy must have been expelled from the academy for bullying, but he doesn't recognize the magic used. Meanwhile, the mage crawls on the ground, holding his arm and cursing the two. Javier blames himself for not decapitating the guy when he had the chance, but the MC consoles him, saying there was no way to know he would disappear. Furious in the ruins, Thanos yells that he will never forgive them as he tries to fix his arm. To ease the swordsman's guilt, the MC says that with him around, that mage will never be able to touch him. Even so, Javier remains worried for letting the mage escape. Meanwhile, Thanos continues screaming alone that he will kill them all. Suddenly, a system window appears for Lloyd, showing that now the number of lives he has saved is no longer 0. Now the count changed to 1 less life saved. The MC panics, wondering what that could mean, that his arrival in that world might mean someone's death. The next day, in the palace, Lloyd is a bit wary of the queen's decision. She had him completely surrounded by bodyguards to the point where he could hardly move. According to her, that was the standard level of security when someone was threatening the life of the kingdom's most meritorious person. She orders a general to deal with anyone who approaches Lloyd, and he confirms the orders. But the MC protests that this won't work, as he has Javier, who is more powerful than thousands of soldiers. This convinces the queen to disperse the bodyguards, and she tells him she will investigate the blood magic. Now Lloyd has one more problem on his hands to prevent those bad things from happening. He needs to focus first on obtaining Toranga, so he orders his workers to start the project. Toranga is one of the foundational pillars of the palace, and all he needs to do is dig and remove it. Since the chamber would never approve this, the queen lied, saying it was a palace restoration project. To avoid damaging the structure, the MC will have to dig a tunnel from the side. But if they aren't careful, the whole structure could collapse, so they need to harden the soil first. The MC was using Podong to dig when a worker informs him that the item he had been waiting for had arrived. In the novel, there was an artifact capable of freezing the ground, which was exactly what he needed. The artifact in question was the Heart of Winter. It was one of the 3 divine objects of Magenta, said to contain all the winters of the world. It had been given to the royal family long ago by the ice dragon Tyrannus. In the novel, there was a scene where the queen, after turning evil, froze an entire enemy army with the item. To use such an object, they would need the chamber's approval. But thanks to a little bribery, Alicia managed it. With the Heart of Winter, the MC will be able to safely remove the Toranga, but he will need to put another block in its place. Passing by a group of mages, one of them catches Javier's attention. It was none other than Siluria, the swordsman's crush from Namarin. His eyes widened when he realized it was her, but the girl just greeted him briefly and went on her way. Lloyd's comments to him that she's a brilliant mage, so it's no wonder she's handling such a powerful item. He encourages Javier to go talk to her, knowing the swordsman missed the girl. However, Javier plays dumb, but the MC insists, saying he saw what was going on between the 2 of them. He says he can tell when one person likes another just with a glance, having a 100% accurate radar. In this case, Javier thinks that this ability doesn't work at all when it comes to its user. The swordsman says he can't leave his master, who is being pursued, even though the MC says he can handle the mage. The first step of the project is to dig a vertical tunnel and insert concrete rebar. Step 2 is to build the underground freezing chamber for the soil. In step 3, the kingdom's most skilled mages will control the Heart of Winter. They'll insert frozen spears that connect to the heart to start freezing the ground. Once that's done, step 4 is to dig a tunnel up to the foundation ceiling. Of course, with Padong, the project moves fast, and Javier comments that the work is progressing faster than usual. For the MC, the faster, the better. He's running out of time and needs to extract the Toranga as quickly as possible. If he used another method he has in mind to speed up the process, then he slaps his own face, trying to push those thoughts out of his mind. He shouts for the team to prepare the rebar and start the concrete coating. The project continues, and Siluria is using her magic to control the heart. But something's wrong. Under the door guarding the heart, a red stain begins to spread. The stain quickly turns into a red vortex, and from it, Thanos emerges, completely enraged. A few days earlier, 2 nobles were discussing Lloyd's rapid rise as the kingdom's most meritorious person. Duke Toscano, leader of the chamber, said it was dangerous to let the MC be so successful, as many noble families had been disadvantaged because of him. The others still questioned the queen giving Lloyd access to one of the empire's most precious items. Toscano wanted to find the MC's weakness to bring him down. More than that, he wanted to get rid of Lloyd and the queen all at once. Alone, the duke reflected that with Lloyd's bodyguard, it would be almost impossible to assassinate him. Suddenly, someone appears behind him, saying it's been a while since they last met. Startled, the count turns to see who the intruder was. Worthroad introduces himself as the 3rd son of the former Duke Thanos, and asks how the Duke was doing. Toscano is shocked to learn that the young man is still alive. The mage says it seems something is troubling the Count. If what's troubling him is Lloyd Frontera, maybe he can offer some help. The mage asks what the MC is doing in the castle, and the Count promptly responds that he's doing repairs and has taken the Heart of Winter. Worthroad repeats the item's name with a wide smile. Then he asks Toscano to do him a favor. He shows a vial with some of his blood and asks the Count to have one of his men pour it into the construction. If the Count does this, then the whole world will know that Lloyd is pure evil and should never have been born. Meanwhile, at the construction site, a man appears, saying he needs to tell something to the MC. He thinks he might be unhappy with the job, but it seems that's not the case. Thanks to the MC's diplomatic skills with Asfahan, his wife was able to learn the art of pottery, which was her dream. Another worker also thanks him and even says that his son wants to become a civil engineer and looks up to the MC. With an angelic smile, Lloyd says that if they're so grateful, they could each give him 1,000 gold. And indeed, they're so thankful that they give him what the MC asked for. Javier comments that now his master is extorting his workers, but even he hadn't thought they'd actually give him the money. Behind them, one of the guards at the door says the next shift is late and asks the other to go fetch them, leaving him alone to guard the Heart of Winter. The soldier grabs the vial that Count Toscano gave him and pours its contents onto the ground. At that moment, an eye appears in the middle of the red liquid. After seeing the direction it was facing, quickly moves underneath it. Then, Siluria, who was inside with the other mages, notices something is wrong. It was Worthroad, who had just appeared with an insane look on his face. Immediately, Javier realizes something is amiss. He recognizes that the mage from before somehow made his way there. In the locked room, the mages attack him, wanting to know who this man is. But Thanos advances toward them, unfazed by the fire attacks. Meanwhile, Lloyd orders Javier to protect the Heart of Winter. Worthroad, using his blood magic, summons red tentacles to attack the group of mages. To stop them, Siluria invokes a force field, but it is destroyed by the tentacles as if it were nothing. In the blink of an eye, everything protecting the Heart of Ice is destroyed. Javier appears, trying to stop the mage from causing more damage. Then, the Heart of Winter begins to shine intensely. The powerful winds emanating from it prevent the mages from getting close. Desperate, Javier wonders where Thanos is, if he disappeared. Then, something catches his eye. In front of all the mages stands Lady Siluria, struggling to keep the item under control. The swordsman turns to his master, who was shouting at him to stay there. Lloyd yells through the gusts of wind that Javier has to block the heart of winter right there. Despite the order, the swordsman tries to protest, but his friend asks him to trust him. So, Javier advances toward the heart of winter. Seeing Javier heading toward the item, Siluria cries out in concern. Using all the power he has, the swordsman tries to contain the heart. But the item is as powerful as a high-ranking dragon. He won't be able to hold it for long. Outside the room, Lloyd, who has the ability not to suffer from hypothermia, runs to reach them. He knows he's not virtuous, but he needs to fix this and return the workers' money. As he thinks about this, Worth Road appears behind him and stabs him from behind like a coward. The mage says that now Lloyd will face his true self. The MC could hardly believe this had happened, but suddenly, something changes within the MC. The same marks that plague the queen appear on Lloyd's face. Then we see him with his appearance from the previous world, being called by a voice. The voice says there's no time for failure. It came from the Lloyd we know, who says that if he blows up the palace, he could get the materials he wants much faster. With a sinister expression, this Lloyd says they have the power necessary to do it. Outside the MC's mind, Javier is still struggling to contain the power of the heart of hell. Realizing how hard it is for him, Siluria uses her ignite fire magic, heating the wind surrounding the magical item. With this, Javier can endure it a bit longer, but she wonders what the point of just blocking is. Thinking he should be protecting the MC, who had just been stabbed, Lloyd screams as the power of the curse enters his body, while the mage laughs, saying that this is ancient magic, the curse of darkness that consumes everything. If there's even a spark of darkness within a person, it will multiply until it takes over their mind. Worth Road shouts for Lloyd to reveal his corrupt and reckless self, for him to destroy everything. With the MC in agony, the mage continues to command him to reveal his true self, so he will perish with the world's hatred. Inside the MC, the conversation between his two versions continues. Lloyd tells Soho that he wasted too much time in the mermaid's kingdom, asking why he bothered to coerce them. There was a much easier way to get what he wanted. The image of the giant octopus that held the mermaid's kingdom appears at Soho's feet. Lloyd says that if he had used Draghi, he would have resolved everything in less than a day. He didn't need the king's permission. Using terror was a fantastic method of communication. Soho is shocked, seeing the alternative Lloyd showed him. Lloyd continues, showing that Javier could have taken down the sovereign of the sea people. It would have taken just a few hours to subjugate all those people, and to get the Toranga, all he needed to do was get rid of the palace. Lloyd even claims that if he hadn't taken so long, the Jewel of Truth could already be complete. Then Soho asks what he's talking about. How could he do something that would hurt and sadden so many people? But Lloyd shows that he didn't care about any of them. Facing Soho, he says none of those people were part of his family. For him, there was a clear difference in value between strangers and those he loved. With tears streaming down his back, he asks if Soho wants to lose everyone he loves once again. Then the image of the MC's parents appears like reflections in a water mirror. Soho is in shock, staring at them. He remains downcast as the darkness within him seems to grow more and more. At that moment, he appears to make a decision. Then Lloyd extends his hand to him, saying they should save those they love. Slowly, Soho walks toward him, extending his hand toward Lloyd's. But instead of grabbing it, he embraces his dark side. Still hugging him, he says that Lloyd must be scared, but it was okay. Then Soho places his hands on Lloyd's shoulders, confidently saying they don't need to do any of that to get what they want. After all, they are more than capable. Then he disappears, leaving Lloyd alone in that place, which now seems at peace. Confident, now the MC is certain they are right. Back in reality, Lloyd is no longer suffering from the wound, and Worth Road stares at him with wide eyes, sure the curse would destroy Lloyd, who turns to him with a serious look, and says the mage can keep thinking about how rotten he thinks he is inside. Then he grabs him by the collar, saying he will show the mage who he is inside and who he is outside, and punches Worth Road in the face. Elsewhere, we see Queen Alicia rushing. A strong gust of cold wind is coming from Lloyd's tunnel. According to the soldiers, if they get closer, they will be burned by the cold. Unfazed by any of this, the queen throws herself into the hole. Thinking that this person is more competent than thousands of subjects, she cannot risk losing him. In the tunnel, Alicia finds Javier, who informs her that Lloyd is inside. Then she advances, trying to find him, and along the way, she finds the son of the former Duke of Thanos completely frozen, serves him right. Then something catches the queen's attention. A little further ahead, she can see a familiar silhouette. The MC was walking with difficulty, carrying someone on his shoulders. It was a worker, practically frozen. One of the workers jokes that the job couldn't be that hard if he still didn't want to quit, but he had no choice. His coworker laughs, saying none of them had an alternative, but that Soho was a great young man. That man was loved by everyone on the construction site. His smile always lifted everyone's spirits. He worked hard to send money to his family abroad, but one day, he had an accident and could no longer walk. The reason for the accident was obvious. Their safety equipment was garbage, but no one took responsibility for it. Both the construction company and the developer avoided accountability. When it came to rights that benefited them, they cared, but they turned a blind eye when they should have been held responsible. Back in the present, Lloyd thinks about what he would do if something like that happened at his work sites. Maybe he would even run away. Then Alicia appears, yelling for him. The queen throws her cloak over him, trying to protect him from the cold, at least a little. In doing so, she realizes that the MC is almost out of mana. The only explanation is that he must have given all his mana to the workers, which is why he's in this condition. Despite his state, Lloyd worriedly tells the queen that there are still 8 workers inside and that Javier is in danger. But for her, the MC's safety comes first. She takes off, fleeing the gusts of wind, carrying him on her back. Lloyd continues talking about the workers left behind, but Alicia asks him to trust his queen. Ahead of them is the tunnel leading to the exit. Then the queen climbs up, bringing Lloyd back to the surface. The soldiers worry about her safety, but Alicia doesn't say a word to them. She throws herself back into the frozen tunnel. Meanwhile, the workers bring blankets for the MC, surprised that he can withstand the cold. He was betting on his ability to be immune to hypothermia, but it was useless if his body froze. Looking up at the warm sky, the MC wonders if he can rest now. Inside the tunnel, the queen keeps running to save those left behind, until she sees Pdong huddled at the end of the tunnel. The guinea pig was trembling as he tried to protect the workers left behind. On the surface, some people shout that 2 more workers were rescued and worry about the queen's actions. Hearing them, Lloyd reflects that Alicia is amazing, as expected of a master swordsman, and with Javier holding off the cold, everything will be fine. The soldiers yell for the queen to stop, thinking she is too important to endanger herself for those lowly workers. Furious, she asks them if they would say the same things if they were the ones trapped down there. Despite hearing these things, Lloyd tries to focus on his dream of a peaceful life in the county. But suddenly, something pulls him from those dreams of a tranquil life. The freezing gusts from the heart of ice grow even stronger, and Javier hugs Siluria, trying to shield the girl from the cold, even just a little. Outside, the soldiers shout that the last person has been rescued, but the queen says there are still 2 people down in the freezing chamber. At that moment, an even more powerful blast of cold emerges from the crater, lifting the ground with it. The queen looks in disbelief at what's happening. The cutting gusts of cold spread far beyond the crater, freezing the palace almost instantly, and reaching the city. To try to remedy the situation, at least a little, Draghi appears, breathing his flame toward the whirlwind. The queen orders the evacuation of the citizens, and any intermediate sword expert to assist. Then something causes the queen to stop everything she's doing. Lloyd is standing in front of her, and even though Alicia commands him not to go in that direction, to run away from there, the MC says seriously that he will not lose anyone precious to him. He activates his quick charge ability, which starts absorbing the cold winds. But the queen yells at him, warning that it's too much for a human to absorb. Even as she says this, the winds visibly weaken. Alicia notices this, shocked. In the end, the gusts become just a single lance of freezing wind that heads straight for the MC. Lloyd absorbs it, but because of that, his body becomes entirely frozen. In the rest of the kingdom, the sun shines as if none of that had happened, but the queen remains still, in shock, because the person who mattered most to her had turned into a block of ice. Even the workers look distressed at what Lloyd has become. Inside the tunnel, Worth Road, who doesn't matter to us, is still frozen, and Siluria and Javier, now safe, are the first to discover that the heart of winter has completely disappeared. With the winds gone, the mages realize they are saved, wondering how they survived. One of them remembers that his entire body was turning into ice and thought he was dead, but suddenly the cold left. It was as if something had taken all that cold away. Facing his master, Javier doesn't even know how to react. He can't believe that happened to Lloyd. The queen, who was also looking at him, was in disbelief. She walks up to the block of ice that the MC has become. With a trembling hand, she grabs Lloyd's open hand. Then her eyes widen. She turns to Javier, saying she can feel that Lloyd's heart is still beating, restoring the lost hope in the swordsman. Alicia asks if Javier could melt Lloyd using mana. Inside that cold layer he had become, it was as if the MC was tied up with few clothes and left to freeze. He wondered what had happened to him, why he was in that situation. Then someone tells him that this is the materialization of his heart, the only part of him that can move now. A strange creature says that Lloyd is alive thanks to him with a little grin, and that he should be grateful. To the MC, that was a monster, but the little creature, annoyed, says that he is the heart of winter. Then he turns around to show that he has the shape of a blue heart, but to the MC, it looks even more like a but that way. Regardless, he questions why the heart is inside his body. With a smug face, the little creature explains that it allowed itself to be absorbed by Lloyd. The arrogant one says it took the great dragon Tyrannus 110 days to create it, and if it hadn't wanted to, the MC would never have been able to absorb it. Besides that, the little blue but felt a special power coming from Lloyd. It's as if his heart reminded him of a dragon's heart. Surprised, the MC remembers his half-man, half-dragon ability, and just like Anticus, the little creature liked him. Then the Heart of Winter says that wasn't the only reason. It explains that it was amazing how Lloyd didn't hesitate for a single moment to sacrifice himself for others. That's why it wanted to see how a human like him would turn out. With a disgusted face, the MC says that's ridiculous, He just didn't want anyone complaining about him later. Despite the statement, it's still reason enough for the creature. It doesn't matter that he did everything for such a reason. The heart begins to float around Lloyd, leaving a blue trail as it passes until it reaches him. Then the system announces that the MC has become one with the heart of winter, and now has the ability to freeze time. Suddenly, Lloyd opens his eyes in surprise, no longer a block of ice. All he can think about is the incredible ability he's just gained. Time can be frozen for up to a year, and if the time freezer leaves the exclusion zone, time resumes flowing. With a sinister smile, the MC knows this means he can freeze time and build at the speed of light. This ability will allow him, even if things start to go wrong, to freeze time and find a way out. There's just one problem. He needs 3000 RP to use the ability, but he only has 2665. Even though he now has this wonderful secret weapon, he also has a problem staring him in the face. The problem in question is Javier and the Queen, who are waiting for him to wake up. As soon as he sees his master waking up, the swordsman starts shouting his name, but the MC stops him, signaling that it's better to stay quiet. He shoots a glance at the Queen, who is sitting further back. We can see Alicia has fallen asleep, surely tired after everything that happened. With a serious face, Lloyd reveals that he is in possession of a divine item from the kingdom, as if he had stolen a nuclear bomb. With no time to explain further, the MC says it's lethal and they need to leave immediately. Javier questions how that would help. They'd become enemies of the kingdom, and besides, the MC needed to deal with the consequences of what happened. Lloyd says he had planned for that. He never failed before. But from his confused and shaky look, he must not have thought of anything. At that moment, the Queen opens her eyes and says it's too late to run, leaving the MC in panic. Bowing, Lloyd says he never intended to possess the heart, and without showing anger, Alicia tells him to stand up. Staying bent over like that wouldn't solve anything, and she thinks she knows what happened. The problem is, the MC was responsible for borrowing the heart, which makes him curse Stannis. It was all his fault. Even though he had been frozen before, the Queen says he remained alive. That is, until he was captured, and then he was burned. He was truly a vile man, and the Queen made sure to witness his end. Changing the subject, what matters to her at this moment is that Lloyd is still alive. This time, she was so direct that the MC blushes. He can't be that foolish. His heart even starts beating strangely, and Lloyd wonders if it's because of the winter bud, which starts shouting inside him, irritating him, saying it's a heart, not a bud. According to Alicia, her only regret was not having learned about that blood magic. No method had worked with the mage. Then Lloyd tells her that when he was stabbed by the purple knife imbued with mana, he was temporarily infected with the darkness curse that consumes everything and was taken to a kind of dream world. Shocked by the information, the Queen tells him to stop talking, and she gets closer to the MC, wanting to know everything she can about that curse, since she herself carries it. Alicia begins removing the glove that covered her hand, leaving Lloyd intrigued by what she's about to reveal. She boldly shows him her hand marked by the curse. That same night, the Queen was walking through the palace until one of the rooms caught her attention. Those closed doors brought back old memories. Just by setting foot inside, Alicia could see her past self holding a sword, surrounded by 3 bodies. That night, her sword dripped with blood, but the young woman had no choice. Her brothers were about to kill her, and the death of their parents had also been their fault. Her brothers had been very kind to her, but in the end, it was all a lie. Then her younger self turns to her, saying she should trust no one, that she must kill before she is killed. The young woman affirms that both of them know the danger that Lloyd Frontera represents. She warns that the Queen must not be foolish and trust someone again, or she will end up being betrayed. Shouting, her other version reveals that people don't respect her because they think she's a wise queen. She could be killed in an instant. This darker side of Alicia wants her to control everyone through fear. Only then will she not be betrayed. Then, just like our MC did before, the Queen embraces her dark self, asking her not to look so angry. In truth, she knew that her other version was just lonely and scared. There was no problem in being weak sometimes. After those words, the young version disappears, leaving Alicia behind with tears streaming down her face. With that, the Queen awakens from that cursed dream. With teary eyes, she looks at her hand. Realizing that everything worked out, she managed to rid herself of the curse that was consuming her. Lloyd had told her he didn't know how he overcame the curse. He had simply accepted it somehow, acknowledging that people can have bad thoughts, can be weak at times, and ignoring that becomes a disease for the heart. The Queen even wonders if he also knows about mental health, and he reveals that he researched a little about it, that it's a much scarier illness than people think. At that moment, she began to wonder how she would accept that, and back in her chambers, Alicia concludes that she is indebted to Lloyd once again. Soon after, the day of the MC's trial arrives, where the chamber members will participate, and Toscano walks ahead of them excitedly. Another member tells him that even with the Queen's protection, this will ruin the MC, and the Duke agrees because he lost the divine item. Toscano proclaims that although Lloyd is a deserving subject, at the very least, his family will lose all their status. At the trial, the MC stands surrounded by chamber members, and the Queen announces that he will be judged by the sacred laws of the Kingdom of Magentano. The trial is being held at the chamber's request, which will serve as a jury and ensure the crimes are made known. In her thoughts, The Queen asks for Lloyd's forgiveness. She couldn't defile this but would try to spare him from the death penalty. In another room, Siluria is distraught. She knows it wasn't the MC who caused the heart to explode, and he saved the entire city. Javier explains that it doesn't change the fact that it was the MC who brought the heart, and that he couldn't stop the one responsible for it. He asks Siluria not to worry, as his master will be fine, but she protests that the chamber hates him. However, since Lloyd said everything would be okay, Javier believes it will indeed turn out that way. At the trial, Toscano tells the defendant that they entrusted the kingdom's divine item to him due to his immense grace. Seeing the MC fumbling with his coat, he even accuses him of searching for something in a sacred court like that. Then Lloyd pulls a vial from his pocket, an item familiar to the Duke, who just stares at the defendant without saying anything. But as the MC knows where he's heading, he starts making some faces while showing the vial. The Duke continues looking at him, confused, until suddenly he turns white as a sheet. Now he recognizes the object. He remembers giving it to a soldier, ordering him to spread it in front of the room that housed the heart in exchange for a reward. Toscano enters a panic, trembling and not knowing what to do, questioning how the MC could have found that. For his part, Lloyd continues pointing at the vial, threatening the Duke with his eyes. The MC had returned to the tunnels, trying to figure out how Worthrode had managed to get in there. Unless he teleported, someone must have helped the mage enter, and that someone had to be a chamber member. To aid in the search, he calls all his pets, asking them to thoroughly search that place. The result of the search was that small dirty vial. Unable to take his eyes off the object, Toscano can barely formulate something to say, mumbling that the MC betrayed the Queen and was responsible for the divine item. Then Lloyd signals to him, wanting him to see something. But slow as he was, the Count in shock takes time to understand, until he notices that the soldier he had corrupted before was there. The soldier regretted what he had done. He had no idea what would happen and agreed to help the MC, who had even saved his life. At that moment, the MC's expression becomes even nastier, pointing to the 2 trump cards he holds. Trembling and surely already regretting everything, Toscano says Lloyd committed all those mistakes. Then, as if he were someone else, he begins to smile, stating that even though he did that, Lloyd was the deserving subject, a true hero for preventing the Queen's assassination. While the chamber members look at him, confused by this sudden change in him. The Queen, like them, doesn't understand Toscano's change in behavior. While the MC begins to strike poses, the Duke continues to shower him with praise. Stopping his pose, Lloyd points at Toscano, showing that he won't let it slide next time. It's better for him to have learned his lesson. For his part, the Duke is in tears, ending the trial by proclaiming that the MC is a hero among heroes, a wonderful being. Despite having cleared himself of the accusations, there was no way to pretend that none of it had happened. To compensate for the management of his project, the MC decides that if the Queen calls for him, he must hurry and complete his construction project. Even though he is grateful for avoiding more serious consequences, Lloyd is worried about the little time he has. While thinking about this, Bibyong finally manages to gather all the Aotiro needed for the project. As soon as he obtains the legendary material, the system notifies him that he will be rewarded with bonus points. His eyes widen as he receives 2,000 extra points without having done anything extraordinary. He celebrates, knowing that he now has enough to use his time-freezing ability if necessary. Now that the Queen is free from the curse, which means he has prevented a major event, he thought the number of lives saved would change. But the Count remains at -1 saved life. Since he can't do anything about that now, at least he's getting closer to the answer he's searching for. Standing before the Queen, who calls him a terrible man, she questions whether he will run away again after finishing what he came to do. Apologizing, the MC says he has important work to do and can't waste any more time. With a more relaxed expression, Alicia asks if that is more important than staying by his Queen's side. Without hesitation, he replies that it is. She smiles at his typical blunt response. Alicia says that in that case, he should go. And with an angelic smile, she says she will wait for his return. This makes him blush, and he thinks his heart feels strange again, blaming the spirit of winter for it, who is incredulous that Lloyd still hasn't figured out what he's feeling. Later, we see Draghi carrying the materials gathered in Magentano, along with the MC and Javier. At a certain point, he drops the load, which sinks into the sea. According to Lloyd's calculations, the materials must have fallen near the Mermaid Kingdom. Then he changes the subject and asks if Javier properly said goodbye to Siluria and if they talked about other things. For the swordsman, the master is too desperate to get the two of them together, and the MC tells him to stop pretending he doesn't feel anything for her. Calling himself a love guru, he says nothing escapes his notice. Upon hearing this, the spirit of winter thinks he must be joking. Lloyd has no clue about his own feelings. Silently, Javier recalls his farewell with Siluria. She said that one day, when his work was finished, and she had become a great mage, then she would tell him that she loves him. The memory of the girl's sweet words makes our knight blush discreetly. This doesn't escape the MC's notice, who now feels sure she said something interesting and gets jealous. Not wanting to talk about it any further, Javier asks the master where they're heading now. According to Lloyd, the other important material they need is in the southern plains. This makes the swordsman question if they're heading to that place, and the MC confirms it. The plains bikers gang the Centaurs. After the Great Tribal War, The second material they need, Taupo, was passed around until the centaurs ran out of it. If they find them, they might get clues about where the Taupo went, though for Javier, that place is too vast to search. But according to Lloyd, they have no other choice. If they went with Draghi, they might scare them off. Besides, he's sure the centaurs will find them first. As soon as he finishes saying that, the ground starts to tremble. An army of centaurs appears, kicking up dust and asking who they are, angry that the outsiders dared to invade their lands. The creatures were nothing like Lloyd had imagined. What kind of character design was that? The group surrounds them, making a ruckus and lots of noise. Before introducing himself, the MC asks why they're making those noises, but for the centaur, humans also shout weirdly. With that answer, Lloyd concludes that these guys are pretty bad characters. Bowing, he asks to speak with the wisest centaur, but the creature scoffs, saying no two-legged being would dare request such a thing. So, the MC questions what difference it makes having 2 or 4 legs. Since he was probably faster than that guy, he claims the right to meet their chief. The centaur stares at him, outraged. Then they start laughing strangely again, while one mocks, saying a human has challenged him to a race. He shouts angrily that the challenged party decides the finish line, and whoever reaches it first can have whatever they want. Javier asks if he's the one who will run, but according to Lloyd, to avoid what happened in the Mermaid Kingdom, he'll do it. The swordsman warns that it won't be easy, as the centaur's speed rivals that of a sword master. With a sly smile, the MC agrees that running will be difficult. With his trademark devious look, he reveals that he won't be running. The race will finish at a rock 200 meters away. All smug, the half-horse says he'll show how pathetic the human body is. Then they line up at the starting point, and a slingshot signals the start. As expected, the centaur surges ahead of the MC. Watching the race, Javier thinks this isn't a situation that can be won just by talking louder. Then Lloyd pulls out only a shovel from his pocket, and the swordsman starts to understand what his master's plan is. He uses his blast ability, certain that he would win. The explosion propels the MC forward, toward the finish line. In the blink of an eye, he passes the centaur, and crashes into the finish line rock. Apparently, he used too much force in the explosion since he falls from the rock, nearly unconscious. Even the smug half-horse is dumbfounded by the situation. Not even his companions know how to react, as they never expected to lose this way. Lloyd was still lying at the finish line. Then he lifts his face, all bruised, saying with a crazed look that he was the fastest. That was the legendary human with the speed of light. Convinced, the MC laughs and says that since he won, he should now be allowed to meet their chief. But the annoying half-horse says he's not in the mood to introduce him to his chief. This makes the MC seriously ask why. According to the irritated centaur, it's because the MC cheated. He should have run to win. With a demonic look, Lloyd says that by their tradition, it doesn't matter how he won, as long as he was the fastest. Knowing he was right, the centaur doesn't know how to respond and just feels afraid of the human. Then someone among the centaurs calls for their captain. It was Cherinin, who tells her captain to stop being a sore loser and accept defeat. According to her, the tradition states that the fastest wins everything, and there's nothing about having to run to win. With no other option, it seems the half-horse will have to accept his loss. Stepping forward as the leader, the girl calls the MC, telling him to follow her, as she will take him to the chief. Thoughtfully, Lloyd reflects that this is how the situation is going to unfold. So the three of them head off together to meet the centaur chief. Along the way, Javier comments that the master seems quite proud, revealing that he feels quite popular with these people. According to him, female centaurs like fast men, and if they had to choose, they would always pick the fastest. That's why he's convinced Cherinin is falling for him. But to the swordsman, she definitely isn't. While Lloyd questions if Javier is jealous, he gets kicked in the stomach, which sends him flying into the middle of the field. The girl had overheard their conversation, and says that even if he is the fastest, he would at least need to be handsome, leaving the MC completely disheartened on the ground. Looking at the master, the swordsman reveals that the girl's gaze wasn't one of interest in him. Since many women had looked at him with love, he knew how to recognize that kind of gaze. This doesn't make Lloyd feel any better. As the MC is carried, the girl comments that it's very annoying that everyone only talks about speed, celebrating that speed isn't everything. Looking at her, Lloyd wonders what she meant by that. Finally, they arrive at the centaur village, and Cherinin says the largest tent belongs to their chief. She also reveals that the chief's name is Cherkin, and he is her father. This surprises the pair, as they didn't expect it. The chief's tent really stood out from the rest. Inside, Cherkin says it's a pleasure to meet the fast man recognized by his daughter. Lloyd and Javier just stare at the leader, saying nothing. The MC still hadn't come to terms with how strange these characters were. He introduces himself, explaining that he's looking for the Taupo, which used to be part of the Jewel of Truth, and asks if he knows anything about it. As if it's nothing, the leader says that what they're looking for is right there. At first, the MC is speechless. Then he asks the chief for the Taupo, to which the chief replies that the human must really have no shame. Even though he has no use for it, he says the Taupo is part of their tradition, so he can't just hand it over. Lloyd starts to think it won't be easy to take what he needs by force. Cherinin, who was listening to the conversation, says that these traditions are useless, and her father should hand over the item. The leader complains about his daughter's modern ideals and tells her to go run and destroy something outside. Ignoring him, she talks about the legend of the man with the speed of light, and says that maybe the MC is him. According to the girl, this is a legend passed down from generation to generation, where a human who flies at the speed of light would visit them, and that this man would resolve the speed issue of the centaurs. Cherkin says that if Lloyd is indeed that man and can solve the problem, where they can't break any records, then then he would happily give the topo to him. At that moment, the MC wonders how they could become even faster than they already are. Far away, in another part of the kingdom, we see a room with a sort of ritual cauldron in the middle. Inside the cauldron, there's an arm floating in green liquid. Suddenly, the limb starts to move and regenerate. It quickly becomes a complete human body. It crawls out of the huge cauldron and drags itself across the floor. The enraged human was none other than Thanos, who must have returned using some form of dark energy. He thought about how he could have failed to end Lloyd, even using dark magic. Reflecting on how, with this ghoul-like appearance, what could he do now? With the strength he has now, he doubted he could do anything. Then a voice says it's a sad sight, and reminds him that he had been told from the start that all he needed to do was summon him into the world of the living. For that person, who was none other than the Lord of Hell, would kill Lloyd Frontera for him. He also reveals that it was him who disclosed the location of Castle Targa and helped Thanos learn ancient dark magic. The Lord of Hell says that no matter how much the mage longs for revenge, he must know by now that his opponent is no ordinary foe. By Thanos' expression, he already understood that very well. The Lord adds that if he enters the world of the living, everything will become easier, but due to this world's rules, he can't cross the barrier physically. So he asks once again for the mage to gather the materials and summon him. That way, he will complete Thanos' revenge, and put a collar on the MC, using him as a slave for all eternity. Bowing, Thanos swears he will help the King of Hell enter the world of the living. Back at the Centaur village, Lloyd didn't know what to do to make them faster. According to Javier, they would only accept being faster if it were through running. He reminds him that they should consider whether making these creatures faster is a good idea or not. Both the young and the old were covered in injuries, victims of the competition to become faster. This makes the MC remember that, according to Chernin, they decide everything with races, especially when competing for a mate. These guys were running wildly in every direction. They were the definition of pandemonium. Remembering that Chernin said they only talked about speed, but that it wasn't everything, Lloyd thought about the slow human of light speed who would solve their speed problem. But solving the problem didn't mean they would be faster. As Chernin walked through the village, a guy caught her attention. The guy asked her to accept his marriage proposal. The girl didn't seem interested at all, and he said she was acting as if she didn't like it one bit. He confidently claimed to be the champion of the Comanche centaurs, and that all the women loved him, so she shouldn't be any different. The guy grabbed her arm, telling her to stop pretending to be pure, and that they should go run in the flowers. More than irritated by that idiot, she told him not to touch her, and kicked him. The girl said she hated people like him who trusted nothing but their own speed. To that guy, all that mattered was being fast, and according to him, even the chief had already recognized him as a son-in-law. As he grabbed the girl's wrists, he said her father wouldn't accept her behaving this way, and that she should marry him, who would be the next chief. Then someone placed a hand on the shoulder of the idiot centaur. The other centaur told him to stop, as he was making the girl uncomfortable. Chernin called him Schumacher. The idiot didn't like the other centaur's interference at all. Lloyd, who was among the centaurs, heard them criticizing the other guy for being slow. The idiot turned to Schumacher, saying he was despised and had lost to him 8 times, and that even Chernin had given up on being by his side. Since it must be true, the guy looked away without saying anything, while the other continued to say he was an inferior being, a loser. Lloyd watched, irritated, at all those centaurs mocking Schumacher, thinking they were a bunch of fools and that he didn't like those guys at all. After the commotion, Chernin apologized to Schumacher for what had happened earlier. If she had stayed by his side, they would both point out a race again. But it was the guy who said that he should be the one apologizing to her. He explained that because he was slow, people didn't recognize him, including the chief. Then Chernin shouted that he wasn't slow and that she knew he was the fastest in the world. Schumacher, upset, said he had never won a race. But the girl screamed that she didn't care about that and that she would marry him, even if her father didn't recognize him. But according to the guy, that wouldn't happen. Hearing that left Chernin petrified. To Schumacher, no one would bless the marriage of someone who always lost. And despite hating that Comanche guy, he said the girl should be with him, who was faster. Then he turned to leave, but he still said she should meet someone she could be proud to call her man. Alone, the girl stood there crying. Then a voice surprised her, asking if it could ask her something. The MC appeared, asking what was happening there. She walked, explaining that Schumacher was fast, and Lloyd agreed he must be the fastest in the world. When she asked how he knew that, the MC said it was his instinct. It looked like he ran fast by the shape of his head. By the MC's logic, even if that race hadn't appeared in the novel, it must have crossed the author's mind, hence the name Schumacher. To Chernin, all that mattered to the centaurs was winning the race without valuing personal records. Lloyd questioned if he got nervous and couldn't run at full speed, but the girl said that wasn't it. A few months ago, they had argued like that day and raced, as tradition demanded. But as soon as the race started, a kid had appeared right in front of Schumacher. He had to stop running to avoid the child. With that, the Comanche passed ahead while he fell. Seeing the scene, Chernin panicked. As for the idiot racer, he didn't care about the kid in the way. The girl explained that the child was the one who got hurt the most, and that it always happened. Schumacher's kindness made him lose the race and the marriage, as he cared more about not hurting anyone. Lloyd questioned if no one criticized the race since someone got hurt, but according to the girl, they valued tradition above all, saying angrily that it was was a stupid tradition that was nothing more than a malicious practice. The MC tried to calm her down, saying there must be a reason for this tradition, but Chernin shouted back, asking what reason that could be. Then Lloyd told her it might be because they were brainless idiots, which was exactly what the girl thought about it. He asked her what her rank in races was. She was second, and her father was first, but when he retired, the Comanche took his place, which meant that, except for the chief, everyone had to listen to her. The girl said there were limits. If she banned races, for example, her father or the Comanche could withdraw the order. Then the MC asked her a favor, to gather all her allies in one place, for he would put an end to that horrible tradition and make Schumacher the champion of the tribe. The next day, Lloyd was deep in thought, sitting next to Javier. When the swordsman asked what he was doing, the MC replied he was waiting for his first target. Soon after, something caught Lloyd's attention. A centaur was casually walking toward him. The guy seemed to be the perfect prey for the MC's plan. He stood up from the bench he was sitting on and started walking toward the guy. He purposefully bumped into the centaur, who asked if the MC had a problem, but Lloyd just glared at him with a tough look and kept walking, though he continued to stare at the guy. The centaur became furious and challenged the MC to a race, saying that if he lost, he would receive 300 kicks. Lloyd asked if he really wanted to race against a mere human, but the guy said that according to the second betrayal, he couldn't refuse. Several other horsemen appeared, inciting the race. That was exactly what the MC had planned. He continued to play the victim, and the challenger said it was up to the human to choose where the race would take place. Promptly, Lloyd told them to cross the village and run to a specific tree. In the midst of the crowd of centaurs, Chernin wondered what he was thinking, remembering that before the race, he had said they needed to gather centaurs who would be the foundation for the change they wanted. But looking at him, the girl still hadn't understood what the plan was. The irritated centaur said he had heard that he was the human of light speed, but in this race, he had to use his legs. But Lloyd said he only had 2 legs, so it would be unfair to race against someone with 4. To level the playing field, the MC would use something with 4 legs too, and the centaur didn't mind because he thought they were the fastest with 4 legs. Then he shouted that the race would start at that moment, so he and Padong lined up at the starting line. Looking at the pet, the centaur said that thing was big. Then the MC agreed with him and said he wanted to use something else, but he couldn't do anything since they had to race according to tradition. That left his opponent even more irritated. Then the starting signal was given, and Padong ran ahead of the centaur. The centaur managed to pick up the pace, making the crowd cheer for the race. The path ahead was narrowing, and they commented that whoever reached there first would win. At that moment, the 2 participants got very close. They ended up colliding, causing the centaur to fly to one side and Lloyd and Padong to the other. The MC made a scene as he was thrown. In the direction he was going to fall, there were several other centaurs. He was going to fall right on top of a little boy, but somehow he managed to dodge and fell to the ground, rolling. Chernin and Javier watched as the crowd shouted it was a tie, since both had been knocked out. The swordsman thought his master was trying to achieve something by winning. Had he failed? The little boy's mother ran to him, worried, asking if he was okay, while the MC remained sprawled on the ground. Later that night, the little boy's mother was worried since he continued to be scared and trembling, unable to eat. She said that because of that cursed tradition, their son had to suffer. Then she and her husband got into an argument about the races, where he agreed with the tradition and she thought it was absurd. Hearing her say how traumatized their son was, the man ended up falling silent. Indeed, the little boy remained in shock. For his father, there was nothing that could be done about it. Outside their tent, the MC heard the man say that was tradition. Somehow, it seemed that his plan was working. The next day, Chernin had invited the centaurs for a talk with the human of light speed about their speed. In front of the crowd, Lloyd asked them to sit down, as his presentation was about to begin. The centaurs commented that he hadn't been so fast in yesterday's race, and that they would pretend to listen and then leave. The MC, smiling, said it seemed ridiculous for him to give a lecture on being fast. Then his expression turned serious, and he said they were the idiots, a bunch of headless lunatics. Irritating the guys, the MC said they must have been born missing something in their heads. Maintaining tradition was madness. They had numerous injured, damaged items, and causes because of it. They didn't even seem civilized. He revealed that the day before, a guy had wanted to fight him, which was why he had been forced to run as tradition demanded. Because of that, a child had gone through trauma from an accident that he would never forget. Many in the audience said that's how things were, that they had to endure it for the sake of speed and the tribe. The mother of the traumatized boy listened indignantly as they said they were fine with that and that the MC was just an outsider. Unable to take it anymore, the woman shouted that they were a bunch of idiots, asking them to see the state her son was in. Instead of agreeing with her, many shouted for the woman to be banished. Then the boy's father said they should be honest. They were all barbarians, asking if they were really okay with that. Another mother chimed in, agreeing with them, saying her son's arm was still injured after being hurt in a race. Then other centaurs started shouting that they had been injured during the races. The injured little boy, while listening to what his peers were saying, looked up and saw Lloyd giving him a thumbs up with a scary face. Seeing that this was the human's plan, happen, the little boy returned the signal. Watching that chaos, Javier began to understand everything. Before the race, the MC had made a deal with the little boy to act during the race. That was how Lloyd managed to start a battle of opinions among those beings. The centaurs began to argue fiercely about the races, and the MC just watched the chaos he had just instigated. There were extremist conservatives who wanted to execute those against the tradition, ultra-progressives who even wanted to dissolve the tribe, and lastly, there was the MC party that just wanted to make money. Chernin asked, worried, what he intended to do after inciting that civil war, but the MC said he hadn't done any of that. He only said that things were dangerous due to the accidents that had happened. Looking at him, Javier thought that the blame for all this truly lay with his master. He was the one who had done all this. Then someone arrived, asking what all that commotion was about. That was exactly who Lloyd was waiting for. Cherinin's father, the chief of the village. Finally, who the MC wanted was there. Cherikin said the human had said he would solve the village's problem, but that was not what he expected. Lloyd said he was trying to keep his promise, but the tribe couldn't reach a consensus and ended up like this. One side wanted to keep the tradition and continue racing, while the other wanted to get rid of the tradition. With this division, the MC had some ideas. First, he proposed regulations regarding speed, prohibiting improvised and high-speed races within the village. But the centaurs shouted that it was ridiculous for someone from outside to decide these things. Ignoring the comments, he mentioned that they would also build a giant arena solely for high-speed races. It would be an obstacle-free location created for the sake of racing. Looking at Schumacher, the MC said that in that place, maybe someone could achieve a new record. The centaur realized that the statement was directed at him, but remained silent. Lloyd continued, saying that there should be no more accident victims and that new records could be achieved. This was the true solution to the centaur's speed problem and also the MC's chance to earn the taupo. The centaurs remained divided between those who agreed with the idea and those who thought it was foolish. Then the chief of the tribe said that it didn't make sense. The tradition that had been upheld until now was to race whenever and wherever they wanted, regardless of the situation. For Cherikin, that was what saved him in the last war, and therefore they could not give it up. Then the MC asked if they were in the middle of a war at that moment, but the chief retorted that this was their way of showing gratitude for their history and to their ancestors. Many of his subordinates shouted that what the human said made sense, and that they should avoid more accidents. Chernin seriously stated that she would support the human even if her father opposed, and that she would allow the creation of the arena. Since there were those who supported her and those who disagreed, the chief said that their tribe was divided. But for the girl, there was nothing to be done about it. Turning to the MC, the chief said that things got out of control because of him, asking if he would insist on creating the arena. Responding to the chief, Lloyd said that if he were allowed, he would start construction at that moment. Thus, Chief Cherikin requested a race with the human at the speed of light. If he won, the human would have to leave that place immediately. Lloyd confidently stated that if he won, he would have approval to build the arena. Then the MC prepared for a race against the village leader. According to Javier, he had agreed not to use explosions or padong, so he questioned whether he had any plan, but his master casually said that he would just run. The swordsman showed that he had no confidence in Lloyd, as he noted that Cherikin had won all 380 of his races. The race would be to a location and back to the starting line. Since the MC was challenged, he determined that place. The race would be to the northern border of Magentano, totaling 600 kilometers round trip. Because of this, the human felt he was at an advantage. The two took their positions at the starting line. Everyone thought that humans were weak animals. They were weaker than the smallest chimpanzee. Chernin felt anxious, fearful of who would be the winner. It was hard to find any animal that was slower than humans, but prepared to run. Lloyd seemed determined. Humans were much stronger beings than people thought. But as soon as the race began, the tribe chief shot off before the human even moved. He remained like that, not moving a single millimeter. Then, slowly and very gradually, the MC got up and began to run carefree. In no way did that seem like a competition to him. Then some centaurs began to laugh at him, saying that the winner of that race was already decided. Lloyd knew that humans were the weakest physically and yet subjugated other animals and developed. This was due to their intelligence. But not only that, far ahead in the race, Cherikin was losing speed tired. Unlike the human, who had a greater capacity for long-distance running and didn't seem the least bit exhausted, the MC continued to run without losing his pace. Since he couldn't compete with the explosive speed of a four-legged creature, he could conserve energy by running on two legs. Instead of fur, they developed sweat glands to regulate body temperature. That body was stronger than any predator in Earth's history, allowing humans to hunt their prey to the ends of the earth. Hearing the MC's detailed thoughts, the Winter's heart wondered if he was okay. As soon as he spotted the chief, he thought that this would be his first defeat after 380 victories. With a smug look, he was sure that this would happen from the beginning. But suddenly the expression of our protagonist changed. Cherikin didn't look the least bit exhausted, which was quite different from what Lloyd had imagined. The chief stated that long races were tiring and that his race, even being very fast, also tires quickly, revealing that he knew the human chose this race because he was aware of this, and saying that he was quite clever. The chief's words left the MC with a panicked expression. Then the chief took off, leaving the human behind. This left the shop concerned. It seemed that victory wouldn't be as easy as he expected. He tried to calm down, thinking that he had to run at his own pace, just like he did at the beginning. A little further along, he was more tired and something caught his attention. Cherokee was right ahead, waving goodbye to him without looking the least bit exhausted. Then he took off again, leaving the human behind once more. Lloyd began to panic, thinking that he wouldn't make it. This was a lost race. He started to think if he should use his energizing ability or the explosions, but soon tried not to think about it. This should be a race of pace and endurance. The next morning, the MC continued running and seemed very exhausted. He was approaching the northern border of Magentano, where the chief was already waiting for him. Cherokee, suspicious, was waiting for the human and thought he was taking too long to get there. Then he advanced again, leaving the human far behind. The MC ran a bit more to touch the northern border, and turned around, trying to run to the finish line. That chief was a monster. The MC no longer cared about the arena but wondered how he would get the taupo. Then he began to think about cheating again. Meanwhile, in the village of the centaurs, Cherokee was talking to Schumacher, saying that if their tradition were different, if they had been born in a different place, then he would be able to be much faster. Returning to the MC, despite being tired, he was now determined to keep running. He kept repeating to himself that he needed to reach the end just like he started, without cheating. At a point further ahead, the chief of the centaurs was standing still. This time, Cherokee looked truly tired. Night had fallen, and yet Lloyd continued running, trying to convince himself not to cheat. At this constant pace, he managed to surpass the chief. Not accepting being overtaken, the chief began to run ahead of the human again. It was clear that both the chief and Lloyd were running out of strength to finish the race. Dawn broke with Cherokee running almost out of breath through a flower-filled field. But suddenly, he lost his balance and fell. The centaur could hardly get up, saying he was far from his peak, and at that point, his recovery speed was no longer the same. It was as if his old body was telling him it was time to stop. Looking at the horizon, the image of his daughter and Schumacher came to the centaur's mind. In it, the girl showed a smile as she looked at her beloved. Deep down, he knew who his daughter really loved, but he couldn't ignore tradition just because Cherokee was his daughter. He believed that tradition protected them and would continue to uphold it until someone came and said they could finally set it aside. Trying to run once more, Cherokee wished for Lloyd to prove to him that he was the man who could end that tradition. Many centaurs were anxiously waiting at the finish line, wanting to know who would be the winner. The first to notice that someone was approaching was the little boy with purple hair. Then Cherokee looked on in amazement at who was coming. Just like Schumacher, the chief of the centaurs and Lloyd were running toward the finish line neck and neck. Both Cherokee and the MC refused to give up, even exhausted. From the crowd, Javier watched them with a bored expression. By a hair, the centaur was ahead of the human. From what he could observe, his master had no mana left. But he always found a way to win. Even when his mana hit zero, he still found more. Even the system suggested that he use his energizing ability, but he kept repeating that he would continue slowly and steadily, no matter how it seemed that his body wouldn't hold up. Javier looked at his master with a mix of surprise and admiration. Lloyd was exhausted, and he wondered how that old man still had the strength to keep running. Indeed, Cherokee, extremely tired, fell before reaching the finish line, and he was surpassed by the MC, who didn't even look back. Then the centaur got up once more, trying to reach the end of the race. All the MC wanted at that moment was for the chief to fall once and for all, while Cherokee wanted the human to be stronger than him and pass him again. Suddenly, it was as if Lloyd stepped into a puddle. He felt like he was sinking in water. His body felt very heavy. He could only see the chief running ahead of him. It seemed like he had reached his limit. This brought back memories of his old world. Once, when he was still Soho Kim, his nose started to bleed. He was eating with his wealthy friend, who questioned whether, besides being poor, he was also weak. The guy lifted the MC's head, saying that if he died from blood loss, he wouldn't get paid that month. The MC even apologized for that happening while they ate. His friend stared at him for a moment. Then he said he was strange and demanded too much of himself, but Suho didn't quite understand what he meant. According to the guy, he was intelligent and tenacious. Someone like that should have high self-esteem, but for some reason, he completely failed in that regard. It was as if he were from another world and hadn't adjusted to where he was. He said there are stories where the hero is all-powerful in one world, but in his own, he's a weakling. But Suho replied to him that he had always been quieter. His friend gave him another look. Then he told him that he wouldn't be able to pay for meals at barbecue restaurants anymore. With a gloomy face, he said that his parents had been caught scamming a politician and would probably be sentenced. In a few days, all he would have left was his name. Pointing to his own face, he said he had always seen that look on his parents' faces, a face of a natural con artist. Since he wouldn't have anything else, he thought that the MC wouldn't stay with him anymore, but Soho said he was his only friend. But according to the guy, friendship is about giving and receiving. He wouldn't gain anything by staying with him. Then he revealed that he had always stayed with Soho because he thought he was incredible. He admired that even when always facing difficulties, the MC never gave up. If he were in his place, he would end up dead. And he asked what he could do to become as strong as him. The MC replied that he wasn't strong, just did what he needed to do day after day, studying and working. Thus, his friend said that he should just wait. As soon as he felt he had become as amazing as the MC, he would take him back to that restaurant and buy the entire menu for him. If all he had to do was keep going until the end, he would go slowly and steadily. These memories brought back Lloyd's strength. Javier, who was watching him, was surprised. Somehow, his master was showing that he still had the strength to keep running. No matter how exhausted he was, he refused to give up running. The swordsman wondered where all that willpower was coming from. He knew his master always overcame difficulties. It was the first time he didn't rely on mysterious powers and wondered if a human could possess such mental strength. He thought it didn't matter who it was as long as the territory was saved. But now he was curious about the kind of life he had in the other world. Sheridan's gaze was anxious as she looked toward the race. Schumacher and the other centaurs couldn't take their eyes off the competitors. By a hair, the chief of the centaurs was leading the contest. At that moment, Lloyd was giving his all to keep running, but his vision was getting blurry until everything disappeared. What he saw after that was Javier staring at him under the sun. Still breathing heavily, the MC asked him if he managed to win the race. After a moment of silence, Javier looked back at where the finish line was and told him that his master won. Then he helps him get up. Before he could rise, Cherrikin's voice shouts to all the centaurs who could hear him. Their tribe was entering a new era. The entire audience buzzes with the chief's declaration. Boasting, the MC says everything went as planned, but Javier thinks it wasn't quite like that. Curious, he asks why Lloyd didn't use one of his mysterious powers in the race. He could have easily won, but the MC remains silent, seeing the tribe's chief demonstrate that he was still powerful in front of his worried daughter. As the old man gave everything he had in that race, using one of his tricks would be like cheating. The swordsman understands what Lloyd meant. He bows, saying they should start construction, and that he will do his best in whatever the MC asks of him. The MC finds it strange that Javier has been so respectful to him. According to Javier, this is because he deserves it, and believes he must protect him at all costs, even if it means giving his life for him. In Cherrikin's tent, they discuss that the arena's construction will take almost a year. Lloyd tells the leader that he doesn't have much time. He would like to use his time-stopping ability, except in that area, revealing that he comes from another world and has abilities, and that if he uses it, it will be difficult for the tribe members to leave the plains. Javier is not surprised that the master can stop time, but rather that he revealed who he really is. Cherrikin says nothing about it, only roars that the MC can do whatever he wants. This leaves the swordsman even more in shock. Then the duo goes to a large plain, and the MC summons the system to activate his time-freezing ability. Striking a pose, he confirms to the system that he will use the ability. Then the power of the winter butt begins to be released, while the spirit reaffirms that it's called the heart of winter, not the butt. The MC starts moaning as if a bolt of energy is passing through him, and the green plains of the centaurs are engulfed by a blue dome, which both Javier and Lloyd found quite dull. Anyway, the MC is going to take a look at what he's done. Outside, he can see a cat completely still while chasing a butterfly. It seemed that the ability had indeed worked. Lloyd declares that the important thing now is to finish the work quickly, so they should start construction immediately. The first step is to use the sword grandmaster as an excavator to clear the land. The second is to use a grandmaster level worker to level the terrain. The third is to use a grandmaster roller to compress the soil. In the third step, it's necessary to negotiate with the grandmasters union, which is annoyed about doing all the work alone. Feigning ignorance, the MC says that Javier was calling him master and said he would do whatever he asked, and now he was complaining. By the